Shake it, time and ring it, go and get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feels free, now blow. Talking to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
New Balance, we got now.
How do you have a thing here with nothing in there? Good evening, everybody. I'm Action Bronson, coming to you live with a breaking sneaker report. The all-new Ellipse. New Balance has What do you get when you mix modern comfort with ancient wisdom? The all-new Ellipse. Fresh foam midsole grounds the new Ellipse design in a familiar and trusted cushioning experience that combines unmatched comfort with long-distance durability. It's a multi-layer air mesh upper, which is lightweight and breathable while creating a sleek and novel visual that stands out from the everyday running pack, which just means it's a vibe.
Well, we welcome you to day 2 of New Balance Nationals Outdoor from beautiful Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, historic Franklin Field. This annual fair bringing a collection of talents from across the country, some of the best in high school track and field together each and every season around mid-June in day 1. Certainly delivered. Looking forward to a fantastic Friday of action as well. Pleasure to have you with us today in Philadelphia. Aiden Cox, I'm AJ Ricketts, and we are looking forward to plenty of distance races here this morning, coming off fantastic 5,000s to cap the night yesterday, as well as the 4x miles meet records up and down the board yesterday. And Hayden, looking forward to another fantastic day of action here today as well.
What a great opportunity to cap off a fantastic high school season and to do it at the historic Franklin Field. You mentioned it. It's been the background of so many amazing races in our sport. Can't wait to see a few more today.
You see the decathlon athletes. They're getting ready for the 110 hurdles. We've got the boys and girls 2 mile to follow that. In the middle school section, we'll have 4 heats of the decathlon. Taking a look at the standings through day 1, Nathaniel Johnson of John Jay, 4,064 points. He finds himself ahead of Joel Moreland of Morgantown, West Virginia, 3,808 points. Ryan McCormick of Chili Peppers Elite Athletic in 3rd as it stands, 3,673 points. Johnson really set the tone early in the first events in the 100, running 1086. And he has placed first in 3 of the 5 events thus far. Of course, today, the 100-meter hurdles, discus, pole vault, jab, and they will conclude with the 1,500. We will get started momentarily here at Franklin Field with the decathlon 110 hurdles. Start lists to come. just about set for the first of 4 heats. The championship decathlon 110-meter hurdles. Owen Fulford of Knoxville, Gunnar Benedicts of Malvern Prep, and Ryan McCormick of Chili Peppers Elite Athletic. Those will be the 3 athletes in this first heat of the 110 hurdles. Full day of action here, getting started in the decathlon. Hayden, what do you have your eye on looking forward to this Friday?
Yeah, starting with this decathlon right here, I think, this is one of those events that I think just has a wonderful story every single meet across the entire meet, and there's always like a little bit of give and take, right? Some athletes are stronger in some events, particularly at the high school level. You might not have practiced every single event in the same way you might as a collegiate or post-collegiate athlete, so you see some larger disparities and some longer-term storylines, if you will, throughout the decathlon. Ryan McCormick comes in with the highest point total this year, sitting in 3rd place right now. We'll see him in this first heat. Him and Gunnar Benedicts, currently sitting in 3rd and 5th overall in this decathlon competition, are 2 athletes that I think are really going to have a big day ahead of them. They've got some of their best events coming up, but they also have a little bit of room to move up that table, right? Nathaniel Johnson, you mentioned, is our leader right now with 4,000 points. Ryan McCormick's put up 6,800 so far this year. A couple other athletes around 6,600, 6,700. That's probably going to be what it takes to win the decathlon here at New Balance Nationals.
McCormick finished yesterday on a bright note. 2nd place finish in the 400, went 49.48. McCormick starts on the left side here in 6. It's a good start by Owen Fulford on the inside, and 2 out of Knoxville. Now Benedicts gaining some ground. It's Fulford and Benedicts. A bit cleaner there, the final 4 hurdles from Owen Fulford. He was happy with that effort. 14.54, wind at 1.1, and it's just over 900 points in the heat there for Owen Fulford.
15.79. And here we go.
Yeah, McCormick not getting the race he wanted there. Comes away with 3rd. Benedicts, though, we'll see how that 14.82 holds up. This is the race within the race, right? Because with these guys, they only race the 2 guys in their heat when they're on the line, but they have to also think about what's coming next. So, even a guy like Fulford there who has a little bit of a lead, you can't let up, right? You want to get every single point you can get because you're racing guys in those later heats. And, of course, you've got 10 events over the competition, right? So 1 or 2 of those events is not going to go according to plan. So when you have a race that's going your way, get the most out of it and get as many points as possible to put yourself in the best position in this competition.
Johnson in lane 2 is our
Fulford
overall leader.
Knoxville yesterday, 11th in the 100 in long jump. The highest scoring event was the 400, where he went 6th to finish the day in 52.59. That's his best finish of the events thus far in this decathlon. Good start to day 2 for Fulford. Heat 2 features the leader on the inside in lane 2, Nathaniel Johnson. Guy Sorlian of South Kingstown starts in 4, and Max Mancabelli in 6 of Mac Track and Pole Vault Club. Sorlian's PR listed at 14.79. Mancabelli's at 16.52. Johnson does not have one listed.
Johnson.
Nathaniel Johnson coming off an excellent day 1, which put him in the top spot in this New Balance decathlon. Sorlian to his right, matching him hurdle for hurdle. He's got a slight edge, and we'll get him at the line. Really well done there from Kai Sorlian. 14.70, that's a PB. There in Heat 2, will get 886 points out of that, just behind Owen Fulford's 14.54. But Sorlian, a strong effort to currently vault him into 4th in the standings, and he also had a 2nd place mark in the shot put yesterday, currently 2nd right now through the 2 heats.
If you're Johnson and Sorlian, that's exactly what you want in that race. You want somebody right on your shoulder as you see right here. Johnson got a little bit better of a start, Sorlin a little bit better through the middle, and then of course near the end of the race, pretty much shoulder to shoulder. That's what you want. It's going to make you run those extra hundredths of a second a little bit faster, get a couple more points. Obviously the guy next to you is getting a couple more points too, but as we mentioned earlier, you're racing the guys in the other heats, right? So if you can get the best out of yourself here in the 110, you're putting yourself in a good position, and Johnson will, I think, likely retain his top spot unless we see something spectacular out of these later heats in the hurdle. So job well done to him, and of course Sorlian moving on up.
Yeah, Johnson's lowest mark yesterday was in the shot put, where he was 5th among the 14 competitors. Otherwise, first in the 100 and long jump and 400, 3rd in the high jump, and now we'll see what comes of the 110 hurdles. Heat 3 of 4 in this decathlon. Tyson Stroop of St. John's Prep in 2. Clayton Blanton, Middle Tennessee Athletics in 4. Darren Couch, University Park in 6. And Stokes Gills of Clearwater Beach out in 8. Each PB is within 1/10 of a second of each other. Might be a tightly contested heat here. Stoop, Blanton, Couch, Gills from inside to outside. It's the best start. I think 6 from Couch.
And Tyson Stroop.
Aaron Couch across the line first. 14.86. That's currently 5th among the compiled results. It'll get him 867 points. Very little wins to speak of there. Couch, who yesterday at his top mark in the shot put, he placed 4th, currently in the top 5 here in this 110 hurdles.
Fulford's mark of 14.54, still the top mark of the competition, but Couch does well to get the 5th fastest time thus far in the 110 hurdles. Also running a PB in any event, even if it's one of the 10 events here in the decathlon at Franklin Field. Always a good feeling.
In 8, Joel Moreland.
Couch and Sorlian, both with season bests here today, to start day 2 at New Balance. One more heats in the decathlon 110 hurdles. Chandler Thompson to start in 2. Waylon Spardowis in 4. Jacob Danila in 6. And Joel Moreland. Morgantown will be out in 8.
You saw those shots of the weather.
Yeah.
It's high 70s here, a little overcast. Not really optimal sprint hurdle weather, but these gentlemen making the
I'll send them back.
Yeah, with that yellow card up, really the one thing you can't do in the decathlon 110 is get a false start here and get yourself DQ'd. You can't walk away with 0 points, even if you're a little hesitant off the start. Run a tenth or a second or so slower than what you want. You still got to come away with some points here.
I saw a little flinch by Joe Moreland out in 8. Yellow card comes of that. For a clean start here. Spardowis has the fastest PB here by significant margins. Watch for him in 4. Try to take care of business here. Mendania looking strong as well, at least in the first 3 hurdles. Now the quality of Spardowis coming through. Does clip that final hurdle. Spardowis 14.49. It's the top time in this 110 hurdles among all the decathletes. Comes in the final heat. Look at him, 912 points. And Waylon Spardowis has his first win of the decathlon events after a couple 3rd and 4th place marks yesterday.
That moves him up into 3rd place in the competition. You can see trying to hide the smile on his face, not really doing a great job. There it is. Great race, really clean there in the middle. Wasn't the best start. You see him still pretty even with all the guys, but he was clean there over the first 3 hurdles, which really allowed him to accelerate over the middle of the race. Got a little tight, maybe a couple things to clean up there on the back end of the race, but at that point already had a clear lead and was able to come away with our fastest 110 hurdle of this competition.
Really clean all the way through until that very final hurdle. Maybe just the briefest amount of time cost by that clipping. Nevertheless, moves him into the top 3. The junior from Gibbs. Happy with the effort. Joel Moreland earns a PR out of it. And so Johnson, Moreland, and Spardowis, 1, 2, 3. With 4 events to go. The discus, pole vault, jav, 1500. Still a cub in the decathlon. Look as it stands. The top 10. Now the middle school boys 2-mile is getting ready on the track. 4 heats to come here in our first distance race of the day. See him there on the infield. It's heavy on the distance races here on this Friday morning. You'll have the middle school boys and girls 2-mile, the freshman boys and girls 2-mile before we reach noon, and certainly looking forward to the championship boys and girls 100 to kick off the afternoon action.
Four heats coming up. These guys will all be aware of top mark in the U.S. this year, 8:52, ran by Luke Surface out of the A6 Carolina Distance Carnival in North Carolina. Reigning champ here is Hudson Dahl from Ann Arbor Track Club out in Michigan, ran 9:42 to win this race last year.
Get you all of our competitors after the gun here for heat 1 of 4 in our middle school boys 2-mile.
Instructions being given here. Cones being set for the stagger. The rail getting adjusted. Just about set for it. Middle school boys 2-mile. First heat here. Great opportunity. These young athletes, they need to get their first experience at Franklin Field. And we are off. First 2-mile section here for the middle schoolers. This features William Irby of Wellington, Florida. Harris Beaver of Walton Track. Brendan Kane, OC Grits, Wellington, Barlow, Sirius Athletics. Hank Delk, Without Limits Triangle. Theodore Simpson, Valor Track Club, Portland. It's up in Maine. Leo Tyson, Quakers Track Club. Nicholas Harris of Milledgeville, Georgia. Noah Weber, Huntsville, North Carolina. Owen Treadle, Franklin Regional Middle. Chandler Bird, Loganville, Georgia. Malcolm Sprague, Wynnum, Massachusetts. Andrew Carter, Spartan Run Company. Oscar London of Racing City. Brendan Abernathy of Elk River, Minnesota. And Jude Narkter of Folsom, California. There's a couple of 7th graders in here. Treadle and Bird. Otherwise, everyone in this race in 8th grade as they run tightly together here through that first lap.
Nothing like a middle school boys 2 mile going 3 wide out into lane 3. I love it. Everybody wants to be up front here at Franklin Field, soaking in clean air at this historic venue. But of course, only one guy can be up front. It's kind of how it works, and you're starting to see that spread out decently quick through that first lap, 75 seconds. Oscar London brought us through of Racing City. Long way to go, though.
418 meters, so a little longer than 1 lap.
There's
And that's
Oscar London, Hank Delk, Wellington Earl
and Wellington Burr.
among the leaders, but everyone certainly in contention, looking quite relaxed through the first lap and a half of 8 trips around.
Oscar's run 10:34 in the 3200, 5:01 in the 16. So going out, that first lap is right around his 1600 meter PR. So no surprise to see him fade back a little bit towards Chase Pack, seeing a little bit of reason. It's Brendan Kane who brings us through lap 2. A little bit slower in lap 1, 77. As expected, as most middle school and high school, frankly, 2 mile races go, that first lap's going to usually be the fastest or the second fastest, with the last lap sometimes being a little bit faster, and then everybody just kind of gradually slows down until they get to about the 800 meter mark and then start picking it up again once that racing heats up. But still a lot of guys in contention here, and Oscar London, our first lap leader, wanted to go right back there to the front.
There was a moment it looked like a couple of the athletes up front wanted to let someone else have the pace setting duties. Now London, as it stands, leading the way. A couple runners on his shoulder. There's plenty of race here. You don't want to spend too much time out in lane 2 or even almost the inside of lane 3 here. They're keeping it wide as we're nearly three laps in. Another 77 that time. Wellington Bowerley taking the lead, 8th grader from Sirius Athletics. Now starting to string out just a bit more breathing room for the contingent of young athletes here, as most settle into single file, at least avoiding in 3 lanes out.
You know, AJ, one of these things that I love about middle school racing, especially after some of the changes we've seen on the pro scene in the last couple of years, we see, on the pro level, all these time trials, everybody just trying to chase particular times, everybody tucking in. This is real racing right here. Every single one of these boys, one boy comes up on somebody's shoulder, they surge. It's really competitive from the very beginning. There is no level of patience or long-term plan. It is, I want to be in front of you, and I'm going to stay in front of you, and I'm going to do what I need to do that. So that kind of raw instinct of racing at play here in this high school or this middle school boys 2 mile.
Yeah, there is something refreshing, or at the very least entertaining, about that style of race. And again, you see how wide some of these athletes are going. Conventional wisdom saying tuck in, no need to run that long, that wide. You're running extra distance, but these are learning moments two teaching moments, opportunities to eventually look back and maybe realize I could run a bit less than 3,250 meters if I want to.
Completely agreed, AJ, but I'll say this. You can teach somebody to run in lane one, but you can't teach competitiveness. So seeing these guys out here wanting to compete with each other, that's a really good instinct, and as a coach, you love to see that. Obviously, as you say, hopefully as they mature, get a little bit older, watch a little bit more racing, they learn some of the nuances to get those extra couple of seconds, but that fighting spirit can't be taught, so love to see some good racing up front here.
That's Chandler Bird, our new leader.
And Chandler Bird, who has spent much of that time running in lanes 2 and 3, he's found himself on the rail in lane 1 in position 1 here. All the way through the mile there, right about 5:08, 5:09. And now Chandler Bird trying to make things happen here with 3 laps to go. It's the most distance any leader has had from the field. Got from 78.7 to 75.9 on that last lap. Let's see if anyone can try to work their way back up to him.
Native of Loganville, Georgia. A lot of good running down in Georgia, in part due to the Atlanta Track Club, who does a great job getting youth runners involved in the sport early and getting them some good competition. So he's certainly used to racing fast gentlemen. There's plenty around the Southeast. He's run 4:52 in the mile, so got to imagine when he came through 1,600 there at about 5:10, he's probably feeling pretty good. And now we've got a little bit of mano-a-mano racing up front.
That's Bird and
Leo Tyson of Quakers Track Club has made his way into the top spot. It felt as if Bird was just going to continue to pull away from the pack. Nice response here by Tyson. Looks like he certainly still has plenty left in him with 2 laps to go.
I'll tell you this, AJ, I've never seen a professional race with as many moves as we've seen in this boys 2 mile right here.
Yeah, it was all over the place, the amount of lead changes and positioning shifts, especially in the first mile. And then really the first real move up front made from Bird. And then Tyson decided, well, enough of that. I'm going to make my way up front, and he has continued to press on the gas. Wonder if there is any response to come from Bird. Went from 75.9 to 77.9 on that last lap. And it's Tyson who's running the 75s now.
Yeah, Bird doing a good job of staying strong. Sometimes I think these younger athletes, you can kind of see their thought process written on their faces, right? If they're up front, they look good, they're feeling good. If somebody gets in front of them, you just kind of see their face fall, realizing that, oh, wow, somebody else is faster than me, right? And trying to see that kind of emotional maturity over the course of a race. One of the biggest challenges as you get to higher levels of racing is somebody passes you and you speed up rather than slow down, right? Use them to your advantage. So we've got 400 meters to go, though, and Tyson, our clear leader.
Certainly looks like this is Tyson's race, barring miraculous surge from Bird. We'll have to applaud for his efforts around the mile to go for it. Leo Tyson, there's plenty of quality over this final 1,600 meters.
But with 200 to go, it's all Tyson.
He's run 2:14 in the 800, 4:52 in the 16, so no surprise to see him at the front of this field late.
Quick peek at the video board as he makes his way around.
All right, come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer him in. The 8th grader from Mississippi.
The crowd giving him a nice lift as he makes his way onto the front stretch. Leo Tyson at 75 the last 2 laps. He's going to earn first heat victory here for the boys 2 mile. Fired up about it too. 10-12 for Leo Tyson.
That's our new time to beat. Wellington
Some athletes spend their whole career trying to get a win here at this historic Franklin Field, and Leo Tyson doing it as an 8th grader out of Pennsylvania. It's not about making the first move, it's about making the last move, and Leo Tyson did that very well with about 800 meters to go, moving up the front. Runs a 75 and then a 73 to close it out. The 10-12 victory.
So Tyson takes the top spot, Burley in second. Bird winds up in third with a 10-19. 3 heats to go here in the middle school 2 mile. As the final athletes start making their way in. Start list for heat 2 come momentarily.
You know, AJ, we talked about that weather earlier, maybe not being ideal for the decathlon 110, right? 70 degrees, a little overcast. You know, usually for those sprint hurdle weathers, you want a little bit warmer, warm muscles or fast muscles. But 2 mile race, this is pretty good weather. A little bit of chill in the air, especially this time of year. Getting a nice cooler morning will help these guys run a little bit faster, keep the body temps down, and you're seeing that with some PBs there in the top 10.
All you can ask for on a summer morning. Even here in Philadelphia, the afternoon temperatures have certainly crept up and been significant. But right now, this will do for these young distance runners. Section 2 takes to the track, ready for their moments here at Franklin. And Section 2 underway. Your competitors here in this heat: Carter Ward of New York, Reed Nadig, Sprint Spirit of Pre, Brent Rogers of Mount Calvary Christian School, Grant Parsons, Davisburg, Michigan, Branch Mangum, Celerity, Frank Pacelli, Wyoming, Pennsylvania, Bennett Teitzma of Grand Rapids, Michigan, Camden Bayless, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Lucas Clark, Cherry Hill, New Jersey, Mason Kephard, Duncansville, PA, Tyler Parks of Knotserp, Oregon Byford, Seven Locks Run Club, Daniel Rodriguez of Madrid, Illinois, Levi Soliao, Baton Rouge, Jacob Okicki of Southwick, Massachusetts, Hunter Solisby, Summerfield, North Carolina, and Luca Parente, Weston, Connecticut. Those are your athletes here in this second section.
Pace here is definitely moving.
Bit of a quicker pace to start things off in the second heat.
Really a fully national field here. We got all the way from Wyoming to North Carolina going east to west, and all the way from Michigan to Louisiana going north to south. Everybody wanting to get to Philadelphia to get their chance to run here at Franklin Field.
It is a national field, collection of talents. Impressive year in, year out. Camden Bayless from Indiana on 72 to take the leaders out on that first lap. Lucas Clark, Cherry Hill, New Jersey, on his tail.
And then Rodriguez and Byford.
Again, the middle school 2 mile record coming 2 years ago, Will Newberry, 9:11, the current standard.
Bayless, our leader in this race, has run 4:45 in the mile, 10:15 in the 3200. He is the top Indiana middle school athlete in the 32. He's third in the mile. So already starting out strong in the middle school rankings as he prepares to move on to the high school rankings next year.
Quick glance at his watch into the turn. 2:26 through just a little bit over 800 meters.
Already running a bit under the pace of that first race. They were running about 75, 77 for laps 1 and 2. We are seated slow to fast here, so that is what we're anticipating, these races getting faster and faster. I would also expect, AJ, I don't know about you, but I would expect them to get a little bit more even as we get into the faster heats, we're going to get a little bit tighter on seed times. You're going to see less disparity between the fastest entered athlete and the slowest entered athlete, which leads to a little bit more patience, a little bit more evenness throughout the racing. But these are middle school boys, so patience is not always their best attribute.
We'll see how tactics play a role as we advance heats. How much patience or lack of it we might see. Good pack here that has kept their sights on Bayless and slowly and steadily worked their way up. And again, some wide running into the turns here just to stay clear of trouble. Bayless still maintaining the lead. He went 76.5 that last lap as they close in on the first mile.
And a whole lot of rearranging happening in this pack. So as you said, a couple seconds slower on that last lap has allowed a lot of guys that were in the backside of that pack kind of coming around, moving into the front. But we've got the washing machine fully at play in the middle of that pack, as every 50 meters it feels like there's new guys in third and fourth. But Camden Bayless has retained that top spot. Everybody seems content to let him set the pace.
That has been the one constant through this race. Bayless has led the entirety. Lucas Clark following him. Other than that, constant rotation amongst the field. This is still anyone's race. Got a dozen athletes all within 5 meters of each other.
For the first time, we see a little bit of a challenge to Bayless up front. I think that's Mason Kephart of Pennsylvania, who's decided to go around, but a lot of guys looking over their shoulders. That wasn't any slower, still a 76 on that last lap. So a lot of these guys still feeling like they've got a lot of racing left in their legs, but at the mile mark, it's a tricky time to start making decisions.
Bayless faded into fourth and then said, I don't want to be here. Immediately went around the 3 athletes in front of him. Now Kephart in the pink kit there sits in second. It was Frank Pacelli from Pennsylvania, who again was nearly 3 lanes wide to vault himself into the lead. And now another exchange of the top spot as Kephart slides in front. We'll see if Bayless has another move to make here momentarily. As he glances down
fall back
at his
there.
watch.
Fall back there in about 9th or 10th place. An athlete went down, I think stepped on the rail. He's back up and running, so perfectly okay. But that's disappointing for that athlete. But the good news is about a 3,200. You fall, you got time to get back up, get back in it. Just be patient, smoothly move up. We've seen races won like that before. These middle school boys are going to be pretty pliable bouncing. They're not going to be hurt too bad. They're going to get right back up and race.
Sometimes that adrenaline boost beneficial following the fall. But Kephart was about the largest lead of this race. 75.4 on that last lap. He's been clicking off 75s the last couple trips around the oval.
Mason Kephart. And then Hunter Soulsby in the black singlet.
Kephart's done a really good job of running even. He started this race kind of in that middle of the pack, 6th, 7th for the first 2 laps, running about 74, 73. And then he's just clicked off 75, staying super consistent right there. Kind of felt the pace up front slow and did his thing, moved to the front, and seems to just be keeping that same rhythm rolling. That's a really good sign for an athlete that's going to be starting a high school career soon. If you can really gauge your effort well and run even, you can do some damage in high school fields.
So Pacelli was trying to go wide to move forward once again. 77.9 that time for Kephart, so pace slowing by nearly 3 seconds. Field stretching out just a little bit more. Quick glance back there from Kephart.
Kephart still with that same lead though.
Starting to turn into an interesting dynamic here. He's got a lead, but not quite enough to feel super comfortable when he's got a couple guys 15, 20 meters behind him, especially in middle school races. You never know which one of those athletes might have a good bit of a kick left, and that gap is starting to close just a little bit between the Chase group and Kephart.
The main scoreboard there, and now 500 meters to go for Kephart.
Long strides of Hunter Soulsby,
Still holding that
North
5
Carolina
meter lead.
product, making up ground.
Natick now moves into
Morgan
second.
Byford around the area as well. Reed Natick in second. The Spirit of Puri. So it's Kephart, Reed Natick, 1-2. It's been 77-9, 78-3 the last 2 laps for Kephart. Natick will overtake him here with just over 300 to go on the final lap.
Can't count out Soulsby at either of North Carolina. He's trying to close the gap, but as I say that, it looks like Kephart's made a little bit of a response to Natick. Two-man race here coming down the back stretch at Franklin Field.
Natick maintaining the rail. Kephart was on his shoulder for a moment. See if he tries the slingshot coming out of the turn. Natick and Kephart. Spirit of Pre in Duncansville, PA. Kephart looking to respond. Goes around. Now onto the rail, into the front stretch. Kephart surging. He's going to break away from Reed Natick. Great response after surrendering the lead. And a fist pump as he finishes. Well executed. Kephart 9:59.11 for the top time of these 2 heats.
A young man with some flair and some gritty racing there, Mason Kephart. Job well done, started in the middle of the pack, moved his way through at about the mile mark, decided it was time for him to make his bid. Broke up the pack behind him, had a good couple laps leading, got challenged late, but held on and will be the only gentleman in this race to break the 10-minute barrier. He'll come away with 9:59 and a victory here at Franklin Field.
You can see all the PBs up on that main scoreboard. Of the top 12, 10 of the PBs there.
PBs just about across the board, making the most of their opportunities today. That's what you love to see in a result sheet.
Looks like we have P3 now on the track.
Heat 3 of 4, middle school boys 2 mile. Off and running. Reed Brown of Oklahoma City, Bailey Stucker, Los Altos, California. Sammy Reed, Norfolk, Virginia. Tristan Adams of Northland Track Club. Aristides Kiritsis of Northville, Michigan. Damian Minavi of Willow Grove, PA. Ryan Gavero, New England Elites. Hans Templeton, Jenison, Michigan. Braden Millar, 6 Mile Track Club. Grayson Potter, Flower Mound, Texas. Camden Clevenger, Grand Blanc, Michigan. Jasper McHugh, Manhattan Youth Track Club. Samuel Weinrob, Quick Track Club. Brayson Kramer, Pace Pushers. Ben Donaldson, Eden Prairie, Minnesota. Thomas Klein of Bluegrass Flash Academy. And Axton Alvey, also with Bluegrass Flash Academy. Weinrob is a 6th grader. Reed Brown in 7th. Everybody else an 8th grader moving up in this field.
Grayson Potter of Flower Mound straight to the lead. Any observer of high school running over the last several years will be familiar with that school in Texas. Some really good runners out of Flower Mound. No surprise to see one of their athletes up front.
Just getting here, welcome everybody. Day 2, New Balance Nationals Outdoor Championships
3, 4,
2026.
5 wide
Your historic
along the backstretch. As Potter carrying the early pacing duties on a jumbled field here.
Definitely saw many meets, records fall. We expect many more today as the conditions are much more favorable, especially for these distance events today.
As we predicted, AJ, much tighter field here. Everybody pretty much together. Couple guys opting to run out lane 3 once again. It's always interesting to see the athletes' instincts, whether they want to be up front by themselves, clean air, or whether they are comfortable being back in that pack. It's oftentimes a learned skill. It may seem obvious to the casual observer, but it's very much a learned skill to get used to running in a pack. Some of these guys used to running by themselves or maybe with a buddy or two, not so used to running in 8th place behind a bunch of other guys. That is a hard skill and something that takes a little bit of time to get used to.
See a little bit of clipping and athletes off balance at the start of the backstretch there. Feel a little disconcerting from a practice setting where you are typically up front or have plenty of room to be in the middle of a cross-country style pack for a while. Now starting to thin out just a bit. Potter led most of the first 2 laps. It's Reed Brown of Oklahoma City. 72 seconds on that last split.
That's a fast name. Wonder if he takes inspiration from Reed Brown from Oregon.
Brown making the splitting here his first 3 laps from a 75 to a 72 and then a 71, and you can see that nice smooth rhythm on the backstretch.
71 on that last lap for Reed Brown. Doing a good job cutting down, doing kind of the opposite of what you usually see in middle school racing. I mentioned earlier you tend to see kind of a fast first lap and then athletes all together gradually slow down, but Reed Brown throwing down the fastest lap outside of a closing lap that we've seen yet in this middle school boys 2-mile heats, and he did it in the 3rd lap with a 71.
Good bounce in his stride right now. Looks composed and executing his race plan very well. Let's see what that last split comes in. And started 75.5 and 72.7, 71.9. That time 69.8 for Brown. Some negative splits here on the first mile.
Yeah, he looks strong. He looks good. He's run 4:29 in the mile, so he just came through there in 4:50 with a bit of a negative split. So no surprise to see him feeling pretty good. He's run 2 flat in the 800 as well, so he has some good speed. And you can kind of see that with that responsiveness off the track. Really bouncy stride that you said. Looks like he's got a lot of power, but looks relaxed. Looks like he feels good, and he's put the chase pack on their heels.
Mile, the middle school mile. Ran 4:26.30. So he's got the wheels to go along.
Certainly has the credentials to inspire confidence that he just will continue to pull away from the field.
And that chase pack isn't running too shabby either. They came through the mile at about 4:54, so a good bit quicker than that previous heat. Remember, fastest time of the day so far was that victory in Heat 2 from Mason Kephart, 9:59. So we are well under sub-10 pace up front from Mr. Brown, and still very much under sub-10 pace for that next chase pack. We really got about 10 guys under that 10-minute barrier pace so far. Obviously still got some laps to run, but looking very promising for any gentlemen that want to break 10 out here at Franklin Field.
going to be a lot of them. Brown continues to look like he will be the guy in this race. It's Reed from Norfolk, Virginia, and Thomas Klein, the two closest competitors. There's a bit of distance to make up should they want to really threaten Brown. 6-second gap as it stands.
Still Reed Brown, looking very strong.
Brown slowed it down a little bit, 72 as saw, and then still pulling away from that chase pack. However, 73 on that last lap. But that chase pack running even slower back at a 75. So while he's slowing down less than the guys behind him, and if you run those numbers, that's how you win a race.
Looks like he is destined for that with less than 800 to go. There's Grayson Potter leading the first 800, but it's been Brown
600 to go.
since then.
Reed Brown.
He hasn't run a lap slower than 75.5. Real impressive in a middle school race. Once an athlete execute negative splits over their first 4 laps, even though that trend is finished, he still is showing an admirable consistency. 72, 73 his last 2 laps. It's coming up on the bell lap. In prime position.
And he's clearly working hard, but at the same time feels like he's got some gas in the tank. Feels like if he had a guy or two up on his shoulder and really needed to push harder, he certainly could. He's an athlete that I'm sure his high school coach is really excited to start working with next year. Seems like he's got a lot of ability, a lot of toughness, and a good bit of racing instinct, and that's why he's got this big lead here in the middle school boys 2 mile.
Personal best of, at least what was entered was 10:22, but he's going to be well under that.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a little bit for the youth athletes to get a 3,200 that kind of matches up with the rest of their times. And entered with a 10:22, but he's run 2 flat and 4:29. That 10:22 just doesn't quite match up with those other 2 races. Right, 2 flat, 4:29, very good results there. But I think he's finally going to walk away here with a 3,200 that reflects his abilities.
Let's see how fast he closes.
Yeah, so often
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer him in.
32 is what is run, but of course here at New Balance, the full 2 miles,
The 7th grader from
and he's going to
Oklahoma.
dominate this 3rd section of the middle school boys 2 mile. From Oklahoma to Pennsylvania, and a 9:38, 58 for Reed Brown. He'll hold the top spots after 3 heats. Thomas Klein sprints in with the 9:46, just edging out Sammy Reed for the runner-up spot. Some good efforts down the front stretch here to finish from the field.
And then Clevenger, Potter, and
Is it really a middle school race, AJ, if you don't see a couple guys in the middle of the pack run 100-meter dash PRs down the final stretch?
Garbo right at 10.
Oh, it's a contractual obligation
That was
in
also Reed Brown,
these
the
heats.
7th grader from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Love to see it. All-out effort there, trying to get every position.
Our new number 1 for the day, but of course.
We had 7 athletes get under 10 minutes there.
Here in the middle school boys.
Camden Clevenger, Grayson Potter, Braden Millar, and the city's Karitzis, all under 10 minutes. And how about that? PBs 1 through 10.
Really just a nod to even pacing there. I mean, we saw Reed Brown up front with a little bit of a negative split, but that chase pack pretty much even split most of the race. See a bunch of laps between 73 and 75. That's a really good rhythm for middle school athletes that often struggle to find a consistent rhythm, but if you can do that effectively, that's a surefire way to run a very good 3,200 meter, or in this case, 2 mile race.
Final heats of the middle school boys 2 mile. Expecting to see some fast times here. Nathan Ebert of Delaware Elite. Everett Braden, LaGrange, Georgia. William Wormus, Delaware Elite. Oliver Miller, Katy, Texas. Lucas Thomas, Cleveland Youth Run Club. Ryan Parenta of Canton, Michigan. Logan Meerschertz, Lake Orion, Michigan. Conrad Schwass of Scottville. Edward White's Upper Valley Velocity. Mateo Diaz, Valor Track Club, Portland. Cody Lamb, Kalamazoo, Michigan. Declan Murphy, Memphis, Tennessee. Drew Franken, Holland, Michigan. Henry Bacon, ISI 2717. Jason McIntyre, Golf United. Liam Thompson, Ben Lippin. And Brantley Blair of HP Distance. Heat 4, fastest heat on the track.
And that last name, Brantley Blair, no surprise to see him up front early. Native of Converse, Indiana, set a meet record to win the middle school mile yesterday, 4:21. So you know he's feeling good coming into the weekend. He ran a 9:19 full 2 mile PR not too long ago. Also the Indiana Middle School 1600 meter champion. So he's already got a pretty lengthy resume for an 8th grade athlete, trying to make it back to back here with victories at Franklin Field this weekend.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun watching that meet record in the mile yesterday for Blair. He's a entertaining athlete to watch. Me and Brian Fetzer were joking on that last lap. He turned around about 8 times just to make sure that he was clear of the field. Nobody was getting closer any of the 8 times he turned around. He's got a lot of talent.
9:19.82 this year.
Also interested to see what Conrad Schwass does, native of Scottville, Michigan. His sister Eliza won the girls' middle school mile last year. And for those of you that have siblings, you know you never want your sibling to have one up on you. So he'd love to take a win here at Franklin Field as well. He's run 2:03 in the 8, 4:32 in the 16. Hasn't run a 3200 that really matches up with his abilities there yet, but could certainly be in the mix if he runs his best race.
It's the Brantley Blair show once again here, as he continues to pull away. 69 seconds on that first 418 meters, remember. And then the last 469 seconds as well. So he is off to the races here, getting strong. Only man in sight.
So AJ, in that last heat, Reed Brown's 9:38 already ducked under last year's winning time of 9:42. But you mentioned earlier, meet record here is 9:11.7 from Will Newberry from Texas. Did that back in 2024. Do you think Brantley Blair's got a shot at that meet record here? He did it in the 16.
Yeah, we're going to see when he comes through the mile in and get an even better idea. But based on his meet record yesterday, we certainly would have the idea that similar intentions today, going 2 for 2 in that regard.
And then Thompson and McIntyre and Braden and Long.
Certainly in a league of his own up front. Didn't spend a second waiting for the other guys in the race. He said, I know exactly what my race plan is. I'm going to go out there and do it. If anybody wants to come and try to run with me, good luck. And he has already opened up a very big lead here. And no surprise to the two of us, of course, having seen that mile yesterday.
It's about 4:32, 4:33 through the mile. He is on pace to break that meet record. Just a couple seconds under. It's a difficult thing to do, solo 2 miles, start to finish. But he has kept the pace thus far through 4+ laps.
AJ, I remember a time when you were a high school athlete and you came pretty close to that 9-minute barrier in the 3200. You could start being pretty confident about going D1 and had a wide range of schools to choose from. And now a couple years later, we're watching middle school athletes do this. I mean, it is impressive how far training has come and how far these athletes have come. And Brantley Blair is a great example of just raising the bar for athletes all over the country.
Blair stretching out that lead.
Yeah, it felt like there was a time you were low 9s in the 32 or 2 mile. Just take your pick of where you're going to school.
We can see some fast times today.
Now it's more of a where are you going to walk on kind of question. 3 laps to go for Blair.
Slowed down a little bit on that lap, 71. Still obviously moving along very well. Those first 4 laps, of course, none of them were above 70, so he is starting to feel it. There's that look over the shoulder. You can almost see the upper body kind of get a little bit crouched as he looked over. He knew he was slowing down, starting to get a sense for where everybody is, but he's going to need every bit of those glasses to see the chase pack behind him because they are not close.
He had about 5 seconds to spare in terms of being under the pace for the meet record, so 3 seconds slower on the
time to beat
that 5th lap.
Set by Reed Brown. Blair well under that.
Overall, he's trying to get under 9:38, as you heard. That certainly doesn't feel like that will be an issue. He's chasing the meet record, not the top spot. .658 with 2 to go.
Yeah, I think on that last lap, just maybe starting to feel a little bit of that fatigue from the mile yesterday. Coming back, 2 races in a weekend. It's commonly done, but it's not necessarily easy, especially for a middle school athlete. It's going to have a little bit more wear and tear. He's still obviously running extremely strong, but you can tell he has slowed up just a little bit. I'm still going to likely win this race by a wide margin, but that meet record is getting a little farther away from him than he might like. But obviously, after the meet record yesterday and the mile, still some really great accomplishments from this young man this weekend.
Yeah, would have needed a 2:13 over his final 800, and he's averaging 2:23 pace over his last 800. So it looks like that meet record slipping perhaps out of grasp, but this is still a dominating performance for Brantley Blair as the crowd urges him on. 400 meters left.
Chase pack well under that 10-minute barrier as well, looking around 9:40, depending on how fast they run the last 500 or so meters here. But they will all be battling it out for second, as Blair has clearly broken away here.
Brantley Blair has just continued to put himself on the national map. We'll have a lot of eyes on him as he gets set to begin his high school career.
Yeah, just to put that in context, AJ, and I know you know this, but for some folks watching this, I mean, this would be making him a high level recruit on the high school level, and he hasn't even started high school yet.
A lot of distance runners spend a lot of time trying to be in the low 9s. Brantley Blair, 9:21 as an 8th grader. He's going to win New Balance Nationals. And not even particularly close. Liam Thompson of Ben Lippen comes in second, 9:37. Jason McIntyre third, 9:40 of Gulf United. Brantley Blair highlighting the middle school 2 mile. It was his race start to finish.
Yeah, really strong run
And Mearshot, 9.
from him. Would be curious what he could do, A, with a little bit of competition, and B, maybe on fresher legs. Seemed like that last mile just caught a little fatigue after running 4:21 yesterday, but that is a very, very productive weekend for Mr. Blair. It's clearly shown that he is the top middle school distance runner in the country, putting his stamp on New Balance Nationals this weekend.
What a start here.
So Brantley Blair picking up another win to go along with his record yesterday. 16 seconds ahead of his closest competitor here at historic Franklin Field. New Balance Nationals boys 2 mile, the middle school section. Pleasure to have you with us today in Philly. AJ Ricketts alongside Hayden Cox. Day 2 of action here on this cloudy Friday morning. New Balance Nationals outdoor. A lot of 2 miles here this morning. So we move to the middle school girls section. First of 5 heats for the girls' middle schoolers. We take a look at the competitors in this first section. Stella Carrera of Hudson, Massachusetts. Vivian Gonzalez, Fort Worth, Texas. Allison Clearly, Prospect Park Youth Running. Mira Doshi of Menlo Park, California. Rachel Friedman, Downington, PA. Reagan Balint, New Fairfield, Connecticut. Charlotte Kellett, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. Nora Francis of Lake Placid Track. Riley Guadrin, Tonoa, New York. Janelle Jones, House of Champions. Savannah Whitney, Clymer, New York. Annabelle Noel, Plano, Texas. Brazy McKinnon, Without Limits Triangle. Maria Semperi, Royal Oak, Michigan. Mackenzie Long, Fit 180 Athletics. Megan Dugelder, New York. Madeline Stabe of Middletown, and Gianna Costello of Cal Harbor.
All right. At this time, let's send it down to Carson. He's with our champion, our 2-time champion.
So we're going to send it down trackside. Brantley Blair, your 2-mile champion.
Right. We are here with Brantley Blair from Indiana, mile champion yesterday, 2-mile champion today. Brantley, congratulations. How do you feel?
I feel really good. I'm happy with it. I think with racing somebody, I could have ran a little bit faster, but I'm really happy with it.
Either way, you took it out in 4:34 for that opening mile. That is pure guts right there. And your weekend isn't even done. What else have you got on the agenda?
I got the 800 tomorrow. I think it's about the same time, maybe a little bit earlier.
So what would it mean to you in comparison to this double that you've already achieved to become a potential triple New Balance champion?
I'd be really happy with that. I'd be focused on coming back next year and trying to do it again.
Either way, you've already completed a successful 10-plus hour drive, I heard, from Converse, Indiana. Congratulations on a trip well earned. Brantley Blair, everybody, make some noise.
Oh, hey,
What do you got to do? Brantley Blair, everybody.
Some extra thoughts there from Brantley Blair, who has earned some extra time on the mic. You can tell the joy that he's having this week, the joy of being out of the car, number one, after the 10 hours from Indiana. Number two, really putting on a show at one of the highest levels of high school and middle school track and field.
AJ, something tells me that will not be his last time on a mic. Some really good races this weekend. He'll keep practicing those interview skills, I'm sure.
So yeah, something tells me we have not heard the last of Brantley Blair, who very much is in contention for the triple. here on the track. Breeze, McKinnon without limits, Triangle, and Janelle Jones of House of Champions. 1-2 to start things off. Good to see Without Limits continuing to do well. I remember spending some time in North Carolina in Wilmington. Spent a lot of time around Without Limits, Port City. And if you got one of the top youth development programs in the Tar Heel State. And some nice camps in the Asheville area every summer as well. So no surprise to see their Triangle, of course, which refers to Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill in North Carolina, their Triangle unit doing well. Right now, Breezy McKinnon down in front.
AJ, I noticed you only said 2 there. Big topic of debate for someone who's lived in the Triangle. What's the third town of the Triangle there?
Wait, I thought I said Raleigh and then Durham.
Oh, you added Chapel Hill in
Chapel
there?
Hill.
I heard Raleigh, Durham.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Raleigh. I was like, did I miss something? I was like, the Greensboro's not part of it. I was like,
it depends who you ask. You'd be amazed what answers you get there. But what's absolutely, without a doubt, true is some really, really good running in that Triangle area. Obviously, some great universities, and that leads to some pretty strong youth development. Without Limits, obviously, being one of the standard bearers in that area. Some great post-collegiate running as well. That Puma Professional Group going there a couple years ago and really doing a great job showing that you don't need high altitude and mountains to be really strong on a national and international level. It's good to see, as a Southeasterner myself, glad to see some professional groups having some success in the Southeast.
Much more objective at this stage of life, but it's funny that you thought I left Chapel Thrill off that list, because I did grow up a significant Duke fan, so that might have made sense if I did. But with time, you spend more time on Franklin Street, you realize Chapel Hill is a very worthy place.
Really great area, really great place to go to school, and really great place to run. So no surprise to see Breezy McKinnon, a native of that Triangle area, in the front of a national level meet here alongside Janelle Jones, House of Champions, starting to mix it up, the 7th grader.
I think of running in Chapel Hill and UNC, Parker Wolf obviously comes to mind, and the distance runners that UNC have produced through the years. Obviously, NC State's women's team has been a dynasty at the collegiate level in Raleigh. They have gotten things done at a high level. Janelle Jones, House of Champions, now into the lead. 89 seconds on that last lap.
Jones and McKinnon.
First of 5 heats of this middle school 2-mile.
Seeing a little bit more of classic 2-mile racing here from middle school athletes. Quick first lap. Breezy and Janelle came through in 78 seconds for that first lap. Breezy was doing the leading. She's in that pink top, but Jones came around her around the 1,500 meter mark just before, and has now opened up the lead you see there.
It felt like McKinnon was working her way back. Now Jones has added some distance with less than 3 laps to go. Janelle Jones, 7th grader with House of Champions, the middle school 2-mile record set 2 years ago. Caitlin Estep, Without Limits, 10:43.
I think that time could very well be under threat here today, AJ. We've seen a 10:22 is the top mark in the U.S. so far this year. Brianna Riley of Harrisburg, South Dakota ran that earlier this season. Got a handful of girls in this heat 5, or in the heat 5, obviously this being heat number 1. They ran sub 5 in the mile. A couple low 10s in the 3200. Excited to see them all come together here. The New Balance National Outdoor Meet. My hunch is we'll see a little bit of a closer race than we saw in the boys 2 mile, but time will tell.
Feels like a time trial now for Jones, who was in a 2-person race for much of the first mile and now has been operating solo for much of the second half of this race.
Well, AJ, we talked about a busy weekend with Brantley Blair in that previous heat, but Janelle Jones has her own busy weekend. She's run 2:21 in the 800, 5:11 in the 1 mile so far this weekend.
She's led the last 4 laps and has really extended her lead.
And is pulling away here. Looking strong.
Busy weekends for a lot of these athletes who are competing in plenty of events over the course of 4 days. Certainly beats a typical middle or high school schedule. There's plenty of doubling or tripling in these one-day meets. Maybe at a dual meet or a tri-meet. You're a distance runner. You're in the 4x8s, in the mile, in the 2 mile. So at least here at New Balance, spread that out over a couple days.
What's the busiest track weekend you've ever had, AJ?
Probably that distance triple, right, on the same day. You start with the 4x8s, and the mile in the middle of the race, and then the 2 mile to finish. Thankfully was never asked to double in the 4x4 or add the 4x4 after the 2 mile, which is a diabolical request from any coach.
And yet it gets made every weekend, right?
Yeah. I have seen it asked, and I have seen the look of terror on any 2-miler's face when they're asked to follow that up with a 4x4 leg. Janelle Jones, House of Champions, dominant performance here in Section 1.
And she will set the standard for the girls 2 mile this morning at 11:29. Broke away at about 1,500 meters right before taking that turn for the 2nd mile. And that gap just kept getting bigger and bigger for young Miss Jones. Ends up winning the race by 11 seconds.
Jones with that time to beat on the morning.
Vivian Gonzalez follows in 2nd. Fort Worth, 11:40. Savannah Whitney in 3rd, 11:41.
But of course, we got 4 heats to go here in our middle school girls 2 mile.
I'll tell you what, though, Hayden, no matter how difficult the assignment may be from coach on a meet day, prefer that to practice. Tell you what, I'd rather be tripling than being prescribed difficult intervals, no doubt.
Yeah, some coaches have a knack for making practice 10 times harder than race day. But that can be a positive. When you get late in a race, you know you're capable of anything because you've done it in practice.
No doubt about that as we move forward to heat 2 of 5. Middle school 2 mile. Adding those 18 meters to start off to get the full 2. Let's go through the rundown of our athletes here. Catherine Cope of VO2 Max Track Club. Alice Williams, Princeton, Texas. Caitlin Bradica, Episcopal Academy. Nora Bading, Zion Hill Run Club. Julia Ryan of Spartan Run Company. Jordan Minchoff, Beekman Town Central. Katie Craw, Cambridge Youth Track. Selena Ramboer, Hudson, New Hampshire. Jasmine DeSimone, Bullseye Running. Maya Churchman of Arkport, New York. Caitlin Trombator, Seven Locks Run Club. Scarlett Burrows, Pittsburgh, New York. Bryn Waters, Cleveland Youth Run Club. Grayson Weber of Cougars. Addison Alvey, Bluegrass Flash Academy. Got a couple 7th graders in here in Waters. Trombator, Minchoff, and a 6th grader in Grayson Weber as well.
VO2 Max GC.
Of course, that time to beat from Miss Jones, 11:29, similar to the boys. We are seated slow to fast here, so do expect those winning times at the very least to get a little bit faster with every race as we move forward in heats.
That's Caitlin Trombator and Julia Ryan.
Caitlin Trombator, Julia Ryan up front.
Trombator, the 7th pair with the 7 locks, RC.
Pack starting to spread out just a bit more single file after the front 5.
Left to go for Trombator.
2 laps in, 2:42 for Trombator at 818 meters.
Trombator, Ryan, and Waters.
Section 2 of 5, middle school,
And that's Caitlin Bradica,
girls 2 mile.
who's worked away from 5th or 6th and moved right up onto Trombator's shoulder.
Front leaders went out at about 78, excuse me, 76, 77 the first 400, 82, 84 since that first lap. Caitlin Bradica on the left side there. Trombator on the rail. Julie Ryan of Spartan Run Company sitting behind the pair. Bradica from Mississippi, Episcopal Academy.
In the back the Troubadour and Bryn Waters. Those are your top 4.
Well, the lead pack is thinned to 4. Troubadour has led much of this race. Now Bradica out in front.
Yeah, I like the way she's run this race. You see a lot of middle school athletes that feel like if they need to win the race, if they want to win the race, they have to go to the front immediately, right? And of course, over a 3,200 meter race, you got plenty of time to get up there, so no reason to sprint those first 50 meters, and you can patiently move your way up. And she started back in 9th place and just has kind of slowly moved up, running mostly even split. She slowed down a little bit, but you know, as we said in some of the middle school boys races, if you slow down less than everybody else, that's basically the equivalent of speeding up. So has done that to get her way to the front of this race. And look at strong and comfortable out in front, while really only one other athlete going right with her. Chase athlete's not that far behind, but Troubadour really the only athlete that's dared to go right with Bradica.
They're about 5:32 at the mile mark. So on pace for just a little bit over 11 minutes here. Second section. Middle school girls 2 mile. Have the freshmen boys and girls 2 mile to follow. Decathlon and heptathlon action continuing. Decathlon finishing up the discus, where Darren Couch currently at the top of the row. Just over 38 meters. Going the heptathlon, Ella Mikuletic is the current leader with 3 events to go. 3,300 points. And Troubadour back into the lead here. 87 seconds that last lap.
Troubadour, Bradica, and Waters.
2 Caitlin's up front. Fast name. American distance running. Caitlin Tui comes to mind, of course.
Of course, a number of national championships at North Carolina State.
Of course, one of the best high school runners in recent memory as well, before she went on to that career at NC State. Troubadour's run 5:18 for the mile and 10:46 for 3,000 meters. Of course, about 200 meters short of the full mile distance, or 2 mile distance. If my research is right, this is her first attempt at the 2 mile, but she's got a handful of 3Ks under her belt, so won't notice much of a difference. It'll just be a little bit of a slower time, of course, accounting for that extra 200 and so meters.
And a tight pack of 3 at that. Troubadour, Bradica, and Waters.
Bryn Waters has worked all the way back up. Cleveland Youth Running Club athlete. So Troubadour, Bradica, and Waters in a race of their own at the front of the field. There goes Waters around. First time she has led today. 500 meters to go.
Yeah, and another case of not so much speeding up, just not slowing down, right? Those top 2 ladies slowed down about 2 seconds over that last lap, which gave Waters the opportunity to get back to them. And once you get back to them and kind of smell that lead, it's amazing the amount of new energy it'll give you especially when you hear that bell.
Waters going for it here. Travator in second. Always admire a well-executed move, and Waters has bided her time. Made the pass with 500 to go and is not looking back here.
She's on pace for a pretty big breakthrough here. I've got her with an 11:42 3200, but we are well under that.
This is trending more towards 11:20s. No, Waters is the fastest pace she's seen all race. Gained nearly 3 seconds on that last lap and just continued into the bell lap. Bryn Waters, Cleveland, representing Ohio. 11:18.83 from Bryn Waters.
Interesting race there. Middle school races, you generally don't see someone come from kind of out of the picture to the front in the late stages of the race. Wasn't necessarily that far back, was never farther back than 4th place, but was as many as 8 seconds off that lead group. It managed to keep bringing it back. Ran 80 seconds on that last lap to put herself in first place. Good negative splits there over the last 800 meters, going 85-80 to get the win. And look at that host PBs. That's what this meet is all about, bringing talented athletes from around the country together and allowing them to race against each other, get the most out of themselves, and cap off the season with a great race. So congrats to all those ladies taking home PRs.
We'll try and keep you updated on the multis again. Again, that heptathlon long jump starts at 10 o'clock, so just about 5 minutes.
Here we go with section number 3 of the girls 2 mile. We'll have Salma Yahi, Voorheesville, New York. Abby Buckby of Hempfield Middle School. Aya Edie of Singapore. Lila Diaz of Billerica Track Club. And Pris Diol of Fairfax. Claire Sullivan of Emerging Elites. Leary Jepson of Westerville, Ohio. Zoe Burns of NVA Track. Laura Williams of Seven Locks. Tess Posen of Walton Track. Ophelia Lindstrom of Seven Locks. Wonder if she's a Taylor Swift fan. Abigail Wong of Lane 4 Track Club. Bria Hanville of Studley Stingers Run Club. Hazel Butterworth, Carville Middle. And Amelia Cluley of that Without Limits Triangle group that we've talked about a good number of times. They still hold the meet record from 2024 in this event. Caitlin Estes, their athlete, ran 10:43. My hunch is that record will not last for much longer. Probably only 30 minutes or so left to it, if not a little bit quicker than that. And so Ophelia Lindstrom's fate to lead us through the first 400 of this girls 2 mile. 79 seconds, our fastest first lap by a couple tenths there. Already starting to split a 6-girl lead group here.
The seventh grader from Carver, Mass.
Lindstrom, the native of Bethesda, Maryland. She's run 249 for 800, 558 for 15. Got a handful of shifts in that lead pack. Some good rotation. Tess Posen is going to be the athlete that takes lap number 2 through. That's 82 seconds on that last lap. Still everybody very much in this race, but starting to string out just a little bit as we get towards the 1 kilometer mark of this race.
Yeah, about 76-ish for that first lap, and the 6-second drop off from 1 to 2. And Posen from Waltham. There's the slightest bit of distance here in front of the nearest competitors.
Now Lindstrom has moved into second.
As the temps start to warm just a bit here in Philadelphia. 74 degrees. Well, thankfully, it looks like very little chance of rain today. Through much of yesterday without it impacting it. Certainly looked like it was going to be in the cards when the day began. There were some light showers. Ultimately, nothing too detrimental over the course of day 1.
Starting to warm up just a little bit here, as you said. We're at about 75 degrees. But when we're talking June in Philadelphia, man, we will take 75 degrees. We got a high today of 82, but you flip those coins enough times, we'll get a high of 90-something in June in Philly. So we'll certainly take the weather here today.
Yeah, no problem with that, especially 10, 11 a.m. These 2 miles, it could be a lot worse at this juncture. Take mid-70s. That is probably as good as it can be. Another 82 on that last lap.
Posen now back into the lead.
Really fun 5,000s to finish off day 1 yesterday. On the girls' side, Avery Lowen setting a meet record 16:14, well ahead of second place competitor, and then Jackson Spencer doing what he does. 14:08 meet record. First Jackson Spencer as well. To 85 for that last lap.
She's well on PR pace. Miss Posen of Waltham Track. Best time I've seen from her, 11:30 in the 2 miles. She's also run 10:47. Over 3,000. We're running right on about 11-minute pace as we speak. Even if we slow up a little bit, should be well under that 11:30 mark.
Much like the first heat, or the most recent heat, I should say. Became a 3-person race. Posen, Bernie, Ziti. Are the 3 here.
Just getting started here at 10 o'clock. Keep checking in with the infield to get some updates there.
Ziti going wide now.
bit of confusion there. And the girls up front. I like the patience, though. You try to come out to the outside, move gets foiled a little bit. You just tuck right back in. Still plenty of time in this race. If you get into that last lap with a good bit of energy, any one of these girls could take home the victory. But staying patient at this point in the race, when everything is starting to feel hard, that finish line still feels pretty far away, is such a challenge, something they'll have to continue developing as they make the jump to high school. But 3 ladies still very much in position to win this race.
You can ask for a competitive race. For how fun it is to come to here to New Balance and dominate a race and be solo and have that limelight on you. I think a lot of those runners would also prefer to have someone else, 2 or 3 runners to really work with, push themselves to potentially faster time. You heard Blair say that as well. Maybe could have gone a little faster if I had somebody with me. And these 3 athletes certainly getting that version of the race themselves, Posen, Bernice, and Edie. All of them probably have enough miles solo in practice. Yeah, Hayden.
I was going to say, you've seen a lot of distance races. I want to put you on the spot here. Who do you think is the favorite here with 3 athletes in this race nearing the closing stages?
Well, right as you say that, it looked like Edie went around and try to make the move. I mean, they all look to have still a little bit left in the tank here. Coming up on 500 left. I'll tell you what, Edie went for it. And now eventually reeled back in. That can be a little disconcerting, deflating. And then you just kind of even see her go wide off the rail.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, this is going to be exciting.
Well, that was Edie, excuse me, in the pink. This is a great race here with a lap to go.
At the bell.
This is by far the most competitive 2-mile we've seen so far this morning. 3 athletes all together with 400 meters to go. Posen did a lot of the leading early. Edie tried to make a bid there. Bernice trying to get involved as well. Really exciting with really 5 meters separating all 3 of these girls with 300 meters to go.
You remarked about it earlier in the day. Just the middle school running is so fascinating to watch, the amount of moves that are made. Oftentimes you think someone's made their one move, but they've got a second win. Bernice, who at this point of the track on the last lap tried to go, got reeled in, now is going again. This time much more decisive.
It's going to be close.
Now Posen is trying to chase her down.
Look at the mask girl, Tess Posen.
Here comes Posen.
100 to go.
Of Waltham.
Edie and Posen.
Look at a slingshot on the outside. And now the response. What a finish here. Section 3 down to the wire. Out to lane 3. And Posen is going to get her at the line. 11:01
wow,
40
AJ,
for Tess Posen. what a about 5 moves on the last 2 laps, Hayden.
And 0.2 of a second separating Posen and Bernice over the course of a 2-mile race. That's some really awesome competition there. Just love to see the heart and the guts from all of these young ladies. You'll never see that in a professional race. I mean, that was punch, counter punch again. I mean, we just saw about 6 moves there in the last 600 meters, fighting it all the way down to the tape. What a great race from those young ladies.
11:01. And on our compiled results, they're now 1 and 2.
I mean, Bernice went with 600 left.
But of course, we can still have
Got 5 meters, got caught, got passed, and then got 10 meters, got caught, and she made a pass. And then there was one more for good measure, and Tess Posen with the PB winds up with the section victory. That's probably the best finish we've seen today.
No doubt about it. And glad to see all three of those ladies in the top three and all the way down through 6 rewarded with personal best for their trip here to Philadelphia. Really good racing. A lot of good lessons there in that race. Coming away with some progress and capping off a great season in the 2 mile for all those ladies, although I'm sure we'll see several of them back for some relays later this weekend.
Section 4 now. Middle school girls 2 mile. 16 athletes here. Inslee Dyer, Spartanburg, Mississippi. Jacqueline Loney, Michigan. Emma Pham, Seven Locks Run Club. Delia Schmidt, NBA Track. Sophia Aquaviva, New Jersey. Emery Knobloch, HP Distance. Olivia Chu, Garden State Track Club. Juliet Siapin, Speedtacular Track Club. Sloan Cooper of HP Distance. Claire Donovan, Cherry Hill Village, Colorado. Leah Nowakowski, Francoma, New York. Emery Sutton, Collegeville, PA. Evelyn Goosen, Michigan. Callie Ding, Valentine Pack. Brooke Nelson, Upper Valley Velocity, and Brina Westerman of Murraysville, PA.
So AJ, that last race, 11:01, the winning time. Meet record coming into the weekend, 10:43. How much longer you think that meet record survives?
That's pretty close to the meet record for a Section 3 of 5. I mean, 18 seconds off. There's still 2 heats to go. You heard our PA announcer say, I feel that record is in jeopardy. You would think so. That's pretty close for a Section 3 of 5.
That's Leah Nowakowski now trying to bridge that gap already and slide her way up in the top 4.
Got to shout out Inslee Dyer here, running in 12th place out of Spartanburg Track Club, about 15 minutes away from me. Don't see a whole lot of runners in this area traveling to big meets like New Balance Outdoors. But also not too far from the hometown of Logan Jolly, standout athlete from Clemson in Arkansas, now running professionally for ASICS. So perhaps a role model for young Miss Dyer here as she competes on Franklin Field.
It is neat, the dynamic every year of how far these athletes will come just to be a part of this. It's all well earned. A chance to showcase the talent and represent their state, their region, their town. And the first of many national meets to come for so many of these athletes.
That's Emma Pham.
Yeah, about a 10-hour drive it was from South Carolina up to Philadelphia, although athletes have certainly traveled farther than that. We've seen athletes all the way from California and Wyoming making the trip to get the opportunity to run here at Franklin Field. I'm really glad New Balance Nationals, which is the longest running shoe sponsor outdoor meet, using that history to their advantage, putting their national meet in such a historic venue here, giving these athletes some great opportunities to win some races at this awesome, awesome stadium.
I thought I saw Singapore listed yesterday on one of the entries too, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw her in the last race, that 3,200. What I'm not sure of is whether that's Singapore the country or Singapore, like, some high school. We've got a Paris high school in Texas, I've seen some similar names, so you never know.
Emma Pham leading the way here in this fourth section. 80 seconds on that last lap. It's Emma Pham, Claire Donovan, and Adelia Schmidt. 1, 2, 3 right now. And you've coached a lot of athletes throughout your career. When you evaluate, kind of look at it from the perspective we're seeing right now, these middle school distance athletes, what do you think the most important aspects are as a coach to kind of set the base, get things started for these young runners, not overload them? Just what's important when training, coaching, trying to get the best out of a middle school distance athlete, and what is really the start to their careers?
Great question, AJ. It comes down to one very, very important word: fun. These kids aren't having fun, they're going to stop running. I think I've seen a lot of really talented middle school and freshman and sophomore athletes who had really bright futures in the sport, but for whatever reason it wasn't fun. Either a coach pushed them too hard or the expectations were just too much from a parent or somebody else. But the athletes that have fun and make really sustainable careers, even if they're not the best athlete in their school, best athlete in their county, the longer you compete at this sport, generally the better you get. So if you can stay sustainable and be patient, that goes to the coaches and the parents as much as anybody, and let the athletes choose what's fun for them and the opportunities that they really enjoy. I think there's going to be two subsets of athletes here at New Balance this weekend. Some of the athletes are begging mom and dad, take me to Philly. I want to run at New Balance Nationals. I want the backpack. Those athletes are going to be in a really great spot. There's some athletes out here that, coach or mom and dad said, oh, we're taking a trip out here. I want you to race. If that athlete is dreading it, if they're not looking forward to it, doesn't matter how talented they are, it's going to be tough to find success in the sport. So, we could talk about training, we could talk about, drills or anything that goes into becoming a faster athlete, but it's got to start from a place of joy, especially at this age.
Yeah, really well said. It's you ideally have that intrinsic motivation kind of put in there at a young age, and okay to have a little extrinsic too, like the backpack that you mentioned, and that is some big time merch to have. I was joking with Coach Fetzer yesterday. You'd be hard pressed to walk around any P4 or D1 school of athletes without seeing a New Balance backpack on a lot of those with a lot of those kids. That's some big time merch right here.
It's amazing how long those things go. I've been at professional meets where athletes are still carrying around their New Balance backpack. There's usually some good memories associated with too. Especially, I love the relays. Especially, that's my kind of favorite event for middle school, high school athletes. You kind of take the individual result out of it. You focus on the team and doing something hard, but a good challenge with your friends. I think that's a really cool thing that. Not to get too philosophical, but our world is starting to lose a little bit. Teenagers doing something that's a big challenge and doing it with people. And relays are a really good opportunity for that. And you get some memories there and some friendships that can last ages. I've seen high school relay teammates in each other's weddings 5 to 10 years later, and that's just a really cool thing that transcends the sport.
Hayden, I just had to retire the collegiate athlete backpack last year after 10 years of admirable service, but I suppose when you enter your 30s, it's time anyway. We're going to send that back to the closet.
I'm surprised it lasted that long, although I will freely admit that I still am wearing plenty of the free clothes I got in college.
Yeah.
If it's free and it doesn't have holes in it,
or
as long as the holes aren't too visible, I can still wear it around, relive the glory days as I go jog 20 minutes.
We're on the same wavelength there. Love that. Emma Pham has taken control of this race. Clicking off 82s, 83s right now.
Let's keep an eye on the clock here, guys. Again, that record 10:03.
You hear in the background of the meet record of the times. 9:30 with a lap to go for Emma Pham, who puts together another 83 on that last lap. In the middle, the record 10:43. So this could go down with the 73. That'd be difficult. She's been running 82. But in the ballpark here.
Put the hands together. $200 to go. Emma Pham.
We need about a 36. She glances up at the board.
This is Emery Knobloch. And Kaylee Ding.
It's still, even if she doesn't get it, still impressive in the fourth section, not even the fifth. So really threading it. It's going to be just over by a couple seconds.
Come on, bring her in.
Emma Pham of Seven Locks Run Club. Very impressive effort here. Emma Pham takes the win. 10:49, just 6 seconds off that record in the fourth section. As Emery Knobloch follows up in 10:55. Brooke Nelson, third in 11:03.
Really good running. Emma Pham runs for the Bullish School. Of course, has some pretty significant history at this meet, to say the least. And best news is you're in heat 4. There's a heat after you. You missed the meet record by just a little bit, but she's a 7th grader. Odds are we'll see her again next year, even faster, even stronger. But that was some really tough racing there, some good negative splits the last couple laps, and doing most of that race solo, a very challenging thing to do in a 2-mile race, especially at that age. Bright future for the young lady.
Yeah, 3 of the top 5 in that race, 7th graders, including Pham, as mentioned. And from 82.5 to 78.4 in the last 2 laps. So it sets the stage for a fun finish to the middle school girls 2-mile. You're coming up in heat 5. You take a look at the final results of section 4. Pham, Knobloch, Nelson, 1, 2, 3. All of your top 5 with PBs there. And the field just finishing up. Almost set for heat 5. Jacqueline Loney makes her way in.
AJ, if I'm Caitlin Estep, the meet record holder from Without Limits back in 2024, I'm setting my watch for about 10 minutes and 40 seconds once this race goes off, because that's about how long her meet record is going to last. I think we've got a really nice field assembled here for this heat number 5, and excited to see yet another record go down here at Franklin Field on this great weekend.
Brianna Riley certainly headlining this middle school 2-mile. Molly Bacco comes in as the 10:40 seed.
And our time to beat, 10:49.
We're on record watch.
By Emma Pham. I'll get you the competitors here in our final heat after the guns move off.
Here we go, heat 5. They are out of the gates quick. start lists. Ileana Fountain, the Bravehearts, a 6th grader. Samantha Williams, also a 6th grader, Altius Track and Field. Kristen Chen, Pacific Freelancers, 6th grader. Brooklyn Thomason, Kentwood Track Club. Lucy Moschek of Cleveland Youth Run Club. Abigail Caputo, Minnesink Valley. Liz Brazil, Cedar Park, Texas. Leah Fay, Lake Placid. Haley Fernandez, Arlington, Texas. Kiyomi Fuertes, Quick Track Club. Sterling Howard, HP Distance. Bailey Pipes, Houston Youth Track. Madden Schmidt, NBA Track. Clara Grind, Hillsborough Central Valley. Miriam Wahid, VO2 Max. Molly Mako, Zephyrs Track. And Brianna Riley, as mentioned, from South Dakota. Harrisburg, top seed. 10:26 entry.
Yeah, 2 athletes I've got my eye on in this race. Brianna Riley, you mentioned, New Balance Nationals Indoor Middle School Mile Champion. She won yesterday's fast heat, but was 0.05 seconds off of that overall fastest time. You don't see that too frequently, so my guess is she's feeling a little bit denied from a race she felt like she won, but ended up coming away in 2nd overall just due to the heat setup here. She's certainly going to want to turn that silver into gold here in heat number 5. Also got our eyes on Molly Mako, really talented athlete, not just as a distance runner, but across the board. She made state in the high jump on top of being the state champion in the 800 and 1600. She was high jump champion, by the way. Didn't just make state. I should clarify that. She ran 4:52 2 weeks ago in the mile. Got her best race yesterday, about 8 seconds off that, ran 5 flat, but excited to see what she can do after a good night's sleep and a new day here at Franklin Field.
Riley, the 8th grader from South Dakota, now moves into the lead.
AJ, you ever heard of an athlete win the
Yep.
800, the 16, and the high jump at state? Ever heard that combo before? I don't think I have.
It's usually not the triple that that happens. I would venture there's very few of those through the years. That last lap for Riley. 2:28, 2:29 for 800 meters.
You know, if memory serves, I think Chrissy Gear, who's got a U.S. title in both the road mile and the steeplechase, started her career as a pole vaulter. There's a little bit of background there, but I don't think she was a state champion in the pole vault. I think that's a little bit different ability level we're talking, rather than what we've seen from Miss Mako.
You tend to at least be a little more familiar with that, right? The whole notion of distance runners, they always kind of want to try the pole vault at some point in their middle or high school career, and then inevitably the lack of athleticism shows. And I'm speaking from personal experience, and you just focus on the distance and instead of fooling around with the pole vault. But the high jump or any of the jumps, that's typically not the field event that distance runners are making their money on. Riley starting to put her stamp on this now. Dropped it from 78 to 75.7 that last lap.
Yeah, running with a little bit of a chip on her shoulder. Getting 2nd place yesterday. She's unfortunately used to 2nd place. Finished 2nd in her state meet in the 800, the 1600, and the 3200. You know, she's itching for a national title, and it's here for the taking. Mako sitting in that 2nd position. You can't count her out of this race, especially with a lot of running left in it.
There was a decent gap in the seat times between Riley and the rest of the field. She is the clear favorite on paper, and that has come to fruition through a mile of this race. Again, 10.
And she is
Go ahead.
well under meet record pace, 10:43, of course. And she's coming through the mile in 5:05. Also got to keep an eye on the U.S. #1 that she set earlier this season, 10:22, and dare we say the middle school national record might be in play here, 10:12, run by Sofia Rodriguez in 2023. On pace for it now, but as you and I both know, AJ, that second mile and a 2 mile is a lot harder than the first one.
A lot of things in play. Great start. 5:05 through the mile.
Brianna Riley. She'll have 3 to go.
Getting a little tougher here.
Again, that record,
Let's see what this most recent split is. It's gone from 75.7 to 77.6.
And there's a move back in second place. Mako giving up second position to Haley Fernandez of Arlington. Claire Grind of Hillsborough also in that chase pack. Riley's run a pretty even race so far. That first lap was a little quick, 74, but we expect that. Rest of the race, she's been between about 75 and 78. Still looking very, very strong. We'll, of course, have to wait to see what the split is on this lap. This tends to be the real difference maker. You're 3 laps out. It's far enough that everything feels hard, but you're still not that close to the finish line yet. The last 2 laps tend to be a little bit quicker, especially on the female side of the sport as they start sensing that finish line and start picking things up evenly. The boys tend to wait till the last minute to kick. Girls tend to be a little wiser, a little better racers, especially at this age. Accelerating earlier, but that was a 79. Young Miss Riley here, so still very much in contention for a very fast time here. She knows she can do it with that 10:22 earlier this season. See how she can handle running alone on the last 800.
Yeah, 5:14 pace through the first 800 of this second mile. So that put her around 10:19 behind Rodriguez, but still certainly smashing what the meet record stands at.
the 8th grader from South Dakota.
That chase pack has turned into some good racing.
500 to go.
Yeah, would also be a personal best. Chase Pack, good battle for second here.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen. She's got 500 to go.
That chase pack is also under the meet record of 10:43, so we might see a handful of girls go under Caitlin Estep's 2024 meet record.
Let's see where she at for time at the bell. There she is at the bell.
1 to go for Brianna Riley, 9:04. The meet record's about to be smashed. The question is, how fast can she finish this race when 80 seconds on that last trip around?
She's on about a 10:20, 10:25 pace, but let's see how much she has left.
Looking like she's going to run pretty close to her own U.S. #1, 10:22. But you see the gap back to that chase pack. It is her race with 200 meters to go.
Still that chase pack. Grind, Fernandez, and Mako. But it's Riley.
Shining on the biggest stage. You knew coming in she would be the one to watch. She would be the one to beat. There's been no letdown today. And the South Dakota star shining at Franklin Field. The crowd acknowledging the effort in her season. One of the best in the United States. A strong close to cap her national title. 10:21, meet record, personal best for Brianna Riley.
Well, AJ, we predicted it. No surprise, of course. She already had the #1 time in the U.S. coming in, so it didn't take a crystal ball to see this meet record coming from Brianna Riley. New middle school 2-mile meet record, and a handful of other ladies under that time as well. We have 5 athletes actually under the former meet record. So Caitlin Estep will have her name crossed off. Or now Brianna Riley moves to the top of meet history here for the middle school girls 2-mile at New Balance Nationals. 10:21.
That was kept by Caitlin Estep 2 years ago. Look at all the PBs.
A lot of the other athletes here giving her flowers, recognizing the effort and the accomplishment. 76 on that final lap for Riley. That will be a valuable and cherished souvenir for a number of years for Riley. Always love when you're able to bring the tape home.
Well, you'll have to tell me how that feels, AJ. Not a feeling I've ever experienced.
I've only the local road race tape for me, where there are very few competitors.
Thanks everybody for joining us here.
Certainly not New Balance. We'll talk with Brianna here in just a moment as the freshman boys get set for the first of 3 heats. All right, the early jostling underway. It's heat 1 on the track. Freshman boys 2-mile. Paxlin Bixler, Augie Cummings, Abram Fettig, Kavish Bhuttai Raja, Cyril Gurgis, Jordan Gillenow, Nico LeBron, Edward Madison, Jack Magnuson, Avery Rand, Ashvin Avani, Emmett Vandegrift, Maxwell Kinzer, Connor Reitmeyer, Gatik Herwani, Luke Trimble, Ethan Palmberg, Kenneth Kristovic, and Thomas Moran. 18 runners here in this first section for the freshman boys.
Not dissimilar from middle school boys race. We've got a handful of athletes working out to lane 3. Patience, not an attribute commonly assigned to freshman boys, as they're all trying to jockey for their preferred position in this 2-mile.
Truer words were never spoken. I think I saw some lane 4 action there as well. They're by the cones there going into the turn.
I can't imagine whoever set those cones were anticipating boys in a 2-mile getting that wide early on, trying to get wherever it is they want to go. Everybody comes through at about 73, 74. No harm in running a split second or 2 slower to be farther back in that pack, as long as you're feeling good, feeling relaxed. But, of course, easier said than done when you feel like you want clean air up front.
Cummings still leading this large pack.
So making their way to the 800-meter mark in this first section of the freshman boys 2-mile. Brianna Riley setting a meet record to finish off the middle school girls 2-mile. We're down on the track side with her.
This is Brianna Riley from South Dakota. She was 5/100ths away from a national title in the mile yesterday, but she is your 2-mile middle school champion with a meet record of 10:21. How motivated were you to get this national title today after yesterday's fortunes?
I just wanted to come out and do my best, and I just always try to, and I'm just glad that I got to come out here and that I'm able to run, and this meet is so fun, and it's so fun to have so much amazing competition to run against.
And how do you feel about your seasonal best performance, your meet record of 10 minutes, 21 seconds?
My goal today was to come out and, get a season's best or a PR, so I got the season best, so yeah.
You got that, and you backed up that national title that you won indoors. Any more big thoughts that you'd like to leave us with before we send you into your next and final event, the 800?
Thank you for putting on this meet. It's so much fun, and yeah, I'm just so glad that I got to honor God and run out here and do my best.
All glory. Thank you so much. Brianna Riley, everybody, your middle school 2-mile champion, a 20-plus second meet record. Give it up for her.
Well, thanks, Bree. Just kind of ho-hum, business-like performance. I had a good time out there. Love her demeanor, right? Just not overwhelmed by the moment. Just grateful, thankful to be here, and just excited for what's coming up. Impressive young athlete there.
Really well-run race from her. It's one thing to run a fast time early season. It's another one to come back on a stage like New Balance Nationals here at Franklin Field and improve your best, setting a meet record. That will be a race that she remembers for a long time to come, I'm sure.
Just the start of what seems like it'll be a promising high school career very soon.
Again, this is heat 1 of 3.
Kenneth Kristovic, Ethan Palmberg, Gatsik Herwani
Most of the field still in contention.
leading the way, but everybody is kind of biding their time here in this first heat coming up on the mile.
Still a couple of lane threes going on. Everybody getting used to running in a bigger pack. I will say that is probably one of the biggest challenges at a meet like this for these young athletes. If you're coming to Franklin Field to run in this national caliber event, you're probably used to winning almost every single race that you run, or maybe second or third, but not too far back. You're used to doing a lot of running by yourself, maybe one or two other guys around you, but then you show up here and every single athlete in this field is the best from wherever they are coming from. So next thing you know, you're coming through the mile mark like this, and you got 15 guys all in the pack, not something that these guys are used to experiencing. So finding that patience to tuck in, getting comfortable running side by side with people, knowing that you can be far back in the pack and still be in a good position to run a solid race. As these guys continue to watch professional races, I point back to a guy like Cole Hocker, who sometimes sits back in that middle of the pack, gets used to kind of being hidden, if you will, runs with patience, and then sure enough, when his time comes, he wins races. So these guys, as they mature, as they go throughout their high school careers, getting more and more comfortable with that and not feeling like they have to be out in lane 3 in a 2-mile to run their best race.
Yeah, and to the extreme of that point, just think of the many races we'll see Jakob just sit in the back, like 5 meters off last place, just to avoid any traffic in those first lap or two of a distance race, and then make his way up. It is a good point that a lot of middle schoolers and freshmen, you got to get comfortable being in the pack along the rail, maybe boxed in for a couple of laps. It's not the worst thing. There's plenty of time to race.
Yeah, Jakob taking it to the extreme sometimes, where he literally walks off that start line. That takes some extra chutzpah to know you're one of the best in the world, to just slowly get up from a jog to a full run, walking the first step off that start line. You certainly will not see that in any of these freshman boys' races.
Starting to see the move here. A couple laps to go. 800 left. Bixler of Russia Raiders followed by Herwani, Pennsylvania native, and then Luke Trimble, Bishop Hendricken.
There's a move from Trimble here in the later stages. Wants to go after Bixler. We'll see if Herwani can go with him.
You know, AJ, we talk about being patient early. As we look at Paxton Bixler leading this race, he was in 14th place coming through lap number 1, but clearly was under complete control, feeling good. That 74 was only a second and a half off of the leaders coming through in 73 low, but you said earlier, biding time, right? He slowly moved up. He was in 6th place by lap 2, 7th place by lap 3. Next thing you know, he's accelerated just a little bit, not a lot, and put himself in the front of this race with only 2 guys really in position to catch him.
Herwani doing what he can. Bixler chin up a little bit, heads up. Looks like he was conceding a few meters on the front stretch. And now, a bit of an extra gear. It's actually Abram Fettig of Saginaw, Michigan now surging into 2nd place. He looks most up to task to give it a go here. Abram Fettig from 4th to 1st on the backstretch. Does Bixler have a response? Staying on the heels. Looks like he's going to go to the outside. Counterpunch from Paxton Bixler after Abram Fettig was shot out of a cannon for 100 meters. It was difficult to sustain. It'll earn him at least 2nd, but Bixler, gutsy response, will take the first tee.
Great race there from Bixler. Great patience early, put himself in a good position. Felt good enough at the mile to keep charging forward and end up taking away the win. But I want to tip my hat there to Abram Fettig there. Doesn't come away with the win here, but he should be proud of that, making a big move from 200 plus meters out. That is a really challenging thing to do as a freshman high school athlete. We see guys like Grant Fisher make really great moves like that on the international level. As a freshman, just don't quite have the endurance, the speed endurance to be able to hold that move, but that takes a lot of bravery, and as he continues to develop and get stronger, that's going to be a move that if he can sustain, can put him in position to win a lot of races. You often see these freshman boys wait for that last 80 meters or so to sprint, but if you can make a hard move from 200 meters out, even if you don't necessarily win the race, as happened with Fettig there, still got 2nd from a strong margin, and without that move, you know, might be back in 4th or 5th. So I really admire the bravery and the willingness to put himself in a hard position there with 200 meters to go.
A lot to take from that moving forward. No shame in a 2nd place mark. Bixler, the stronger kick to take first.
Up to 19 athletes. Again, in the previous heat, top 6 athletes all setting personal bests, all getting under that 9:45 mark.
Held him there for a moment. Now on their way. 8-2 of 3, the freshman 2 mile. Levi Rowe of Plano, Texas. Jacob Myers, Southside Track Club. Mason Ellis, Louisville. Bradley Grimm, Pittsburgh, New York. Ethan Johnson, Minnesota. Jackson Wheeler, Manhattan, Kansas. Corey Yefru, Shoveltown Track Club. Ben Dolan of Matthews, North Carolina. Keegan O'Brien from Illinois. Broden Cox of Black Bear Track Club. Sawyer Brum, Cow Harbor. James Nielsen, North Bay Track Club. Lucas Medema, Lexington. High in South Carolina. Jackson Majeski, Burnt Hills Track Club. Dylan Ferris of Hanover High School. Ransom Gatos Knights, and Jacob McKillop of Elmhurst, Illinois. 19 athletes here.
Well, AJ, we're out in lane 3 on one side, and as you were reading the start line, we had guys on the inside of the track getting bumped around, going on the inside of the rail, trying to find enough room to run, looking like a cross-country race in that first 400.
A little dicey in certain parts of this pack. Looks like Medema setting the tone out front. Lexington, South Carolina.
Trying to break up his pack. Ella's sitting in that third position just behind O'Brien.
Keep an eye on Jackson Mozevsky, sitting back in 4th place right now from Burnt Hills, New York. He's got some good cross-country experience, was number 2 on his cross-country team, also broke 2 minutes in the 800, 4:21 and 9:36. He's got some good experience, which I think pays dividends when you are on a stage like Franklin Field. Just a little extra nerves on that warm-up, jogging around, and you're looking at so much history. Takes a little extra poise to be successful here at New Balance Nationals.
How meaningful do you think it is to compete at a meet like this from the vantage point of, well, moving forward, maybe your local meets or what some bigger meets are at the local state level? You don't feel overwhelmed, or it feels like a more manageable task after you've competed at a national meet at a facility of this stature.
You know, I don't think it's just that. I think it's also seeing what else is out there. I was talking to an athlete yesterday who just finished her collegiate career. She started in a small school in a small state, and she went to the state championships in high school for the first time with her teammate. She didn't actually make it herself, but was following her teammate there just to see what it was like. And she was, at the time, the second fastest girl on her high school team. Then she goes to the state meet and goes, oh my gosh, look at how fast these people are. There's a lot more competition out here. Leveled up her game over the summer. Next year she was at the state championships. Went to a D2 school, had a great career there, graduated from a Power 5 D1, or I guess I should say Power 4 now. And it just shows you what else is out there. It inspires you. It shows, okay, I saw what other people are doing. You get that intrinsic motivation that you talked about earlier, AJ. I think one of the things my high school coach tried to remind us of all the time is, you know, hey, you might be the best runner on this team. This team isn't very good. Go look at all the other teams that are very good, and that shows you where that next level is, which was really helpful in my high school career. And, you know, these athletes getting, you know, it's a little bit of a different universe now because they've got social media and they can see what everybody else is running, but it's one thing to see times on you know, Athletic Live or on the internet. It's a whole nother thing to be shoulder to shoulder with guys at the national level and really understanding what it takes to be there. And I think doing that early on gives you the confidence once you're in those college meets or, you know, top level high school meets like this one to say, okay, I deserve to be here. I can race with these guys. I know these guys. I deserve it. I deserve to be here. And I think that's such an important thought to have at these races.
Yeah, great perspective. Just to see it can be motivating. Certainly to participate, to compete in it, regardless of what the final place may be, that will have value long ways away moving forward for these athletes' careers and how they approach the sport and what is next for them. A lot of these freshmen here will be competing collegiately down the road. We're through a mile in 4:44. Add a couple seconds for the 18 meters.
But by that same token, AJ, I think it's helpful to have these kind of experiences and see what national level running looks like. I think oftentimes there's an expectation from coaches and parents and sometimes the athletes themselves of, I have to have immediate success, right? I have to immediate success, or maybe this isn't the sport I thought it could be. And I think that's such a false narrative. You see so many top athletes, particularly in the U.S., who, they weren't superstars in high school. Maybe they competed at these meets, but they weren't winning. They were farther back, maybe 10th, 15th place at national level high school meets, and next thing you know, they're in finals at USAs, or they're All-Americans in cross country or track at the Division I level. But they had patience with that development. So coming to these meets, I think, is a really nice opportunity for those that can experience it and see what national level competition is, but taking away the pressure of immediate performance. All that you really need to do as a high school athlete at this level is perform your best, and whatever your best is at that level, that's fine. If you can stay consistent, if you can find a pathway that fits what works for you, you can have a really long and successful career in the sport.
Yeah, especially for distance runners, sometimes it takes that year or two of just base building, putting in long, high summer mileage as your high school career progresses, and then you start to see the blossoming there. It doesn't have to be immediate. And for these freshmen, they're off to a pretty good start, no doubt about it. Competing nationally. It looked like a brief smile from Majeski on the backstretch there. He's enjoying himself right now. Good battle with O'Brien. So they approach 2 laps to go. .74 seconds that last lap.
Yeah, Mazevsky, one of those athletes I mentioned earlier who has some of that experience. Helped his team win a state title in cross country. It's a really good opportunity to just see how good other athletes are. Starting to develop a pretty nice resume is the freshman from New York.
500 meters to go here in this battle between Jackson Majewski and Keegan O'Brien. Majewski looking like he's getting a little bit of breathing room here on O'Brien. We'll see what we can do this last lap. Let's bring him on home.
Majewski from Burnt Hills, O'Brien, Forsyth, Illinois. Bell lap at 8:25. So they went from 74.5 to 72.5 that last lap. Majewski slowly building a bit of a gap. And O'Brien, the briefest of surges, the briefest injection of pace could get him back, but now that deficit is growing.
O'Brien unable to respond as
Majewski coming around the curve here at Franklin Field. Second section, the boys' freshman 2 mile. O'Brien a peek back. Does he have any final gear? Looks like he does. He's going for it. Took him till 120 left to get there. Majewski can sense him. Now he sees him. Can he respond to him? To the line here. O'Brien might have got him. And he did. 9:33.42. He got him by 0.05 of a second.
Wow, what a great finish there. Keeping it in reserve until the very end. A great flash of speed there from O'Brien. Just got to bide at his time there in second place. Did a little bit of leading early on, but for the most part was more than happy to sit back in second position and wins by 0.05 of a second to take the win in 9:33.
He looked back, saw that nobody was threatening him for second, and maybe that gave him the confidence to say, all right, I'm going for it. Looks like he might not have that surge in him, but he gathered enough willpower for the Heat 2 win.
AJ, I know how we talked about in the middle school race just how far distance running has come. Got 9:33s out of freshman. It's a pretty solid day.
It's a good place to be starting. Here's another look at the kick. And Majewski, he knew. He was doing everything he could. Fantastic effort from both. All right, final section. Freshman boys 2 mile. Heat 3 of 3. Again, Calvin Seitz has the freshman boys 2 mile record, 9:10:58. That was set 2 years ago. Start list here: Ashel Eckel of Fox Chapel area, Griffin Local from Arizona, Ascari Vorella, Woodinville, Joseph Sittler from Illinois, by Huntley, Illinois, Dylan Hart, Milton, Delaware, Nicholas Mason, South Brooklyn Track Club, Wilmington Moorland, Bentonville, Arkansas. Mark Reinhardt with the Jets, Trevor Sullivan, South Hadley, Mass, Kairos Fiesel, HP Distance, Braylon Brown, Real Training, Colorado, Declan O'Donnell, Knights, Tommy McCormick, Grand Blanc, Audrey Foster, Hernando, Samuel Youngs, Black Bear Track Club, Cameron Preetz, Forest Track Club, Michael Simmons, Wilmington, Delaware, Fisher Carroll, Plover, Wisconsin.
So AJ, I've got a little bit of bias here, I have to admit. I'm going to have my eye on Mark Reinhardt here. I've had the privilege of coaching his older sister for a couple years. She had a great career at Duke, now making her way post-collegiately, trying to qualify for USA's in the 10,000 while she's balancing med school. But they've got a really great family of talented runners. Mark, a freshman out of Lexington Catholic High School, ran 4:21 to win that freshman mile yesterday. He's a really, really talented kid. Excited to see what he can do in this race.
She certainly left her mark at Duke, a fantastic career. And Mark next in the pathway here. It's Cameron Reddy up front as it stands. It's out in 70 seconds.
Also keeping our eye on Pridey, Jefferson Forest. He's got 157, 800-meter speed. He's run 9:21 in the 3,200. He's had some nice improvements since the indoor season. I'm surprised to see him near the front of this race trying to mix it up.
Carroll, Sullivan now up in the mix. Trevor Sullivan, South Hadley, Mass. Tommy McCormick, Grand Blanc. Right now it's all Forest TCs, Cameron Priet.
It's about 67, 71 on those first 2 laps.
Trying to pull that back with 3 or 4 runners, Carroll, Sullivan, and McCormick. Away from the main pack here. Coming down the home stretch. 3 laps into this seeded heat.
Meet record here belongs to Calvin Seitz. French Lick, Indiana, set that back in 2024. Pretty fast year for the New Balance Nationals 2024. He ran 9:10. I think that's going to be a big ask from this field. A lot of these guys have run high 9:20s and the 9:30s. But you never know when you bring together such great competition from across the United States, put them all on the track at the same time. As we've seen so far throughout this morning, you see a whole lot of PRs. It seems like every other athlete has earned a PR on this great track, at this great meet. And no surprise when you have such great competition to bring out the best in yourself.
vantage point from the turn here. There's Carroll just sitting on, ready. Trevor Sullivan in the conversation as well. Preet's led this entire race. We are through the mile.
Starting to see a little bit of separation here. Bright continues to lead. Three gentlemen kind of break away a little bit, but a lot of guys still in that chase pack. It looks like a couple of them are thinking of moving to the front, trying to bring this lead pack back, but this is a pretty defining moment here in this boys 2 mile. If you're in that chase pack, time to get on your horse and get moving if you don't want that lead pack to get away.
Sullivan fading off just a bit. Carroll looks like he has intentions of scooting into the lead. No, he'll sit back.
And a big move there from Cameron Preet. As soon as Carroll got up on his shoulder there, he seemed to make a surge. Didn't want the company.
69.4 on their last laps. Preet does not want to surrender the lead. 69.8 on that last trip. 3 to go.
A little bit of a move up there. Fisher Carroll's been sitting in second for most of this race. Maybe he's decided it's time to make his bid.
2.5 laps to go. 1,000 meters. Fisher Carroll out of Wisconsin. He's now making his own move there.
Sitting in second essentially this entire race.
Don't count out Trevor Sullivan.
Really challenging.
He's been lingering back there in that
Ready right now.
position, but definitely not out of it.
Trevor Sullivan starting to move up back there in third position. He started in 12th place on that first lap. So it shows you what a little bit of patience can do. Moved his way up. He has not lost a position since this race started. He's trying to move into second. But Fisher Carroll trying to open up the gap up front.
There goes Carroll. It's grinding through this 2 mile.
Yeah, he made that really big move right after the mile. He ran the fastest lap of the race. 69.5 going into that mile turn. He's slowing down just a little bit. 72 over the last lap, but everybody behind him slowing down more. If he can hold on here, he'll earn himself a win of this freshman boys 2 mile, but as you know, in freshman racing, AJ, anything can happen.
This will be quite the comeback from Sullivan. It does look like he has something in the tank. Carroll bell lap at 8:16. He did dip from 72.7 to 71.7 that last lap.
How can you not love a closing lap with Crazy Train on in the background? Fisher Carroll trying to make the most up front. We got a really good race back there in third. Whole lot of guys in that chase pack, but Carroll trying to hold off Sullivan. Carroll is looking strong, maintaining his lead just fine with 200 to go.
But it's Fisher Carroll. 150 to go.
Fisher Carroll, impressive race. Sat in second, made his move, never relented. Fisher Carroll from Wisconsin is going to take the freshman boys 2 mile and break the tape. 9:23.
Really good patience from Carroll. We've talked about, being careful in the early stages of the race, not getting too crazy. Carroll doing a good job there, running very even and a little bit negative split. Started open with 271s and a 70, then 269s. Had to kind of recover from that move a little bit with a 72, which was still faster than anybody else in the race ran on that lap, and then 71, 77 to close it out. Cameron Preet with a really great last lap, ran 65-1 to hold off Braylon Brown. But Fisher Carroll had already done the damage and earns the victory. There's a look at his last few meters. Did his work early in the 2 mile. Unlike the girls' 2 mile, didn't come down to the last 50 meters, but allows Fisher Carroll to soak in the victory and take home that tape.
Morale very high for Carroll. 67 seconds to finish it off. A couple PBs there in the middle. Carroll, a Wisconsin native, well done as the girls' freshman 2 mile is off and underway. First of 4 heats. Sarah Batuello, Maya Sarai, Jessica DeMaio, Evelyn O'Rourke, Emily Friedel, Allie Seidel, Evelyn Jenkins, Molly Richardson, Lucy Johnson, Sadie Coyle, Abby Russo, Celia Modlin, Zara Cohn, and Leyland Phillips.
Abby Russo, Wheaton and St. Francis. Just behind her.
Reigning champ from last year is Colby McCullum of Cuthbertson, North Carolina. Took 10:38 to win last year. That was also the meet record here at New Balance Nationals for the freshman girls 2 mile.
About 67 seconds for the first 400. Jenkins, Russo, and Cohn. 1, 2, 3. So Fisher Carroll from Plover, Wisconsin. 9:23:43 to take the freshman 2 mile. We are trackside with the winner of the freshman boys 2 mile.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am down here with Fisher Carroll from Wisconsin, your boys freshman 2 mile champion. You made a huge move in the second half of that race to separate from the pack. Talk about your decision making.
Yeah, he seemed to be slowing down, looked to hurt a little. I felt good still. Thought if I pushed it, he would fall off, and it ended up working. So
you came home with a nice little negative split, 9:23 on your finishing time, and you come from the same high school as New Balance professional Roisin Willis, one of the top distance runners in all of America right now. What does it mean to you to be able to represent that tradition from Stevens Point, Wisconsin?
yeah, it feels great knowing that we're still up there. We're running well. We have a great team right now in distance, so great to represent.
And how does it feel to be a national champion yourself?
Feels amazing. I knew I had a chance and was glad I could put it out there and get the win.
This young man believed in himself today. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for your 2 mile champion, Fisher Carroll.
Stevens point, stand up. You got a national champ putting on for Wisconsin today. 9:23. Something in the water over there in Wisconsin. Same spot Roisin Willis started her career. National champion.
Also up in the mix here.
And just graduated. Congrats to Roisin, by the way.
Lucy Johnson trying to pull away from this chase.
Lucy Johnson from New York. Out in front.
Opening 2 laps is
69. 82, last 2 laps for Johnson. Celia Maudlin from Louisville follows in second.
Celia Maudlin, Louisville Rams, in charge of trying to roll back Lucy Johnson's lead. Coming down now, the front stretch here, approaching.
Johnson continuing to pace the field. Chase pack of 3 in the immediate vicinity.
.84 seconds on that last lap. Johnson still running just a tad faster than that Chase group. But they're all slowing down just a little bit for lap 80. Next 2 laps were 82, coming through 1,618 meters at 5:30. Of course, that random distance is that extra 18 meters needed to get that 2 mile. They're running just under 5:30 pace for that first mile. On pace 11 minutes, but expect that second mile, as usual, to go just a little bit slower.
Four sections of the freshman girls 2 mile. This will be the final section of the 2 mile championship boys and girls 100 to follow, and then the 400 hurdles as well.
Lucy has run 5:07 for 1,500, 10:26. 3K, of course, those New Yorkers like to run those international distances, 1,500 and 3K. They just have to be a little bit different than everybody else here in the U.S., who runs mostly the 1,600 and the 3,200. Same difference. Getting a little bit more prepared for college, perhaps, of course. You won't see any more 1,600 and 3,200 meter racing in colleges. They move to those international distances in the NCAA, but most high schools, of course, sticking with more traditional American distances, 4 laps and 8 laps.
Expect to ever see a change at the NFHS level in that perspective, or are we too entrenched at this point?
No, I agree. Unless they somehow change the length of a track, we're probably not changing the distances of racing. Which we say that, we did move from 440 yards to 400 meters. Before you and I were racing, of course, but change does happen, just in our running world, not quickly, at least in the terms of race distances, although race times, those have certainly changed dramatically over the last couple of years, these young ladies being a great example of just how quick youth athletes have become.
'87 that last lap for Johnson. Evelyn Jenkins is giving us a chance in second.
Jenkins, of course, did some early leading. She brought the field through at 400 and 800. Fell back a little bit close to the mile mark, but never farther back than fourth and never farther back than 3 seconds off Lucy Johnson, who's leading at that point. As you said, AJ, she's just been clawing this back little by little. Ran about a half second faster than Johnson on lap 5, ran about a full second faster than her on lap 6, and as I say it, AJ, she's pretty much right there on her shoulder.
She closes that gap quickly now on Lucy Johnson.
We have a race on the final lap. Johnson has led essentially this entire race. Evelyn Jenkins picking up 2 seconds on that last lap, and now all the momentum. As Johnson seeing her get further and further away here.
Wow, seemed like she really had something in reserve. I don't know if that was a lack of confidence early or just some smart tactical racing as she sat back, marked the leader, Lucy Johnson. Or sorry, marked the leader. Lucy Johnson, as Evelyn Jenkins has really turned up the heat here in the final lap.
150 to go in heat 1. Down that home stretch, folks. Let's bring her home there on the home stretch.
Well executed race from Evelyn Jenkins. Just lap by lap, worked her way back. And a deserved victory here in section 1 of 4, the girls' 2 mile.
"75 seconds on that last lap, AJ. That is by far the fastest lap of the race from any athlete. That's one of the stronger closes we've seen today. 11:08 will be 10 seconds better than Lucy Johnson. And let's remember, they came into that last 400 together, so she put 10 seconds, Evelyn Jenkins did, on a very strong athlete in Lucy Johnson. 400 meters, they were shoulder to shoulder, and a really good kick there from Evelyn Jenkins in the last lap to take away the win.
Who led for many, many laps there in the middle. Holding on for second. 11:08.52. 11:18.30 for Johnson. And 11:21.58 for Zara Cohen. PBs for both Jenkins and Johnson.
So Evelyn Jenkins from Aurora, Ohio, 11:08. Lucy Johnson, Zara Cohen takes second and third. All right, on to heat 2. through the start list. Sadie Blocker, Chapin, Juliet Lord of Robington Track Club, Virginia. Addiston Long, North Vernon, Indiana. Gia Jane, Union Catholic. Gabriel Godeker, Whiteland, Indiana. Claire Lawrence, Bloomfield Hills. Amelia Murphy, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Gia Bronzell, Legacy. Jane Tucker, Cow Harbor. Emily Cornelius, Bethesda, Maryland. Adriana Vestag, Crownsville. Kennedy Baker, South Stanley. Nave Heck, Staten Island. Grace Snyder, Eagles Track Club. Hayden Neagle, HP Distance. And Lily Kaiser, Vermont Ross.
16 athletes here in E2.
Turn it into a little bit of a pace line here. Everybody pretty much in lane one. You know, I think I can say this as a former freshman boy racer. The freshman girls just race with so much more maturity. Love seeing them all moving over to the rail, working together. Goal here is to run even paces. That's really the #1 skill that I think these high school athletes can learn early on in their career. If you can pace yourself evenly throughout a race, you're going to be able to run pretty close to your potential in these longer races. It's easier said than done, as you really have to be able to dial in your effort and then be able to adjust it based on where you're racing. We've got about 80 degrees right now in Philadelphia. Warm, but not unseasonably warm. A lot of these athletes from the south as well, more than used to racing in this kind of weather. Just have to be able to adjust that effort to run as evenly as possible over 2 miles and try to get yourself to that last lap feeling good, feeling strong, feeling ready to kick.
Still keeping some space away from the main pack.
We saw it. Really well executed race to start. That's still a lot of bodies packed together here through 2 laps. Brunzell out in front. 242 through 800 plus meters.
Just passing the 1,000-meter mark here on the mountain.
AJ, is that Keely Hodgkinson up front?
Bronzell.
Purple kit, blonde hair.
It's giving. It's giving. It's giving Keely for sure. Also, you know, leading the race as typically Keely does. Hayden Neagle of HP Distance
HP distances
with lead duties now. Coming up on 5 to go.
Still a pretty competitive pack here. This is usually the point in the race we've started to see lead groups break away. We've got these 3 girls, maybe 4 threatening. We're just seeing a little bit of daylight there between top 3 or 4 girls and 4th and 5th. This is, in my mind, always the definitive moment in a 2-mile, whether you decide to go with that lead pack or stay back in that chase pack. Sometimes it's not so much an active mental decision as a physical requirement. But we'll see how this race shapes out, as they've been running about 82 seconds a lap, the first lap aside. Hayden Neagle up front. Great name, of course.
Eagle, Snyder, Bronzell. Coming down the home stretch, getting it ready to hit halfway in this E2 girls freshman 2 mile.
Eagle and Grace Snyder. 1-2 as they hit the mile. 5:28 at the mile.
AJ is someone who did not do the Hayden name a lot of credit in the running world. I'm glad to see Hayden Eagle upholding the standard, looking strong right behind Grace Snyder. Grace Snyder made a good move right there, but Eagle goes right with her. You are starting to see a little bit of daylight there between second and third, and freshman racing. Anything can happen there. Certainly any one of those young ladies farther back can bridge that gap if they're feeling good. This seems to be a strong move from Snyder up front.
With 82-83, the last 2 laps.
That prior lap in 83.9. Hayden Eagle still holding on to Grace Snyder.
Eagle not letting her go.
They've opened up a large gap there on Pierre Bronzell and the rest of the field. Approaching 3 laps to go here, Snyder and Eagle.
How far can these two carry it? Are they going to continue to work their way further from the field? Or does this chase pack have something left?
Really strong racing up front. Hardest part of the race right here. 7 minutes in, everything hurts. But that finish line still feels so far away. You got to have some really good mental toughness to be effective at this point in the race.
GHA looking good there in 3rd place. Union Catholic regional athlete. Hoping to also drag along Emily Lopez Murphy at Chevy Chase, Maryland.
As they go down there inside the rail there at the start of the backstretch. Hopefully she is okay. Now 8 minutes in. Second of 4 sections.
There for Grace Snyder. As she comes off the turn to approach 2 laps to go here in heat 2.
And now Snyder slowly pulling away. Bit of separation for the first time up front.
On that last lap for Snyder, so she didn't so much accelerate as Eagle started slowing down. The fastest lap actually of the top few is in 3rd place. Amelia Lopez Murphy moved very well to put herself into 3rd. She's working with Jaya Jane of Union Catholic right now. Always helpful to have somebody to work with at this point in the race, somebody to trade off laps, keep yourself competitive. It's always so challenging to be up front with a lead because you're chasing nothing but empty air. Of course, you are also in the best position on the track, so it comes with pros and cons as these young athletes learn how to navigate different positions of late stage 2-mile racing.
But it's just 500 meters away from Grace Snyder winning this heat.
Snyder's done a lot of work. Now I think it's getting a little more difficult for Eagle. She's going to have to lock in to hold on to 2nd.
AJ, I wouldn't be surprised to see this race come back together. Snyder has done a lot of hard work up front. Her stride really hasn't changed much, which tells me she's still feeling okay. She's gotten a little bit faster, 82 on that last lap. Still waiting for the split for 2nd and 3rd, but they're moving pretty well racing together. But Snyder doing a good job of holding that gap. Let's see if she can stay strong here for 300 more meters.
Yeah, went from 85.2 to 82.4.
third.
Snyder, one of those deceptive strides. It hasn't really looked like she's accelerated, but her stride length is just getting longer and longer. Kind of a little bit of a Thing Mo-like. Doesn't look like a quick turnover, but just covering a lot of ground and starting to open up that gap more and more.
And on that note, Snyder opens up.
This is Grace Snyder's race now.
They're not going to catch her, folks.
Did not relinquish that lead. Earned separation. And a nice close for Grace Snyder. Make sure she is under 11 minutes. 10:56:01 for Grace Snyder.
74 seconds on that last lap. Lopez Murphy did a great job of closing in 75 in second. But Snyder, really a deceptive kick there. Started turning up the gas at about 300 meters. Stride didn't get any faster, just covered more and more ground. And she will be rewarded with a sub-11 PB, 10:56. Or 5 seconds on Lopez Murphy. Hayden Eagle, who did a lot of the early leading, finishes in third, rewarded with a personal best as well.
Snyder, Murphy, and Eagle, 1, 2, 3. 2 more heats for the freshman girls 2 mile. Heat 3 of 4. Freshman girls 2 mile. Your New Balance Nationals Outdoor Championship 100s coming up shortly. We've got Claire Delle Carpini of Lloyd Harbor, New York. Francesca Filotto of Conard Track Club. Elizabeth Cronin, Averill Park Roadrunners. Emily Shea, Indian Hill. Keely Ingrata of Copley. This is Reagan Gates taking the field out. Gap, Pennsylvania. Layden Archer, Cadet Distance Project. Matilda Higgins, HP Distance. Ashley Forbes, North Barrington, Illinois. Taryn Moore of Oxford, Michigan. Claire Anderson of Robinson Track Club, Virginia. Francie Tidd of West Virginia. Molly Horvey, Ringwood, New Jersey. Emma Stein of Jaguar Elites and Mackenzie Phillip, Hagerstown, Maryland. So they're getting out with a pep in their step here. First lap, about 73 seconds for that first 400.
Yeah, Jay, first race we've really seen break apart in 2 groups so early. I mean, we've had a couple of solo leaders go off the front, right? But for the most part, groups have really stayed together until about that mile mark, maybe 2 or 3 breaking off around that mile mark, but almost immediate here in that first lap. 4 athletes going to the front and deciding they're going to run 76s. Everybody else is going to run 78s, so they're going to split up pretty quick. And we'll see how this develops over the course of this 8-lap race.
Regan Gates still pushing this pace here. And now pulling away from those other 3 athletes. Stein, Philp, and Moore.
Reagan Gates already creating some separation.
Well, time to beat thus far is Grace Snyder's 10:56, right? Only athlete to go under 11 in this event this morning. But Reagan Gates, she's run 10:51 for 3,200. She's also run sub-5 for 1,600. So she's running about 80 seconds on that last lap. That should feel reasonably comfortable for her. That first lap, maybe 76, a little bit spicy, but certainly not something she's not capable of. I mean, she's run sub-5, so averaging sub-75 per lap. So right around that pace for her first lap, now settling back closer to her 2-mile mark. But she's a very strong athlete with 10:51 on the previous results list. I'm not surprised to see her up front, pushing the pace and really throwing down the gauntlet for the rest of these ladies to try to come with her.
A little bit of contact there. Or something in the pack at a turn. And a little confusion, but everything's just fine.
Right, good sportsmanship, too. I saw her turn around and apologize. You ever seen that in a professional race?
No. Or no. Everybody staying on their feet. And moving forward here on lap 3.
So Gates with an 84 on that lap. The chase pack running about 84 as well. Matilda Higgins brought the chase pack through. Freshman at HP distance moved up that last lap to get into second position, and that gap is mostly staying the same right now between Gates and Higgins. I think that fifth lap of a 2-mile, I've said it a couple times this morning, but I'll say it again, the fifth lap of a 2-mile is really a definitive moment as people come through the mile and decide what to do with that second half of the race. Not quite there yet, but as we come through the start-finish line one more time, we'll kind of see what athletes are starting to decide with that second mile, and we'll see if that gap between Gates and the chase pack starts to open, or whether a couple of those athletes in the chase pack decide they're feeling good and can start trying to reel back in our early leader.
Down the home stretch, getting ready to approach the halfway point here in heat 3 and 4.
Yeah, Higgins in the chase pack did have a stronger third lap. This is certainly a long way to go here. It's Reagan Gates trying to do this by herself early. Let's see what the latest splits might indicate. Gates goes 84.7. About 5:23 through the mile. Pretty even with the chase pack's last split. The all-important fifth lap, as you were referencing. Let's see what kind of narrative the rest of this race might take.
We are just a little bit ahead of the pace that Section 2 ran. 5:25 through 1,600 here puts us under that 11-minute pace. But that narrative, AJ, the narrative seems to be that the race is coming back together. Gates had 10, maybe 15 meters at most, but now has only one step. And 4, maybe 5 ladies very much on her heels trying to make this a race in the second half.
There they go.
Just off of the back of that pack of 6.
Brand new race. Cut up on 3 laps left. It's Matilda Higgins of HP distance along the rail.
Taryn Moore has also been in a really good position. Matilda Higgins has been doing most of the work, bringing that chase pack up to Miss Gates, our early leader. But Moore really has just been sitting there right on her shoulder. You see Moore in the gray top there. Hasn't put herself all the way up front, but has been in a great position as we see yet another move from this lead group.
Now your leader here in the latter stages of Heat 3, girls freshman 2 mile. But Taryn Moore has having none of that and recaptures.
That's Claire Della Carpini,
So Moore,
who has decided to start mixing it up with Matilda Higgins.
Higgins now.
But I really like what's going on with Taryn Moore right now. You're seeing a good bit of back and forth up front between Higgins and Della Carpini, but Moore content to just kind of sit on the rail and let these two throw the punches back and forth and fight over that first position. I'm curious to see how that more conservative strategy for Moore will pay off over the latter stages of this race. In a professional race, you'd almost always give the nod to whoever was conserving the most energy early on, but the margins, of course, professionally are so much thinner than these high school races where anything can happen.
Yeah, we've seen some wild sequences of events all throughout these 2 miles and the moves that are made and the counters, and how many of them may happen in a lap or two span. That is part of the charm of this stage of racing. Della Carpini in front with Taryn Moore right there. Higgins sits in third.
Just a little bit of a learning moment from Higgins there as she tried to take a hard step out into lane 2. Tried to go around her competition, but found her competition to be very strong and up to the task as well. So she slots back in, and Moore just continuing to sit right on that outside shoulder of the leader. She's pretty much been in that position for the whole race, with the exception of when Snyder went up front. She was on the shoulder of the leader of the chase group, and I think we're going to see something from Moore over this last lap. Della Carpini's she's run a really smart race as well. She was as far back as 10th on that first lap, was 6th in the chase pack for about a full mile from lap 2 to lap 6. Really didn't start moving up until lap 5. AJ sound a little bit familiar, that lap 5 being also important, and now sure enough, she is our leader coming down the backstretch.
Higgins trying to stay in it. Della Carpini outside of 1, straining a bit on the backstretch, but still in first. Wonder if Moore has a move in her coming out of the turn. Higgins still trying to stay attached. It's starting to feel like a 2-person race with just over 100 meters left. Della Carpini and Moore, 85 seconds on the last lap. Now Moore. Is this the moment for Moore? Not going around yet. Della Carpini conceding the rail, but has an extra gear here now. Moore never could get around. Della Carpini takes section 3.
80 seconds on that last lap, 11:05. So let's note that section 2 still has the fastest time. Grace Snyder, the winner of section 2, still has the fastest time, as this section 3 will go a little bit slower. 11:05 for Della Carpini, 11:06 for Taryn Moore. Claire Andresen moved really well to get herself up there. Oh, that's a mistake on my end, misreading the results. Matilda Higgins in third, 11:09. Della Carpini really strong in the last 100, measuring her effort well. We've seen this narrative pretty consistently, so if you're a high school athlete, I want you to pay attention right now. Pretty consistently, with very few exceptions, our winner of the race has come from somebody who has run a little bit more conservatively in that first half, been farther back on the chase pack, and has run a really good second half. And Della Carpini, the only athlete there to come away with a PR, did exactly that, was back in 6th position in the early positions of the race. All the way up through lap 5, was in 6th, started moving up, got herself into 2nd, got herself into 1st, and you saw it in that last 100 meters, held on to take the victory.
how might it play out here in this final section? Girls 2 mile freshman division. Colby McCollum has the 2 mile and mile meet record. McCollum last year 10:38. So the stage is set. Final 2 mile of the day. Or the morning, I should say. You have the championship 2 mile later this afternoon. So look at the start list. Kristen Starkey in advance, North Carolina. Nora Schmidt, Portland, Maine. Eleanor Finnegan, Potomac, Maryland. Caroline Philp, Hagerstown. Audrey Miller, Aurora, Ohio. Fiona King, Cow Harbor. Julia Bosick, Southfield. Berkeley, Marcellus, Ambler, PA. Kiera Von Blon, Purple Track Club. Madison Johns, Santiago. Sawyer Nicholson, Etobicoke, Alexander Scapatici. 6 Mile Track Club. Lennox Sismonic of Hampshire, Illinois. Addison Bautista at HP Distance. Lillian Higgins, HP Distance. And Mackenzie Skelly from Pennsylvania.
Well, AJ, I know we call this a national championship, New Balance Nationals, but you have Sawyer Nicholson making the trip from Ontario, Canada, making this a little bit of an international race here. Talented Canadian ran 5:01 in the middle school mile yesterday, working her way into running from a soccer background. We also have to shout out our resident New Balance NIL athlete, Mackenzie Skelly, who you mentioned, the local here in Philly from Penn Charter, so she's very used to this track. She was the New Balance Nationals indoor mile middle school champion. Placed 5th yesterday, 4:54. Excited to see what she can do here in this 2 mile.
17:28 for 5K on the roads at age 11. Former soccer player.
This is Sawyer Nicholson.
22,000+ on her YouTube. So check her out. And we're checking her out right now with this monster lead early on.
That's 69 seconds on the first 400.
She's the Canadian athlete making the most of her trip across the border to the United States, getting some high-level competition here at Franklin Field. She's no stranger to titles, though. She's got multiple provincial titles out in Canada. She's run 16:49 for 5,000 meters, AJ. Freshman. So no surprise to see her up front in this race.
Also up in that chase back, 4th of the mile yesterday, went for HP Distance. But it's all Sawyer Nicholson out in front.
Certainly in charge of this one from the very beginning.
In that chase back as well, Alexandra Scapatici. She ran 4:49 to place 7th in the Brooks freshman mile.
Lillian Higgins, the chase back.
Yesterday for 3rd.
Not that far off. Chase pack of 5. Feels as if they're slowly reeling Nicholson in. They were a second faster last lap.
Higgins, Bautista, Zamonic, Scapatici.
Yeah, that chase pack's starting to move up a good bit. Handful of 79s in that pack. I think they're starting to feel like they can catch Miss Nicholson up front, who started very quickly, 73, 75 on those first 2 laps. But I'll tell you this, AJ, when Nicholson gets caught, because I do think she will get caught here in the next little bit, I don't expect her to just get swallowed up and spat out the back. I expect her to kind of re-engage and compete. She's got some good experience. That's, I think, a really hard skill for freshman athletes. It's one thing to get out quick. A lot of athletes can do that. But when you get caught, to re-engage and start racing again with the athletes that get up to you, very, very challenging skill. Let's see if Nicholson is up for the task here.
And this part of the race can feel deflating if you're Nicholson. But how can she respond? And maybe a little easier just to sit on somebody else's pace for a while. It seems that is her plan as Higgins goes into the lead.
Yeah, Nicholson did a good job there, just tucking right behind Higgins. HB Distance has really featured a good bit up front here this morning. Yet another athlete of theirs up there in the lead, Lillian Higgins. I'd also keep an eye on her teammate, Addison Bautista. Was 4th in the mile yesterday. She's right on Higgins' shoulder. And I'll say this as well. I think it's such a huge advantage, especially at this age, to have a teammate on your shoulder on a stage like this, to know that you're in the same pack with your teammate just gives you so much more confidence that, hey, if she can do it, so can I. We run together all the time. So it gives you a little extra self-belief, which can make all the difference in a race like this.
Ohio, briefly with lead.
Any little thing like that mentally, to have that reassurance, can go a long way in a distance race. And Nicholson showing a second wind here, back out in front. You just see a style of racing and moves that you don't see as much collegiately or professionally. But now Nicholson fades back into the pack, running a gutsy race.
Making me think a little bit of Paul Chalimo. Just surge, chill, surge, chill. That's kind of been Nicholson's strategy in this race. Oh, and we have a fall.
Oh, no.
Good news is she got right back up. Maybe a bumper or a bruise, but right back to running and trying to get to the lead pack. Not sure which athlete that was, as her bib was part of the carnage in the fall there.
So this young lady knows how to win, and she's pushing the pace here.
It's Mackenzie Skelly that has emerged from the group.
A New Balance NIL athlete. He's got to feel a little extra at home at this national meet, although still got to make it under your own power. Getting that brand advantage can help the psychology, but doesn't make it any faster throughout the race. But she's got a good lead right now. That was a big move, kind of maybe taking advantage of the confusion with the fall, that little bit of fall. A couple girls kind of looked around and maybe hesitated, but no hesitation from Skelly, going straight to the front with, other than that first lap, the fastest lap of the race for her. AJ, I'll say this too, especially at this level, freshman athletes, many of them traveling from all over the United States to be here. Mackenzie Skelly, a Philly local, probably slept in her own house in her own bed last night. That can really make a big difference. She's certainly competed out here at Franklin Field before, so some of this new excitement that might get on, some other folks' headspace and make them a little extra nervous, Skelly's going to handle that better than anybody here in her hometown of Philadelphia.
There is a certain confidence that comes with the comforts of home racing, familiarity, perhaps some extra friends and family on hand to see her continue to thrive as she has for much of this freshman campaign. 80 seconds, that last lap for Skelly. She can sense it. 9:16 with the lap to go. And again, that 2-mile freshman girls record is 10:38. She's going to have a chance. Just has to go 82. She's run under that every lap. A quick glance to the grandstands. Meet record is within reach for the Pennsylvania native Mackenzie Skelly.
Starting her kick, but perhaps a little too late. As Skelly continues to keep leading here.
Skelly into the front stretch. Chase Pack doing all they can, but Skelly has a meet record in her sights. Down the front stretch at Franklin Field. 10:38's the time to beat, and she does. It's a freshman girls 2-mile meet record. And Mackenzie Skelly goes 10:31 to take the win.
The New Balance athlete adds another New Balance Nationals title to her resume, won the indoor mile on the New Balance track. She's also won a 4x8 in Millrose and adds Franklin Field to her list of historic places of victory. The young Mackenzie Skelly.
Mackenzie Skelly taking control late in that race. A lot of credit to Sawyer Nicholson for how she ran that as well. Ultimately, Skelly finishing with a 75. New Balance national champion.
What about you? But she reminds me a little bit of Millie Palladino, former New Balance professional athlete. Really strong collegiate career at West Virginia and Providence.
Freshman national 2-mile champion. What an amazing race. You were in 8th heading into the mile mark. Talk about your move that you made to really push that pace in the second half, Mackenzie.
I mean, I think this season it just has been a really huge learning experience for me. I've been practicing different ways to race, so I was really confident in my ability to just pick them off the last mile, and that's what I did.
And all of that confidence led to a new meet record, 10:31. How does it feel to represent the brand? Obviously picking up those NIL opportunities with New Balance after winning the middle school title and coming forward to win the freshman title.
I mean, it's like a dream come true. New Balance is like the best family in the sport, so it feels awesome to be a part of it.
Keep dreaming big. Mackenzie Skelly, everybody, congratulations.
Great things are ahead for Mackenzie Skelly. Pennsylvania product. 10:31. Outlasting Julia Bosick. So now it is time to move from the 2-mile to the championship 100. We start on the boys division. Your New Balance Nationals Outdoor. Championship 100. Some of the top talents in the country have made their way to the finals. Makai Prather will start in lane 2. Prather ran 10:54 in the prelims. With Westlake Track Club. Braden Pickett with Pearl Track Club. He's run 10:21. Top 20 mark in the country this year. Pulling Army Oyalami of Express Track. Zamari Sanders, University of Tennessee commit from Cardinal Newman High School in West Palm Beach. Also is a member of the football team. He's heading to Knoxville. The top time in the prelims of 10:35 is David Nbuko, St. James Academy. Jaden Kennedy will be in lane 7, senior from Express Track. Miles Venable with Kinwood. We'll start in 8, and Tomitansky. Avionics, the collective, will be out in 9 from the Woodlands, Texas.
AJ really excited for this race. Amari Sanders, the defending champion, in lane 5, but he's got some really good talent around him. I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of these names on the NCAA 100-meter final start list. In a couple of years, some of these guys are already fast enough to do it. Some really good stories in here. Tommy Tansky, lane 9, made this race by 1,000th of a second. 4th at 6A UIL in Texas, their state championships. Nabuku was a national runner-up in a 200 a couple weeks ago. Oyalami, 5th place in Texas. I mean, that tells you how good Texas is. If you're 5th place in Texas, you're making New Balance Nationals here. But there's just so many great young sprinters right now that talent is just so deep. But this is a great opportunity for every one of these athletes to put a pretty significant notch on their resume. New Balance outdoor champion has a nice ring to it, so we'll see which one of these gentlemen can bring that home today.
Zamari Sanders went 10:25 in the semis. Jaden Kennedy 10:36. Nbuko 10:41. Those were the top 3 in the semis.
The fastest, the strongest, the hardest, the 100-meter dash.
From inside to outside, Prather, Pickett, Oyalami, Sanders, Nbuko, Kennedy, Venable, and Tansky. And Sanders repeats.
Well, he's run 10:08 as a PB, 10:25 to qualify, fastest qualifier, as you said, AJ. It's hard to win a national champion, but sometimes it's even hard. A national championship, sometimes it's even harder to defend your title. We'll see if Sanders can do so here in lane 5.
Meet record 2 years ago, Christian Miller at 9:95. Boys Championship 100. Clean start. Sanders is the favorite in 5. He did not get out the strongest, though. Get into top speed. Sanders looking strong here. Sanders is going to do it again. 10:32. Zamari Sanders, your New Balance champion once more.
I
Braden
love that
Pickett
poise
second,
from
10:42.
Sanders. Love that poise from Sanders. It wasn't the start he wanted, AJ. You said it. But he was able to recover, still run his best race. You see so many high school and other young athletes panic when that start doesn't go according to plan, but Sanders trusted in his talent, he trusted in his training, and he made it happen over the back half of that race, and he's rewarded with another national title. Zamari Sanders, the New Balance national champion.
Putting on for the Sunshine State. He's going to bring the tape home. Hayden, what do you see here?
Well, really good start there on the inside from Prather, but Sanders, the poise, the confidence to know, almost Noah Lyles-esque, right? Kind of starting from the back of that field and just getting faster and faster throughout the race. Let's look right here. You'll get a really good angle. Sanders probably in about 4th place, maybe 5th that early in the race, but keeps his head down, gets through his dry phase well, and once he gets up to his full speed, he is a hard man to beat.
Won it by a full 1/10 of a second. Sanders, victorious once more. We'll send it trackside with him.
Your 100-meter champion once again. Zamari, you won this event last year. All eyes on you. How did the pressure affect you?
To be honest, I ain't feel no pressure. I just know on the track, it's me versus me. I don't care who's beside me. I don't care about none of that. It's me versus me.
You versus you, brother. All right, so you ran the race. You guys were really close tight. It was a hard race. How did you stay composed?
You know, just keep going through my phases, not worrying about who's next to me. You know, run my race for me and run against the clock.
Him against the clock. Give it up one more time for your 100-meter champion, Zamari Sanders.
Rocky Top will be glad to have him as a member of their program in Knoxville. Sanders, 10:32. Pickett takes second, 10:42, just in front of Leolami, 10:43. Boy, second, third, and fourth separated by 0.02 of a second is Mbuko, 10:44. Tight race there. And what does the girls...
I love what he said, though, AJ. Himself against himself, right? That's a really good mentality to have for a young athlete, excited to see what he can do in the Orange of Tennessee.
And time for the championship girls 100. Mira Nesmith, Cheltenham senior in Florida. And 11:48 in the semis. Zoe Holt, Bradford Prep, just a freshman. She's running under 11:3. Won 11:43 in the semis. Here's Siani Wynn, who hasn't lost in nearly a calendar year. Certainly the favorite in this race. Defending champion. Took down Lisa Ray last year. New Balance indoor champion as well. She'll start in lane 4. Maya Arundel, everybody knows about Bullis. She's coming there a freshman year. Immediately made an impact. She's also a sub 11.3 runner. Here's Morgan Good, Mustang Track Club junior. Good was third in the semis, 11:41. Finished first in her heat. She'll start in 6. This is Vanessa Waite, Powerhouse Athletics Track. It's the sophomore. She was second in the semis, 11:40. Keep an eye on Waite in lane 7. In lane 8 will be Aubrey Wilson, Trial by Fire Track and Fields junior. Wilson had that last qualifying spot by 100th of a second. And Janiyah Brown will start in lane 9. Very excited for this championship girls 100.
Well, AJ, we came into that boys 100-meter race with kind of a clear favorite. Sanders kind of stood head and shoulders above the rest of the field. This girls 100-meter race, very different story. We've got a lot of great talent in this race, very close together. Wynn, of course, coming in with the swagger, well-deserved, the defending champion. has run 11:25, swept the 6,200 meter titles indoors, the future Florida Gator in 4. But I would keep an eye on this freshman, Erin Dell of the Bullis School. We all know how good the Bullis School is, how good their coaching is. Reigning middle school 400 meter champion. She ran a win legal PR in the semis. She's got some really good momentum coming in to this final. And don't forget about Zoe Holt either. 11:25, the U.S. number 2 freshman, was only 1/100th of a second off of win at the indoor 60 title. She's certainly going to want to turn that silver into gold here. And, you know, those are just 3 of the very, very talented names in this field, and it really could be anybody's race.
Certainly the storyline heading in is the dominance of Siani Wynn over the last year, the success she has already been able to experience here. Looking to add to that trophy case. What does the freshman to her right, potentially, Maya Arundel from Bullis, have to say about it? Vanessa Waite, 11:40, and the semis feeling strong. Lisa Ray has the meet record, 11:21. Remember, Siani Wynn took Ray down for that national title.
So let's keep an eye on the clock. Meet record is 11.21, set by Lisa Ray 3 years ago.
A little longer of a setup than some of these ladies might have wanted. That's going to favor those that have a little bit more experience.
By the way, a scratch from Janiah Brown. That's why she was not in the introductions. Aubrey Wilson just getting the blocks set here.
A little bit of gamesmanship, if you will. Her world, letting everybody else wait on her. That can sometimes lead to a little advantage. The gun goes off, and in such a short race, every advantage counts.
Brown's going to have to pick it up from Wilson will have to pick it up from the semis if she's going to compete for a title here. It was at 11:67. Here we go. Championship 100. New Balance Nationals. And they're off. Great start from Zoe Holt in 3, but here comes Siani Wynn being challenged by Arundel to her right. Siani Wynn and Arundel neck to neck, shoulder to shoulder. It's close at the line. Too close to tell. Oh, it's Siani Wynn. 11:27. Wins by 6 thousandths of a second. They're both at 11:27. Win at 11.264. Siani Wynn back to back. She has the right stuff once more.
Experience, AJ, experience. That's what Wynn showed in those last 50 meters. Arundel was right on her shoulder, but when we watch this back, you'll see Arundel just showing a little bit of that freshman energy, tightening up a little bit. She's got so much talent, so much potential, but a learning moment for her as you watch this start. As you said, a really good start from Holt. there in 3, but then it was Wynn and Arundel in the middle. But watch this. Arundel's going to get a little tight, lean forward, and Wynn is just going to keep that composure, show that poise, and she's going to be rewarded with the title. But I think these two ladies are going to have a lot more good races in the future.
Yeah, those last 3 strides, you saw the right arm of Arundel get a little loose, was in fabulous position, nearly taking down the senior, the defending champion. Maya Arundel is just a freshman, and what a career she has ahead of her. But the form, the composure, and those final strides from Wynn, the difference maker. Siani Wynn.
Wynn, you're a 100-meter champion once again today, back-to-back years. Siani, what did you do to prepare for this moment?
I just want to show everybody that it's still my show. I ain't leave yet.
You didn't leave yet, and obviously you're still showing face. All right, you had to go to the end, to the wire. Where does that amazing finish come from?
I mean, honestly, when you're in the field with amazing and talented ladies that are pushing you, it makes it easy. And I knew that was going to be a good race.
So how we feeling?
I feel amazing. I'm litty.
She litty. Get her litty, everybody. Congratulations. Give it up one more time for your 100-meter champion.
That is the appropriate feeling after winning a national championship. That describes it well. And you saw the respect she had for the freshman who really gave her all she could handle today.
Yeah, and Arundel's got so much more room on the table to improve. I'm really excited to see how she develops throughout the rest of her high school career. But as Wynn said, it's still her show. She showed it, and it went down to the thousandth of a second for her to defend that title, and what a race it was.
All right, while they set up the hurdles, we'll catch our breath, take a break, be right back here from historic Franklin Field on the other side.
Shake it time and ring it, go and get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna have it when my soul feels free, now blow. Talking to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
New Balance, we got now.
How do you have a thing here with nothing in there? Good evening, everybody. I'm Action Bronson, coming to you live with a breaking sneaker report. The all-new Ellipse. New Balance has What do you get when you mix modern comfort with ancient wisdom? The all-new Ellipse. Fresh foam midsole grounds the new Ellipse design in a familiar and trusted cushioning experience that combines unmatched comfort with long-distance durability. It's a multi-layer air mesh upper, which is lightweight and breathable while creating a sleek and novel visual that stands out from the everyday running pack, which just means it's a vibe.
We welcome you back to historic Franklin Field. Timothy Ryan of Creek Track Club, Rashawn Bernard Jr. of DC Cadets, and Charlie Taylor, Real Training Colorado. Real Training Colorado in 7. It's the 400 hurdles, first of 6 heats, come down to the front stretch here after a thrilling 100-meter championship. Charlie Taylor gets the first section win. The stronger finish after that final hurdle. AJ Ricketts, Hayden Cox, pleasure to have you with us here at New Balance Nationals Outdoor.
It's been some great racing so far today, AJ. Those hundreds especially were really, really fun to call. And we'll start this 400-meter hurdles off with a 54.65 will be the first mark of the day, top mark of the day from Charlie Taylor. Of course, 5 more heats to run, running slow to fast in terms of seating, but you never know. We've seen early sections take the win more than once already this weekend, and you never know what the future has in store.
Section 2 now. Teddy Gobert, New Jersey in 4. Jamari Cole, 5. Tristan Frank. Actually, Cole's going to scratch. Tristan Frank, Valley Project in 6. Caden Bronson, Springfield Trek Club in 7. Zach Zerka, Michigan in 8. And Keegan Slonsky, Poolesville, Maryland in 9. Section 2 of 6. Caden Bronson making up the first stagger out in 7. Bronson in the white singlet there. Composure over these hurdles. Now in the top spot. Bronson continuing the smooth race here. I don't know if Tristan Frank will be able to catch him on the inside. Another clean hurdle cleared, although now on the outside, he's got to be careful. Might have got out lead by Slonsky, who came on really strong to finish it off there, and Slonsky got him at 200ths of a second, 54.62.
Wow, good lesson there. Never let up before the finish line. Those last 50 meters of a 400 hurdle can be unbelievable pain, but Slonsky taking advantage of being the hunter rather than the hunted. And Bronson lets up just a little bit. Slonsky takes advantage and slots himself into the top time of the day in these boys 400-meter hurdles. 54.62 is now the time to beat. That's a shame. Bronson did such a good job from about 250 meters to 350, really extending the race, stayed very clean. It wasn't so much a matter of him speeding up as just him keeping his step patterns and getting over the hurdles well. But that last 20 to 30 meters just letting up a little too much.
Look at Dane Mai there. Got Jesse Obata on the inside. Cruz Canariato, Shannon Palmer, Kingston Banks, Carter Gavecki, and Adam Orth also in this heat. Off in heat 3 of 6 of the championship boys 400 hurdles. Good start of the inside by Obot from Willow Grove, PA. Pretty even with Orth on the outside. Approaching the hurdle at the same time. Shannon Palmer in 3 into the lead. Sophomore, the spirit of Prio. He clipped their hurdle, but Obot went down on his hurdle. Now, Orth at 9 was the one that finished first, kind of hitting along the bricks. Obot will get a round of applause for getting up and through the final hurdle. A little bit of carnage there in that third section.
Yeah, what a strange race there, AJ. At first it was kind of shaping up to be the classic, way you have to run on the inside versus the outside. We had Jesse Obot on the inside kind of chasing people, really using the idea of having the staggers in front of him to take advantage of that. And you had Adam Orth on the outside just kind of running hard, running blind, as you have to do on the outside, trying to avoid seeing anybody the whole race. But that fall from Obot, I believe it was, really kind of threw off a couple guys there in the middle. I saw a couple heads turn. That was kind of a hard fall. Made a good sound. We heard it up here in the booth. And lane 9 getting the advantage and coming away. But Swansky from heat number 2 still has the top mark. So keep an eye on that.
So heat 4. Cole Taylor on the inside. Aiden Kolkmeyer in 2. Miles Cash in 3. Giorgio Ruttini in 4. Davian Booker in 5. Aaron Taylor 6. Austin Browning 7. Pablo Aldecoa in 8. Davian Booker.
Keep an eye on Davian Booker. He was the 400-meter hurdles champion back in 2024. Runner-up last year, future Baylor Bear. Be in lane 5.
Full section here. Pretty even from everyone through the first hurdle. Aaron Taylor looking strong as well. Making up his stagger. Actually a little bit in front of Booker here. Austin Browning's going to pull off. I don't know if he felt something, a little twinge. Some clap in frustration. Here comes Davian Booker, though. A little clip in that hurdle. That was smoother. Looking to chase down Aaron Taylor of Kanan McMillan. Both seniors here. Booker into the lead. One more hurdle to clear. Booker strides home. 52-17. That's a personal best in the top mark thus far.
Really good race there from Booker. Stayed patient early. You could just see how much he moved throughout the field. And that last 150, 200 meters, that's really a hallmark of high school racing. If you can keep your step patterns and stay consistent over the back half, you'll really fly through the field. True on the professional level, too, just not with as wide of a margin. But Booker doing a really good job there, particularly over hurdles 8 and 9 to keep his momentum moving. And sure enough, rewarded with the win.
52-17. Just over a second off what the meet record stands at, 51-31, which was set in 2022 by Andy Morissette.
Last year it took 51-66 from Cameron Thomas, Tom River North, to win. I would expect something pretty close to that. The meet record, I'd say it's a coin flip whether it goes down today. What do you think, AJ?
Just based on the precedent today, would not be surprised. But also, Booker wasn't able to do it. Might be a tough one.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Nyan Brown or Ian Hill in that final, especially since they'll be shoulder to shoulder with each other. We'll need to run a PR to get it, but we've seen some really good races, and the results of putting strong athletes next to each other, especially in a race like the 400-meter hurdles, can really lead to some fast times.
Jeremy Walters of Island Express ready for his heat. Also have Christian Doss on the inside, Cameron Hyde, Destin DeCambra, Elijah McKenzie, Stephen Schwartz, Jordan Peck, Aldrich Crawford, and Giovanni Reynolds.
Walters, a future Northeastern Husky, number 2 time in New York this year.
Stand him up.
Keep an eye on Mr. Peck in lane 7 as well. He's the back-to-back New York State 400-meter hurdles champion. Him and Walters have had plenty of races with each other. Walters with a slight advantage, being on the inside, being able to see Peck in his peripheral vision, at least for the early stages of this race.
Section 5 of 6. Championship boys 400 hurdles. Times are getting faster. 52-17, the time to beat from Davian Booker. Jeremy Walters of Island Express making up his first stagger as he slides by Elijah McKenzie, future Northeastern Husky. And McKenzie goes right back by him. Nice response here from McKenzie. Stephen Schwartz trying to hold off Jordan Peck on his right shoulder. Right now it's Schwartz and Peck, the ones to beat. And a fall there in that last hurdle. And coming all the way back is Walters. Really strong finish after he cleared that final hurdle to take the win, 53-13. That's going to put him behind Booker, though.
Yeah, you said it. Wow, what a fantastic last 50 meters there from Walters. I thought he was out of the race with the 100 meters to go. He had a really tough hurdle 8, lost his momentum a little bit, stumbled a little bit, but got back and found a little extra gas in that last 100 meters. I really thought the win was going to come from the outside there. Schwartz, though, going down in the last 20 or so meters, threw off his race Maybe threw off Jordan Peck just enough as well to give Walters that win, but you said it, Booker with that 52-1, still the top time of the day coming out of heat number 4. Walters will slide into second, Peck will slide into 4th overall thus far today.
All right, time for the intros for our 400 hurdles championship section. Charles Dowles, senior, PB at 52.38, he'll start in 1. Miles King, Ohio Speed Academy, senior, 52.37 PB, carried in. From Boston, Aiden Calcano da Silva, 52.37. Kareem Brown from Deptford Township, 52.28 PB entering today. Here's Ian Hill, Creek Track Club, 51.72. Ryan Brown, he'll be going for the meet record, 51.11 PB. He'll start in 6. Keenan Davis, not introduced. He will scratch. Jaden Martinez starts in 8. Jaden Jeter, Milwaukee High School, 52.25 PB. He will start in 9.
For those used to the 400-meter hurdles, you know to keep your eyes on the middle of the track. Fastest seed times are going to be in lanes 5 and 6. Ryan Brown comes in with the fastest mark of the year, 51.72. He set a North Carolina state record in the 300 hurdles this year. A little bit of controversy in the 4x4 was DQ'd, but eventually reinstated. Ian Hill, on the other hand, coming from Texas, he'll be in lane 5. He was the regional champion in the 300-meter hurdles, has already committed to the University of Illinois, which may not be your first thought of a traditional track and field powerhouse, but has really come on strong these last couple of years. One of the best programs in the country. He will look to add to that Illini legacy, but first he wants to add a New Balance national title to his resume, but he will have to fight Ryan Brown on a host of very, very strong 400-meter hurdlers here in this heat.
I was very glad, by the way, the NCHSAA had common sense prevail as they re-awarded Mallard Creek that state title.
Yeah, AJ, I didn't realize there was a rule against having fun. Did you see that rule somewhere? No fun?
That was not part of the NFHS rule book. Fun is still allowed.
That's why they don't. That's why they don't hire me to be an official.
I think he'd make a capable one. Just personal opinion. Of course, Brown held up the number 5 for 5 titles for Mallard. He is off to NC State in the fall. A couple P4 commits in this field. Brown, the Wolfpack, Ian Hill with Illinois. Brown will start in 6. .51.31 is the New Balance meet record. 400 hurdles, championship section. Brown in 6. Ian Hill in 5. Martinez Picking up the stagger. He looks strong out in 8. Now Brown and Hill making their way forward. Hill on his inside. They are just about even here. Yep. Brown on the right, Hill on the left. You had a feeling it might come down to these two. Brown with work to do. Ian Hill first to the final hurdle. Hill trying to hold off Nyan Brown. Oh, he celebrates at the line. Ian Hill, 50-81, national champion. Meet record PB. And he got him by 1/100th of a second. That celebration almost cost him, Hayden, but he just holds off Nyan Brown.
That is what happens when you bring such great talent from all around the country and put it in the same place. New Balance Nationals delivering again here at Franklin Field. Ian Hill and Nyan Brown. I mean, that was just a fantastic race. The matching New Balance kits, shoulder to shoulder, almost mirror images of each other through the end there as we take a closer look. This is that back stretch. You know, the stagger's still there. A little bit of an advantage, of course, being on the inside for Hill. But as they come around the corner there, Hill getting just that little bit of advantage, breaks the stagger, but Brown doing so well to fight back. Hill going to the celebration here, almost gives it up, but he will take the victory with that meet record. Man, he's got to be real glad he came away with that win after that celebration, because you know Coach was never going to let him hear the end of it if he didn't.
1/100th of a
All
second.
right, Ian, you ran an amazing race
Ian
today.
Hill.
Your first time running 50 point. How are you feeling?
Man, that's all glory to God right there. The goal is to come out here and PR before going to school. That's exactly what I did, all because of my Lord and Savior.
Amen. You ran a crazy race, strong finish, amazing finish. People kind of concerned about 3/4 of the way through. How do you stay composed with the hurdles coming up that fast?
It's built in me. I'm a dog, you know, so coming through that last stretch, I just know I'm going to finish stronger than everybody. So that's what I put my trust on. And if I'm in the lead by the time I come around 100, it's over.
And tell the crowd what being a dog means.
Man, they got to know what it means. You can't explain it. Dog eat dog world.
Doggy dog world. Give it up one more time for Ian Hill, your men's 400-meter champion.
I'll tell you what, Aiden, technically, Nyan Brown had the stronger finish after that final hurdle, but Ian Hill had done enough work where he was able to still take the title by 1/100th of a second. That just a fabulous final delivered.
Well, AJ, I'm going to give you a little bit of a stat here. He's going to Illinois, right? Big Ten champion this year, James Ledbetter, ran 50-82 to win the 400-meter Big Ten championships. You see that time on your screen. That's 1/100th of a second faster from Ian Hill in high school. Looking forward to see what he can do next year in the Big Ten.
Big things are ahead. The Illini have a good one. The Wolfpacks sure do too. And Nyan Brown, who has racked up the national titles and state titles in his high school career. With the hundreds and the 400 hurdles, delivering drama. So we move forward to the freshman 400 hurdles, 5 sections here. Jalen Pickett in 5, Daniel Pierce in 6, Sylvian Garbutt in 7, Grayson Rich in 8, Grady Shad in 9. Garbutt, the slight edge over the rest of the fields. Split second. And pretty even with Grayson Rich to his right. Garbett now going around. Sylvian Garbett, AOC Ambler Track Club, cleanly over the final hurdle. And we'll 58.49 to take the first section out of lane 7.
Night and day from our championship 400. That was obviously neck and neck, but this one, Garbett went to the lead early and really never looked back. Made up that stagger on Grayson Rich and won by over a second. 58.4 is going to be the time to beat for the 400-meter freshman hurdles.
Section 2 of 5, Danilo Francisco, Ryan Jablonski, Henry Christensen, Tatum McKnight, Khalik Zaire, Oliver Chadwick, Theonil McCullough, Dakota Hatfield, and Landon Bass from inside to out. Chadwick enters with the best PB at 58.88. Everybody within a second of each other. Section 2 of 5. Freshman boys, 400 hurdles.
Time to beat 58.49. Sylvian Garbett. Last year it took 55.9 to win. That was Shannon Palmer.
It was a bit of a stumble out of 9 by Landon Bass. It did recover, but this is being dominated here by McCullough. Theonil McCullough, Washington, TWP. Able to navigate over that final hurdle. $56.96.
That'll be a personal best for Mr. McCullough as he soaks up what little shade exists on this Franklin Field track at 12:50 on a Friday afternoon. Looks like maybe a broken wrist or broken hand didn't stop him from winning the heat there. Pretty much doing it completely solo. See that time there, won by about 3 seconds over the rest of that freshman field. 400 hurdles, a really hard event for freshman athletes. I mean, hard event generally, but most of these athletes racing 300 throughout the high school season, and then you got to come up to 400 meters. I mean, even looking at that championship 400, some of those guys don't quite have the full 400 yet under their belt. I mean, obviously we've got that top talent that certainly does, but to make it 400 as a freshman and to really get your step patterns right and really survive the whole race, huge challenge. But good opportunity for these guys to feel what that full 400-meter hurdle race feels like, knowing that that is the goal as they move up the ranks. And I'm sure many of these gentlemen want to continue their career into college, and of course that is the standard. No more 300-meter hurdles in college. So get your feet wet, realize what it takes, and maybe take that extra energy and motivation back to practice over the summer and in the off season to get a little bit stronger by next year.
Always regarded one of the trickiest, most difficult races in the sport. The mix between endurance and technical wherewithal always poses room for improvement. Heat 3 now. From inside to out, Austin Slois, Jace Jackson, Quincy Watkins, Jaden Turpin, Jaden Tucker, Justin Wright, Ryan Petrie, Daniel Hill, and Emmanuel Fife. Daniel Hill made up a lot of ground, but didn't have the best second hurdle. That looks smooth there. Actually, it might have been Emmanuel Fife who lost some ground, I think, on the outside. Because Daniel Hill's looking quite sharp at the moment as it stands. However, Jaden Turpin from Oakland making a late run at it. One hurdle to go. It should be Hill's race. And he will take it. Daniel Hill, 57-52. It's good for second best among the compiled results.
Yeah, really good strength there from young Mr. Hill. He's run 400-meter hurdles before. He's run 57.9, so gets a slight improvement on that, largely, I think, due to the pressure he felt from Mr. Turpin on his inside. But he's a pretty talented young athlete. He's run 10.8 in the 100, and obviously we just saw a 57.5 in the 400-meter hurdles, so some good top-end speed. I'm excited to see as he develops throughout his collegiate career, or high school career, rather. I think that 400-meter hurdle time is going to get down pretty significantly. He's got the high-end speed to do it now, just needs to keep working on the strength, which will come naturally as he gets a little bit older and a little bit stronger.
Section 4 now. R.J. Sanders, Daniel Murray, Justin Robinson, David Ainura, Michael McKenzie, Jamal McKenzie, Blake Gallion, DeMonte Thomas, and Nico Hartman. 56.95. McCullough's PB, the time to beat.
Pretty sunny on the track, but still not crazy warm. We're just starting to tick up into 80 degrees. So good weather for these 400-meter hurlers. We're going to feel a little bit overheated at the end of the race, I'm sure, but good weather to run fast.
Section 4 of 5. Really good start in 8 by DeMonte Thomas. Jemai McKenzie of Great Esteem Track Club has made up his stagger. In good position midway through the turn. 2 hurdles to go. 3 hurdles, excuse me. Michael McKenzie now challenging. Watch RJ Sanders in 1 as well. Bit of a stumble after 8. And another stumble. That might cost him the win. He was in the lead on the final hurdle. Hit it, and that allowed Jemai McKenzie to take the win.
AJ, I don't know how close the officials were paying attention there, but McKenzie got a little creative with his lane. We'll see if that result stands, but certainly the first athlete to cross the finish line, taking advantage of the stumble there from RJ Sanders, who still managed to recover very well. He ran 56.3, which is the second best time we've seen out of this freshman boys 400. If he didn't stumble on that last hurdle, AJ, I agree with you. I think he would have won that race. But McKenzie gets 55.6 across the line first.
All right, time for the final. Look at Elliott there, Chase Elliott, the Bullis. You saw Ty Tinapur and Aiden Denning right before that. Maybe a scratch from Kellen Reif. And there's Jackson Hutchings, Unity Track Club. 55.69 PB. Charles Robinson, Michigan, 56.50, his best heading into this. Alexander Greed, Hattiesburg Flyers Track Club, Mississippi. 56.80 PB. There's Daniel DeMasi, New Jersey. Nolan Hemman, Manchester, Iowa, 57.21.
Time to beat that 55.6 from McKenzie. Maybe a little bit of a confusion on the officials. Green flag goes up. No harm, no foul. Allow these gentlemen to reset. Got to shout out the officials. They've been out here all day, all weekend, doing a great job. It's a thankless task. So we'll give them their kudos.
They have been moving things along with aplomb. Here we go. Final section, freshman boys 400. Really good start in 4 by Charles Robinson. Chase Elliott of the Bullis School has made up his stagger in that bright neon kit. He's in the first spot as it stands. First to his hurdle. Elliott clears 7 well. On the 8s. It's Chase Elliott right now. He's got some company on his inside. Charles Robinson. They're through 10. Now it's a sprint to the finish here. Yes, and it looks like Chase Elliott. Yep. 55.04 PB. for the man from Bullis. Robinson, 55.08.
Great race from Elliott. AJ, I've never seen a kid from Bullis do well in a one-lap race. Is that something we've seen before?
Is that, yeah, sounds familiar, I think. I'm trying to recall.
Always got to watch that neon yellow. Great race from Elliott. I love the toughness in the last 50 meters. And what he did really well is when he felt that pressure on the inside, he stayed relaxed. He stuck to his race plan. He didn't tighten up. Sometimes you see these young athletes, they tighten up. They try to kind of urge themselves over that last 50 meters, but he did a good job staying relaxed, sticking to his race plan, and crossed the finish line in the lead.
You see the difference, the contrast in form to the finish there. All right, let's sit it down. Trackside.
I have Chase Elliott here, your freshman 400 winner, running 55.04. Chase, you're a freshman running so fast. What does it feel like to run the 400 hurdles that fast?
It feels great. I mean, our trainings, they help me. They're pushing me. My teammates are pushing me. My coaches are pushing me as well, so I'm just blessed.
You're so young, running so fast already. What can we expect to see out of you in the future in the 400 hurdles?
I'm hoping to go 49 like my boy Keenan.
Yeah, I heard him there. He's going to run 49 one day. Pay attention. Give that one more time for your 400 hurdle champion.
Obviously in good spirits there. Chase Elliott, 55.04 in that final championship heat. And Bullis have another budding star on their hands.
You know, AJ, I know it'll never happen, but I'd love to see Bullis take their team and enter a collegiate track meet and just see how they do. I think they'd be pretty fine.
Yeah, I think you're onto something. We won't get an argument from me on that. Girls Championship 400 hurdles now. We'll have 4 heats here. Caitlin Caston, Lisa Cormulek, Jalen Jones, Kieran Murray, Tyriel Harley, and Liana Bradner.
While they hold this start, we'll go over a little bit of the history of this race. Natalie Dumas, of course, her name is all over the record books. Meet record here, 55.99 from last year, reigning champion in that event, of course. But this is one of those high school national records, AJ, that I just don't think is ever going to go down. Sydney McLaughlin, 53.82. Ran that back in 2017. Obviously, a New Balance superstar. She's gone on to an unbelievable professional career and got so bored with the 400-meter hurdle, she needs to do something else. Imagine being so good at your event, so much better than everybody else. You got to change events to keep things interesting. What an athlete McLaughlin is.
That may stand the test of time for quite a while when you have a generational talent like Sydney possessing that record. Someone who is putting up competitive times at the Olympic level in the 400 while running the 400 hurdles.
I know I'm talking like a distance runner, but I'd love to see her race Femke in the 800. That'd be fun.
I mean, at this point, it's a good side quest, right? Let's see. Let's just see how.
What can't she do? That's the question
Yeah.
I want to know, because we still haven't figured it out.
Just keep upping the distance, and she'll probably come through still. Here we go, first heat of 4, championship 400 hurdles section. Five athletes contesting this first heat. Again, in these hurdle races, if you're not familiar, even with the stagger, you can get a good gauge of who's leading by reaches their hurdle first. And right now, Lisa Cormule looking the strongest. Cormule straining just a bit, but in a good spot. Jalen Jones was gaining some ground. Didn't have the best 8th hurdle. Now coming up on 10. Cormulu gets over. Trying to hold Jones off. Able to do so. Cormulu 102.92.
Good race there from the Commonwealth League and Catholic athlete. That 400-meter hurdles, man. That is a hard race. A lot of these athletes, as we mentioned during the boys' edition of the 400-meter hurdles, very used to the 300-meter hurdle distance, as is commonly competed in high school state meets around the country, but bumping up to that 400-meter mark. It doesn't sound like much to a distance runner, but man, that is a tough race. That extra 100 meters makes things so challenging. But good opportunity for these athletes to get a test of the race they would need to compete in at the collegiate level, at least the parallel to the 300-meter hurdles.
Beautiful view of our Franklin Field setup as heat 2 here gets ready. Let's look at Sazy Rentmore right there out in lane 9. Also Olivia Wallace, Anaya Houghton, Maya Hadwatts, Catherine Larson, Anaya Davis, Kennedy Ruff, Skylar Skivlier, and Sandra Vitolo.
Your eye on Skivalier in lane 7, future Purdue Boilermaker, and a lifetime best of 60.1 at the New York State meet last week.
Trying to ride that momentum into this national meet. Skivalier quickly ahead of the field before the 3rd hurdle. Impressive start, but what will the back half of this race look like? As Kennedy Ruff is certainly in the picture.
Done this distance before.
Yeah. Here's Ruff making up the stagger. Scavalier. Here's a really good start for Scavalier, but starting to feel heavier. Maybe paying a bit of a price for the early ambition. Never want to fault an athlete for it. A little too hot out of the gates, and ultimately it's a dominating performance, Hayden, for Kennedy Ruff, winning by nearly 2 seconds. 60.85 there for the Plainfields product.
Yeah, really good race, good poise. We obviously had our eyes on Skivalair with the confidence of having run this race before, but sometimes after you run a PR in an event like the 400-meter hurdles, you kind of have to take a step back before you're able to step forward again. You kind of gain that confidence. You get out more aggressive, as Skivalair certainly got out very aggressive in that race, but Ruff measured her effort the most effectively, most evenly on that edition of the 400-meter hurdles, and she's going to be rewarded with the top time thus far in the Championship Girls 400, but still some races to go.
Yeah, 2 more in this championship section, and then we'll have the freshman girls 400 hurdles before the relays get started with the boys 4x2 championship section. There's a look right there. Atlanta Zoom Athletics athlete Brooklyn Randolph carries a 60.41 PB into this. Laya Kimball, Ella Helm, Daphne Georgiadis, Brianna Growaltz, Parker Steele, Nyjah Garnes, Solana Varela, Valencia Calhoun, 1-8. 60.85 now the time to beat.
Keep your eyes on Parker Steele, heading to Michigan State next year, ran 60.2 in New York. She goes in 5.
.2, very competitive time. 60.13, that's the fastest C time entering this heat by Nyjah Garnes, junior from Andrew Jackson. He was out very strong. Slightest stumble, went through the second hurdle, but looking strong along the backstretch.
Yeah, it's a pretty even race in 4 and 5, and possibly outside in lane 9 too. So hard to run out of lane 9, got to run blind, but Randolph doing it well, trying to hold off Growalt and Steele in the middle.
And Parker Steele in that teal turquoise kit. Now overtaken on the inside. Brianna Growalt looking formidable into 9 with the lead. Growaltz gets through 10 cleanly. Brianna Growaltz, Atlantic County Tech. We'll take that section. 59.97, just gets under 60, and she's thrilled.
As she should. What a huge barrier to get under 60 flat for 400-meter hurdles. Big, big barrier on the female side of the sport. Brianna Growalt earns it for the first time. 59.97. Takes a heat victory as well. We'll see if that time holds up as we get ready for heat number 4.
All right, introductions for the Championship Girls 400 hurdles. Our 4th and final heat, Jana Mahari of Iowa. Here's Halia Livo, Kendra Sport Track. McNamara, Mila Castro, who's run 59.94. Sarah Robinson, Winslow Township Jr., 59.80 PB. From Ohio Speed Academy, Anna Wiley, 58.20 personal best. Times keep getting faster. Here's Sydney Chadwick, Union Catholic Jr., 57.39. That's the fastest seat time in this field. Kiara Belfort, SBR Track Club Jr., has run 58.16. She starts in 7. Hope Edwards will be in 8. And Saka, sophomore, 59.17, time to her name. And from the Bullis School, Kennedy Brown, 59.70 for the junior this year. Again, the meet record probably won't be broken for quite some time. Sydney McLaughlin, or excuse me, Natalie Dumas, 55.99.
This is an event where that Union Catholic jersey really stands out. You know, we talk about Bullis a lot, but you mentioned McLaughlin, the Union Catholic graduate. Sydney Chadwick looking to add to that legacy. Already has with a freshman national championship in this event at New Balance Nationals in 2024, but looking to add a senior title to that as well, winning this championship race. She's been a part of their national record SMR and DMR events as a flat 400-meter PR of 54 flat. See what she can do in this championship 400-meter hurdles.
Well, we just saw how a Bullis freshman nearly took down the defending champion, who was off to the SEC. So keep an eye on Brown on the outside, but certainly Chadwick, one of the heavy favorites here.
And Brown's had her fair share of national championships from that school as well. Helped her team to the shuttle hurdle relay indoor title at New Balance Indoors. But also keep an eye on Kyra Belfort. She ran 58.1 at the Southeast Meet of Champs. A PR for her has some good momentum coming into this race. She'll be in lane 7.
It's the final of the championship 400-meter hurdles here at New Balance Nationals. $59.97, the time to beat. We certainly will see something faster here. Really good start in 5 by Anna Weil.
Yeah, Anna Weil, the Ohio State champion and future Indiana Hoosier, out very fast. Liking what I'm seeing from Brown in lane 9, but 400's a long way for hurdles. We'll see if she can hold it together. And don't forget about Chadwick.
She's about a half second back. Now Chadwick inching ahead. Sydney Chadwick, Union Catholic in the lead onto the front stretch, approaching 10 here. Chadwick clears it cleanly. Finish line in sight. Being challenged on the outside though. Kennedy Brown out of lane 9 wins the national title, 57.89. Bullis adding another crown to their long legacy. Kennedy Brown, what a finish.
Bullis is unbelievable, man. I mean, from meets like Penn Relays to New Balance Nationals, they just have such a great such a great magic on this track. It just feels like every single time they show up to Franklin Field, they show up to win. And, you know, the athletes keep changing names because they keep graduating, but Bullis is the name that keeps standing out up front. Kennedy Brown will be the athlete that gets to raise that New Balance Nationals tape high, and what a way to fight back in that last 100 meters. It felt like she was losing just a little bit of space to Chadwick there on the inside. Chadwick ran a very good race, but Brown just found a little extra fight, using the bricks to her outside maybe as extra motivation, and gets to the tape first to take the title.
He's kind of hidden there from that vantage point. You see here, just the stronger close. Knew it immediately. Chadwick ran such a good race. Had taken the lead coming out of the turn, but the junior from Bullis, what a moment. She's got the tape, and she's got the title, and she's got the interview on the infield.
Kennedy Brown, your girls 400-meter hurdle champion. Kennedy, all the way from the outside lane, how did you approach the race running blind?
Yeah, so my coach told me to focus on my race, get out, relax, attack the hurdle, and finish the race.
Well, clearly you did that. You ran 57 today. How are we feeling about a 57?
It's all right. I wanted to run a little faster, but I'm cool with it for right now.
All right, well, you're New Balance champion. That's a big deal. How are we going to celebrate today?
I'm going to go eat a seafood boil once I get back home.
All right, well, go get your seafood boil, get back to work. Congratulations, Kennedy.
Well, I'm inspired now. That sounds pretty good. I don't know about you. Wasn't even on my mind, but now it is. That's 57.89 for Brown. We were talking though during that interview. Do you think there's anything there with the step in or two inside her lane, or maybe nothing much to make of that? Is that something to just consider?
If I was a coach of one of the other athletes, I'd be protesting. I'll put it that way. But as the announcers, we get to win no matter who wins. So a well-run race, maybe a freshman error there of stepping outside of the lane. I mean, it looks so simple from our point of view, but when you're feeling the lactate that late in a race, it is an easy mistake to make. I've seen it before, and we'll certainly see it again. But we'll see what happens if there's a protest or not. But no doubt that woman has a very bright future.
If anything, it was on the straightaway, not in a turn. It certainly didn't see any action or movement towards a quick protest, so we'll keep an eye on it. But as it stands, and certainly seems, Kennedy Brown, national champion, freshman 400 hurdles now. Alyssa Gretza, Finley Mitchell, Leah Didenhofer, Mariasa Nogueira from inside to out. Nogueira in a good spot coming into the front stretch, but now Alyssa Gretza from Alexander City coming on strong, and will take the first section victory here in 4 heats.
It's got to be a cool moment. You get to see the championship race right before you, and then come next to race your own race, 400-meter hurdles. A lot of these girls for the first time taking on the 400-meter distance for the hurdles. But time and time again, we've seen some young athletes have a lot of success. Kennedy Brown, of course, a great example of that. But Gretza takes the win, personal best, 66.60.
Heat 2 getting ready now. There's Michaela Evans, the freshman from James Hubert Blake. From 1 to 8, you've got Annika Kindorf, Claire Carsman, Averly Bruce, Jada Booth, Elizabeth Crombie, Kaylee Vargas Esteves, Isis Stanford, and Josiah Ryder. Section 2 of 4, freshman girls 400 hurdles. Now in 8, Josiah Ryder making up the stagger. Josiah Ryder, good speed here the first 3 hurdles.
Lane 8 and 2 both getting to their hurdles first down the backstretch, but we've seen it many times today. These girls are using the full 400, making moves all the way up to the last second. We'll see what happens here.
And clipping the hurdle there on 8. That's allowed Karsman to take the top spot. Karsman, no issues there. Nice surge, though, in 5. Made it close from Elizabeth Crombie. But Karsman of Swickley Academy, the freshman, takes section 2.
Yeah, I think Karsman's a good example of an athlete who's going to run so much faster as she gets stronger and continues getting practice at this event. She ran a really, really effective first 300 meters, was strong enough to hold on and take the win in 65.3, of course, but looks like, that last 80 meters just didn't quite have the same amount of gas. So as she continues to develop, get stronger, keep hitting good workouts, I think that time's going to go down real fast.
Now, these freshman races are interesting. You can see the technical things that can lead to some quick improvement for a lot of these athletes. You can see the potential. You can also see where there are seconds to be gained, right?
100%. Although, it's easy to say that from sitting up in the booth, but one of the things that I think all these athletes should continue focusing on is, and we've said this throughout the broadcast, but keeping it fun, right? It's so easy to finish a race, especially a race like the hurdles, and be able to identify things you want to do differently and continue to get better at. And that's good, right? It's good to have things that you want to chase and keep working on, but also soak in the moment. You're competing at Franklin Field at New Balance Outdoors. You're earning the backpack, right? Like, that's cool. Soak that in, really, really enjoy it, and make the memories, because this is a special weekend for all these athletes, whether you're finishing first or last. Just such a great opportunity in the sport.
Well, I already wanted the seafood boil. Now I want a backpack too. I'm leaving this broadcast with a lot of things on my Christmas list. All right, section 3 of 4 now. Elizabeth Hollick, Molly Malang, Liana Careless, Mariah Pender, Rhiannon Charles, Sienna McLeod, Kinley Hickey, and Chloe Gimmer.
Really quick start in 4. I think that's Pender. She hit those first few hurdles very, very quickly. We'll see how she holds up over 400 meters. Starting to get brought back just a little bit. Still looking strong. Movement patterns are still good. But the halfway point in this 400-meter race is really the 300-meter mark.
Charles to her outside, making a move. Looked like Pender was making her way. Fairly even through hurdle 9. Oh, on the final hurdle. This event is that cruel sometimes. And then in 3, taking advantage is Careless.
You hate to see the falls happen, but unfortunately they are part of the game here in the 400-meter hurdles, especially those last 100. It just feels like those hurdles get higher and higher. The first 2 or 3, that's what you practice all the time. You're comfortable with it, but very rarely are you going over an 8th, 9th, and 10th hurdle in practice that late in a race. Really, really hard to keep your movement patterns, but Elena Careless doing a really, really good job those last 50 meters of staying poised and throwing down everything she had to take away the victory in 65-1.
Yeah, really strong finish from Careless. It felt like Pender was going to be the one to take advantage because Pender and Charles were battling coming out of the turn. And Careless surging to the finish there. So final heat for the freshman. Ian Hayden will turn it over to Mark Davis and Amisha Coleman following the conclusion of this race. They will take it over for the championship boys 4x2 in the rest of the way. Careless with the top time thus far of 105.12. Katie Shook, Jadon Porter, Hannah Watson, Taylor Diller, Rebecca Spire-Dowis, Cameron McClellan, Mylan Clay, Kyla Whitehead, and Jade Smith. Off we go, final section. Freshman girls 400 hurdles. Looking for a title, really good start out in 7. Mylan Clay, Corvian Track Club, just a freshman.
Yeah, and as she makes that move, Kyla Whitehead makes a really good response in lane 8. She's got the top time in the country from a freshman this year in this event, 62.3. A little bit of a stumble there. Let's see if she can reset herself and find some poise, but it looks like a pretty good race there on the outside.
Clay and Smith dead even as Whitehead starts to falter back. And now Clay looking the stronger of the two. Tell you what, Spire-Dowis is in this as well, or looks to be coming out of the turn now, fading a bit. This is going to be Mylan Clay. Mylan Clay, 60.49 PR for the freshman who takes that 9th grade title.
And not just that, but also the fastest time by a freshman this year in the girls' 400-meter hurdles, 60.49. She's going to be dipping under that 60 flat barrier in no time.
Wasn't all that far off from Gabriella Smith's. Yeah, 60 point
300 meters is the halfway point in the race. She came into that last 100 with 4 athletes pretty much shoulder to shoulder with her, but look at the gap she opened up with the strength in the last 50 meters. Mylan Clay really doing a good job of running a complete 400-meter hurdle race and earns the victory and the top time in the country this year by a freshman.
Nobody was sneaking up on her right. All her en route to the freshman title. And the top time amongst freshmen this season. Mylan Clay is on the infield here.
I have Mylan Clay, the fastest freshman in the country and your freshman New Balance Nationals champion. Mylan, you was running with the full head of steam. How were you finishing so strong?
It's all about not thinking about anybody else's race. Just if you want, oh, sorry guys. If you want it done, you got to go do it.
And I know you're tired, but I'm going to ask you one more question, all right? How does it feel to officially be the fastest freshman in the country?
It feels amazing. It's like all the hard work paid off. And just know all the hard work and practices and meets, it's all worth it.
All right, well, I'll go let you catch your breath. Congratulations. Give it up one more time for your freshman 400-meter hurdle champion, everyone, Mylan Clay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd still be catching my breath, too, after a 60.4 400 hurdles. Congratulations to Clay on the fabulous time in the freshman title, top freshman time in the country. All right, big thanks to my partner, Hayden Cox. I've enjoyed the first half of this Friday of coverage here at New Balance Nationals Outdoor. We toss it over to Mark Davis and Namisha Coleman.
Some absolutely amazing times. I'm shocked by Ian Hill's 50.81. I'm a little excited about Ian Hill's huge PB and meet record there in the 400 hurdles earlier. That was an absolutely amazing time for him. Celebrated almost a little bit too much there at the end, but we just got done with an absolute slew of hurdle events. We had tons of middle school and freshman 2-mile races earlier, and we now get back to some really fun sprints here in the 4x2s. I am Mark Davis. A big shout out to AJ and Hayden from Runner Space for taking on the morning and early afternoon duties. And I am absolutely pleased to be joined here by Namisha Coleman. Namisha, welcome here to the broadcast crew, and we're ready to have a fun afternoon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mark. It's been such a pleasure being here. The weather is beautiful. It's like an 80-degree overcast right now. The breeze is blowing just a little bit, but we can expect some fast times here on the fastest party of the planet. I am so excited and so stoked for the 4x200 boys championship finals here.
Yeah, we yesterday was a little warm for the fastest party on the planet, but today we've got absolutely beautiful conditions here at Franklin Field, here at the Penn University. And again, we are getting ready to get into the 4x2 championship races for girls and boys. We'll also have the finale of our heptathlon and decathlon later, as well as some of our seeded sections, our championship sections in the 2 mile. So we've got a lot of great action going on throughout the day. And as you mentioned, and we'll keep mentioning, absolutely beautiful weather, beautiful crew out here. They just cleared off all the hurdles after all those hurdle events, and they're ready to get right into this 4x200 meters. And you have some insights on some of these teams that are coming up that we're getting ready to see. What can you expect from some of these races?
Honestly, the coaches I interviewed were from Archbishop Carroll, big names like Union Catholic, Motor City Track, all right? This is a race about depth, okay? And on the jerseys of Motor City, it says Family of Champions, right?
Yep.
So we can expect some really fast times coming out of this race. I am so stoked to hear what the athletes have to say after their race, what the coaches are going to think, what the family and fans at home, hello, good morning, good evening to you. So excited for you to be tuning in with us. There's a lot of powerhouses, of course, coming into this, but everyone is trying to stay comfortable and hungry. A lot of these teams are wanting to know, we want to eat, okay? That's all. We want to eat. We're looking for the dub. We want our hard work to be presented on the big stage, okay? So, Mark, you also have some intel from just being a distance runner, from just walk me through your ideas of what you expect to see at the 4x200.
Well, what an exciting event. I mean, as a distance runner, I can definitely appreciate, I love the sprint medley, and I absolutely love the 4x2. It's such an explosive event. And again, you mentioned Archbishop Carroll, defending champions. They come in here clearly as one of the best teams ever to run in the sprinting events, much less the 4x2. And we'll see them later on in our Heat 6. Right now on the track, Heat 1, Lane 2, Warwick TC, Lane 3, Pinkerton TC, Lane 4, Minnesink Valley, Lane 5, Jackson, Ohio, Lane 6, Motor City, Lane 7, Greenwich TC, Lane 8, Riverside, and Lane 9, Warrior Running. And they're getting ready to get into the blocks here as we kick things off, or continue things off here at the fastest party on the planet with our boys championship 4x200 meters. 6 heats will get faster and faster, expected to get faster and faster as we go through these heats, and we're expecting to see some amazing times. But right now we have these first 8 teams on the track ready to go. And they're off here. Warwick, Pinkerton, Minnesink, Jackson, Motor City, Greenwich, Riverside, and Warrior Running.
As they're coming down the stretch for the next athlete to get the baton. Keep in mind, it's 4 athletes, 1 mission to get it off clean. Riverside with a nice lead coming off of that first handoff.
Yeah, Riverside looked really well in that first leg, and they're continuing this lead here as they're getting ready to go into the anchor leg.
Third handoff was smooth. It was blind, which means it was fast. And as he comes off the curve right now, he's ricocheting into the straightaway, on to victory, with all the teams chasing him.
Colin Boris, Riverside, taking things home here in Heat 1. Final leg coming up. Colin Boris, can he hold on? But there's teams now on the inside. Pinkerton, Minnesink. Lane 2, Warwick. What a monster third leg for Warwick to put them in the lead. Wow, that was all Quentin Lechiaga in that third leg to set up Warwick for a really, really good, solid opening time here in Heat 1, 127.20. Minnesink Valley, 128.14.
Warwick Track Club with such a good personal best of 127.20 when it mattered the most.
Warwick is a New York State champ in the 4x2 indoors. So they're used to winning. They know what they're doing. They came on really strong there at the end. Riverside had a really good early lead there, but just couldn't quite hold on in the third and fourth legs. Next up on the track, Heat 2 of our championship boys 4x200 meters. In lane 1, we'll have all the lanes used in this heat. In lane 1, Dolphins TC. In lane 2, K-Zoom TC. In lane 3, Berlin Bears Relay Club. In lane 4, Virgin Catholic. In lane 5, Green Bulldogs. In lane 6, Winslow Township. In lane 7, Southington TC. In lane 8, Jaguar TC. And in lane 9, the boys from Illinois. We had to say that. Can't say boys from Illinois. It's boys from Illinois. So we'll see who can put together a solid 4 relay here. Again, you never know what can happen after the first leg or two. It can always come down to that third and fourth anchor leg here. Some of the athletes out there just still making sure that their blocks are set up correctly. We see the front stretch where the next group of athletes will be receiving those batons. Meanwhile, here on what is considered the home stretch now, the start-finish line changed throughout the day. Sometimes we see it on our side here, which can be considered the back or the front stretch. Sometimes it changes over to the other side, and that will evolve throughout the day as our teams now are called to the blocks here for Heat 2, Boys Championship 4x200 meters.
As they're getting their blocks here, I just want to note that I asked some people before this, and they were saying that it's sometimes confusing with how the track is laid out to accomplish this. So the fact that they can come out here and get this win is a lot.
Yeah, it's a unique environment. Carson and I were talking yesterday about that with the rail in the middle of the track,
right.
The way that the track is actually formed. It can be sometimes quite daunting for some of these athletes, but they're at a national level. They need to learn how to manage this. Someday they may come here and run the Penn Relays during their college career, and all teams seem to be out fairly even here. We'll get a good look here at the handoff on the backstretch. And that looked like on the outside there, boys from Illinois initially getting that first handoff the quickest.
As they're coming around the straightaway right now, is that a smile I see? Yeah, I do see a smile as he comes off.
Pretty happy.
Handoff to his teammate. The clean handoff, obviously something to be proud of.
Jaguar TC now looking really good there, but it looks like in lane 6 there, Winslow Township trying to make up the stagger, possibly lane 7 there. Southington TC.
Who will get the handoff first?
Very close there. Looks like Southington and boys from Illinois. But Winslow Township with a monster fourth leg here. They put the big dog on the anchor here, and he's going to take it home. Quade Hendricks, monster finish.
The grit and the dip at the end, that is how you make a team effort, and every sense makes sense.
What a great time there, 127.36. Quade Hendricks with an absolute beast of an anchor leg for Winslow Township. Southington TC, 128.20. K-Zoom TC comes up into third, 128.33. But that time from Warwick TC in the previous heat, with that personal best for the team, still sits on top. Winslow Township with a season best 127.36, winning that heat too, moves up into second overall. But we expect those times to drop dramatically. Our national record, Duncanville, Texas, set just 2 years ago, 122.25. And again, our meet record set just last year, the defending champions, Archbishop Carroll, running 123.64. And they will be in that sixth heat trying to defend their title. U.S. number 1, 122.76, set by Servite in California at the Arcadia Invitational. Always a fast meet. Moving on here to Heat 3, Boys Championship 4x2. Lane number 1, Reservoir TC. Lane number 2, Martinsburg High School. Lane number 3, Manalapan Braves. Lane number 4, Rams Elite. Lane number 5, Olin Liberty. Lane number 6, Crofton TC. Lane number 7, Walsh Jesuit. Lane number 8, Camden Track and Field. Lane number 9, Moore High School. And it looks like a late scratch there in lane 4 from Rams Elite TC. So there's going to be a little bit of a gap there between lanes 3 and 6. Sorry, lanes 3 and 5. Again, with that weird rail being in the middle, that can make things also still even more daunting for these athletes not used to running on this facility. So pretty soon here in these heats, we're going to start seeing some 125s, 126s possibly. And then we would get to that heat 6. Hopefully no wind, fast times, and we'll see what happens. Here we go. Heat 3, Boys Championship 4x2. Not unheard of from teams out of these middle heats, 3, 4, and 5, to really put out a time there to give those teams in Heat 6 something to think about and possibly place them in that top 6 overall. Camden, track and field out very well there. Jawan Brownlee getting things going. Camden, wow. They are putting together so far 2 and now 3 monster legs here. The boys 4x2. This is not even close here.
The strike just keeps leading longer and longer as he hands off to his teammate. He saw the stick, and he's taking it home. He knew he had to come in with a mission to deliver, and he's delivering it off of this turn.
Jawan Brownlee, Christian Braxton, Wasi Mohammed, and now Jaden Steele bringing things home. Camden track and field, and we'll wait to see what this time is. 126.61, so we've already now dipped underneath that 127 barrier. And a very fast time there. personal best for Camden, personal best for Warwick TC earlier. So now those top 3 teams, all with very solid times, and something for heats 4, 5, and 6 to think about.
Absolutely. I had my eyes on Camden track and field, but when I came into this meet, personal best meant everything to this team, right? The coach I talked to, they said that they expected it. They've been training for this entire time, and then they came out here and proved themselves on the big stage. This was a good heat for Camden track and field.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just realize in the days or maybe weeks leading into that national championship, really focusing in on that, you can just find things in workouts that you just realize just click. Just absolutely click. Everybody's fit. Everybody's healthy. Everybody's been getting their sleep. Yes, everybody's got finals, and everybody's got, stuff that they're dealing with, home and family and everything like that. But if all those things are clicking and you can get 4 athletes to sync up just right, get those baton passes just about as good as you can get, and everybody is fit, ready, rested, and ready to go, you can really pop off a great time.
Easily.
And I'm sure we're going to see in that 6th heat, you're going to see 6, 7, 8 teams that are some of the best in the country, and they've been working on that year in and year out. They got great coaches. They got great generations, history of great sprinters, great relay teams, and they're going to come out here with something to prove. Maybe a chip on your shoulder, but maybe a confidence chip on your shoulder, knowing that you've got history here, again, like a team like Archbishop Carroll, who's got history here.
I talked to Archbishop Carroll, one of the moms from Archbishop Carroll, and they said they have a title to defend. So we're going to see what they bring in Heat 6.
Yeah, it all can come down to either pressure or confidence.
Right.
And figuring out the difference of that in young athletes like this is really key, and it's up to the coach to pull that out. Meanwhile, moving on here, Heat 4, Spirit of Pre, Mount St. Alban, BK Elite, Unity TC, Danbury TC, Deptford Township, Mount Zion, and Delaware. So we had Carolina Cavaliers are a no start there in lane 2. So Spirit of Pre is going to have a lot of athletes in front of them for a while until they can catch up, if they can catch up, without any athlete there in lane 2. Here we go, Heat 4 underway. Probably looking at a low 126, possibly breaking that 126 already here in Heat 4 of 6. We'll see here at the exchange there. They're on the backstretch. First time exchange. Deptford Township, lane 7, with a very smart opening leg here to give them the lead. Well made up that stagger on lanes 8 and 9.
What an impressive handoff from lane 7.
Yeah, Holmes to Brown, that kept that momentum that they really needed to keep that advantage. I mean, right now when you look at a 4x2, this is a lot to make up. We've seen it made up before, but maybe not quite that distance. Want to keep an eye also in there in lane 6. Danbury TC trying to come on here and run down Deptford Township, but they're running out of time and space. Deptford Township, Kareem Brown coming downtown. Kareem Brown holds on for Deptford Township. Danbury TC coming on strong there at the end. But again, just too much in those first opening legs there from Deptford Township.
Personal best from the top 3 teams from this. 126.60 for Deptford Township. Danbury with a 127.27. Unity with 128.05. I feel like Deptford should be called Deptford because that township between those 4 boys definitely showed out in this heat.
Absolutely. 126.60 to 127.27. So that puts Deptford Township now in pole position. But 2 more heats to go here, and we're expecting some very fast times coming up next here. Athletes now setting their blocks and getting ready for Heat 5 in our championship boys 4x200 meters. In lane 1, LaSalle Academy. In lane 2, the St. James Academy. In lane 3, Solon TC. In lane 4, McNamara Mustangs. In lane 5, Union Catholic. Hey, a very dominant program in sprints in this country. In lane 6, Fremont Ross. In lane 7, Cotter TC. Lane 8, Tiger Elite TC. And in lane 9, the Land TC. Now, it's interesting to see Union Catholic not in that final heat, so you can just imagine what it took to get into that final championship seeded heat when you've got a team with such history like Union Catholic, from everything from the short sprints all the way up through middle distance, some of our distance relays, DMRs, sprint DMRs. They've got a lot of great history, but just couldn't quite make that top team list for our seeded heat after this.
All of that for a chip on their shoulder, for sure.
So athletes now called to their blocks. This is the type of heat where you got to think that these teams are thinking to themselves, maybe we're not going to come out with the fastest time of the day, but we can put ourselves in that position of that maybe second, third, possibly fourth or fifth, get in that top 6. That's one of the keys, get in that top 6, and this is the opportunity for these teams to do it. Here we go, off and underway. Penultimate heat in our boys championship 4x200 meters. LaSalle, the James, Solon, McNamara, Union Catholic, Fremont Ross, Cotter, Tiger Elite, and the Land.
We'll see who gets the handoff first.
Looked like possibly lane 7 or 8 there.
Lane 8 is gaining for
lane 8.
7 and 8.
7 and 8 though. Cotter TC and Tiger Elite TC. This will be really telling here. Lane 5. Union Catholic again. We were mentioning them before. So surprising that they're not in that final heat, but they are looking to dominate and put out that time to make people think that they should have been in that seated section. Union Catholic there, Jaleel Williams getting ready to hand off to the anchor.
As the anchor takes the baton, just know the secret sauce to being fast with Union Catholic, the bar is set. They are the standard. They want to compete and just have fun. They're relaxed. They're composed. They're comfortable with winning. And that is how he's going to put a nice bow on this finish for his team.
Okaneki taking things home, 126.84. Not as fast as we would have expected from some of the teams in this heat. But again, it's maybe why they're not in that seeded heat, which is coming up next. Very exciting, getting ready for this seeded section, the boys 4x200 meters. Championship boys, 4x200 meters. Lane number 1, Westlake TC. Lane number 2, Kentwood TC. In lane number 3, Calvert Hill College. In lane 4, let's welcome Dudley. In lane 5, Run Brave. In lane 6, the aforementioned Archbishop Carroll. In lane 7, Reservoir TC. Confidence. In lane 8, let's welcome Virgin Catholic. And on the outside in lane 9, Patriots TC. This is our fast section here. Boys Championship 4x200 meters. Can't wait to see what Archbishop Carroll can pull off here, or even possibly what the other teams can maybe upset.
Absolutely. Archbishop Carroll is the team you want to put your eyes on the screen for, guys. Because when I tell you, I asked Coach E and Coach Amina their sprints and their jumps, right? We're talking about sprint factories, talking about powerhouses, we're talking about acceleration. They want to eat because they're hungry, and they're out for the dub.
Again, reigning champions running a meet record 1:23.64 just last year here at the New Balance National Outdoors in 2025. And so they've got a name to live up to. They've got a rep to live up to. So again, it's just going to be a matter of whether they can turn that pressure into confidence, into knowing that they belong here, knowing that they belong to be looked at as the top dogs in this race. And then they got to live up to it. Everything's got to sync. All it takes is one missed handoff. We've seen it at the global level, much less at the high school level, when they're still refining their art. I mean, we've seen it with the men's US 4x1. How many Olympic years have we seen them drop the baton because they just couldn't get things synced up? Now, obviously, they're not training together as much as these high school athletes are all year round. But again, you just never know. But you would have to say it's Archbishop Carroll's race to lose.
Absolutely. But I will say they do know how to handle the pressure because of having that big name. I mean, last year, as we remember, we had Jay Cody Jordan.
Yep.
He was a top competitor, and I talked to his previous coaches, and they said that he knew how to handle it when the time mattered, and that's what made him such a good athlete. So also knowing that there's such powerhouses and having so much depth with their families, they have seniors on that team to make sure they raise up the younglings in that same mentality. So
well, that's the key. I mean, when you come in as a freshman for a team like this, Union Catholic, Archbishop Carroll, when you come into those types of teams, or you come into the training programs like Bullis, I guarantee you, not only are the coaches sitting you down and explaining to you what it means to be a part of this team, a part of this squad, but I guarantee you the athletes, which are the key to it, that the senior athletes that are really making sure that the legacy continues, they're the ones talking to those young kids and saying to themselves, look, you need to keep living up to this name. You need to own, you need to respect, and you need to believe in that logo, that badge, that name that's on your chest. Again, Westlake, Kentwood, Calvert Hall, Dudley, Run Brave, Archbishop Carroll, Reservoir, Virgin Catholic, and Patriots TC. Your 8 finalists here in the seated section boys championship 4x2, and I cannot wait for this race.
it's going to be a fast one. But that's no surprise, the fastest party on the planet.
All right, here we go. Finally getting into the blocks. Regardless of what these athletes have been doing at this meet and all season long, it's most likely been all building up to this moment. Time to beat 126.60, Deptford Township. Here we go. Wow. What an absolute monster start from some of these teams. Dudley athlete Kamal Ryan got out of the blocks faster than anybody I've seen in a long time. Archbishop Carroll already making up the stagger there on Reservoir. So they do mean business. Here we go. Coming down here. They've got some making up to do, Archbishop. But they're starting to do that now here on that third leg. Again, looks like they're behind, but they still got one more turn, one more stagger here. Archbishop Carroll, Jordan Walker putting them in contention here and handing out to Jaden Jones. Jaden Jones. Bergen Catholic, what a battle here. Archbishop Carroll could get upset here. Bergen Catholic, my goodness. Wow, what, I don't know if I want to say it's an upset, but I tell you what, all eyes were on Archbishop Carroll, where Bergen Catholic just put together 4 perfect passes. They got out of the blocks well. Kieran Ewers, Amir Woodward, Thomas McNulty, and Adrian Woodward just put on a master class on how to take down a champion.
And just like that, a star is born. Bergen Catholic took the meet record with a personal best of 1:23.50 and leaving home with a souvenir for the entire squad. This is a huge bounce back. They were DQ'd at New Balance Nationals indoor. So they came in with a chip on their shoulder going against the top powerhouse. That's Bergen Catholic.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, not only do you take down the reigning champions, not only do you come back from that devastation from indoors, but you also break Archbishop's meet record on top of that. That's a 1-2-3 slam dunk from Bergen Catholic. An absolute masterclass on knowing that it's not always the favorite who's going to win the race. Wow.
I mean, you know what they say, records are meant to be broken, and that is only expected from the fastest party on the planet here at New Balance Nationals for your boys 4x2 championship finals.
And sprint records don't go down as often sometimes as we see, and we've seen a lot of distance records going down this year at the middle school and high school level because there's so much more room to break a record. And it's just so refined, the fact that they can not only break that record, break it by almost 0.2 seconds, which doesn't sound like a lot, but tell you what, when it comes down to sprinting, that's a lot of time. That's like breaking a record by about a minute or two in a distance race. So really an absolute fabulous time there from Bergen Catholic to upset the defending champions and win their national championship. And woo, we still have now our girls 4x2. And again, with our seeded section in our final heat, Heat 6. And we'll start things off with Heat 1, Union Catholic, that name that you will keep hearing all weekend long. Union Catholic, it's their B team in lane 1, not their A team. Nyack TC in lane 2. Odessa in lane 3. Lady Liberty TC in 4. Wolverine TC in 5. Running Lions TC in 6. Ramapo from New Jersey in lane 7. Perrysburg in lane 8. And Iconic Force TC, lane 9. Heat 1, Girls Championship 4x200 meters.
I do want to reiterate that it is one mission to get the baton across the track cleanly, yes. But with the girls, we just want to have fun. And that is something that I have interviewed girls before this, that all just want to have fun coming out of here. And of course, I expect that from the fastest party on the planet. It's a party. We're going to break records. We're coming out here for the championship title. We're going to defend some titles. We're going to break records. But the main thing is to have fun. And you're going to accomplish so much more if you're relaxed and having fun with this.
Well, yeah, I mean, for so many of these teams out here, and even individuals and all the events, in the field events, and the throws, and the jumps, and the sprints, and the distance, all the wonderful events that we have here in the sport of track and field, there's only a few teams that really going to know that they're going to be in here with a shot to win or a shot to place in the top 6. But for a lot of these teams, this amazing experience, they do just want to make sure that they get that experience in, pass that on to either the next generation of relay team members, or if they're underclassmen, set them up for future years to come here to really go after a victory or a top placing. And like you said, a lot of these teams need to really take advantage of the excitement, the energy, the funness, as you may say here, of this amazing meet here that New Balance puts on every year here at Franklin Field. Absolutely iconic stadium for track and field, football, all kinds of great stuff going on here. It's just absolutely beautiful. Every once in a while, I just kind of like look around and scan the amazing buildings and everything that's a part of this beautiful campus here. And we're glad to be here as we kick things off in our girls 4x200 meters, Heat 1 in the blocks. Here we go. Union Catholic, Nyack, Odessa, Lady Liberty, Wolverine, Running Lions, Ramapo, Perrysburg, Iconic Force. Out very strong there. Looks like lane 8, Perrysburg. That's not Perrysburg. That's 9. That's Iconic Force. Talk about being iconic. This is an iconic first leg or two. Certainly that first opening leg, it's just going to be a matter of the other 3 athletes holding up to what that opening leg was for Iconic Force. Kendall Hall opening things up. Peyton Pittman now getting ready to hand off to Paris Willard and hopefully hold on to that lead. Oh, little bit of a spill there in lane 8 there from Perrysburg. But now athletes coming on in lanes 5 and 6, Wolverine and Running Lions. So it looks like lane 7 there, Ramapo. But lane 6, Running Lions, believe it or not, might have a little bit of a lead here coming off this final turn. Ramapo, Sofia De Vicentes trying to hold off. Running Lions, Davina Fazio. Oh!
Wow.
What a finish there. Davina Fazio.
Running Lions take it with a personal best of 142.43. Ramapo right behind them, 142.49. What a finish from the Running Lions, chasing their way to victory. That is how you do it here.
It looks like we're going to head things down to Devontae. He's going to talk to Bergen Catholic, and they're
Bergen Catholic,
huge
your 4x2 champions.
Or maybe not huge
Boys,
upset.
what does this mean? This win mean to you guys?
This win means everything, man. You know, starting off the season, we didn't start off too good. In outdoor season, I was banged up. We had a couple injuries. And, you know, we had to keep going. We got to this point. You know, we're blessed. We finished it off right.
Yes, sir. Obviously a very popular rival in the heat. What was going through you guys' mind seeing how close the race was?
I mean, all of us had the right mindset. At the end of the day, that's what matters most. So we had the best mindset possible. Winning was the number one goal. And we just stayed focused on the goal, and our mindset had it in the right spot. And we just did what we do. And I trust all these boys, so I know we can get it done when we put our minds to it.
And that's just it, new meet record. You talked about being on the same page. Obviously have 2 of the same brains on the team. What's it like running with your twin brother on these relays?
I mean, like, the chemistry's there. Like, last year I was third, like he was fourth leg. Handoffs were perfect, but now, to be honest, all of us are close as a team. We have a great team chemistry. So I feel like our team chemistry is like this, but especially with me and him, I like that.
All right, amazing job, boys. And last question for you, Coach. Actually, I'll pull you over here, Coach. Let's get in, man. Coach, what did you expect these boys to come out here and do, and how does it feel to know that your boys are now the meet record holders?
I'm super proud of them. That was our intention coming in. Not times, not meet records or anything like that. I try to get that in their head. Meets like this, if you're going for the win, to win a meet like this, you're going to run a fast time. Meet record's great. We have a lot more business to take care of this weekend, so I'm really proud of these boys. They deserve it.
Well, congratulations, Coach. That won't be the last time you see these boys on the track. Not only the fastest this year, but the fastest ever. Give it up one more time for your boys, 4x2 champions, everyone. Bergen Catholic.
Wow, what a great opportunity to have the coach there to really talk to him as well. A lot of times, the athletes down there get their interviews, but to also have the coach there, hear his words. But I just love, like you talk about, the teams that come out here, and it's literally just keep it simple. As they say, KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Just go out and perform. Just go out and do what it is that you're confident and you know what to do. And just get it done. That's what you heard the athletes saying down there. You know what? We just want to come out here and get it done.
What a chef's kiss response from the coach and the athletes.
All right, we've got Heat 2 in our girls' championship 4x2 in the blocks here. We'll give you those names here as soon as we start. All right, Heat 2 underway. McNamara Mustangs in 1, Upper Arlington in 2, St. John Striders in 3, Minnesink Valley in 4, Team Accelerate in 5, Atkins in 6, Type Canoe in 7, Science Hill in 8, and Red Devil Nation TC in 9. Looks like lane 6 there with the early handoff there, Atkins. All right, coming down here, getting ready to hand off to the third leg. We'll see who hands off first, and that will give you a really good idea. And it's still Atkins leading this. They got that baton off first. On the inside there, 3 St. John Striders. Coming on strong here in this third and possibly fourth leg. And it is Striders taking over the lead. St. John Striders, monster leg there from London Lee. And wow, that really set up Paris Lee here from St. John Striders. What looks to be a comfortable win. An amazing third leg there from London Lee to put St. John Striders in pole position and to take Heat 2.
St. John Striders with a result of 1:39.01, another personal best of this meet, right behind the Red Devil Nation with a time of 1:42.28, which also was a personal best. And Atkins, which was 1:42.75, couldn't hold it, but St. John Striders took for the win. They strided their way to victory with that one. And they just had fun with this. The last girl, she had a smile across her face when she was coming across that line because she knew she had it. The poise, the arms were pumping just nicely. They weren't tight, which means she was able to gain more momentum and come off of that back stretch strong and into the finish.
Yeah, it's great to have that confidence, especially when you're coming down near the end there. And again, this is all building up to that Heat 6 seeded section last year. Bola School took the title. They don't have a team here in the seeded section. They are the meet record holders and reigning champions, fastest time in the country so far. Lancaster out of Texas at their state championships running 1:33.95. Just an absolutely monster time. Only about a half of a second or a half of a tenth of a second off of the national record set by Aquinas in Fort Lauderdale. 1:33.43. So some very fast times this season so far. And we'll wait to see those seeded teams later on here in Heat 6. Keeping an eye out for Motor City and possibly Scorpions in that Heat 6 time. But meanwhile, we got Heat 3 now on the track. Lane 1, Lake Orion. Lane 2, North Stars TC. Lane 3, Oxen TC. Lane 4, Motor Cities B Team. Lane 5, Guilderland. Another big program here at the New Balance National Outdoors. Lane 6, Bloomfield at TC. Lane 7, Urbana Soaring Hawks. In lane 8, Griffins TC. And in lane 9, Crofton TC. Heat 3, Girls Championship 4x2. Always taking a long time to get these races start because you got 9 athletes all having their different speeds of how long it takes for them to get completely settled, and those officials can give the okay. But we are finally underway here. And we can see the athletes now getting ready to hand off the first leg, and we'll get a good idea of who is in first. It looks like lane 6 there. Bloomfield at TC with the early lead. But coming on strong there in lane 6, 7, and 8. It's almost kind of blanketed here, but still seems to be lane 6. They've made up the stagger on 7, 8, and 9. Wow, what a great handoff there from Bloomfield between Sophia Brown and Deanna Spears. Absolutely one of the smoothest handoffs.
Smooth handoff means more momentum for the team. So I want you guys to keep your eyes as we head into this next handoff.
Another great handoff there between Spears and Barclay. Janiyah Barclay bringing things home. This is going to be a very fast time here for Bloomfield. Everything seemed really, really smooth, especially on that second, third, and fourth handoff. And powering through the line there. That should improve on our best time of 1:39.08, and it does. 1:38.47 tops St. John Strider's time of 1:39.01. Bloomfield TC on the heels of Janiyah Barclay taking Heat 3 here.
Barclay with the celly at the end. She's very excited and happy with how that played out. Personal best for Bloomfield track. I mean, honestly, can we be surprised here? Okay, when she was coming off of that turn, when she came down the back stretch, her arms were open, her breathing was really nice, and she was nice and composed to the very end. As she powered her way down, I know who's going to take away the win based off of the composure of their elbows. It sounds crazy. Those at home that are watching, if you take a hammer, like belt your fist like you have a hammer in your hand and hammer down, if you see that form from a runner, just know they have more power than the player next to them.
Well, it doesn't matter whether you're running the 100 or you're running the 10K. It is all about form at the end. Obviously, you have a shorter period as a sprinter to maintain that form, but you're also extenuating some very different muscles, and trying to control that form and keep your composure down the finish line is very important. You can also see it in distance races. The athletes that are performing really well at the end are the ones that are maintaining that form. And it's easier said than done. Obviously, if you're fatigued, you're tired, you're getting really exhausted and flat out on the track, it's very difficult to maintain your form. But if you can do it, you've always got a better shot of winning or placing high. So Heat 4, Windsor Rebels Track, Urbana Soaring Hawks, Fairpoint TC, BK Elite, Archbishop Carroll's A team, Union Catholic's A team, and Fremont Ross. Now, obviously, Archbishop Carroll and Union Catholic, they're more dominant, I would say, on the boys' side in some of their sprints. The girls' teams are very, very good. We see them here in Heat 4. They're two A teams. And we'll see what times they can put out there to challenge for the overall compiled times. Windsor, Rebels, Urbana Soaring Hawks, Fairpoint, BK Elite, Archbishop Carroll, Union Catholic Regional, and Fremont Ross. Off and underway here. Heat 4, Girls Championship 4x2.
This is going to be a fun one. The crowd is getting excited. They're energetic. The parents are waving their arms up as we head into this next handoff.
Very close there. Looked like maybe on the outside there, Fremont Ross with the early lead, but coming on strong on their inside, Union Catholic as well as Archbishop. Archbishop now.
I know Coach T and Amina are excited about this one. Again, like I said, their goal was to eat because they're hungry.
Lane 7, Archbishop Carroll. Very strong second leg to put them in front. And will they be able to pull away? It's all going to come down to this final handoff because there are teams that are not too far behind. And with the right kick, with the right solid handoff, this could change very quickly for Archbishop Carroll.
Archbishop Carroll still having the lead for this final leg.
Urbana Soaring Hawks, though, coming on strong on the inside in lane 4. Archbishop Carroll trying to hold on there with Adore Lord, trying to hold off Sei Taiwo. Wow, what a finish. Between those legs of 3 and 4 and that finishing speed of Taiwo, that put Urbana Hawks right in front of Archbishop, and it was amazing to watch.
Absolutely, a breakthrough moment for the Urbana Soaring Hawks. Season best of 139.89. Actually, season best from the top 3, Archbishop Carroll, season best 140.07, and third Fairpoint with 140.52. The rankings just got a whole lot more interesting. Can you agree, Mark?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, St. John Striders holding on to second, Bloomfield TC holding on the third. So Urbana Soaring Hawks, even though they took down what is considered powerhouse teams, whether they're looking at the boys or the girls teams in Archbishop and Union Catholic, it's still Bloomfield TC from Heat 3 with the leading time. Penultimate heat before our seeded section coming up right now. Union, New Jersey in lane 1. QC WIATC in lane 2. The house is in the house in lane 3. Kingsway Regional in lane 4. Courageous TC in lane 5. McNamara Mustangs in lane 6. Mustang TC in 8. And Forge TC in 9. So Salon TC, originally slated for lane 7, will not be a start here in this second to final heat in our Girls Championship 4x2.
Having 2 contestants with Mustangs, we can expect a horse race.
Yes, yeah, we're going to have to figure out how to, can't say Mustang is in the lead without saying McNamara at least in front of one of them.
Speaking of McNamara, I talked to their coach, and they said they want to have a good time. This is a fun meet at the end of the day. Duh, it's the fastest party on the planet, guys. Okay, they want to give it all they got. They trained for this. They're built for this. So we're going to see how they execute this.
So Heat 5 in the blocks, ready to go here. And these are possibly a couple of the teams that might be placing in the overall if they can put things together. Clean start here in Heat 5. Everybody out strong. Looks like lane 8 there possibly. Mustang TC. Lane 8 there, Mustang TC out strong, almost making up the stagger there on lane 9. Forge TC. So Mustang TC, not to be confused with McNamara Mustangs. Mustang TC with two really good opening legs here. Coming on strong though on the outside. Forge TC is not out of this. Janelle Carter though handing off to Trinity West, and it's all going to be about this third leg. And on the inside there, it looks like lane 6, McNamara Mustang. So it looks like it's going to be Mustang versus Mustang.
As we said, a horse race for these ladies coming down into the next handoff, the final handoff. We'll see who takes away the victory.
So Mustang TC, McNamara Mustang, sorry, I'm already getting them confused with that early handoff in lane 6 there, coming home strong. McNamara Mustangs, Shawana Reynolds. It was Justice McDaniel putting them in the lead. Shawana Reynolds taking it home.
Reynolds.
137.98. Wow.
Reynolds took it home. The McNamara Mustangs with a personal best of 137.98. And second, Forge with 138. And we're going to go in.
Can't wait for this final. Can't wait for this final section here. And we're going to meet these teams. We're excited. Some powerhouse teams getting ready to step onto the track here in our seated section. Girls 4x200 meter championship. Let's meet these teams. In lane 2, Bartlett. In lane 3, let's welcome Dudley. In lane 4, Scorpions TC. In lane 5, Pensacola. In lane 6, Montverde Academy. Oh, love that. Love that look. In lane 7, St. James Academy. Hearing a big soar from the crowd for that team. Next up, St. Louis Tribe TC. So there are your finalists. Bartlett, Dudley, Scorpions TC, Pensacola, Mount Verde Academy, the St. James Academy, Motor City Track, and St. Louis Tribe TC. Again, your reigning champions, Bullis, are not here. Their meet record, 133.71, set 3 years ago.
You can expect a fast one from this one, guys, because Montverde Academy, Florida, hello, Sprint Nation, I have to say. St. James Academy, I talked to their team beforehand. They were told to stay down in the blocks, make sure they get out really, really fast, so that way they can come off of that momentum and have a really good, clean handoff.
Yeah, I mean, Mount Verde Academy coming in with the personal best for the team of 134.25, only just ahead of St. James Academy, 135.51. But I also want to keep an eye out for Pensacola. They're also coming in with a season best of 136. Expect them to be a part of this race throughout all 4 legs.
Also want to know, Pensacola has Siani Nguyen bringing it home. I know, we know that name so well.
She is coming off such an amazing victory there in that 100 meters. Siani Nguyen was the defending champion in that 100, came in earlier today and won that 100, defending her title. So a lot of confidence, you got to figure, in that young lady for her team. Siani Nguyen, keep an eye, Pensacola, if she's got the baton anywhere close to the leaders, with the confidence and speed that she showed in that 100-meter final just a couple of hours ago, you got to figure they're going to win.
Win.
Yep,
It's a
they're going to
win-win
win.
solution.
So many puns here. Well, there's just so many names, it's so easy to do the puns. Again, Bartlett, Dudley, Scorpions, Pennsauken, Mount Verde, St. James Academy, St. Louis Tribe, and Motor City Track is a non-starter. Very interesting to see that. Sometimes athletes doing multiple events, they're doing jumps, they're doing, some other event, hurdles, whatever it may be, or they've got other events throughout the week. Coach just maybe not quite feeling that he's got 4 solid athletes and just realized they've got maybe other bigger fish to fry in either other relays or other individual results.
The big fish they fried yesterday was the SMR.
Oof.
I know, and it was a beautiful race they did. It was a chip on their shoulder. They were telling me that they were on a revenge tour because they lost it. 2nd place in indoor.
Yeah. No, that was a great, another good revenge story or makeup story for Motor City Track. So disappointed to not see them here showcased in our 4x2. But we still got 7 great teams they're going to put on a display for you in just a moment. You've seen so far, it's not necessarily who gets out the fastest. It's that third leg has always been a big difference maker in all of these. So having that really strong third leg, or again, having a Sanaya win on the anchor leg. We'll have to see who makes it up here in those legs 3 and 4 as we are off and running here in that outside lane. It looks like St. Louis Tribe TC is out strong in 9. Keep an eye out for those middle lanes there, 6 and 7, Mount Verde and St. James. And looks like in lane 6 there, Mount Verde Academy with the early lead. But we've seen what early leads can do. Early leads don't always win you the race. But right now it is Mount Verde's Academy's to lose. On their outside, St. James Academy. Pennsauken needs to get Sanaya Wynn closer to Mount Verde and St. James if they're going to have a shot. Mount Verde Academy, and now on the outside, St. James Academy with a monster third leg.
Are we shocked? Mount Verde Academy and St. James going head-to-head in this battle.
Pennsauken now, I tell you what, that third leg gave Sanaya Wynn everything that she needed, and here she comes. My goodness.
You can hear the crowd whooping their way.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Siani Wynn.
Siani Wynn.
Coming down with the win. Making history here at the fastest party on the planet, and she puts a bow on it. Lovely win for Miss Siani Wynn. The personal best for Pennsauken, 135.21 for that team, and they're going home with a souvenir.
I tell you, that third leg from Pennsauken, Hope Edwards, made all the difference in this race. And once you realize that it was only a difference of about a half of a second between Pennsauken, Mount Verde, and St. James, once Siani Wynn got that baton, game over. Game over. I mean, the confidence of that 100-meter defending title, coming into it just a couple of hours later, hardly had to cool down, just get ready, keep fired up, bring it in here. Hope Edwards gives you the baton when you're close to those leaders, and just take it home, drive it home, do the biz.
So you're telling me after this race, you're telling me that hope makes the win happen.
Hope did make the win happen. And Hope Wynn, along with Sanaya Dupree and Summer Schaefer, are your national champions. Pennsauken winning our championship girls 4x200 meters. Look at that. All smiles, all screams. That's, as you say, having fun. And they had a lot of fun winning that. And can't wait to hear from Pennsauken. Devontae Ford is down on the infield. and we're getting them all gathered so we can talk to these young ladies and find out what their motivation was for winning that 4x2, because it looked awful fun watching them. And we're going to head things down to Devontae.
Pensocken. Amazing 4x2 run from the ladies. For starters, you know you have the 100-meter champion on the last leg. How comfortable does that make you?
Not like too comfortable, because you still have to make up the race to just put her in a good spot. So.
Amazing job. And you guys, it was a close race. You guys are running neck and neck with STJ Academy, actually. What was going through your mind mid-race, guys?
I felt confident in our race. I knew if we kept the stick around and gave it to Siani, we would have it.
All right, Siani, everyone seems to believe in you. Everyone's relying on you. Bring it home. You guys are in a great position. What's going through your head when you get the baton?
Honestly, I just wanted to get a dub for my teammates.
And that you did. Last question for you. How does it feel to be a New Balance National Champion?
So good!
So good! Give it up one last time, everybody. You're 4x2 girls champions.
So good. So good. I love that from Wynn there. I mean, just that idea of saying to yourselves, you don't want to let your team down. I don't think there was any chance of letting them down, but you have that pressure. You get that baton. You know that you're the 100-meter champion, the defending champion on top of that, so two-time champion. You get that baton, and you realize you don't want to let those three other girls down. And she didn't at all. I mean, it wasn't even close. So big shout out to Pensocken for winning the national title there in the girls championship 4x200 meters. And we're going to take a break here in our broadcast at the 2026 New Balance National Outdoor Championships.
Shake it, time and ring it, go and get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feels free, now blow. Talking to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
New Balance, we got now.
How do you have a thing here with nothing in there? Good evening, everybody. I'm Action Bronson, coming to you live with a breaking sneaker report. The all-new Ellipse. New Balance has What do you get when you mix modern comfort with ancient wisdom? The all-new Ellipse. Fresh foam midsole grounds the new Ellipse design in a familiar and trusted cushioning experience that combines unmatched comfort with long-distance durability. It's a multi-layer air mesh upper, which is lightweight and breathable while creating a sleek and novel visual that stands out from the everyday running pack, which just means it's a vibe.
And welcome back, folks, here. The fastest party on the planet. We are still partying here at Franklin Field, Penn University, Philadelphia, Florida. We've got about 12 minutes till the kickoff of USA versus Australia. I do have to say, part of my mind is on that game, so I'm very curious about some updates on that. Later on tonight, actually, here in Philadelphia, there's a big game with Brazil involved, So that's happening on the other side of town. But meanwhile, we've got some field events that are also happening here before we wrap things up with our girls heptathlon. They're going to be running at 800 meters later. And we've got some field events going on here. Looks like we got eyes now on our girls freshman high jump. And your leader currently, Savannah Jansen, at a New England Elite. She's at the top of the leaderboard, but there's plenty of athletes that have all cleared that 1.49 meter, 410 and a half height. So Jansen, Addison Johnson, Aliyah Wilson, Jillian Ferris. So almost every athlete in the field, it looks like, has cleared, except for, looks like we still have Jamie Bolin and Adeline Bickford, who both have one more shot at that 149 mark. And it's Adeline Bickford who's getting ready to make that jump. And she is lining up here. Looks like Abigail Hunter had cleared that on her third attempt. So there is a clearance. So Adeline Bickford makes that clearance. So we're now, looks like we're going to be moving on up to 1.53 in our girls freshman high jump. We've also got our girls championship shot put underway, and we are about 10 to 12 minutes away from our girls heptathlon finale. They're going to be running in 800 meters to close out their two-day event. They did 4 events yesterday, 3 events today. Your current leader in the heptathlon, Ella Mikulich, with a whopping 4,593 points, leading over Hayden Higgins, 4,363. So Higgins is going to have to make up 200 points in the 800 meters. Now your your meet record of 5,582 is going to be pretty far off from Mikulich to hit. She's going to have to run right around about a 207.5 to take down that meet record, but it looks like she's in the lead currently with control in our girls heptathlon coming up soon there, as we see another clearance there in our girls freshman high jump. Looks like that might have been Jamie Bolin there jumping. Addison Yasuda looks maybe up to be next. There's so many jumpers still left in. We're very early on here in our girls freshman high jump. There's so many athletes involved. It looks like they're jumping actually on 2 different pits down there. So they're almost kind of taking turns as they're down there utilizing both pits in our freshman girls high jump. In that girls shot put, we are in the 3rd round of the girls shot put. Currently leading the girls shot put, Jahan Lewis, Clover Hill. Her third throw of 12.84, 42 1.5 puts her in the lead. Amira Laster with her second throw of 12.66 keeps her in second. So many things going on here in track and field. I mean, it's difficult sometimes to report on it because you got running events on the track. You got down here, you got long jumpers going, you got high jumpers, you got shot putters. How hard is it to keep up with all of these events as a viewer, as a broadcaster, as a spectator, as somebody watching it on TV?
I mean, you nailed it on the dot. It is hard to keep track, no pun intended, with everything going on. But that's what we have results for. And that's also what we have other parents viewing for. Everyone's got their phone cameras out. You get to see your results. Check out the Instagram. Check out TikTok. You're going to see your child be the star today because of the technology that's been developed.
Well, we are certainly glad everybody is joining us here in this Runner Space production on the YouTube channel with all of these events going on. Sometimes it's difficult to keep track of it and to also keep on time. And so far today, we've kept so well on time. That's why we got a bit of this break here, still about 8 or 9 minutes away. You got to figure those heptathletes now are trying to get psyched up. I mean, it's not fun running a distance race or even middle distance race for heptathletes, not only in general, not even as a one-off, but certainly not after 2 days of excruciating pain in all different forms of muscles. Your legs, your arms, your back, your entire body is put to the test in a heptathlon and decathlon. And now you got to tell them, all right, go out and just do like the longest run that you would ever want to do.
It's such a joy and a blessing just to be here and be able to do that. I will say I used to do the heptathlon. I know. After I went to Liberty University, I ran the 400-meter hurdles, and I told my coach I want to try the heptathlon. Why? I have no idea. But it set me up for this moment to cover multiple events, and hello, that is what we're going to do. So with the heptathlon, I always told my coach that the 800 should be on the first day, which is crazy to say because you are running like 4 different events, but nobody wants to run an 800 after competing in all 6 of those events throughout both days.
Yeah, you would think they would want to get that good and out of the way, but at the same time, you know, they want to be able to perform, and there are other events throughout the day. But, you know, maybe let them run like an 800 like really early in the morning, get out of the way, and then start up the other 3 events like, you know, like around 4 o'clock or something that evening. Give them plenty of time to like not only recover but forget about that 800 meters. But it's not that way. It's this way. And we're going to do it this way and keep doing this way. It's the international way, and we're going to keep doing it. And they are going to run an 800 meters in about 5 or 6 minutes. We'll have introductions for those heptathletes as they get ready to come out here and complete their day. Yesterday we saw an amazing performance in the boys decathlon, 2 grueling days. Still keeping an eye on these girls freshman high jump, but we're getting ready to introduce our girls heptathlon. 15 athletes, 2 days, 2 laps, 800 meters to decide who is going to take home the title. And again, all eyes will be on Ella Mikulich, Minisink Valley, with that dominant lead coming into this final event. 4,593 points for Mikulich. Higgins, 43-63, so over 200 points behind. A lot to make up in this final event for Higgins.
Which can be done.
And next up on the track will be that 800-meter final event. Bella Galeas wearing hip number 14. We mentioned Hayden Higgins, a lot to make up for in this final event. Wearing hip number 14, Stella Purdy. Hip number 12, Sydney Scholenbeck. Hip number 11, Adrian Bowden. Wearing hip number 10, Claire Downer. Wearing hip number 9, Eliana Schneider. Hip 8 is Evie Wilson. Wearing hip number 7, Viola Willett. Number 6, Ashton Morgan. Wearing hip number 5, Sydney Taylor. Hip number 4, Anna Keeney. And wearing hip 3, Jordan Summers. Hip number 1, Chisholm Jones. And ladies and gentlemen, your current leader in the heptathlon, Ella Mikulich. I tell you what, those girls look really happy to be running in 800 meters, and I think they were faking every second of it.
Absolutely.
I can't imagine an heptathlete or a decathlete is looking forward to either an 800 or a mile.
I mean, if you think about it, this is their last event. It's good to close it out with a nice banger.
Yeah, I mean, I was mentioning yesterday during the decathlon, some of these heptathletes and decathletes are really, especially the leaders, they're really good in like one or two of the events. And sometimes they might actually be coming out here not only doing the heptathlon or the decathlon, but then doing an individual event later on in this weekend because they're just so darn good at like a high jump or a long jump or maybe a hurdle event or pole vault or something like that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these heptathletes not necessarily finishing their day here, realizing not only do I have an 800, I might have another like 2 or 3 rounds of another event coming up. Meanwhile here, on the line, guns up. And underway here in an 800 meters, which sometimes isn't as quite as pretty as an open 800 meters, but still is absolutely amazing to see the athletes with this kind of power, this kind of endurance, this kind of strength, going 2 full days of events and finishing things up here in an 800 meters.
Absolutely, and that's Adrienne Bowden. I talked to her yesterday. She's in the lead right now with hip number 11 in the blue kit, the beautiful blue kit. She told me that the event chose her. The event chose her. She didn't want to be an athlete, but then the event chose her, and she's learning how to love it. And as you can see, it's loving her right now in this 800 meter.
Bowden sitting third overall, could overtake. She's only about 30 points behind Higgins. So a really good 800 run from her could definitely put her in that second position, but all eyes are going to be on Mikulich. It's not only do you want to make sure that you're ahead of her, you have to be so far ahead of her and probably still hope that maybe she has a little bit of a rough race here.
Absolutely. And I do want to note for all the viewers at home that with the heptathlon in 800, it's not really about placement. It's about time. The less time you have in this race, the more points you get. As you said before, 2:07 was the time to have.
Yeah, Higgins was going to, or I should say Mikulich was going to have to run about a 2:07 to break that meet record to score. Basically, a 2:07 would be right around 1,000 points. Meanwhile, Bowden, Willent, Schneider, all up in the mix there. So Schneider now moving into that lead. So Bowden still currently sitting third. Schneider currently sitting seventh coming into this race. And now Schneider, interesting, you can see the results here. They're constantly changing in real time. Schneider was leading there for a little bit. Mikulich has dropped down dramatically in this, but it's really going to be a matter of how they all end up finishing out here. And it looks like Mikulich runs a solid 800 meters, ends up scoring 5,348 points, running a 2:25.12 to solidify her title as a New Balance National Outdoor Champion. And Bowden's time of 2:19 does move her up into that second position, dropping Higgins down to third, who had a 2:23. And Higgins just needed to have maybe about 2 seconds faster to hold on to that second position. But it's all Adrienne Bowden in second place, moving up. And Mikulich is your New Balance National Outdoor Champion.
She's going home with a souvenir in hand. It is nice to hang that up on a wall somewhere, I will say. Mikulich is your winner of the championship heptathlon for the girls with a whopping result of 5,348 points.
Yeah, I love the fact that sometimes they're really only getting a piece of that. You know, it's a little ripped on the side, so it makes it nice and graphic to like have that up on the wall. You almost can kind of tell people like, I stole it off somewhere.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But
where would you hang it?
Where would I hang it? Right up above my bed. Are you kidding me? Or maybe even on the ceiling, so I can just look up at it.
Wake up and say, I'm a winner.
Oh yeah. But what a great performance over both days there for Mikulich. Didn't have a great hurdles, but won the high jump, won the shot put, won the 200 meters, won the long jump, won the high jump, and got second in the shot put. Didn't have a great 200, got fourth in the long jump, and then third in the javelin throw, only ninth in the 800. So her running events not as good as her high jump, shot put, and long jump. So definitely more leaning into the field side of that all-around track and field athlete that we envision as a heptathlete or a decathlete. So we are going to catch up with Mikulich a little later on, and we're going to get things. Oh, looks like now we are going to talk with Ella Mikulich down on the infield there with Devontae Ford.
Yes, I'm down here with Ella Mikulich. Ella, 7 events later, how does your body feel right now?
Pretty dead. The lactic is just everywhere. But I'm just thankful that I got to experience this, and the girls were lovely. All I could do is honestly thank my family who came out and everyone who helped me get here. And of course, God was with me every step of the way, and all I could do is truly thank him.
Congratulations, number 2 in the U.S. right now. That high jump really did you well yesterday, and you came into the 800 with the marginal lead. What does your mindset look like right before the 800?
It was honestly the best it's ever been. Lots of deep breaths, lots of prayers. I know it's one of my weaker events, so I knew I really had to get after it, and just grateful I was able to execute.
All right, well, congratulations. 7 events later, she is all done. That's number 2 in the U.S. and the New Balance champion. Give it up one more time for Ella Mikulich, everyone. Congratulations.
What an amazing, dominant performance there for Mikulich, setting the number 2 time in the country. And love to hear her talking about the support that she has from her family, all of these athletes needing so much support from family, friends, coaches, other athletes on the team. And it was such a pleasure to work with Namisha Coleman there throughout those 4x200 meter sprints, as well as the finale of the heptathlon. But I am once again thrilled to be working with the legendary Carson Gambaro. I tell you what, I'm still in awe of all your statistics that you were shouting out. I'm hoping it wasn't a one-off. I'm hoping you got more numbers, more stats, more times for us today.
Well, my work is far from done here, Mark, but if there's anything that I've been in awe of, it has just been all of the performances that we've been seeing coming off of that multis, the 800 in the heptathlon. Ella Mikulich needed a 2:37, as you said, and she just destroys that state record barrier, one of many records that we're going to see fall today. We have got our first of 6 championship sections of the boys' 2-mile run on the track right now, starting off in their double waterfall. We will meet them as they break in and sort for position and collect their splits lap by lap. 2-mile, always an exciting event here at New Balance Nationals Outdoor. If you consider some of our top athletes that we've seen nationwide, our United States leader, Jackson Spencer. We saw him win the 5,000 meters last night. He will be as part of the 4x8 later, not the individual 2-mile, but he's running 8:31.80 over 3,200 meters at Arcadia. Just an incredible showing in such an incredible event. And many of these guys looking to follow in that trajectory, maybe get after some low 9-minute performances here. A couple of fellows I recognize. You see Ryan Walensky and Owen Heilman, a duo from the Bullis School out of Potomac, Maryland, that's already produced national champion Kennedy Brown here today. Again, Mark, you heard some of the names that I mentioned, whether or not they be in reference to today or yesterday. So many primetime performers here at New Balance Nationals.
Yeah, I'm still absolutely in awe of Spencer Jackson. I mean, that was just such a dominant performance in the 5,000. It's a shame not to see him here in the 2-mile, but love the fact that he is going to put that effort into that 4x8 for his team and make it all about the team. Maybe the 2 mile just after a 5K was going to be a little bit too much for him, but we will see him. He is not done with just absolutely putting on a showcase here at the New Balance National Outdoor Championships. And meanwhile, as Carson mentioned, currently on the track here, Heat 1 of our boys championship 2 mile. We will be getting faster and faster as these heats move along. And your early leaders there, Henshaw, Egan, LaBelle, Heelman, McGinty, all going out in right around 70, 71 seconds for the first lap. And they're just hitting past that second lap at this time.
We've got Joshua Henshaw of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He was the early leader at the split, but you saw some cat and mouse games happening towards the 600-meter mark, causing Ethan Garza of Celerity out of Texas to take the lead. I saw a bunch of his races in the indoor season. He was never afraid to take the lead or string out the pace, and that looks to be what he's trying to do out of hip number 14 and the Lone Star State. On his shoulder looks to be Elijah England of Crown Point, New Mexico. So we got a lot of the South and Southwestern United States in representation here in the city of brotherly love in the Mid-Atlantic region. Again, bringing them from all over to do their business, taking care of business, as they say, all for the glory of national titles and personal record pride.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a big field here. You're going to have a little bit of jostling. I mean, some of these athletes in these early heats are not necessarily used to running at this high of a level with this many athletes in the field. And so they've got to feel themselves out a little bit. The race will string out eventually, and we'll start to see the cream come to the top.
I think it sort of has in a way, because you consider their first 418 metric split, maybe a little bit longer by conversion, but they were running 70s and 71s. We saw Ethan Garza throw in a 67 on the second lap and then a 68 with a couple of other responders going 67s on their laps, as looks like England has positioned himself on the shoulder where he has been for a while. You have Ben Gahari of Calvert Hall College, who ran a great leadoff leg of his team's 4x mile yesterday. He's moved up into third for the men from Maryland. You've still got most of the entire field intact. You heard those two names I mentioned from the Bullis School. We don't currently see them in frame right now, but we soon will. There they are in the matching gold kits. Watch for Owen Heilman and Ryan Walensky. Their distance coach, Sarah Wasner-Flynn, has been putting them in some more distance medley relays this past season, and it was so funny. I got to commentate them winning the DMR at the Ocean Breeze Elite Invitational, which is sort of a last chance indoor meet on Staten Island. And Ryan Walensky brought the Bullis School home on the anchor, and he ran so well that it almost looked like he was running with the form of his teammate Ewan Conroy, who's their top mile 2-miler, headed to Colgate next year. So these Bullis boys, more so known for the sprints, showing us what they got in the distances mid-pack right now, as moving up on the outside of Gahari looks to be Tyson LaBelle of Preston, Connecticut. They were through the 16-18 in around 4:37, so make it for something in the low 19s if they can even split this.
Yeah, I mean, you see the two Bullis athletes, they were running together there, really nice, and you would suspect that their coach would have told them to stick together, but clearly only one of them now having a better race. But as you mentioned, this race is definitely strung out here.
Feels nice to see Ethan Garza get a slight break from the front-running duties. It is now in the hands of Elijah England, the New Mexico native. 69.79 on that latest lap after a 70 flat. So slowed things up to the half point, but it's clear to see they're starting to stretch things out as you'd like to see them do in any race where time is on the line.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday during the 5K about, sometimes those lulls in races where once everybody's settled and the nerves have calmed down, sometimes you can just almost kind of mentally fall asleep a little bit and those paces start to change. And that's where you see other athletes then make those reactions, make those moves, not only want to get the pace going again, but also take advantage of the fact that those early leaders may be running a little bit slower. And as you mentioned, they went out solid there in some 67, 68s, slowed down to about a 70, The last lap, a 69.79. We'll get a good idea of what this lap is here.
It looked like Ethan Garza tried to retake the lead with a K to go, but had it immediately taken back by Elijah England. Here we hit the final half mile, right around 6:57, so another lap right around 70 seconds flat with a couple of our trailers hitting some sub-70 splits.
Yeah, Garza, again, making that move, ended up giving him a split of under 70, but
he is definitely paying for it now. We mentioned Tyson LaBelle of Preston, Connecticut. He is showing the greatest confidence of those behind England. He's found himself in second with the Shades, and then in third wearing hit number 5, Jacob Zale of the Spirit of Pre.
Yeah, LaBelle looks really good there right off the shoulder of England. If he can just stay on him with this lap to go and hopefully have the right kind of kick, he looks in a very comfortable position. England's been doing a lot of work up front here for a lot of this race. Also, again, himself making that move to retake the lead after Garza made a little bit of a move. Might take a little bit of the sting out of here, out of that final lap.
We have got 400 more meters to decide our winner in Section 1 of 6 of the Championship Boys 2 Mile. And entering the final lap, we've got the junior from New Mexico, Elijah England, against the Connecticut State Open champion, Tyson LaBelle. Jacob Saleh, who tried to go with them, looks to be falling off, so it's going to come down to these two juniors.
I tell you what, LaBelle looks really good there. He hasn't lost contact, which means he hasn't lost hope.
Tyson LaBelle from Griswold High School in Jewett City, Connecticut. When will he make his move? He's stayed tucked in for the majority of this race.
It seems like he's waiting for England to make the first move, and that seems to be happening right now there. England starts to dig in. LaBelle, little slow to react, and England opens up his stride down the home stretch. Elijah England, Crown Point, New Mexico, pulls away there from Tyson LaBelle, Preston, Connecticut, to take Heat 1 of our boys' championship 2-mile run.
And what a time for Elijah England, sub 9:10 for a guy that has not had a ton of fast 3,200-meter opportunities. The time that it took him to win his state championship mark was a 9:30.30. He just smashed his outdoor PR, and we already know that New Mexico athletes don't really have much of an indoor season, so a huge seizing of the opportunity for Elijah England. Tyson LaBelle, he comes through with a PR by nearly 4 seconds as well, 9:10.82, and even the Connecticut state champion did not defeat the New Mexico state champion. He comes home with a pretty big PR to go with the win, the second place finish.
Definitely a great race there from England, and also solid run there from LaBelle. And on that note, I am going to hand things off to your new cohort, Dave Milner, and I'm going to let you two boys run out the rest of the show. It's been my pleasure once again seeing you again, Carson. Again, great working with Namisha Coleman, and we'll see you folks later on this weekend.
Thank you so much, Mark Davis. We'll listen for you on the loudspeaker in stadium, and we'll, of course, hear plenty more from you throughout the rest of the weekend. Again, 1996 Team USA Steeplechase Olympian Mark Davis. 1 Foot Wet Productions joining us here on the broadcast. Hand things over to Dave Miller now. Welcome in, Dave.
Thank you for having me. That was one of the smoother handoffs we've seen here today between Mark and I.
I don't know. Those Bergen Catholic boys were pretty good.
Yeah. So we're getting ready for Heat 2 of the Championship Boys 2-mile. Seat times here range from, actually a pretty tight range, 9:14 to 9:16.
And just looking at this field right here, we did have a couple of scratches, but a couple of names that I do recognize from our 5,000 meters yesterday. Jack Steinman of the North Catholic Trojans. We got to see him on day number 1 in the unseeded heat as well, so he's gotten pretty familiar with navigating scenarios like this. Again, it's just over 8 laps around this track. Jack Steinman ran 14:49.84 yesterday. He was sniffing All-American territory, placing 9th. So
yeah,
he's got to be feeling confident.
Yeah, so he should be one of the forerunners in this heat. But like I said, very tight range and ability on this one.
You've also got a strong runner from Burnt Hills Track Club, Ethan Owen. a guy whom I've gotten to follow the large majority of his cross-country career and track as well. He helped lead his Spartans to a state title in the cross-country season. He was even part of a state-winning team as a freshman in 2023. They've got a sub-8 4x8, and his teammate Jackson Majewski won the second heat of the freshman 2 mile earlier today. So definitely some things to like about Ethan Owen. We'll expand more upon him later. It's a very bunched up start here. And that raises the early question once again. Who is going to string this thing out, if anybody?
Yeah, fairly pedestrian opening. Looks like they're going to be around 71, 72 seconds, so 9:28, 9:30 pace perhaps. It's not as hot, nearly as hot as it was last night for the 5K. That was incredibly challenging conditions. It's a little bit breezier, a little more overcast here, and probably 10 degrees cooler than it was yesterday afternoon.
I think Jackson Spencer, our 5K champion, will be grateful for that. And again, he went out in 32:14 for his opening 200 and kept decently fast through the first K at 2:44. We're going to be watching for mainly every 2 laps to get some more indicative splits out for our pace, as our early leader with hip number 15 is Jack Steineman. You heard me talking about him earlier. He is definitely feeling that confidence after his 14:49 last night.
Just a quick update from the other sport that happens to be going on around the corner. So it looks like USA have gone into the lead against Australia with an early goal. They scored after about 12 or 13 minutes, just as we were making our transition.
Some good news there. I'll tell you what is so fun about some track meets that I've commentated. I remember the World Cup when it was in 2022 back in December. I remember at Ocean Breeze in Staten Island, they literally put the World Cup up on the Jumbotron, replacing the timing during the intermission so that people could watch Lionel Messi and Argentina finally secure their win. It was just such an awesome moment. Even as someone who isn't primarily a soccer fan, just a great sports moment.
Yeah, the weird timing of that event. Yeah, obviously the World Cup usually takes place in the summer, but last year it was in the late fall. So I remember actually I was at a cross country meet. I was at what was Foot Locker South meet in Charlotte watching games. So it was weird to be having that actually interrupting the European leagues, but back to where it belongs in the summer now.
Truly some of the best moments in sports are those where you can remember exactly where you were and when, and that's one thing I love too about these track and field national championships. There are moments like that that come from meets like these, even at what some people may consider to be a lower tier of the sport, when you've got college and professional track that awaits these young gentlemen and ladies that we've seen in other events. They can still create life-lasting memories out of these opportunities at New Balance Nationals.
Absolutely. So Jack Steinman, who you pointed out earlier, has moved into the lead. He's the one that's made this honest. After a 71-second opener, he's injected a couple of 69s, trying to get this race back on track. These guys come here to chase fast times. The 71-second first lap's not going to get it done at this level.
But Thomas Ray and the others have followed. You got Aiden Taylor of Trinity from Louisville up there as well, and Carl Baird of Royal Pines. He is going to want to set the tone for his teammate, Brooks Barbie, an 8:40 3,200-meter runner to come in the championship section later. For those of you that recognize the name Royal Pines, they come from Christ School in North Carolina, the alma mater of NCAA cross-country and 5,000-meter runner Rocky Hansen. So we're going to be definitely watching to see what they can do as they separate in a top group of 6. Steineman looks to have gotten a little break from the front-running duties.
Yeah, Steineman's the easy one to spot. He's the one wearing the red singlet and the bandana, now dropping back to 3rd place.
And coming through that official 1,600 to go split, it's a 4:36.38. So a little bit quicker than we saw in the previous heat. Like you said, looking to keep that tempo rolling. They dropped a nice negative split on their last mile in Heat 1 from 4:37 to 4:31. So we'll see who has those wheels, the timing, the steadiness, all the factors considered here.
Yeah, Carter, that was a real injection of pace. That last split, 66.4, a good deal faster than the ones that preceded it. And it's Cooper Erickson that's getting this thing going here out in front from Stevens Point, Wisconsin.
They've already produced a national champion today. If we flash it back to our freshman boys 2 mile, Fisher Carroll from Stevens Point High School won the 2 mile for the freshmen. Of course, for those of you unfamiliar, Stevens Point, the former home of Rasheen Willis, the United States outdoor reigning champion over the 800 meters, indoor American record holder over the same event. Definitely one of the hotbeds for distance recruits and products for the future.
That's also the where Susie Favor Hamilton hails from as well. So like quite an 800, 1500 pedigree from that little town in Wisconsin.
I'm sure these guys wouldn't mind stepping it down to an 8 or 15 here and there, or a mile if you're here at New Balance. Cooper Erickson, he's got some pretty impressive PRs in the shorter distances. 156.42 over the 800 and a 4:12.01 to place 8th at the WIA Outdoor Championships. He was even 9th on the 3,200 meters, so he's got range right here, and he's using it. Less than a K to go.
Also moving up for the field steadily in 4th place wearing the blue singlet. That's Elijah Warden from Nashville, Tennessee, my neck of the woods. I've been commentating on many of his races.
What kind of chops does he bring from what you've seen, Dave?
He's a 4:12 miler also, so he'll be, if he can latch onto that front two, he's definitely dangerous in the last couple of laps. It does look like he's struggling a little bit now.
Steineman moving around the outside, our early leader trying to get by Elijah Wharton, but it seems like Elijah's been awakened by Steineman's presence, so that'll help him try to come home strong in this final 800 meters. But Cooper Erickson and Aiden Taylor are the only ones staying beneath 70 seconds per lap. So long as they continue to do that, and they'll have a chance to get themselves below 9:10 here.
So as they're coming down this backstretch, there's a pretty stiff headwind into this backstretch, and you notice that Taylor has no intention at all of taking the lead on this part of the track because there's a stiff headwind. He's very content just to sit behind Erickson, shield himself from the wind, and you can see Erickson having to work the harder of the two into that stretch. They'll get a bit of relief here as they go around this turn underneath the scoreboard where they get a bit of shelter from the wind.
And that's allowing Tommy Ray of Riverside High School in Leesburg, Virginia, to latch right onto them. He is a 153 800-meter closer with 4:10 miling abilities. He won the Class 5 state championship in Virginia, and he is positioned very nicely getting ready for the bell lap.
And the pace has slowed. That was after running a 66 and a 67. They've ran a 69, and that's let Thomas Ray right back into it, and now it's going to be essentially a 500-meter race, you would think.
The first move heading into the bell lap is made by Louisville's Aiden Taylor. Ray goes with Erickson, definitely feeling the fatigue in third. Can he awaken another gear? Still 300 meters to make it happen. And our early leader, Jack Steineman, the Pennsylvanian, trying to come back from fourth. But you begin to see Taylor and Ray extending their strides, but Ray
he just
taking a look to his left.
Yeah, he looks like he's ready to bounce anytime he wants, right?
He looks like he could go for a little bit more distance if he wants to. Thomas Ray, the Virginia state champion, into the lead. Rounding the Robert Wood Johnson family scoreboard turn and into the final straightaway, the senior from the Old Dominion, looking to get after another PR to close up his senior campaign. He's going after a 9:11.61 over 3,200 meters, stretching it out to the full 2 mile. He should be pretty close by conversion, right at 9:11, if not 9:12, as he crosses the line. 9:11.99, Thomas Ray, a new full 2 mile PR to move up into third overall.
So Thomas Ray closing with a 65.5. Jack Steineman did hang on for third place, 9:19.07, and sandwiched between the two, Aiden Taylor, second place at 9:13.38. As we see the rest of the runners come in here.
So that is now 6 total guys, sub 9:20, and even 7 if you add in Ethan Garza from the first heat and all the others that we've seen. It looks like the top 5 for unconverted 2 mile races have set new personal records. So great sign there. Elijah England, though, remains our leader, the New Mexico state champion, at 9:08.97.
So Ray goes third in the overall standings by virtue of his win in Section 2, as we see the guys getting ready to come out for Section 3, watching a little bit of high jump right now.
Got some field event actioning happen. We got freshman girls high jump, still with plenty in it. They are using both mats right now. Just going to show you how wide open that competition is.
Yeah, looks like the bar is at 156. That's 5 feet 1 1/4 inches in old money on both of the pits. And there you get a shot of our guys getting ready for section 3 of this championship boys 2 mile.
Dave, what's so intriguing about this race in comparison to New Balance Nationals Indoor, where we did have a couple of pacing lights utilized, no such thing here at Franklin Field for outdoors. It is all up to the racers to determine their own course.
Yeah, I think the logistics and the layout of this track make having the wave light system a challenge. And without the sort of uniformity of the finish lines, it would take a mathematical genius to figure out the pacing light situation here. So these guys having to do it by themselves without the benefit of that technology.
But in a way, almost not having that benefit is a benefit for their long-term development.
Absolutely. It makes them more self-reliant, makes them better tactical racers, makes them more race savvy.
I remember back when I first started getting back into track training during the COVID era, I would use my AirPods and play a fast cadence song to fix my slow turnover, and I almost felt like I was using that as a crutch for a while. So after that year in 2021, I've ditched them ever since when it comes to workouts and time trials. So it's all about developing those instincts no matter what blend of speed or speed endurance or endurance you come from. We are nearly a full lap through our third section, and leading things off looks to be a strong early pace by the man wearing hip number 13, Jacob Erickson of Perryton, Texas. That's a much faster first lap than what we've seen thus far. 68 through the first 4:18.
So
69 official.
Yeah, 9:05, 9:06 pace for this opening split.
You've also got Jason Roby of Candia, New Hampshire. Jack Wilcox of the South Carolinian capital, Columbia. He's in third. Micah Gaynor of Morgantown, West Virginia, just meeting many of our key players that have committed to this early pace. It's likely to be somewhat of a process of elimination, so we'll see who's in it for the long run.
So seat times in this third heat, pretty tight range and ability. Once again, 9:10 to 9:13 it looks like.
Erickson with a very confident stride pattern out front. Looking to ride it all the way home. Wire-to-wire victories are not easy in races like this, but you just look at his championship pedigree. He took second in the UIL state championships in Texas for both the 1,600 and the 3,200 meters for 4A. He's a 9:07 guy, so he's looking to perhaps push into those 9:05s, 9:06s, like you said, Dave. 66.74 on that second lap.
This is a much more aggressive start than the previous two heats we saw.
Wilcox has moved up into second, Roby third, Wilson Rutherford the fifth, in fourth place from Pawleys Island, New York.
Keep an eye out for Agrim Jar in this race. He was one of the guys that impressed me in the 4x-mile last night. Went 4:18 for West Windsor Plainsboro North.
And he is a 4:16 guy at his best, if my memory serves me right from last night. And he made up a huge gap to deliver his team the win in the intermediate section. So watch for Agrim Jar, who is currently positioned just outside of the top 10, but looks like most of the field is still intact. And so he's latched right onto the caboose of the top group. Definitely a good place to be for Agrim Jar. He's in the white kit. There's plenty of different white unis that we see out here, but definitely watch out for the man wearing hip number 9.
68.90 for that split, so they went 69.2, 66.7, 68.9. A little bit erratic, but definitely overall more aggressive than the previous two heats thus far.
So we'll see who has the best response to this yo-yo long term. Some other guys looking out for Arjun Bhatt of Tiger Elite DC. Jackson Reed High School is where he calls home. He's a multi-time DC state champion. You consider what he's done in cross country. That's one of his primary disciplines in terms of dominating the District of Columbia. So we'll see if he can make some timely moves. You've got Edwin Aleva of Monsignor Farrell out of Staten Island, New York. He's a guy that's also won intersectional Catholic school titles in the state of New York. Not to mention some Staten Island Borough championships as well. So plenty of guys with some of those times in the lower 9 minutes range with a chance to move up in this half.
All right, coming up to halfway, we've got a pretty significant split. Eyeballing the mile, I'd say we're at 4:33 at 9:06 pace. Our official split for 1,618 meters, 4:35.10.
So they dropped it to a 70 there after that aggressive start. Jacob Erickson has been able to dictate the entirety of it. And so perhaps he could be looking to save some of his shorter wheels for the long run. We haven't really gotten to see any open 800-meter PRs from him, so not much for us to go by other than the confidence that he has exuded through this first 18:18 of the race. It's approximately where they had crossed with 200 meters before the next split, which will be 2018. That's 8 years ago. Crazy to think.
I think it's tough for these guys to just keep a consistent pace. The wind is swirling. When you get a bigger panoramic shot, you'll see the flags fluttering pretty wildly. So there's a tailwind in the home stretch, pretty stiff headwind in the back stretch. So they get to relax a little bit going down this home stretch right now.
And that's why you got to really like the strategy of a guy like Agrim Jha of West Windsor, Plainsboro North. He was hanging just outside the top 10 in the early stages. Where is he now? Right there in the top 5.
Yep, shielded from the wind. Just as he's getting ready to go into this headwind.
He had taken the split in second. It's not exactly that position where he lies right now. He's just been passed on his outside. Noah Johnston of the West Michigan Harriers and Arjun Bhatt, a man from DC, on the outside. You got a bunch of guys also trying to work through. You see hip number 2. There's Edwin Aleva, the New York City Catholic High School Athletic Association intersectional champion, as I mentioned before. It's quite a long laundry list of identifiers for him, but either way, he has earned them. 8th in New York State's last year outdoors.
It does look like they're trying to wind it up a little bit, Carson. You've seen that pack break up a little bit. There's a little bit of daylight between the runners where they were bunched 300 or 400 meters ago.
And this is the man who the live chat was waiting to emerge, Agrim Jha of West Windsor, Plainsboro North, to the lead with less than 800 to go now.
That was only a 70.1.
So he's going for a steady acceleration. If we look at what he could have to bring that home, he's dropped some pretty impressive 158 PRs over the 800 to go along with his official 415 1,600-meter bests to finish second at the winner's circle at the horse farm in his section. Our early leader Erickson is on his shoulder, and look who's been there all throughout of the West Michigan Harriers, Noah Johnston, now being shuffled to the outside of Jha as Erickson tucks back in on the rail.
So we're down to 5 protagonists, and we have 600 meters left.
A trailing group of 3 could very well take advantage of their current deceleration. It's going to be a tough close from here to get this win. Erickson looks to have found somewhat of a second win, but will it be enough? 400 meters to go in section number 3 of the boys championship 2-mile, and it's Jacob Erickson with the quickest lap that we have seen since the third, a 69.65.
Not enough to shake off company. He's still got those 3 challenges queuing up behind him, and I don't think anybody's going to make that move until they get out of this headwind. 200 to go.
Bhatt from DC, staying tucked in second, but moving on his outside. Here comes the fast-finishing Jersey boy, Agrim Jha, with Edwin Aleva following him, and look out for the gale in gold. That is Brooks Mello of Barrington, Rhode Island, swinging way wide into lane number 5 on this Franklin Field track. He slipped into second and now into first over our early leader, but Jha's got a response. Agrim Jha looking to win 2 sprint finishes here at New Balance on the weekend. He pulls up even with Brooks Mello into the final 50 meters. Mello's not letting him go. It's all the way to the line. Agrim Jha wins again. What a close. In 9:10.28, a 62.79 last lap. Mello closing in 60 flat 97.
That was a great race. It looked like Mello took them by surprise when he made his move with about 180 to go, and it was only Ja that really had the wheels to make the appropriate response. But Mello, a big push between 200 meters to go and 100 meters to go. Might have just gone a tad early.
I almost sense he was biting his tongue with 100 meters to go when he pulled up on the shoulder of Erickson, but he was just feeling great. And he went for it. You got to give him the credit for that. And Agrim Ja for remaining patient throughout all the moves that happened in front and behind him. He'll slide into the new number 2 overall position, still behind the New Mexico man himself, Elijah England of Crown Point. 9:08.97, the time to beat.
So we are halfway through these championship 2-mile heats. 3 heats down, 3 to go. Getting faster as we go in theory. Heat 4 is coming up.
As we get ready to introduce our next group of competitors, just considering some of the big names that have run and won New Balance national titles through the years. You think of 2013, Sean McGorty was the 2-mile champion, ended up having a great career at Stanford and currently still rocking as a pro. A lot of people definitely speculating what a guy like that could do on the roads, just considering his long-term future. But either way, he is part of the extensive past here at NBNO. Mikey Brannigan, another big one in 2014, the year after McGorty won in 13. Let's make some more history as we move into the second half of our heats. This is section 4 of 6.
So I think the first time I ever attended this meet was back in 2007 when I was coaching high school. German Fernandez won that year.
Wow. I think that was before New Balance had even taken on sponsorship of the
might have still been
Scholastic
It might have
Nationals.
still been a different brand we won't mention at that point. But it was German Fernandez out of California was the winner that year.
Either way, this is the 15th year that New Balance has held sponsorship of an outdoor track and field national championships, and the 5th year that it has taken sole partnership since the COVID era. You look at some of the guys that have earned their ways to this line right here. Definitely some athletes that I recognize. Ethan Thorne of Cavalier Track Club, he ran a good 4x-mile yesterday as well. So some good doubles on tap for our guys here this weekend. Leo Shostel of Warwick Track Club. Got to see him compete at the New York State Championships just a week ago. Leo, a sophomore, ran in the 3,200 meters and the 3K steeplechase. He was 4th in the steeple in a 9:28.66, so definitely expecting to see him back in the 2K steeple once we conclude tomorrow.
Yeah, once again, tight range and ability here, 9:07 to 9:10 among the season special. Early leader, though, is Robert Jasvinsky, and he was out to a 67.5 for that long split. That's 418 meters, so probably 65 and change through 400 meters. Not playing around here.
Not at all. That's nearly 2 full seconds quicker than what we saw from Jacob Erickson in the previous section. And so Billy Romero of Taos, Mexico, he comes through 67.98, but it looks like 2 races are forming within one as Jaswinski from Jazz Running. You gotta love almost repping your own name with a club like that, coming through that 818-meter split in an official time pending, but that looked like another quick second lap regardless of what that official time reads.
65.9 for that 400 meters. So yeah, Jasvinsky definitely making a statement here. Billy Romero from the high altitude of Taos, New Mexico is leading that chase pack, trying to bridge the gap, trying to take some guys with him hopefully so he doesn't have to do it all by himself. But this early pace by Jasvinsky is probably realistically a little ambitious given his personal best coming in.
Looking at what that is for Mr. Jaswinski. Again, Robert Jaswinski.
I mean, he's running 8:50 pace right now.
Jazz the third from Whitehall, Michigan, has run a 9:21 outdoor best for the 3,200 meters. That's his raw 3,200 best, but I'd imagine that he could have come in with one of his conversion times like his 4:17 over the 1,600. Either way, he's trying to shatter all expectations right here.
Yeah, sometimes those guys from Michigan go across the border and run a 3K perhaps in the Great White North too. But Jasvinsky, I mean, he looks like he knows what he's doing. I mean, he looks confident. He looks very relaxed at this very fast opening clip. He's gone 67.5 for that opening long split, which is in reality a 65. And then he's gone 65.9 and 65.3. And he looks very chill.
If what I've gathered is correct, he's spent the majority of this past year competing independent of his high school, given the fact that his cross-country season consisted only of the Nike Cross Regional and the Brooks Midwest Regional Championships. And so here, running fresh on the track, he is stretching away with the largest margin of lead that we have seen in a distance race since Jackson Spencer in last night's 5,000.
All right, we're coming up to halfway. And wow, this is very fast. About 4:25, just eyeballing the mile. So he is on pace to absolutely annihilate his personal best.
You're talking about that 8:50 pace. He looks to be at, if not slightly ahead of that. 4:26.69. Slowed a little bit to a 67.90. So it's this middle portion of the race where he can't let go of it too far, because you've got Will Pungonis of Eau Claire in Wisconsin coming up to separate from the group in second. Will Dearlam of Evansville, Indiana. You got a lot of Midwestern blood in the top group. And Billy Romero, still from Taos, looks to be getting passed on his outside by the man wearing hit 14, part of Harriman's 4x-mile that won the national title last night, William Van Tress.
So it looks like Will Dearlam from Indiana is the only one who's attempting to bridge that gap. Maybe he thinks that Jasvinsky is going to come back to him after that searing opening pace. But Jasvinsky, to me, looks in control and relaxed, coming up to 2,000 meters now.
We'll see what Dearlam can do. He's run 9:03.72, very close to that sub-9 barrier, and that was over 3,200 even meters. So to go out and attack it in a full 2 miles, you consider the chasing pack. There were 4 guys in Pagonis, who's in second, Romero, who's now up into third, Dearlam in fourth, and Bettis in fifth. Those guys were on the 31s with 1,600 meters to go. So that's not impossible to close in a negative split off of.
So Pungonis is running faster now. He went 67.9 for that most recent split compared to 68.6, but it's not a big enough difference, I think, for him to catch him. Jasvinsky still looks full of running and supremely confident right now, and he probably doesn't know that Pungonis is reeling him in, but I think once he takes a look behind, hopefully we'll see him react a little bit.
They do have a nice tailwind on this main straightaway as they approach the final 800 meters. Coming through 24.18. Robert Jaswinsky of Michigan and Will Pungonis of Wisconsin, two arch rival states. It doesn't matter what level of sport you're talking here. These two have a little something to prove to one another. But Pungonis made up another second nearly in that latest lap, Dave.
So 3.5 seconds was the deficit with 800 meters to go. Now Pungonis is really reeling him in. You can see Jasvinsky starting to struggle a little bit. His form is struggling to keep it together. We'll see if he takes a look behind. He probably doesn't know how close Pungonis is.
And you got to respect him for staying fixated on what's in front of him rather than the threat that is ever looming behind him in Will Pungonis, the junior of Eau Claire Memorial, a 4:14, 1,600 meter performer who ran that en route to a 4:16.18 at the distance night in Palatine. He is drawing ever closer to the Michigan man.
And now, surely, Jasvinsky knows he has company. Billy Romero has busted out of that pack a little bit, but like it's way too much for that. This is a 2-horse race now.
Into the final lap, could we see our first 9-minute performance?
7:55 at the bell.
They've got to close fast. They were running some 65s in the earlier goings, as we saw from Jaswinsky on the second lap, but he is going to need to summon that kind of speed in order to win it on this last lap.
All right, so Pungonis is going to make a decision here. Do I try and break 9 and go now, or do I just go for the win?
On the inside. I think he's going to move now, or is he? Will Jaswinski let him? Will Pangonis has only 200 more meters to make his move, and now he's chosen to tuck back in, heading into the final turn. Remember, he did do a lot of work to get up to the position that he's now in, and you can't forget about the chasers. It looks like Billy Romero has found his speed coming from the back, but the top two, with each other to push, have a little more surge left to offer one another.
And Jaswinski's still leading going into the home stretch.
Can he go wire to wire? Can Will Pangonis steal the show in the final steps? He's finally pulled even. And he's going to take the victory back to Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Our fastest performance of the day, just outside of 9 minutes. A 9:02.84 personal record for Will Pangonis.
So big PBs for both of those two, Pangonis and Jaswinski. And it was Billy Romero that bursted from that pack. Left himself too much to do, frankly. But he's rewarded with a 9:05.37 personal best in third place. And PB for Tyler Tomlinson in fourth, 9:06.86. So we're still awaiting our first sub-9. I think those guys might have got it done if they hadn't been playing that cat and mouse game on the last lap.
Ended up coming through with positive splits, but at the same time, some solid closes. Especially Romero that you mentioned having broken loose from the chasing group, 63.12. One of the faster overall last laps that we've seen thus far. Only faster ones I could think of were by Agrim Jha and Brooks Mello from the third section. And so Will Pangonis, the fifth place finisher from his Wisconsin State Championships over 3,200, sets a 3-second PR down from 9:05.58 to 9:02.84. Section 5, already getting towards the fast point of our program. And you look at this lineup, you've got a lot of really strong guys from the home state. Jonathan Stetchak, he's one from Spartan Distance Elite. You've got Brock Yoder of Malvern Prep. Travis Vermansky, the cross-country state champion who had a great run in the 5,000 meters last night. Brock Yoder has been labeled a scratch. We'll see who else toes the line. Stetchak also having pulled out of this 2-mile. But you heard me mention Vermansky. We'll see if Travis is off. Looks to me like we've definitely had some thinning of the field, but now that they're released from the line, I'm not seeing any additional scratches besides those that I've already mentioned and a couple of others.
And we do have 3 sub-9 exponents in this race. Keep an eye out for Trey Bailey. He ran at 8:55 to win at the Music City Track Carnival 3 weeks ago from Greenville, Tennessee. And the other 2 sub-9 exponents in this race are hip number 17, Marcos Valenzuela from New Jersey, and Travis Vermansky, who wears hip number 15. So the 3 high hip numbers, 15, 16, 17, perhaps the 3 guys to watch with the most experience and having that 8 in front of their personal best.
Definitely want to watch out for Valenzuela as well. He comes from Chatham, New Jersey, a school that just 3 years ago won the Boys Championship of America 4x8 on a lunge to the line by Ryan Beagle over Kingston College of Jamaica. Just an epic race of the Penn Relays Carnival in that particular edition. Valenzuela, he's committed to join American University, the Patriot League Indoor DMR champions who made their way to the Penn Relays Championship DMR this year. Will Zealand of Forest, Virginia to the early lead. Much slower first lap than what we saw previously. A 69.38, not terrible pace whatsoever. I'd only expect them to settle in and expand their comfort zones as they go.
So moving on to the shoulder of Zealand, looks like Jonathan Grimm and Ryan Reynolds wearing that yellow singlet with the green back in second place now.
And you heard us mention Travis Vermansky earlier. It looks like he's done a complete wardrobe change. He's rocking a black top over golden shorts. Yesterday he was in his Cedar Creek blue. And so we will see just if he can make some timely moves. Smart move by him hanging back early, knowing that he's got a 14:30 and change in the 5K in his legs. Again, that official time for Vermansky last night in the 5. We just flash it back. He placed 5th in 14:38.50, trying to go for an outside shot at All-American here.
So they're through the half. Our split 818 meters, 2:17.78. And speaking of halves, it's halftime in Seattle, and USA is 2-0 up against Australia.
2-0. Sounds good to me. I believe we've got another World Cup match happening here in Philadelphia tonight at 8:30.
Brazil against Haiti.
I did see some Brazil fans in the hotel last night, so they know exactly what they've come here for. As did these athletes, Will Zealand, Ryan Reynolds from Little Miami Track Club in second, and another Virginian, Jonathan Grimm from Williamsburg, also in that top flight.
So everybody's still in contention. Nobody dropped yet. Not exactly a searing opening pace. Trailer Bailey from Greenville, who I mentioned earlier, content to just sit back there in the pack and let this thing shake out before he makes his move.
They did pick it up ever so slightly there, 67.51 on the third go-around by Will Zealand of Forest, Virginia. Valenzuela has found his way up to his shoulder. The senior from Chatham, New Jersey. Will he make a pass anytime soon? He has. Into the lead goes Marcus, the American University commit. Looking to hold this thing up and take it up to the mile. You look at some of what he has done this outdoor season. He really had a great campaign over the mile, going 4:08.95 to place third at the New Jersey Meet of Champions.
So Will Zealand, I believe, is the younger brother of Allie Zealand, who was no stranger to this meet, now running at Liberty University, who ran 9:38 for 3,200 herself, not too shabby.
And she also won the College Women's Championship 5,000 meters this year, setting a meet record that had stood for around 40 years prior. So the Zealands definitely names to be reckoned with here at Franklin Field. Will Zealand, still a senior from Forest, Virginia. We'll definitely get to see some more of him in the future.
So if Allie is the old Zealand, is Will the New Zealand? Is that how that works?
Either way, he runs for the homeschool team known as the Pacers out of Lynchburg, where they've grown up. And he is, well, more so your old leader, but your new second place runner at the moment. You've got Quade Berger of Olney, Illinois, also in the mix. Pretty strung out with your top five, Jack McGregor of Highlands and Wells Peterson of Celerity. We saw his teammate from Texas, Ethan Garza, in the opening section.
So right around 4:31 through the full mile split. Exactly halfway. So tracking 9:02 pace.
Let's just observe the latest lap here. They're picking it up down to 66 as Marcus Valenzuela, an 8:55.25 performer over 3,200 meters. He ran that to place 8th at the A6 Carolina Distance Carnival and has even run pretty fast in championship efforts over this distance. 9:02.22 to win the Morris County Championships in northern New Jersey. He's into his final kilometer now, having to wipe the sweat at 6:13 with 2.5 laps remaining, and his move is quickly being responded to by Quade Berger, the Illinoisan. Just a sophomore from Richland County is the man from Olney, Illinois, Quade Berger. He may be a slight underdog if you consider his raw PRs of 9:03 in comparison to those 8:55s that we observed for Valenzuela, but he is not shying away from the challenge at all.
All right, let's see what this split was. So still Valenzuela keeping this honest. That was a 69.0, so they've slowed it a little bit.
You could definitely sense he backed off heading into that final kilometer, but he's still got the all-important front-running duties in his hands. And Jonathan Grimm responding now to the top two in the white kit. The sophomore from Williamsburg, Virginia. He's positioned very nicely. Wells Peterson on an island in fourth for Celerity. And then a nice move up into fifth by Landon Kimmel of Tip City, Ohio, overtaking Will Zealand for that position. Even though he looks to be too far to ultimately rally for a victory here, you got to like the good workout that Mr. Furmansky of Cedar Crest, Pennsylvania is going to be getting in this weekend. He is third from the rear at this point, but after setting that 5K PR, I don't think he'll go home disappointed. He'll be off to Ole Miss next year, but we have got a three-way battle. Off to the races they go at the Bell Lap. Valenzuela, Berger, and Grimm. Valenzuela continuing to hold the lead, but now Jonathan Grimm has made his move up into second. Quade Berger, his fellow sophomore, trying to respond as these two youngsters take aim at the senior from New Jersey. The song Risk It All by Bruno Mars is now on a loudspeaker. Somebody is going to have to take a risk in this final 200 meters in order to get the win. Valenzuela.
He looks so good.
He took the initial risk by taking up the pace past 1,200 meters. Came through 4:32 at the half. But he is not out of troubled water just yet. Jonathan Grimm is going with him down the final 100. But Valenzuela, the Morris County champion, coming over from Jersey to PA. And off to American after this. Marcus Valenzuela, new leader, heading into the fast heat. 9:01.40.
So he goes top of the heap. We're still not waiting for our first sub-9. I'm sure it's going to come in the next heat. But Valenzuela goes top of the heap, 9:01.40. Jonathan Grimm goes second overall, 9:02.15. And Will Pongonis remains in third spot overall from that previous heat with his 9:02.84.
So that is where we lie heading into the last section. We've still got a couple of finishers remaining before we really get the party started here. We are getting ready to welcome on our sixth and fastest seated section of the Boys Championship 2-mile run here at the New Balance National Championships as our final competitor comes in. Carson Gabaro and Dave Milner doing the honors to introduce this star-studded field of 15. Here at Franklin Field in Philadelphia, day 2 of 4, about to turn up to a whole new level. Boys 2-mile final. We begin at the board with the man wearing hip number 1, a multi-time Class 1 champion in Virginia. This is Kebrel Chandler.
Actually, it looks like it's Dom Ellis.
Chandler looks to have been a no-show. Interesting. We've got Greg McGrath, though, from Boston, Jesuit repping with hip number 3. Watch out for the man from Mass.
Hip number 4 is going to be Ethan Rich from Sanford, North Carolina. Comes in with an 8:52 personal best, heading to Campbell next fall.
Soaking it all in. And now the two-peat Penn Relays 3K champion with a dangerous skill set, the future Virginia Cavalier from Gainesville, VA, Trent Daniels.
Looks like John Templeton is hip number 7 from Clemens, North Carolina, heading to University of Miami in the fall. He's run 8:51.20.
And now the Northeast NXR regional champion, a multi-time Rhode Island state champion record holder. Hyping up the crowd is Sean Gray, another future Virginia Cavalier.
Wearing hip number 9, that's George Lawson from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. He's not going too far from home. He's going to be going to Wake Forest in the fall.
Not far at all. Still some time to decide the collegiate future of this man, the junior from CBA out of Lincroft, New Jersey, Gavin Schmidt.
Wearing hip number 11 from Bronx, New York. 3-time New York State champion, 8:45 this year at Arcadia, Ben Berman.
The future Yale Bulldog coming to town to be joined by the top unconverted 2-mile national leader at 8:45.20, Jonah Montanese from the Quakers Track Club.
Wearing hip number 13, a future Duke Blue Devil. Had a fantastic run 2 weeks ago in Seattle to run 8:45. It's Kavi Gibson from Carey Academy in North Carolina.
I know you got to witness that run firsthand, Dave. He was charging down Marcelo Montecone of Florida.
Marcelo was lucky that race wasn't 10 meters longer.
But we've got the future Oregon Duck also in the mix. Jasper, Indiana's Calvin Seitz, the freshman 2-mile meet record holder, now a junior.
So a few notable scratches in this one.
You heard me mention Brooks Barbie earlier. It looks like the 840 performer from Rocky Hansen School's Christ School is not on the line here. And so now that we're down to 12, that definitely opens some opportunities to some other contenders. One of them we mentioned very recently, Kavi Gibson, comes to mind, as not only did he place second at Brooks in 8:45.04, but he won an absolutely stacked North Carolina Independent State Championships that includes numerous guys that we're also going to see here, George Lawson among them.
More importantly, his PB comes from like 2 weeks ago. A lot of these guys' PBs came from Arcadia or other meets 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks ago perhaps. But Kavi Gibson is the man in form right now, and he has the wheels and he has the strength.
It hasn't been exactly jaw-dropping by the trackflationatory standards of the 2-mile. We've yet to see a sub-9 on the day, but we are undoubtedly going to see one come from this heat. 9:01.40, the time to beat by Marcus Valenzuela as they soared out for position, taking the early lead.
So it looks like Bobby did show up on the line. That's him in the lead.
They didn't give him an introduction, but the man wearing hip number 15 has taken it up. So, Brooks Barbie fans, you can take a sigh of relief because your man is out there and he is on the hot pace.
So Bobby from Christ School in Arden, North Carolina, coached by Randy Ashley, has run a phenomenal program there over the last 5, 6, 7 years. It's not a huge school, but wow, they have some talent at that program.
Stringing out single file through the first 418 meters. 7 to go, and mostly in a line with the New Jersey State runner-up, Gavin Schmidt, who ran 4:08.81 to take that silver medal at the Meet of Champions over 1,600 meters.
So 68.7 through that long split, so probably a 66 high through 400 meters. So sensible pacing, not over the top. It's certainly very respectable.
In an even unconverted 3,200 meters, it's 67.5 splits to get you to a 9-minute pace, which all of these guys have demolished before. Kavi Gibson in third from Carey Academy, and moving up from 6th into 4th is St. Xavier Cincinnati's Dom Ellis.
So it's Gavin Schmidt in second behind Bobby from New Jersey. Gibson, easy to identify with these long brown flowing locks behind him.
I got to meet Kavi Gibson when he won the Eastern States Championships at the Manhattan University Cross Country Invitational, one of the most historic invites all up and down the East Coast. And he has such a great mindset. Everything's earned, not given. And he's used that to really fuel him through a lot of his championship efforts.
Carter, this is fast. 65.7 for that second lap.
So they're definitely picking it up. We know Brooks Barbie went 8:40 at Arcadia, but you consider the matchups, right? Between he and Kavi Gibson, Kavi has had his number over their past 2 collisions.
And Dom Ellis from St. Xavier High School in Cincinnati.
Again, you mentioned Don Ellis moving his way up through the field. The future Indiana Hoosier who won the state championships for Division I in Ohio over the 1,600 and 3,200 meters. You heard me mention Trent Daniels earlier, a 2-time Penn Relays 3K champion. Ellis was third behind him, and we've even got the Penn 3K runner-up Joe Montanese in this field as well. So lots of rematches taking place here at Franklin Field with 5 to go.
And Bobby has his field strung out. That was a 68.3. He settled in a little bit, but that 65 second lap definitely making it honest. And some of these guys struggling to maintain contact at the back of the pack already.
They're still in relative contact, so it's difficult to declare them out of the race. But if you are a Greg McGrath, Ethan Rich, or John Templeton, now might be a decent time to start moving your way up through this field. We will see who ultimately times their moves and how. Jonah Montanese has positioned himself in 4th. He had taken the previous split in 6th, so he is making that game time decision right now as we enter the meat of this championship race. Meet record set in 2023 by Danny Simmons in 8:41.23. The national all dates 2-mile record set by Lucas Verzbekis of Orland Park, Illinois in 2011. It has been all Brooks Barbie from Christ School, North Carolina. The junior takes us through sub 4:30 with 1,600 meters remaining. So just knowing how lofty an 8:40 PR for a guy like Brooks Barbie is, what's the key for the rest of this field to disrupting that and finding the right timing off of this slow pace by his standards?
I think somebody's got to take him by surprise. He's definitely the class of the field, and I think if somebody's going to beat him, he needs to be in the last 200 or a less predictable time, like 500 or 600 meters out with a big brave move.
You just see the move by the Wolverine from Bronx Science. Ben Berman slipped out, having initially taken a halfway split in 8th. He's now right outside of the top 5. The 3-time New York State champion, who's also number 3 in New York State history. He's having all of the wind broken for him, and also having moved up, Sean Gray of Portsmouth, Rhode Island. He's in red. Watch for him. And he's taking the lead. There we go. Sean Gray heading into the final 3 laps. Barbie goes with.
Looked like another 67. Yeah, it was. So we had 67.3, 67.4 for the last 2 laps.
Dom Ellis took the split in 3rd, but has been passed by Kavi Gibson, running oh so smooth.
We haven't really talked about him much. He's just been sitting there in 3rd.
From Cary Academy.
So chill the whole time.
Again, when you can win a championship race in an 8:44, it is hard to bet against a guy like Kavi Gibson. Has such a long stride and almost form resemblant of a Yared Naguse to me.
All right, now Montanese just moved up on the outside from 5th into 3rd.
He's another underclassman looking to spoil this party. A junior from the Quakers Track Club. Where is the Penn Relays 3K champion? Trent Daniels has also been in the mix. He's in 5th place right now. Another guy that we cannot do justice to for his unlimited skill set. He's got 1:5800 chops and 4:04 1600 chops. Kavi Gibson may have run a 8:45 over full 2 miles at Brooks a couple weeks ago, but even sooner was Trent Daniels' 1600 meter PR at CBA at the horse race.
To me, Kavi Gibson, he looks really relaxed. He's just stayed there in 3rd place. He's covered each move, but he's covered it in a very gradual fashion. No sudden injections of paces. He's run the most economical race so far, in my opinion, and hasn't done an ounce of work at the front into that wind.
Sean Gray, though, has chosen to do all the work as he took it up after the mile. Brooks Barbie has run about as close to minimal distance as possible, but his Carolinian rival is passing him on his outside. Brooks Barbie and Kavi Gibson side by side. Montanese in 4th, Daniels in 5th. Ben Berman taking a look over his shoulder from 6th, and Dom Ellis back out on an island in 7th.
This is going to turn into a 500-meter barn burner, surely. Here we go. Somebody's got to make a move here any second. There goes Gibson. Gibson's going to go.
Kavi Gibson, the future Duke Blue Devil, the North Carolina State champion, awakening the crowd here at Franklin Field as he hits the final 400, 7:52 on the clock. Just look at how well he's opened his stride heading into the penultimate bend.
So it's a 65-3 penultimate split, but Gibson making a big move. Has he played his cards too early?
Ben Berman, the 3-time New York State champion, has just rounded up the Rhode Islander Sean Gray, and he is going after King Kavi, heading towards the final half lap.
Berman looks good. He's made up about 2 seconds on Gibson in the last 200 meters. Gibson senses the danger, though. Who's your money on?
Kavi Gibson's got the stride advantage, but Ben Berman has the turnover. It's going to come all down to this final 100 meters. Gibson still in front. Still fluid, still powerful. I'm cashing it in this time. Kavi Gibson all the way through, your New Balance national champion. What a final lap of around 57 seconds. 57.43, 8:50 flat for the win, and an even faster close by Bronx-sized Benjamin Berman. Officially a little bit off on the anchor split, but an 8:50.76. Phenomenal close by those two in a tactical affair, but an excellent windup.
And there you see Gibson with that finish line tape, all smiles. The future Duke runner.
He barely looks phased out there. He's still catching his breath after that all-out sprint on the last lap, but
what a smart, economical race by him. He never really led until when he hit the lead. It was a decisive move, and never really looked back. And it looks like he had another gear. Here you see his move. This is about 300 meters out, I believe, 200 meters out.
You just saw the difference in his stride. Keep in mind where we are positioned. The New Balance finish line tent almost blocks a portion of our view of the finish line. And once Kavi reemerged from that point, his stride was just in a completely different stratosphere, and he used it to break away from Berman and hold off the attack.
To me, look, when he made his move with like 400 meters to go, it was in fourth gear. He still had a fifth gear to shift into if he needed it, and he ended up He did need it at 150 to go, but he definitely had gas left in the tank.
And huge credit to Berman for going after Kavi Gibson. Here's a guy that comes in with all of his 3,200-meter accolades in New York, but in the 1,600-meter last week, he was left out of the fast heat given a denial of his conversion 4:12 time, and the fast heat in New York ended up going through in 4:08 for the finish. But Ben Berman gets to prove that he's got the finish to become a national silver medalist in the 2-mile run as we transition over to the ladies.
All right, so this is the first of 7 heats of the girls' 2-mile.
A couple of scratches being reported in the early goings. For those of you that are just joining us, we welcome you in to our coverage of Day 2 of New Balance Nationals. Carson Gambaro and Dave Milner. This is an event that I can imagine many of you, especially after seeing what we saw indoors, we're looking forward to, because in just 6 heats time after this, we are going to get to see the great return of Katie Zhang.
And it's not just the Katie Zhang show, because she's going to have her hands full with Avery Alone, who was absolutely incredible despite the very challenging conditions in that 5,000 meters we saw last night. She's run 15:40 for 5,000 meters, 9:45 for a full 2 miles, albeit earlier in the season. So it's not going to be a one-horse race.
We've got 8 other women that have dipped beneath the 10-minute barrier over a full 2 miles. So we are really excited to see what happens there and what happens in this heat.
So in this first section, we have 16 young ladies, all with PBs ranging from 10:54 to 10:58. So pretty tight range in ability here.
Luca Brennan from Club Athletics in South Carolina goes through in 78.88 for the first 418 meters.
And Sadie Wortman and Tia Feldpausch right behind her.
Luca Brennan, you just look at some of her personal records. She's run some pretty solid times in those 11 minutes range. We've got plenty more action to resolve here in our first of 7 sections for the championship girls 2 mile, but we are soon going to get the chance to hear from our men's 2 mile champion. So Kavi Gibson fans, stick with us as the field bunches up. Wortman, Feldpausch of Charlotte, Michigan, Caroline Coué of Opelika, Alabama. Whole lot to consider here as they bunch up towards the half mile. We're going to head downstairs now to talk with Kavi Gibson, your men's 2 mile New Balance national champion. Looks like we don't have Kavi at the time being. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by. We are going to hold off for a couple seconds ago.
So it's Tia Feldpausch that's moved into the lead from Michigan. That was a 80.4 split, so they're running right around 10:40, 10:42 pace right now. Luca Brennan from from Club Athletics in DC is in second place. Her teammate is also in this race.
So as they work their way through these laps, again, a deceleration of pace, but it almost reintroduces the concept of racing into the equation. So really excited to see who does or doesn't respond. I mean, you see the slight breakaway now. Seems like they're taking turns trying to see who can handle the front running duties one at a time. That's Feldpausch, as you mentioned, as we've been observing in the top three race long. Sub 4 through the 1,200 meter split, so she is sub 10 minute 3,000 meter pace. Which, crazy enough to think, for our New Balance national standards, would not have even been a good enough conversion time to get you into the championship 5,000 meters. If we look at our 3K conversion standards for this 2 mile, a 10:08.18 would have been good enough for this event.
So 81 and change per lap.
And they are going much quicker than that, proving that they are of that standard, of that caliber. Moving up into second now, Hazel De Lucia of Lebanon, Connecticut. Just passed up Sadie Wortman of Chop City. Luca Brennan of Cub Athletics DC. I definitely made a few missteps when I said Club Athletics South Carolina. That is not the truth. Luca Brennan is from our nation's capital, and she's run some pretty solid 800s. That's really been her primary distance for high school competition with Georgetown Visitation Prep this season at 2:16.80 at the Bishop McNamara Last Chance National Qualifier.
Right, Carson, it's all Tia Feldpausch right now. She's opened up about a 4-second gap over the field as she comes through halfway. Right around 5:19, 10:38 pace. So definitely PR territory for the majority of the runners in this race so far.
5:21.47 for Tia Feldpausch, who after a couple of 80-second splits has dropped to an 81, but the rest of the field, minimum 82 seconds on their latest split. And you could just see the gap growing accordingly. Tia Feldpausch, a really interesting background for her. Not only has she become an all-state performer out of Olivet, Michigan in the 3,200 meters, but she's also got a bit of a basketball background. So while her state may not have a full indoor season, she still gets to showcase her athleticism in other ways.
Well, she's looking great right now, looking really strong. Hazel De Lucia is the one that's looking to bridge that gap. And she's moved into second place now, leading that chase group of about 6 or 7.
To me, though, it looks like that gap has exponentially increased in the last 400 meters alone as we head towards the final 3 laps. Tia Feldpausch, 10:50.25, 3,200 meter performer, who was second in the Michigan Division III state finals just a few weeks ago in Kent City, coming over here to the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, having made a big middle move. But now, like you said,
that's Macy Moore.
Got some big breakaways from the chasers. Macy Moore of Webster County has chosen to go after her.
And Moore looks full of running. So she's got that target set, and she's got about 3.5 minutes worth of running in which to reel her in. And Macy Moore has basically blown up that chase group now with that move. Sadie Wortman is in third, and then just behind her is Addie Rudling, who we've not mentioned yet. She's from north of the border in Windsor, Ontario, I believe.
Always love to see that Canadian presence. We saw Sawyer Nicholson in the morning 2 mile and 1 mile yesterday for the freshman girls. You look at Macy Moore, though, the lady who's chosen to go after Tia Feldpausch. Macy Moore from Webster County in Dixon, Kentucky, a University of Southern Indiana commit, coming off of a 3rd place finish at her Class 2A state championship. So we got a couple of top 3 finishers from their respective Midwestern states in the top 2 right now.
So 2 laps to go, and it looks like Feldpausch still has about a 4-second cushion. I don't know if she took a look back. It did look like Moore was catching her for a little while, and then perhaps Feldpausch sensed the danger and picked it up again. But with 700 meters to go, Feldpausch still looks full of running.
And so does Sadie Wortman of Chop City in third. And now all of a sudden, Addie Rudling, whom you mentioned, from Windsor Legion Track and Field. She is positioning herself on the outside, trying to stay both patient and effortless as she makes her surges. And all the while, from 5th in red is Lydia Donahue of Champlain Valley from Vermont. A team cross-country nationals qualifier. Lydia Donahue, her teammates, will be taking part in the fast section. Zoe McNabb to come in heat number 7. Again, we talk about those tone setters, even in such an individualized setting. The team aspect matters here too.
Well, this meet is just chock full of relays, right? So, like, it's the teams that we've become so familiar with after announcing this meet so many years. Like, I can tell you on a map where Bullis High School is, and Archbishop Carroll, and Montverde, and it's the same suspects at every 4x2, 4x4, DMR, 4x8.
And of course, those sprint medley relays with the Motor City track clubs of the world. This lap, looking at the splits, this is where the gap has begun to dwindle. Sadie Wortman ran an 83.68 in comparison to Tia Feldpausch's 84.81. Now we are on the bell lap, so time is ticking. You've still got Donahue from Vermont surging in third, who is going to have the gas for the final 200.
Surely Feldpausch can hold on here. She's got about 170 meters left. She's got about a 2.5 second cushion.
And she's starting to increase her back kick, but there's definitely some pressure coming from the back. Look out for Sadie Wortman of Chop City and Lydia Donahue of Champlain Valley. What a surge by the Vermontian. Lydia Donahue. Does Feldpausch have a response? The sophomore from Michigan trying to hold her own. She's increasing her turnover, but it won't be enough to hold off Lydia Donahue of Champlain Valley. A brilliantly timed strike in the final 50 meters for the win.
72.8 for the close for Lydia Donahue. Moved up from a third to first in that last 200 meters. Tia Feldpausch having to settle for second here, 10:51.26. Sadie Wortman, 10:51.74. So just 3/4 of a second separating the top 3.
And what a time for Lydia Donahue, breaking her first sub-11 minute 2-mile race. Her previous PR was an 11:01. Incredible. As the rest of our finishers from section at number 1 come in for a landing. We also had another 4 girls break that 10-minute barrier. Tia Feldpausch, Sadie Wortman, Luca Brennan, and Sabrina Brennan. We had some twin sisters lurking. They were running disjointed for most of the race, but Luca and Sabrina, 10:56s for the both of them, just 200ths apart. I think they were born a little bit further apart in terms of minutes, but still, what more can you expect from them?
They see confirmation of the results for section 1 on the screen. Lydia Donahue with the win and a PB 10:50.86.
With still 6 sections to go in this championship girls 2-mile. Section number 2 being called out onto the line in their double waterfall. And definitely a couple of athletes to watch out for here. Right off the bat, a future Penn Quaker set to don hip number 13. I can see her second from the right on the closer waterfall to your screen. Natalie Murphy of the South Brooklyn Track Club competes with Poly Prep High School, and she'll be joining her brother Shane right here at the University of Pennsylvania beginning in the fall.
And Natalie comes in with the 3rd fastest time in this section, so we should see her to the 4 fairly early. 17 runners in this one, with seat times ranging from 10:50 to 10:54.
And that's over full 2 miles. We are finally getting ready to hear from our men's 2-mile champion. We will send it down once that time comes. In the meantime, your early leader in the girls 2-mile, Emmy O'Hearn of Union Catholic, as we finally get to catch up with the speedy future Duke Blue Devil, Covey Gibson, down track.
All right, we are down here on the infield with Covey Gibson. What an amazing finish you had in that race. As soon as you took off at the end, how confident were you?
I was really confident. I think like all my training has led up to this. All the all the training my coach has given to me has led up to this. And yeah, with 400 to go, I knew I was strong. I knew I could do it.
Great splits out there, 4:30 and then a 4:20 and a 2:12 last 800 meters to take the win. You had some pressure near the end. Were you confident coming down the home stretch?
I was confident, yeah. I looked up at the Jumbotron with a 150 left. I saw Benjamin coming up, and then I let it loose, but I knew that when I let it loose, it's like I can't be caught, so.
And we know later on you're going to be running the mile as well as the DMR. Are you pretty confident to recover from this race and be ready for those races?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think a day is plenty of time. I'll just be able to give it all that I have, and all that I have will be enough, so.
Covey Gibson, your national champion in the boys 2-mile. Let's give it up for him.
Thanks so much, Mark Davis. Finally nice to put a face to the name this weekend for those of you that have been hearing all the Mark's great commentary on our play-by-play this weekend. It's hard to tell whether he looks or sounds better.
He's pretty good at both. Also, pretty good at 2-mile back in the day. He's a former U.S. record holder at this distance, so we're honored to have another Olympian on our team here. A 96 Olympian in the 3,000-meter steeplechase. Also, former record holder on the roads in the 5K, I believe.
I know Mark was talking about some of his experiences having run distance events at places like Franklin Field. He said he liked his 5K effort here in comparison to some of his other events, and so you got to like the long distance feel of a track like Franklin. I've run it a couple times after some Penn Relays distance nights, and it just feels so responsive. One of the better outdoor tracks, more underrated when it comes to running events like these.
What a great atmosphere, and it is like once it does fill up a little bit, it's like this cauldron. It's almost like a sort of it's like an intimate concert venue in some ways, but the sound really reverberates around this old stadium.
1895 is when Franklin Field was established here at the University of Pennsylvania for the first of what have now been 130 Penn Relays Carnivals. We are so happy to be here for our 5th edition of New Balance Nationals at this particular venue, as we've had a little bit of position jockeying up front, and that has mostly been between Arabella Boggs of Morgantown, West Virginia, Kara O'Kaplan of Hillsdale, New Jersey, and Meredith Tangman of the Lancers Track Club.
So 2:41 through the opening 2 laps. So we're tracking about 10:45 pace right now.
So it now seems like that top 3 has become a top 5, about a 5-meter gap back to most of the rest. And that latest lap, around 80 seconds there, if not 79 low, and it was a 79.09 for Tangman, who's taken up the lead.
So also moving up through the field to join that top 4, Kirsten Anastasio of Poughkeepsie, New York.
She comes from a little bit further away than our current leader, Meredith Tangman, the hometown hero from Central High School out of Philadelphia. Still a junior this year, but had a really great campaign leading up to Nationals. Set a PR in the 1600 to place 13th in the 3A 1600 championships for her state. And she even ran a 10:46.81 to place 2nd in the 3200 at the Brooks Haverford Distance Classic, presented by the Running Place. So she's been hitting PRs over the middle and longer distances. Meredith Tangman trying to hold this lead.
So also coming up, joining that front pack, Lucia LaChapelle of 6 Mile Track Club. As we're clicking off of 79s, we'll see what this next lap is. We are coming up to the halfway point.
Arabella Boggs, who was our first lap leader, reclaims the advantage heading in to the Vertex, just beneath 5:23. If not at 5:23 officially, 5:23.93 with 4 laps remaining for Boggs, Tangman, Anastasio, LaChapelle, and now the future Penn Quaker, who recorded the fastest previous lap, is up into the top 5, Natalie Murphy.
Yeah, Murphy, who you mentioned earlier, it looks like she's trying to leapfrog from that second group into the lead group, and she's bridged that gap already, and looks like she's going to attack on the back of that lead quartet by the end of the straightaway.
I got the chance, Dave, to talk with Natalie Murphy and her father after she set a season best at the New York State Championships last week, a 10:06.39 over the 3,000 meters to place 16th overall. She's dealt with so many injuries dating back to cross-country season when she was the favorite to win the independent school state title, but came down with some untimely issues, having to take time off of the sport and come back. Even if she's not running anywhere close to her 9:49 3K PR form, she's just so grateful for each and every step forward that she takes back in that direction.
It does look like one of our runners just dropped out. Looks like Nadia Maya of Long Beach Wilson.
We wish the best
pulled off the track
to our friend from California and the rest of the field as they continue on and begin to bunch up into the final 3 laps.
Actually slowed down. That was an 83.5. And now you can see that those two groups are actually coming together again now.
Kirsten Anastasio of Poughkeepsie, New York, still in the mix. She comes from Arlington High School, future Stony Brook Seawolf, trying to move on the outside. She's come pretty close to sub 10 over 3K at 10:08.23, and I'd argue even quicker by conversion up to the 32 with a 10:48.16. The Glenn D. Laux games. Watch for Kirsten in hip number 7 with the multicolored shorts on the outside shoulder of Tangman. Directly in her slipstream, you've still got Lucia LaChapelle of 6 Mile Trap Club on the outside shoulder of Natalie Murphy. And in between them all, still Arabella Boggs, the West Virginian.
So we're coming up to the 3/4 point in this race, almost a mile and a half covered. Incidentally, we are 3/4 of the way through the USA-Australia soccer game. USA still 2-0 up.
There are
against the
so
Aussies.
many parallels between here and Seattle, not just between previous PRs set at meets like Brooks' PR to be attacked here at New Balance Nationals, but also with Team USA looking to continue its World Cup.
There after an 83.7. That's actually our slowest split so far.
Tangman is controlling the pace, so it's all up to the 457 miler to decide what she wants to do with it, as nobody else has really shown any interest in taking it from her at this time. Now perhaps Boggs looking for an inside avenue, but she's blocked. Tangman was waiting for that moment to reinsert her dominance over that pole position.
Also, we haven't mentioned her yet, but I just noticed on that back stretch, wearing hip number 2, Caitlin Chu, representing Garden State Track Club in New Jersey, has moved up from the field. She just ran on the rail the whole race. She's been in like 8th or 9th place, but she just latched onto the back of the pack. There's no need to make a big move yet. Nobody's played their cards, but keep an eye on her. She's in the yellow and black, currently in 7th or 8th place. Looks supremely relaxed, though.
And it looks like Tangman had to pay for some of that defense that she played on this previous straightaway, as Kirsten Anastasio, the Arlington Admiral, has moved up to the front. But here comes Natalie Murphy trying to make herself at home into the bell lap. 1 to go for the future Quaker in front.
That's another 83.7. Murphy's the first to play her cards. Then it's Anastasio. So the 2 New Yorkers up front right now.
It's South Brooklyn against Dutchess County as they meet atop the back stretch. Kirsten Anastasio, when will she make her move? We've seen so many instances play out in this format where athletes have bided their time to the last 200. Is this a biding of the time or just an instant response by Natalie Murphy? We will soon see. The future Quaker leads, but the Philly native is coming back. Meredith Tangman in the golden kit. Here they come around the final turn. Still 5 girls in it, including Chu of Garden State, who ran for Bridgewater Raritan, Marco Langen's high school. But it is Tangman of Central making the push off the final turn. She's not alone, though.
Oh, here we go.
It's going to come all the way down. Grace Holderith of Dingman's Ferry, the other Pennsylvanian, coming by. What a move. And what a victory. That is officially Julia Bombach of Battle Alley Track Club in 10:51.77. Again, we mentioned all the ladies in it. So many that they even flew beneath our radar. But Bombach, at 75.36, closes harder than all to take the victory.
That was an interesting race. Those slow last 3 laps really let those runners that were 8th, 9th, 10th back into the race with 600 meters to go, and then all of a sudden it became a mileless race, essentially. But Julia Bombach had the best closing speed, 75.3 close to Tangman's 75.8.
We got a lot of Julia Bombach fans in the area, of course. Just a sophomore from Battle Alley. Having a look at some of her stock coming in. She is out of Holly, Michigan. Holly, Michigan bombs away for Julia Bombach. She's even got a younger 7th grade sister on her team, Elena Bombach. Julia got within a few seconds in a tactical affair of her 10:46.31 PR that placed her 9th at States just a few weeks ago.
All right, so here we go with our next section. It's gotten a little bit overcast. The weather's getting more conducive to faster times. The sun was out for those last 2 sections, but now it's clouded over. It feels significantly cooler as we get towards our faster sections. So definitely much more favorable weather than we saw last night in the 5K, which was awful, to be frank. It was probably close to 100 degrees down on the track. It was 88 degrees in the shade where we were. I can't imagine how uncomfortable it was for them.
And yet we still saw meet records swept in both 5,000 meter runs. That's just how exceptional Jackson Spencer and Avery Lowen performed so far. Our top performer is the freshman from Sudbury, Massachusetts, Avery Gibson, through the first 200 and change.
So if you're just tuning in, you're watching Heat 3 of 6 of these girls' championship 2-mile heats. And in this section, we have seed times ranging from 10:46 to 10:50.
Avery Gibson, though her seed may fall in that umbrella, her official recorded 2-mile best is an 11:05.43. That placed her 8th at the Massachusetts Division II Track and Field State Championships. She also placed 8th in the mile at 5:11.22, so she's got a lot of strength in the younger stages of her career, and she is trying to show that early on. She is right up there with her fellow New Englander, Sophie Pasalacqua of Greenwich, Connecticut, and plenty of company. Ainsley Kelm of Portage, Michigan, Bryn Baltershot of Gallatin, Tennessee, and Aubrey Bishop of Kingsway Regional, New Jersey, some of your key early players up top.
Yeah, Baltershot I'm familiar with. She's from my neck of the woods, called many of her races, runs for Station Camp High School. Currently right off the shoulder of 3rd place there, wearing hip number 13.
It looks as though Kelm has found her way into 2nd. That is Sophie Pasalacqua has found her way into 1st. Our early leader, Avery Gibson, has chosen to hang back in the field. She's getting picked off by runners one by one, but by no means is she out of this race. She made it decently honest in 77.32 for the first lap and is hoping that the rest of the field will follow so that she can do less and less work as the race continues.
So they see Pasalacqua tucked on the rail and the pink top and black shorts. And that was an 80.6 split, so they have settled in a little bit.
I've gotten the chance to see plenty of gutsy runs from the sophomore out of the Constitution states. Sophie Pasalacqua finished 4th in the State Open Championships in Connecticut for the 1,600 meters in 4:57.09. She's really been developing the shorter end of her range, which has been impressive to see. Indoors as well. She was 2nd in the State Open Championships, having broken 5 on a flat track at Hill House Floyd Little Memorial Athletic Center. That is a name I love reading as a Syracuse alum myself. Floyd Little, the late and great football player from Hill House, Connecticut, home of the State Open Championships indoors, and clearly home to future stars like the 1632 state runner-up, Sophie Pasalacqua.
Pasalacqua looking good right now, trying to keep this honest. Let's see what this split is. We have a pack of around 8 or 9 runners. You could throw a blanket over them right now.
Lux Bergen of Bronxville, New York, moving on her outside. And now from Lexington, you got Conrad, Jane Conrad of Lexington Elite. We saw her team run the 4x-mile yesterday. Looked like they were just beneath 4 minutes there, 59.61. Easily the chillest lap yet, 81.35. So nothing too luxurious about the leading position, or perhaps the contrary. Let's see what Lux Bergen has to say about it. Might have been a reach as far as wordplay goes, but to give a sense into what Lux has done, she actually used to run with Greenwich Academy, I'm almost positive, from Massachusetts, if not her namesake. Lux Bergen, though, from Bronxville, New York, is a senior this year. And when I look at her database, it redirects to Greenwich Academy. So that may have been a malfunction in the system. Either way, her name is Lux Bergen, and she is a phenomenal performer. You look at her times, she's run 10:09 for 3K outdoors and indoors at 9:58. So she was able to get here to New Balance with that standard conversion and is going to try and stretch this field out to something comparable over 2 miles.
While you were looking up that research, it was Jane Conrad that made a move to get to the front to try and keep it honest, and then Bergen jumped back in front of her again at the completion of that lap, which was completed in, waiting for our split to pop up.
It was around 82, 83 by my rough estimates as they hit the halfway point. Up 81. Wow. My math is not unfathomable. 81-41 either way, the split for Lux Bergen of Bronxville of Greenwich Academy. Your leader, Catherine Morey of Potomac, Maryland. Moved up nicely to take second, but instantly had it taken back from her by the other lady whom you've observed making all those moves, Jane Conrad of Lexington Elite.
So what we saw in some of those previous races, it was the person that was like just sitting back in 3rd or 4th place, not making any big moves, hugging the rail, running the least distance possible, running the most evenly paced races, that has tended to do the best in these 2-mile heats that we've seen up to this point. So Catherine Murray, we haven't really mentioned her, from Potomac, Maryland. She's been sitting there in 3rd place the whole time. Daisy Cox from Michigan, same.
And now it is Catherine Morey of Winston Churchill High School moving to the front. Potomac, Maryland, of course, the home of the Bullis School, so she might not be from the most popular spot in town as far as track and field goes, but she is trying to put her squad on the map right here at the best place to do it, New Balance Nationals. A 4:57 full miler is Catherine Morey to go around with impressive 2-mile chops of 10:44.69. She ran that at New Balance Nationals indoor and even ran a 10:49 over a 3,200 meters to win her state title in that same event. Morey, Bergen, Lauren Thompson of Raldis has positioned herself in 3rd now. Jane Conrad in 4th with Daisy Cox of Rockford, Michigan in 5th.
So we're 2,300 meters in, 900 meters to go now. Looks like Murray is trying to wind it up.
They did increase their tempo on that latest go-around from 81s to 80s, so we'll see what this latest split beholds. They hit it at 6:42 prior, so it looks to be another 80, 81.
Yeah.
Minute 21.50 for Catherine Morey, and the rest of the field all very, very content to follow. That being said, you see some slight daylight between Morey and Conrad, and between Conrad and Lux Bergen. So somebody in this next trio on the right of your screen is going to need to make a timely move over this final 700.
Does look like now Morey is really piling it on down the back stretch as they go below us, as they reach 600 meters to go now. And it's really only Conrad that's covered the move.
Catherine Morey, the 16 and 3200 meter 4A indoor state champion. She also won the outdoor state championship over the 1600 meters, but had to settle for second in the 32 despite running an incredible 10:44. One of her two performances of that number that she's clocked. Halfway through, they came at 5:21s. So if she can even split this, and not only is a win potentially in her sights, but a new PR and a new lead. 1 to go.
Yeah, it's almost certainly going to be a new PB for these first three runners, unless they can't break 90 for this last lap.
They've certainly proven they could do that. Morey just picked it up to a 79.23. Conrad also beneath 80 seconds on her latest go-around. Daisy Cox in third, and then a two-way battle for fourth between Lux Bergen and Lauren Thompson. Plenty more of widespread action happening behind, and Conrad trying to respond to the junior from Potomac, Maryland, from Winston Churchill High School, Catherine Morey.
200 to go now. Morey has really put her foot down. She's opened up about a 12-13 meter gap over Conrad. Still looks full of running.
She led by 2 seconds into the final 200. Conrad put in a surge of her own, but out of touch, out of contact. Difficult to make up gaps of this margin with this little time to spare. Catherine Morey about to run an incredible time here as Conrad kicks it into her final gear. But it's all about Catherine Morey down the final steps. She is going to have just barely enough to hold on by about a split second and change. But either way, it's her first ever sub 10:40 over 2 miles, 10:38.23 and a 10:38.76 for Conrad.
Conrad was closing like a freight train the last 50 meters. You got to think if she'd gone just a few seconds earlier, she might have reeled in her opponent, Catherine Morey. But Morey gets the win. Another win for a Potomac, Maryland-based runner. We're going to see a lot more of those to come over the next few days.
We shall see. It's going to be a very interesting weekend, of course, because Quincy Wilson, the big man from the Bullis School, is doing an insane double coming from Eugene, Oregon, here to Franklin Field in Philadelphia. And so, too, is one of his chief competitors, Jaden DeLeon. Both of them doing the USATF under-20s, competing in the finals today and the 400-meter national finals on Sunday. We have still got 4 sections to go in this championship girls 2-mile, but man, oh man, a total of 5 athletes ran faster than the previous leading time. Daisy Cox, Lux Bergen, and Lauren Thompson all sub 10:50s.
Just to provide some context for you, you're talking about Quincy's crazy travel schedule. The World Under-20 Championships are taking place at Hayward Field in Eugene, Oregon later this summer, and you have to go out there in order to run the qualifying meet, hence Quincy's incredible travel schedule this weekend.
And the same for many of his fellow high school competitors. I know Paige Shepard, another New Balance NIL athlete, has been competing in the 800, so that 4x8 later, our last event that we're going to cover on the track tonight, Dave, is going to be real interesting to see how the national record holders respond without Shepard in their lineup. They finished second in the SMR yesterday without her.
Yeah.
So very impressive weekend already for the ladies from New Jersey as we turn things over to heat number 4. The talent only increasing here, including many already proven champions. Colby McCollum of the Carolina Cavaliers out of Cuthbertson, Waxhaw, North Carolina, where she calls home. She doubled to win both freshman national championships in the mile and 2 mile last year.
Also, keep an eye out for Reese Latta, wearing kit number 14 from San Antonio, Texas. Part of an amazing family quartet of siblings that are lighting up the scene in Texas and beyond. Elin Latta ran a 4:35, her older sister, earlier this season. So she'll be a factor here. She wears hip number 14, but we have 17 young ladies here. Seat times ranging from 10:40 to 10:45.
You mentioned Elin Latta. We're going to get to see both her and Iris Latta in the fastest seated section. That's again section 7, the section that includes the likes of Katie Zhang, Sunny Weber, Abby Hennessy. She should be doing the mile, I believe. I'm just thinking of some of our top
April
2-milers overall. But even without an Abby Hennessy, who finished second indoors, you've still got some other sub-10 girls to come over 2 miles of distance, many of whom we'll meet later. It's a decent start, 78-72 for Elizabeth Trent of Pequosin, Virginia, out of Newport News. Leads over McCollum and company just beyond 400. Reese Latta from the South Texas Heat Club in third. Grace Wanch of Lansing Catholic also up in the mix as they all attempt to find their early racing positions. One young lady moving her way up on the outside. Set some really amazing PRs last week at the New York State Championships, and that is Maeve Joyce out of Academy of the Holy Names from Albany. Just a sophomore, ran a 9:51.04 and a 4:34.07 over the 3K and the 1500. Both personal records, both good for top 10 finishes in the Federation.
So this race going out quite a bit faster than our first few sections. 68.7 for that 418 meters, a full, that's a longer split, so probably 76 mid through the opening 400 meters.
And his second lap looked to have been slowed down quite considerably. They came through 2:37 with 6 laps to go, so around an 80-second split on their latest go-around. Not a 79, but either way, positively split first 800. Elizabeth Trent perhaps could be trying to leave it up to a kick. She is a 2:13.800 runner after all, so not a terrible strategy for the senior.
And 79 flat for that second split. So it's Trent from Pequosin, Virginia, leading the way. Latta, who we mentioned earlier, has worked her way up the pack. She's in second or third place, it looks right now.
Again, our leader just from outside of Newport News in the Hampton Roads area. Pequosin informally is known as Bull Island, so we're running with the Bulls out front here. It is all Elizabeth Trent, Reese Latta trying to move wide. Colby McCollum, very patient in the early goings. She's buried on the rail in the New Balance kit. Latta on the outside. Wanch in the blue for Lansing Catholic. And Maeve Joyce following all of them in front of her in the dark kit from Albany, New York. Another strong New Yorker in the mix from Lockport is Shannon Zugelder out of Star Point High School. She's going to be heading down to Mississippi to run with the Ole Miss Rebels once her time is done here. And I got to follow a really amazing journey of hers because she burst out onto the scene as a freshman. She won an emerging elite national title at Nike Indoors over this distance. She did that out the gate, and outdoors she set a crazy PR of 10 flat as a freshman.
Wow.
But for the ensuing 2 years, that PR remained unbroken until her junior year, 2025, when she ran 9:53 over the 3,000 meters at the state championships.
Well, she'll be joining a great stable of athletes down there under the guidance of Adam Smith in Oxford, Mississippi. But she's going to have to get used to this kind of heat and humidity they're contending with here in Philadelphia. Reese Latta has moved to the front now, the Texas-based sophomore.
Amazingly, when you look at the background of the Latta sisters to go along with Iris and Elin, who are both biological fraternal twins, Addie Latta and Reese Latta were both adopted into the Latta fam. So nice to see them all getting to represent each other, coming from a great background, homeschooled out of Texas, getting to train together, work together, and improve together. As Maeve Joyce has taken the lead beyond at 16-18, they really picked things up a little bit on those latest laps. Well, kept them consistent rather. Had a couple of 80-second splits. I might have underestimated the early pace that they had made, as they are right on about even pace for what would take the lead based on what we've seen beforehand.
Yeah, you got to factor in that first split is always about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds long, since it's 418 meters, probably really 2 seconds at least.
So I'll be curious to see if Maeve Joyce can maintain here. She comes from a school at Academy of the Holy Names, home of a really solid mid-distance standout, Elizabeth Malloy DeBoll, who now is the head coach of the Siena Saints distance program just outside of Albany in Loudonville, New York. So
former Georgetown standout, right?
Mm-hmm. Got to compete at numerous national stages in the long distances and the roads. And though she is maybe not in direct touch with Maeve Joyce, still that Holy Names lineage is definitely felt when looking at the way this young lady has developed thus far.
It looks like Joyce has injected some pace here. That was a 78.5 split, and now only Trent has gone with it, and they've opened up, this lead duo has opened up about a 15-20 meter gap over third place, which is Charlotte Barker from Shadyside Academy.
For the past 3 years, we have seen Elizabeth Trant complete the 1,600 meter, 3,200 meter double at the Virginia Class 2 state championship. So in those two events outdoors alone, she's a 6-time champion, and that's not even including all of her indoor titles over those events as well. She did that double this past indoor season, last indoor season as a sophomore as well. So she has got so many state titles over VHSL Class 2, more than we can even count on two hands. That's who's in second right now.
So 2 to go now, and Joyce has really blown this race wide open. Only Trant has had the courage to go with her, or even the ability, I should say. Latta back in third place, leading that chase group, but those runners are about 20-25 meters behind our lead duo, Joyce and Trent, right now.
They've increased the tempo by a second per lap, down to some 78s to some 77s, and now some daylight between Joyce and Trent. Remember, Elizabeth can close an 800 in 2:13. And don't forget about the chasing pack, Colby McCollum, the reigning freshman dual champion, moving her way up into third overall. We talk about lineage with respect to Maeve Joyce. We've got to talk about it with the Cuthbertson program, the 4x-mile all-purpose national record holders at 1922. We saw a U.S. number 5 all-purpose indoors and or out by Purple Track Club last night. But at the same time,
Cuthbertson kind of in a reloading phase right now, that has to be said, though. I mean, they graduated most of their superstars from a couple of years ago.
And that's what Colby McCollum is attempting to lead for her squad in around a 5-way battle for third, behind Elizabeth Trant in second for Pocosin, Virginia, and Maeve Joyce in first for Albany, New York.
So Joyce has pulled away now from Trant. A couple of 77s have put her about 15 meters in front now.
She is on the final back stretch now, looking to continue her PR train in championship season. Maeve Joyce has yet to run an official 2-mile on the track, so long as she finishes this race, she'll do that. But there at 3K, I think she beat her 3K PR of 9:51, and she most certainly did. We're not tracking en route splits at this time, but I'm going to declare this a dual PR en route to a victory for Maeve Joyce, coming down the final stretch in heat number 4 of the championship girls 2-mile. I think she has a chance to break 10:30 in her full 2-mile debut.
Yeah, she's almost certainly going to go crack that 10:30 barrier.
10:23, 10:24, all the way through. Maeve Joyce has done it. 10:27 for the sophomore.
The 75.5 close.
After a couple of 77s to set her up, such a steady young athlete who's really come to understand pacing. She came so close to a cross-country state title, having to settle for second behind Bronxville freshman Mia Horgan. But with all of the PRs that she has set since, I think Maeve Joyce has got a state title in her very near future.
Big negative split there. Maeve Joyce went 5:07 for the last 1,600 meters after a 5:16, 5:17 opening half. So very impressive, negative split running. She looked controlled all the way, made the move at the perfect time to break the field wide open. Only Trant could go with it, and then it looks like she had another gear to break Trant. And a very impressive bit of front running there by Maeve Joyce from Albany, New York.
So impressive that if we look at her sectional leaderboard, Section 2 is where she comes from Holy Names. She just ran the number 3 performance outdoors over 2 miles in her sectional history. Only Saratoga Springs legends Nicole Blood and Kelsey Camille, who is a recent Team NCAA champion in cross country with the NC State Wolfpack. Those are the only 2 ladies ahead of the woman we just saw win in an astounding 10:27, Maeve Joyce.
So as we get ready for our 5th section, Joyce has the time to beat, 10:27.86. And it's going to take a personal best by any of these young ladies to topple Joyce, because the PBs range from 10:28 to 10:39. A bit of a smaller field in this one. We've had 4 late scratches.
One athlete whom I recognize off the rip is Lauren Vermani of Clarksville Track Club, coming from River Hill High School in Maryland. She and her twin sister, Morella Vermani, are both headed to join the team known as the Northwestern Wildcats, the Midwest region runners-up in the NCAA cross country this past season. So Lauren looking to represent here in this 2 mile. We got plenty others in the mix. A pretty bunched up start, as you'd expect through the first half lap. But that's what we love about distance racing.
So also keep an eye out for Ava Lindsay from South Carolina. She's gone 10:28 this year, as well as Molly Hardwick from Virginia, another 10:28 exponent. Looks like this field's gone out a little bit more assertively than the previous heat.
You could really sense that in that second 200. A lot of the estimated PRs were reporting in maybe from athletes converting a 3,200 or 3K. We'll specify all that as we go with respect to their personal and season best, but many athletes have done it before too, looking to show that they can do it again on the day. Hannah Gicha of Strongsville, Ohio, to the front at a 78.20 for the first lap.
I believe that's our fastest split so far. So 78.2 for the 418 meters.
Hannah with plenty of accolades to boast out of the Buckeye State. If we look at cross country, she was 4th in the Division I state championships there, and indoors went on to win the 1,600 meters in a 4:53.91, and just a couple weeks later PR'd in a 4:51.34 for the full mile. And she's only gotten faster since, now down to 4:44.82 to win the outdoor 1,600 at States. So she's trying to stretch it out here, but she's got some company in the form of Lana Brugman of HP Distance, who has shaded her on the inside. Gicha with a quick response, though, to take it back up to the halfway mark for the first mile at least. This is the quarter of the way mark for the overall race. That was fast.
Yeah, this is by far the fastest split so far. It's, right around 2:30 at the half mile.
Pretty single file, too, as we await our second round of splits. That had to have been around a 75-second go-around, though. So very impressive injection by Hannah Gicha. Going with her is Jalen Ray of Jackalope Track Club. We got to see her as well run some relays yesterday. Jalen Ray, from Michigan out of Pinckney has run some pretty impressive 3,200 meter times of 10:32.20. She ran that at the Shepherd Blue Jay invite. One of the many great Michigan meets that helped prime her for nationals.
And we got a new leader, Angelica Hill from Illinois. It looks like has moved into the lead, wearing hip number 5.
So a bit of a miss ID there on my part, but still we've got plenty other members of the Midwest. We've got Ava Lindsay of Greer, South Carolina in the top 5. Lots in it still with 5 to go. So from a 75.88 by Hannah Gicha down to a 76.63. So not a crazy deceleration, but we're entering that middle portion of the race where 75s might not be so sustainable for these ladies for a while longer. So let the racing begin. Julia Leedy from Daniel Boone area out of Pennsylvania, representing her hometown today of Douglasville. She comes in with some impressive times as well, even quicker than those others that we've mentioned. A 10:26.96 to win the District 3 championships earlier this season.
But it's still Hannah Gicha back in the lead as we come up to the 1,500 meter mark. And she's towed about 3 runners with her, and we got a little bit of separation with that lead 4 and then 5th place.
Almost thought you were saying Elite Four right there. Got the Pokemon fan in me hyped up here as we get ready for our halfway split. 1 mile gone, 1 mile to go. They were around 5:08 at the 16:09, and with 4 laps to go, at right around 5:09.88, so sub 10:20 pace to the opening half, and it has been all the Ohio State champion indoors and out, Hannah Gicha, trying to continue her rapid rise in the right direction.
So moving up steadily through the field. We haven't mentioned her yet, but the tall figure in the blue top and black shorts, Cecilia Wright, the senior running for NCS Eagles, and she has just moved up to join that lead quartet.
You see Wright there on the back, Gicha, Lindsay, Leedy there on the outside shoulder of Angelica Hill of Hoffman Estates, Illinois. But if you're Hannah Gicha, this is a huge opportunity to get familiar with this Penn Relays track. She is not going to be running full-time here at University of Pennsylvania, but she will be running at a university that considers the Penn Relays effectively its national championships. Villanova is where she's headed.
So the tall figure of Wright that's joined that pack in 5th place runs for National Cathedral High School. She's a senior out of Washington, D.C. She's ran 10:32. Also ran 4:57 for the full mile.
She finished runner-up at the DC State Championships over the 1,600 meters. So, again, athletes that bring not only the ability to run fast as they've had to hit these standards, but perform well in races that can go any which way. Huge, huge assets to have in an occasion like this. Gicha looks to have surrendered the inside rail to Angelica Hill, who looks like one of the L's in her, well, nope, she's only got 1 L in her last name. Who needs 2? Angelica Hill, Hannah Gicha, Ava Lindsay, Julia Leedy, and as you mentioned, Cecilia Wright for the NCS Eagles has moved her way up very, very nicely.
And a pretty significant gap back to 6th place now. That's Jalen Ray, I believe.
Top 5 into the final 800 meters. And we're at around 750 with 4 to go. 2 to go. Still in indoor mode. Did I mention that the indoor record holder is here? Katie Zhang, 9:37.15. She is less than 2 heats away. For those looking to watch the Ohio-based phenom return to the track after all the injuries that she had suffered. Of course, having to miss out on state season, which was where she had really announced her arrival leading up to New Balance Nationals Indoor. That opened the door to some other competitors across different divisions in Ohio, like we've seen from our early leader, still in the number 4 position, Hannah Gicha. But there goes Julia Leedy, the Pennsylvanian. The 10:26 performer has the lead as they round the Robert Wood Johnson family scoreboard turn. Mostly single file. Oh no, a trip on the rail. Ava Lindsay of Greer, South Carolina. Heartbreak.
So now it looks like we're down to 4. Gicha is trying to string this out. She doesn't want to leave it to a last-minute kick, and she's trying to draw this thing out of her opponents by making a long run for home here. Does look like Wright is struggling to maintain contact.
Hannah is coming from behind. She has moved up into second now as Julia Leedy hits the bell in front. 10.90, down to some 79-second splits there, knowing that they need to go quicker. And our early leader, Gicha, looks more than up for the challenge. Back in the front goes the Ohio State champion, but Angelica Hill from Hoffman Estates, Illinois, tucking right back behind the Pennsylvanian Leedy, getting ready for the final half lap.
So Ohio, Illinois, and Pennsylvania slugging it out with a half lap remaining.
And it looks like Julia Leedy from Douglasville might have a response. She's got Hannah Gicha in her sights as she had for the majority of the initial race. Now could she pull up even for one final showdown in the home straightaway in Heat 5 of the girls 2 mile. Another gear from Hannah Gicha, the 4:44 miler. Here comes Julia Leedy, the District 3 champion, to challenge, but the speed holds up for the Ohioan. Hannah Gicha of Strongville holds strong to cruise to victory in the fastest section yet, 10:25.07 on a 73.72 close. A huge personal record of 4 seconds, down from her 10:29.19 over 32. 10:25.07 and a 10:25.78, a PR for Julie Leedy as well.
So they see confirmation of the results. PBs for all of our top 5 finishers in Section 5 of the Championship Girls 2 mile, with Hannah Gicha from Strongsville, Ohio, leading the way, 10:25.07. So it's starting to cool off a little bit here in Philly. Still about 80 degrees, light breeze, but gathering clouds, which will help as we get to the climax of these championship 2 miles.
2 more 2 miles to go. A relatively thin field coming our way in the 6th of 7 sections. But definitely some big state championship performers who have already performed well in their own rights this weekend. If I'm looking at that lineup at face value for Heat 6, which you see on the track right now, watch for hip number 11. Catherine Froelich, right on the left of your screen, just a freshman. She won the Pennsylvania indoor and outdoor state titles this past year. Watch for the lady from McMurray.
Also, keep an eye out for the second of 4 Ladder sisters here in action in this event. Remy Ladder goes in this one. She wears hip number 6, the sophomore. She's around 10:24 this season.
And if you look at the PBs of this section, you're looking at some athletes who have broken 10:20 before. 3 of them that are out there by face value and by conversion. Catherine Froelich, Madeline Dorsch of Jackson Springs, North Carolina, and Elle Dawson of Ragsdale as well, with plenty of others looking to enter that conversation as they round this first of 8+ laps. Hannah Governor, another name I recognize from Williamson, New York, got to compete relatively close to home at Webster Schrader last week and win the double for the Class C small school New York State titles in the 1500 and the 3K. just put forth some incredible PRs, did Hannah Governor. Her 3K PR that she achieved last week was a Section 5 record. That's her home section. She ran 9:32.71 to break the former mark of around 9:35 held by Syracuse standout Amanda Vestry, who's now running pro. So we'll watch for all that as we see our fastest opening split yet, Dave. 77-14 for Froelich.
A little bit more aggressive than we've seen in the past. It's Kenya Leach from Indiana that's gone with that pace set by Froelich. She's right on her shoulder. And then Elle Dawson from Ragsdale. And then Remy Leder, who we mentioned earlier, currently tucked back in about 4th place.
Yesterday we conducted the girls' freshman mile as one of our first championship events here at New Balance, and Catherine Froelich set a meet record of 4:47.87 to win that event over Lucy Downen of Holliston, daughter of our Andy Downen, one of our many PA guys in-house this weekend. But you just consider the class that she has shown. She was definitely an understudy. I remember heading into the PTFCA indoor state meet before winning it all in her first season as a high schooler. Now trying to set a top time here. Again, the time to beat thus far at 10:25.07. Hannah Gicha of Strongsville, Ohio, through that opening 800 in 2:32.99, 8:18 officially. Still very solid pacemaking here.
Yeah, so they're running between 10:05 and 10:08 pace right now. Definitely more aggressive than we've seen up to this point. Froelich leading the way. Remy Leder has moved up right onto her shoulder. She's wearing the red top and black shorts now, just moving alongside our leader. With the black socks.
Looking at what Remy brings to the table. Of course, repping South Texas Heat out of San Antonio. Her personal record at 10:20.58 over the 3,200 meters even. She ran that at the A6 Carolina Distance Carnival. We saw quite a bit from the Latta sisters there. We saw Iris take second in the 3,200 there. Remy was 7th, and even Reese, whom we saw earlier, was 18th in 10:36.46. That is another one of our sleeper meets here, David. A lot of previous standing personal records stem from in mid-April. So if an athlete can PR down from that, really, really remarkable to be able to maintain fitness for 2 months.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of people do it. Arcadia is more or less the same weekend in the calendar. I think the surprise package here has been the resurgence of Elin Leder, who has been injured all year. She actually had her first workout on the morning of Music City Track Carnival just to test out her leg. She ran 3 or 4 quarters at race pace just to see if that was okay, and then went and banged out a 4:36. It was one of the more incredible high school performances I've ever seen. So some good genetics in this family, and fantastic coaching by their parents.
Of course, Remy, one of the adopted Latta sisters, along with Reese. We will see more from Iris and Elin to come as Catherine Froelich continues to lead. Latta on the inside in second. Elle Dawson of Ragsdale, yet another star-studded sophomore, moving up on the outside.
So 76.6 for the third split. We're coming up to halfway point. This is a very honest, consistent bit of pacing here. We'll eyeball you a 1 mile split. It's about 5:03 for the full mile, so we're tracking 10:06 pace.
And 5:04, officially 5:05.02 with 4 even laps to go. Froelich bringing it back down to 75s. Elle Dawson, a 10:12 performer, also from the Carolina Distance Carnival. She has made an immediate response, the only one to go with this latest injection. Elle Dawson, the 6A state champion over the 1,600 and the 3,200 meters in North Carolina. Looking to show her chops. She looks so strong there in second behind Pennsylvania's future. Hannah Governor trying to move her way up as well, but she's getting passed back by Remy Latta, it looks like. And also in that second chasing group, we'll look out for Annabelle Pollard of Carmel, Indiana.
So it's two of the youngest girls in the field taking it to the upperclassmen. You got a freshman in Froelich and a sophomore in Dawson, and they are just laying it down here. And they're going to be close to that 10-minute barrier if they can keep this rolling.
This is going to be a great latest split. That was, I think, a 74, if not a 73. Officially a 74-12 by Catherine Froelich and a 73-90 by Elle Dawson.
There's a chance they're breaking 10 minutes out of this penultimate heat, which would be incredible.
As far as unconverted full 2-mile performances go this season, only 4 ladies, Avery Lowen, Kiara Daly, Abby Hennessy, and Mia Sirwa, have broken 10 over a full 2-mile race. That's not including 3,200-meter races, but still, that is what these two are attempting to do right here in the penultimate heat of New Balance Nationals.
And additionally, about another 8 seconds of people, another 8 athletes have done the conversion. So if you say 9:56-ish is the equivalent for 3,200 meters. So only about a dozen people have broken that magical 10-minute barrier this year, including the conversions. But it wouldn't be absurd to see one here.
And as ladies like Catherine Froelich and Elle Dawson, who worked so hard to bring their PRs to where they're at across all disciplines, you've got to be thinking there's some denial in their back of minds about wanting to be in the fast section of this championship 2-mile.
7:33.5 with 2 laps to go, so they need a 2:26 mid. Not impossible, right?
You've got to think one of them is saving that finishing sprint, whether it be Froelich or Dawson remains to be seen, but they just threw in another 74 on that latest lap. It's so rare to see athletes this young, this unintimidated by the third quadrant of a distance race.
I mean, regardless, they're both going to shatter their personal best at this point, and more than likely we will see them in the fast section next year, either indoors or outdoors or both. But Froelich and Dawson having a tremendous run here. Froelich trying to put a little bit of distance ahead of between her and Dawson right now with about 550 meters remaining.
The 4:41 miler, Catherine Froelich, beginning to open her stride. She placed second in the freshman girls mile behind only Evangeline Johnson-Hess from Eugene, Oregon. If we look at our top freshman times in the country, we are definitely going to see one of those. Our freshman 2-mile, we can definitely open a national record conversation when we come down to it. Either way, we're going to watch the clock all the way for Catherine Froelich.
So that was a 73.9. She's picked it up. So 8:47.8. All she needs is a 72.1. I say all she needs. That's still a tough ask. But my point is, it's not impossible for her to run under 10 minutes for the full 2 miles as a freshman.
The freshman national record set by Elizabeth Leachman in 2023, a 9:57.65. Whether or not that falls, we are seeing an incredibly brave bid at her first sub-10 full 2 miles by a girl that has taken Pennsylvania by storm. Catherine Froelich of Peters Township, just a 9th grader, became a state champion and has nearly broken the 440 barrier over half this distance, coming off of the final turn in a stadium that she is going to know all too well over the next few years.
I think she's just going to miss that national record, but she's certainly going to be under 10 minutes.
No misses whatsoever. She is going to shatter her 10:15 PR either way. Catherine Froelich coming through the line. It's going to be close for that freshman record. Watch for 9:57.65. Oh my gosh, she missed it by 100th. Are you kidding me?
69.8 close. What an impressive piece of running by Catherine Froelich.
Elle Dawson with a PR in second as well of 10:09.41, but Catherine Froelich, how about that negative split down from 5:05? She closed her final mile.
4:52.
Even 1,600 meters at 4:52.
What an outstanding piece of running by the freshman from Pennsylvania. And Elle Dawson, 10:09, shatters her personal best in second place. Kudos to her for having the courage to go with Froelich. But wow, we did not see that coming.
An absolute stunner. The second fastest freshman time in U.S. prep history. happen right here at New Balance Nationals, and Catherine Froelich has given herself a significant chance to place All-American, but whomever wins is all going to come down to these 17, your fastest seated section, coming up in the championship girls 2 mile here at New Balance Nationals. Carson Gabarro and Dave Milner getting ready to introduce the stars of the show. Here we go. First up, coming out, a great championship performer, drawing hip number 1 from St. Charles, Illinois, Kara Glenn.
Next up, wearing hip number 2, we should be seeing Zoe McNabb of Champlain Valley, Vermont.
A state champion in multiple sports, not just track, but also with her team in Ultimate Frisbee, a sport that I merely played recreationally after practice was done. She is a key competitor, as is Anya Zoller of Pendleton, Indiana, just a sophomore, 4th in Indiana States over the 32.
Hip number 4 is Sydney Gertson from Montagny Track Club, Illinois, St. Louis University commit. And she's gone 10:08:43 this year.
And we've been talking about the Latta sisters all afternoon. Here is the first of 2 twins, Iris Latta, 10:06:89, representing South Texas Heat.
Oh, you want to talk about the first of 2 twins? Here's Jaslyn Garmer from Knoxville, Tennessee. She's gone 10:03 this year, 3-time state champion, future Furman Paladin.
The Garmer sisters stepped off at 3,400 in the 5K last night. They're coming back here and coming all the way from Palo Alto, California. Her future college home, Amaya Bharadwaj. Here she is.
All right, here's the other twin sister, Callista Garmer, New Balance National 5K champion last year. She stepped off the track along with her sister during that searing heat of the 5K last night to save herself for today.
And coming in fresh from Sandwich, Illinois, the future Duke Blue Devil, looking to sweep the 2 miles as far as Blue Devil commits, as Kavi Gibson did for the boys. This is Sunny Weber.
Looks like Emma Hoffman is a late scratch. So Maggie McCormack wears hip number 11 from Bayshore, New York. 5th all-time in the 1,500 meters, 4:17:87 to win the state title last week. She's gone 9:57 at this distance.
Again, number 5 in her state. I saw her run that home with a great last 200 around sub 8:20. How about the NC State commit bound to join the cross-country national champions from Cadet Distance Project in Indiana, Mallory Weller.
Hip number 13, unlucky for some, but not for this young woman. Elin Latta from San Antonio, Texas. 9:56 is her personal best. She was runner-up last year.
And runner-up in her state with an amazing PR of 9:46:78. The future Penn Quaker from West Windsor, Plainsboro, North New Jersey, Allison Lee. You think this place is loud now?
Mason Fletcher is introduced next. She's hip number 17 from Elkview, West Virginia. She's a Brooks South cross-country regional champion over the country, but she's run 10:13 for this distance.
And now the 5K champion looking for the double after she set a meet record of 16:14 in scorching heat. The cooler temps have arrived for Avery Lowen.
And last, but by no means least, wearing hip number 15 from Tays Valley, Ohio. She's gone 9:37. She broke Mary Kane's national record this year at Boston just a few months ago, and then came back and won the mile in incredible fashion too. Katie Zhang, she is a massive X factor here. She's coming off injury. She's had a late start to her season. She's going to have her hands full with Avery Lowen, as well as the rest of her incredibly talented field. But this is going to be an exciting race.
And no matter where Katie Zhang finishes, you just gotta love to see her bring the moxie back out in front of the intro board. She hit a little dab, throwing it back to the mid-2010s. And it's been a tough road to recovery for her. She had been on top of the world. She became a star almost overnight with her iconic quote after winning indoors. "It's just running around a track," she said, after running 9:37:15 over 2 miles. But Katie Zhang, back from her stress fracture. She's been documenting a lot of her workouts in return. We are going to see what the future Indiana Hoosier has over 8+ laps of this Franklin Field track. Let's go. Championship Girls 2 Mile at New Balance Nationals. The meet record set by Hannah Thompson last year of 9:55.48.
You got to think that record is living on borrowed time. We just saw a freshman run 9:57 in the penultimate heat. You know, a better mark to perhaps go for is a U.S. #1 set by Avery Lowen back in April at the Creekview Distance Classic in Georgia. That mark is 9:45.40.
So we've got plenty of front runners to consider already. A top 4 breaking away. Avery Lowen moving up on the outside. And Katie Zhang doing the same. It's hard to tell what was most striking about Katie Zhang's performance, but if there was one thing for me, it is just how fast she took it out. She had never run an official sub-5 mile, which at the time in her Instagram bio was a little joke. Still have yet to officially break 5 until the next day after her 2-mile record. But the way she attacked it in 4:41 through the first 16:09.
Hey, you were talking about like songs that would get you going. You just got the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Can't Stop Blasting here. This is, in my opinion, one of the perfect songs, the perfect cadence for this kind of thing. And these girls are off to a rolling start. 72.8 for that long split, so around 70 point through 400 meters. So definitely on U.S. national lead pace.
Katie Zhang, Avery Lowen, right behind Allison Lee, who hit the split first. Remember, this is going to be her home for the next 4 years. The senior from New Jersey, Katie Zhang from Tees Valley, Ohio. Avery Lowen, the 5K champion, used to seeing her front run as she did yesterday, but trying to conserve her gears for the later draw as Zhang moves to the lead.
I can't believe we got 7 girls that have gone with this searing early pace. We're going to see a plethora of PBs here.
Now, this is not a complete dry run for Katie Zhang, who did get the chance to crack a 3,200 at Under Armour's Great Lakes Night of Stars last week, taking the win at a 10:17.56. Imagine your first race back after nearly 3 months being a 10:17 3,200 meters, and it'd still be considered a slow time for you.
Well, somewhat akin to what Elon Latta did, like over the mile, like a few weeks ago. She'd not run since Nike Cross Nationals, I think, back in December, where she busted her ankle, and then comes back and rolls a 4:36.
And a 4:35.98 for a new Texas State record of the Hoka
Just the
Festival
following
of
week,
Miles.
or a few days later, yeah.
Elon Latta's definitely been on a tear. You've got to watch out for the sophomore from South Texas Heat, 9:56.33 to finish runner-up behind Thompson last year. Currently positioned well in this field. She's in 3rd. Lowen is in 4th on the outside shoulder of Kara Glenn of St. Charles, Illinois, who might have come in on the number boards as a slight underdog, but the Illinois 3A state champion over the 8 and 16 has 2:05 closing wheels.
As Katie Zhang, donning the shades, looking supremely confident in front right now. I got to think, at the indoor meet back in March, there was an element of some disbelief on her face, like just realizing just the magnitude of what she'd done. Now she knows she belongs, she knows what she can do, and she's a different athlete mentally coming into this section, with a target on her back.
She comes through with 5 to go. Katie Zhang at around 3:39. So that latest lap, another 73, keeping it nice and consistent. She says she's been really focusing on the cross training in her return before getting some hard efforts out on the track. And she's also been having a little bit of fun along the way. She's been posting a whole bunch of viral reels on her Instagram. Katie Z Too Fast, over 13,000 followers right now. And on her last workout before New Balance Nationals, she reportedly found the Fortnite Battle Bus. Make of that what you will, but she's in a good spot right now, in the lead, ahead of Lee and Latta, with a breakaway back to Lowen and the next 3.
So we've got almost the entire field running well under 10-minute pace at this point. This is going to be, if they can keep this pace rolling, this is going to be one of the best 2-mile fields of all time. Certainly the best we've had at New Balance Nationals.
Maggie McCormick also on sub-10-minute pace, the future Florida Gator from Bay Shore, New York. Positioned 6th right now, the 1,500-meter indoor and outdoor state champion. ran 9:57 at New Balance Nationals Indoor, has all sorts of range as Zhang, with 4 to go, at 4:54.
4:54, so much more sensible pacing than we saw from her indoors. More conservative approach, more measured. But she looks very, very relaxed right now. And it's just Allison Lee and Elin Lader within contact. A bit of a gap now back to Avery Lowen in fourth. Probably about 13, 14 meters back to her now.
Katie Zhang at the Indoor Nationals dropped a 4:35.02, massive lifetime best to win the mile on her final effort of NBNI. And her fellow 4:35 miler, Elin Latta, has responded. Allison Lee, though, looks like she wants another say at second place, jockeying back on the outside. Now they're exerting some effort to try and stick with Zhang's pace, which is now around 74 seconds per lap, but they're still in contact, Lee and Latta.
Allison Lee will be calling this track her home office here very shortly. Looking really confident. But now, as I say that, Lader moves back into second place.
And all the while, Katie Zhang is forming a breakaway. I think a lot of people, too, by the 4:41 opener that she ran at Indoor Nationals, were intrigued to see how she could run off of a slightly slower opening half, and that's what we're seeing right here, right now at New Balance Nationals Outdoor by the New Balance Nationals NIL athlete, Katie Zhang from Tees Valley, Ohio. A 10-meter gap over Elin Latta, the sophomore from Texas, and the future Penn Quaker Allison Lee in third.
Allison Lee starting to fall off a little bit, and now Avery Lowen has her in her sights.
Lowen has incredible strength. 15:32 indoors over 5,000 meters, but Maggie McCormick has passed her up. Again, Maggie closed so steadily in sub 2:20 for her last 800 of the New York State Championships, and if she stays on this pace and potentially negative splits it, she could go after some all-time history books in New York State. Caitlin Toohey holds the all-purpose 3,200-meter record at 9:47.88 for New York, but the senior class record is a 9:54.22 by Ashlyn Cuff of Cornwall, as Katie Zhang, the senior from the Midwest, getting the crowd involved into her final 800 meters.
7:24, 7:25, so meet record, living on borrowed time. We just need a couple of 74.5s to beat that time set by Hannah Thompson last year.
7:24.57 officially at 24:18, and Zhang's gap has only doubled since the last lap. Looking to complete the first leg of potentially another New Balance Nationals double. Katie Zhang, the spirits are lifting with every stride. Elin Latta of South Texas, he's the 9:56 runner on pace for a PR. As the 9:57 runner, the senior from Bayshore, Maggie McCormick, closes up from third.
So 9:45 is the national lead set by Avery Lowen. So Zhang is going to need a couple of 70 lows on these last two laps. I'm not sure she's running quite that fast on this lap. She seems content just to be comfortably out in front rather than chasing any particular time.
And it's got to feel so great for an athlete like her, regardless of what that final time ultimately reads, to be in a position to win a national title. She was slept on so hard heading into NBNI, but became a superstar in the blink of an eye. 9 minutes and 37 seconds to history. And no matter how fast it is here outdoors, Katie Zhang is looking to do more of the same.
So Carson, all she needs is a 75-second to be a U.S. national leader this year.
Maggie McCormick has moved into second from Bayshore, New York. She's got her sights set on Zhang as they enter the final backstretch. Katie has done it the hardest way possible, and Maggie might have a response. The 4:17 1,500 closer feeling the headwind on the back straightaway, but looking to spoil the ultimate upset for the Marauders. Zhang leads into the final 200 meters. It's sure to be another top two finish, but how high will it be? Maggie McCormick rounding the final bend. What a move by the future Florida Gator. She'll be chomping for victory with her 2-mile national title that awaits her at the bottom of the straightaway at Franklin Field. Maggie McCormick was never a state champion before her senior year, and now she's not only a 2-time state champion, but a national champion, Maggie McCormick, a New York State senior class record of 9:50.81 for the win.
McCormick 67.46 for that final circuit of Franklin Field, leaving Zhang in the dust over the last furlong.
But how can you be disappointed if you're Katie, coming off of a stress fracture still, Dave? An incredibly brave run by her, still holding through in 5 flat for her last mile.
And a more than 20-second improvement on her first race of the season. So still, I mean, Katie Zhang made that race for everybody else, and we ended up having 3 runners break 10 minutes. Elin Latta was also under the 10-minute mark at 9:57.76. But Maggie McCormick, what a beautifully timed move by her.
We observed each and every steadily timed move up through the field. First she picked off Lowen, then she picked off Lee and Latta, and it was only a matter of time before McCormick got to Katie Zhang. 9:50.81. She had come into postseason as a state leader over 3,000 meters in New York at 9:27. She was well beneath that to set the meet record to go along with her state senior class record. Unbelievable.
So they see McCormick with the finish line banner. She tore through. All smiles, as she should be. Newly crowned national champion, massive personal best. And one of the bigger upsets we've seen today.
And so we will finally get the chance to hear from her. Maggie McCormick, 9:50.81, your 2-mile New Balance Nationals champion, downstairs.
We're down here on the field with Maggie McCormick. What an amazing finish in that race. Talk us through that last lap. You had Katie Zhang out there all alone, but you had the strength to run her down.
Yeah, I felt like really good going into this race, and last weekend I had my state championships where I ran the 1500, so I knew I had like some speed in my legs from that, and I think just like the energy here and all the cheering and all the amazing competition is what really pulled me to the final stretch to get that win.
Tell us about what this means to you, being a national champion for yourself, your teammates, your coach, and especially your family.
Yeah, I mean, words can't even describe it. Like, I could cry right now, but I'm just so grateful, and I never would have expected this, like, even a year ago, so it's really, really special.
Well, absolutely, congratulations. Personal best, new meet record. Katie McCormick, folks, let's give it up for her.
Give it up for Maggie McCormick, and watch how much ground she had to make up in that last lap. She wasn't even in the picture entering the final go-around. Katie Zhang, it was all her through the first 3K, but then Maggie McCormick just unleashed that finishing speed. Bayshore, New York has a national champion in come-from-behind fashion, dramatic fashion, ultimate fashion. Maggie McCormick. Remember the name. Let's not forget that she is heading to the University of former Bowerman Award winner Parker Valby. And so long as she continues to stay healthy and develop, her distance potential from 15 to 5K is limitless.
Yeah, the Gator's getting an absolute stud there. Now you see the Gator chop.
I told you she'd be chopping at the finish line. Maggie McCormick answers the call in our final individual race of day 2 of New Balance Nationals.
There you see confirmation of the results. Maggie McCormick, 9:50.81. Katie Zhang, 9:54.09. Catherine Froelich, the freshman, getting 3rd place overall from the penultimate heat, 9:57.66. Elin Latta, 9:57.76 in 4th. Mallory Weller, 10-flat.61. And rounding out our All-America podium, Allison Lee clocking 10:00.79. So that puts a bow on our 2-mile action.
With our boys 4x8 100-meter relay championships set to come soon. We are at 5:48 p.m. That event was scheduled to begin at 5:49, but I'm seeing the decathlon 1500 having been moved down to 5:39 on our schedule. And so that is what we are awaiting to determine for you here at Franklin Field in Philadelphia. Again, Carson and Dave live with you from the booth. Almost hitting the halfway point of our coverage here. We appreciate all of your live comments on YouTube. Be sure to let us know any remaining teams that you're looking forward to watching tonight in our relays, any athletes, any performances that inspired you to be a little better today. We'd love to hear from you.
So, Carson, what's been your highlight of day 2 so far?
I mean, we may very well have just seen it, but at the same time, we cannot forget about the overall New York State record. We saw Maggie McCormick set the senior class record, but in the heptathlon, Ella Mikulich of Minisink Valley, the future Oklahoma Sooner, she hit a huge total to break the state record by over 100 points, 53.48. She had won the New Balance Nationals high jump title in 2024, and now she wins it with 6 other events.
And indeed, it was her high jump that really took her to the next level during this event. I think she cleared 182, 5'11 3/4, and I think that opened up a 200-point gap on the rest of the field and kind of set the stage for what was to come later. So a New York State record, like you said, and then I think number 2 in the nation this year.
Any standout performances that you would like to rekindle for us?
Honestly, I think the race we just saw was pretty amazing. Not just the speed at which they were running, just the fearlessness, and then just the upset, I guess. I think it had all the elements for me so far. But we still have a lot of action to come. So the next event scheduled is the decathlon 1,500 meters.
We are going to do decathlon intros next. It looks like that is the word that we have been told, and I can see the video board from my view. It says decathlon 1500. So to confirm anybody's suspicion watching, that will be the next event. Amazing how we're talking about the multis, and we literally have another one right on our doorstep. Again, for those of you unfamiliar with a decathlon, it consists of a 100 meters, long jump, shot put, high jump, and a 400 on day 1. And day 2 is all about the 110 hurdles, the discus throw, pole vault, javelin, and closing it out with 1,500 meters.
So this is definitely the event they enjoy the least, especially in this 80-degree weather on tired legs with tired arms. 3 3/4 laps of the track.
Is it cruel to suggest that I enjoy watching the finish of a decathlon 1500 when everybody is all ready to collapse afterwards? Yeah.
No, I've had that same passive-aggressive feeling watching a few decathletes.
We hope you do too. Getting ready to introduce our 14 men that have completed 9 events throughout this weekend here at New Balance Nationals, ready for one more. In hip number 1 from Clearwater Beach, Florida. Looking to dial up something strong, this sophomore, Stokes Gills.
So he's back in 13th place coming into this final event.
Next up, Waylon Spear-Dowis of Gibbs, the junior.
He's in 3rd place overall, 270 points off the lead.
Maximilian Montcabelli of Mac Track and Pole Vault Club. We know he's a good pole vaulter.
He had an excellent pole vault, but he's still back in 12th place.
With some work to do, so too Gunnar Benedicts, who is one of our higher placement athletes.
And Gunnar is in 2nd place, 130 points off the lead, still in contention.
Watch out for the Pennsylvania man from Malvern Prep, and so too the Illinoisan from University Park, Darren Couch.
Darren is back in 7th.
And now the Massachusetts state champion over the Pens from Chili Peppers Elite Athletics Club, Ryan McCormick.
Ryan McCormick's already got a personal best even before the 1500. He's in 5th place right now, 6:49 off the lead.
Clayton Blanton, Middle Tennessee Athletics.
He's back in 8th place currently.
Moving him right along, you got Kai Sorling of South Kingstown.
Kai is currently in 6th place.
And Tyson Stroop, the Massachusetts runner-up.
Tyson is in 10th place, had a really good pole vault.
Owen Fulford of Knoxville, Tennessee. Jacob Medania of Valley Project.
He's in 9th place.
With just 2 left to introduce, including Tennessee's own Chandler Thompson, the second Knoxville athlete coming out. And your final man from Morgantown, West Virginia, is Joel Moreland.
So Moreland in 4th place.
And Nate Johnson from John J. East Fishkill, your current leader, being given his dually introduction last, the first ever New York State athlete to three-peat in the Pent. They call him Highlight Nate, and he is going to try and hold on to his massive advantage. Nate Johnson.
So Nate has a 130-point lead. Had a pretty strong javelin, went 49.07. Had a weak pole vault, 350. Only finished 9th among his competitors there. But he has 130 points margin over Gunnar Benedicts and a 270-point lead over Waylon Spiadovis, back in 3rd place.
Keep in mind, too, the meet record of 70.92 by IMG Elite's Winston Schroeder from last year. Johnson or whomever else finishes on their feet from those mid 6,000 point totals is likely to surpass that. Schroeder holds the U.S. number 1 of 75.83. That might be a little more safe when we consider the current point totals. Again, Johnson leading with 66.54. We are going to be watching those scoreboards as we go.
Yeah, they could jog around to 520 and still get that record. So just for some context, each second is worth 6 points in the 1,500 meters in the decathlon.
Keep that in mind. And also keep in mind the top decathlon ever achieved in New York State history. We already saw the heptathlon record fall. If Nate Johnson goes extra fast, and he could challenge Neil Howard III's all-time decathlon record from his high school days. He completed a 74.48 total at Nike Nationals 2024. As they are called to their marks atop the stretch, 3 3/4 laps, and then it'll be all time for rest.
All right, track fans, so here's some math for you. So Nate Johnson leads by 130 points. 6 points per second. So Nate Johnson would have to get overhauled by over 20 seconds in order not to be crowned the national champion here. So fairly unlikely scenario, you would think.
We will see what ultimately plays out as they are all still together at the moment. You look for Johnson, currently positioned in 5th in the dark blue kit. You'll soon be donning black and gold for the Purdue Boilermakers, heading out to join the Big Ten. But you look at some of the other guys in this. Gunnar Benedicts are runner-up at the moment from Malvern Prep in Pennsylvania. He was 4th place at New Balance Nationals Indoor, 1 spot behind. 2 spots, in fact, behind where Johnson finished indoors, which was silver. An upgrade from his bronze in 2025, but he wants gold here. First 300, Maximilian Montcabelli of Mac Track, 57.67, your leader. And this is that point in the race, Dave, where you see just who has what left. And it's clear to see that there's been a big breakaway since this time last lap.
So it's Montcabelli, and then in 2nd place is Jacob Medania, and then in 3rd place, that's Nate Johnson in the all navy blue with the dreads.
He will need a total of 794 points in order to challenge Neil Howard III's state record in the decathlon. So we will keep that in distant view as they come around the second full time. Montcabelli.
794 points, you said?
794 indeed.
That's unlikely. That's going to take a 422 and change. So given the pace they've gone out in, that's a very unlikely ask.
He does have 47 closing speed over 400, but again, that is fresh. That is
He's
without
need it off this
9
pace.
events in your legs. But you look at some other guys in this. Maximilian Montcabelli, who's our leader, he's another New Yorker. He didn't even make the state championships in the pentathlon. He ended up
finishing pretty nicely to win the Gates Chili Spartan invite over the Pent in 30-78, but that was good enough to help get him into this national final. Orchard Park, of course, home of the Buffalo Bills. He's trying to represent for Bills Mafia out on the lead with 600 to go. Jacob Menania of Valley Project in second, and now in third comes Ryan McCormick from Massachusetts.
Highlight Nate still content to just sit there in fourth place. He knows the main protagonists are actually behind him right now, so he's sitting pretty right now.
McCormick in fifth overall in the Pent standings, the man whom you see on the very right of your screen in blue. He had the fourth highest pole vault, coming in as the Massachusetts state champion in the pole. 14 feet 6 was his best coming in, so he used that event to position himself, and he is going to try and do the same over this 1500. The two guys you see ahead of him in the race are behind him in the standings, so McCormick is going to gain ground as Johnson gets swallowed up by the pack. Just has to stay close enough and on his feet.
And Benedict's, who is really Nate Johnson's main threat, is right at the back of this race, so not really in a position to make any dent in Johnson's lead.
Gunnar Benedicts has made up some big-time ground, though, on this day, too. He had the furthest discus throw in second highest pole vault and javelin as they head down the final backstretch. Jacob Medini on the inside, Ryan McCormick on the outside, and a whole bunch of other guys trying to charge from the back. You've got South Kingstown's standout Kai Sorleen moving up on his outside into third.
So it looks like Johnson's going to run somewhere in the neighborhood of 455, which will net him around 589, 590 points.
And we have got a sprint for pride and glory in the final event of 10 on the busiest weekend you could have here at New Balance Nationals. We talk about under 20s and NBNO doubles. How about this? A sprint to win by Ryan McCormick in the 1500. We'll look to see how far he can move himself up. He takes first, Medania takes second, and Rhode Island's Kai Sorleen snags a 1500 PB for third, Couchin for fourth from Illinois, and Chandler Thompson in fifth. But there is Nathaniel Johnson, just having to hope that he held on by enough.
He certainly did enough. 563 points, nets him 7,217, new personal best, and he is your New Balance national champion in the decathlon by some margin in the end.
And your New Balance national meet record holder, Nathaniel Johnson, in his final decathlon as a high schooler. Just a couple of 100 points off of the state record, but that'll leave him plenty of motivation heading into his long-awaiting career with Purdue. We've seen teams like Illinois really dominate the multis on both sides of the equation out of the Big Ten, and of course, University of Washington winning the national title on the women's side for the heptathlon. So he is going to shake and bake things up after concluding his career with the Patriots.
So you know what was weird about that event? We didn't see a change in order overall between the 9th event and the 10th event among any of the top 10 athletes. They actually stayed, it was the status quo remained over those 3 3/4 laps. But there you see the overall standings. Nathaniel Johnson is crowned your national champion, 7,217. Gunnar Benedict second, 7,026. And then Waylon Spirovis, 6,962.
We had all of our 14 decathletes make it to the line to finish. And now we've got a total of 15 4x800 meter relay teams getting ready to start in the 3,200 meter event. Nearly equivalent in distance to our championship 2 mile, but 2 laps apiece for all of our 4 runners. They'll be starting on our side and finishing on our side here at Franklin Field. Final boys event of the day about to begin.
So 7 heats of this 4x8, getting faster as we go, at least in theory. It was nice of the decathletes not to break up our little middle distance fest at the end of day 2.
Of course. It was also even nicer of whoever invented a decathlon to pick 1,500 as the final distance.
Probably some sadist.
As we get ready to go, the teams on the line here. Cardinal Newman, Westerville North, Altius Grand Rapids Track Club, Robinson Track Club, Conestoga Track Club, Urbana Soaring Hawks, TJS&T, Woodsman, Quack Pack Track, Severna Park, Kazoo Knights, East Lyme, and Boardman.
Quack Pack Track, definitely one of the more inventive names of the meet so far.
Always love those rhymes and alliterations as we get ready to hit our first 400 split. We've already got quite a bit of breakaway. Cardinal Newman, I believe the same high school as our 100-meter champion, Zamari Sanders. He is not running this 4x8, unfortunately. But who is?
It's Kazoo Knights leading the way right now. Hip number 13, and that is Nicholas Morales.
That is Kalamazoo, Michigan, represented out front.
Morales taking no prisoners here. He's opened up about a 13, 14-meter lead.
Nicholas Morales Sanchez, well out in front. And he was in the mid-50s for his 400-meter split.
And came through in about 54, 55.
You like this strategy by them.
This
as
is
they continue.
Nate Johnson, your decathlon champion for the boys final. 7,217 points, a meet record. Used to pray for times like this, to rhyme like this. What does it mean to have this win?
Well, it means everything to me. I was here last year and I came up a little short. I came third and I only scored 6,800. That really lit a fire under me. And I came back here next year and I destroyed the competition, so it means a lot.
I love it. I love to hear it. The Revenge Tour. What message do you have for your mom and your coach in succeeding this tour?
To my mom, thank you for always driving me and always pushing me to be my best, always taking me wherever I need to go to be better, and I love you. And to my coach, thank you for always working me my hardest, training me with everything I need so I can be my best, and I appreciate you a lot.
Give it up, crowd on your feet, for Nate Johnson, your decathlon champion.
Thank you so much, Namisha Coleman down trackside talking to highlight Nate, our men's decathlon champion with a meet record. And we've already seen some very fast times in the 4x8. Nicholas Morales Sanchez, our leadoff for Kazoo Knights, ran a big PR of 154.67. The fastest open time we've seen from him prior, a 156.65. As things start to tighten up on this second leg, you've got the Grand Rapids Track Club, a little Michigan rematch between those two in the 1 and 2 positions. And then the Severna Park Track Club in third from Maryland.
It looks like Graham Sanchez is running second. Like this one, a little more conservative. He went through in 59 seconds for his opening lap of this second leg, and now he's let the other teams back in it a little bit. Grand Rapids and Severna Park.
Graham Slaper for Kazoo Knights, Tyler Egley for Grand Rapids and Severna Park. Severna going with Riley Caldwell. And again, you talked about the strategy as we were about to before we got the chance to hear from Nate Johnson about putting a strong runner on opening late to get away from the congestion. You like that strategy for that purpose, but when you do that, you run the risk of getting caught by other teams with their stronger runners on ensuing legs.
It does seem like that's the most common strategy is to put your strongest runner on the last leg, your second strongest runner on the first leg, and your two weak links, or relatively weak links, in the middle. But, you know, I wonder if some of these other teams might just like buck the trend and be like, hey, we know these other teams are going to do that. Let's put our strongest runners on 2 and 3 and just shake things up.
I mean, I think those splits from the second legs just goes to show how dominant Nicholas Morales Sanchez's run was. He had led by nearly 5 seconds at the exchange, to the point where even a 2:03 split by his teammate on the second leg was enough to hold on to the lead. He timed it really well at the finish, and now it's Jack Miller reopening that gap on third leg.
Yeah, to our point, only 4 of the 13 runners broke 2 minutes on that second leg. So that strategy very commonly applied across these 4x8 relays.
If our orders are true to form, then we do have Jack and Eli Miller for Kazoo and Grand Rapids. They are perhaps brothers from another mother. As
both in the same state.
Park has moved into second. Altius in fourth on an island. So too Boardman in fifth. And then a three-way battle for sixth between TJS&T, Quackpack Track, and Westerville North.
Looks like KZoo Knight's getting reeled in a little bit here down the back stretch with 200 meters to go.
There's Severna Park. Chase Johnson passes into the final 200 meters. The senior from Maryland has run some impressive times of 158s this season in what we have on record to be his first season with his track team. Imagine it being your first season of track in your particular high school, and here you are representing with them the Falcons at the national championships.
In at the deep end.
Right beneath 6 minutes at the final exchange. Severna Park now into Brendan Woods on the anchor leg.
Severna Park's been nice and steady throughout this. They've gone 159.8, 158.9, and 159.9. So tracking a sub-8.
They've run 7:54.74 this season to win their state championship. Again, that was out of the 4A division, and only two other schools had broken 8 in that occasion, Urbana and Crofton. But Severna Park has proven to be the class of the field. Brendan Woods.
So they're going to need a 155 high out of Woods in order to eclipse their season's best. But Woods is getting after it.
He is a very strong runner in the middle distances, placed second in the 4A individual 1600 at states in 4:15.32. Did you see that opening lap split?
It's about 55.5.
It could have been even quicker as it's where they cross the numbers. So I'd give him around a 50, 53, 54, 55, somewhere in that rough range. We'll see his official split once he comes home, because to me right now, I've made the mistake of calling races too early. I don't know if I called the race right now for Severna Park that they could legitimately be caught.
No, I don't think so. I mean, Woods would appear to be one of the faster runners in this entire race across all the legs. He looks very confident, still looks relaxed. Looks like if a threat were to arise, he could respond to it at this point.
As he reopens the stride entering the final stretch, we're going to be well below 8 minutes in the first of several 4x8 heats, the first of 7 in total. And it's coming back to Maryland. Here's the final sprint by Brendan Woods. To the line he comes, right around a season best, 7:54 high for the Falcons. And it's going to be up for second, Grand Rapids, just getting ahead of Altius.
So 155.97 carry for Woods brings his team home in 7:54.58. So right around their season's best. Was that just under or?
Just over or under, in fact. You're correct there, Dave. 7:54.58, a new season's best for the men from Maryland.
They win by over 6 seconds ahead of Grand Rapids Track Club, with Altius coming through for third place, courtesy of a 156.73 carry for Gavin Kadich.
Brendan Woods, his fastest open 800 on record was a 158, so to get that baton and drop a 155 for your team, you got to give it up for that man right there.
So 7:54.58 is the time to beat as we get ready to line up heat number 2. Let's look at one runner finishing this up.
That was our team from Cardinal Newman. Not their day in the 4x800 meter relay. They may have been involved in some earlier race contact. Whatever their cause, we wish them the best moving forward. And we wish the best of luck to our second of 7 sections coming out next.
So they see confirmation of the results. Severna Park Track Club are your winners of Section 1, 7:54.58.
And now on the line, another total of 15 teams on schedule. We'll have M-Town Runs, North Penn Knights, Zavarian of Massachusetts, Olney, Greenwich Track Club, Deptford Township, University of Detroit Jesuit, the Eastern Vikings, Brooklyn Tech, DeSoto Running Club, Tsunami Track Club. MWTC, that's Monroe Woodbury from New York. M-Town runs labeled a scratch. So too Brooklyn Tech. But we've got Charlotte Country Day, Clover Runners, Union Pines, also in this field. Brooklyn Tech, a notable scratch as they had run 7:53 at the New York State Championships last week, winning the unseeded heat. But there's definitely some other teams to look out for.
Yeah,
Monroe Woodbury, I'll let you piggyback in a second, partner, but Monroe Woodbury ran a 7:51 with all four of their legs either running 157s or 158, so they have one of the most balanced teams that you could ask for in a 4x8.
Yeah, what I was going to say was with that scratch, that leaves Charlotte Country Day with the fastest seed time at 7:53.60. Well, no, correction. It's North Penn Knights have run 7:47. We missed that.
North Penn, a great team, always in the 4x8. And we got a side-by-side battle for the early lead. Deptford Township, can't count out the Spartans from New Jersey. But they've been passed on their outside now. That looks to be only on the leadoff leg. Giannis Ramentalas. Look at this surge down this tailwindy backstretch.
The wind has really picked up over the last 20 seconds or so.
I think Giannis can be appreciative of that for his current circumstance. Hopefully this gust will be more generous to him in the home stretch. Only Illinois. This is nearly as large of a gap as we saw in the first section from our leaders of KZoo Knights. The Midwest really bringing these 4x8s.
Yeah, around 154, 155. 154 high, 155 low perhaps. So I'm a little curious as to why North Penn Knights find themselves in this heat since they've ran 7:47.96 this season.
Well, perhaps they could be saving some of their later legs if we look at...
Or perhaps they ran that with a stronger quartet earlier in the season.
Right, everybody may have some other ambitions. North Penn,
right,
6th place at the Pennsylvania Indoor State Championships. And if we look at what happened outdoors at the PIAAs here in 2026, they were definitely a factor there as well. Again, North Penn didn't look like they ran in the top flight of 4x8s for 3A, as of course they classify schools based on that. And so even despite not running at the state championships in the 4x8, you've still got to like the talent that North Penn brings in this event.
Yeah. For Olney, it's Avery Smith leading the way. I think it's also important to add, sometimes these entries come in as composite times rather than actual 4x8 times. So that confounds things a little bit for us announcers.
And I doubt that, well, they did move their way up into second as Justin Landis, their leadoff leg, a 4:09 miler, who ran third behind only Jonathan Stetchak and Carter Smith in the 3A state championships. He put them in a good position early, so we can't count them out too early. Neither Monroe Woodbury. We knew they would be strong and consistent. William Callahan has now given it off to Tylen Haig. Watch for MWTC in the white over purple.
So it's going to be quite a bit faster than that first heat we saw. In the first heat, they came through the 1600 mark in 3:58. These guys are going to be more like, actually, maybe just a couple of seconds faster. But still only out in front.
Ready to hand off. It's the men from Illinois now, the men from Orange County, New York. Tylen Haig, a great second leg by him. He's made such great gains from his junior to senior year. He started off as more of a cross-country alternate, and he's really developed into the middle distances. Now committed to run Division III with St. Lawrence University. He split a very nice 2 flat, the second fastest on that leg, it looks like. Fastest overall. So only an MW. Monroe Woodbury is going to need to run some more 157s out of Joey Chiozzi and Aiden Sullivan if they want to replicate their 751 from States last week. They did win a 4x-mile national title here in New Balance in 2023, courtesy of an epic cover behind anchor by Colin Gilstrap, who's currently at Stony Brook.
So behind Olney and
MW Track Club is North Penn Knights and Xaverian Track Club out of Massachusetts, but they're about 15 meters adrift with some work to do to get their teams up into contention.
Alexander Zirkelbach in the lead now. Trying to hold it up for the men from Olney, Illinois. Let's see if he can do it. He is being reeled in. Here's Joey Chiozzi of MWTC. Chiozzi committed to join the stacked SUNY Geneseo lineup, the reigning indoor distance medley relay champions for Division III. So we got a whole bunch of future Division III studs in this Monroe Woodbury lineup, but Olney has a response. Going around the outside, Alex Zirkelbach is back in front.
And waiting in the wings, Dimitrios Remantelis for Olney. And for Monroe Woodbury, it's Aiden Sullivan. And we're going to have a slugfest over this last leg.
And near contact at the pass, but it ultimately goes to Olney. They ran well outside of 2 minutes there, so it's going to be difficult to break 8, but getting the win on this occasion for glory and pride is always nice to see. If we look at the standard that these teams had to hit just to get to this national championships here at New Balance, for the boys championship 4x8, that standard for this relay was a 7:55. So you know these teams have the talent, even if it isn't on the day at the end of this very long season.
So for Olney, Remantelis is making a statement. Definitely wants to get his team under that 8-minute barrier. He needs to run about 158.5, 158.6, but he's definitely on track to do that. This is a very fast opening lap.
Hitting
right
that
around
final
54, 55.
split. Yeah, 6:55. MWTC being reeled in for second. Deptford Township and John Collier have caught up to the Crusaders from Southern New York. Xaverian from Mass still in number 4 position with a wide gap back to the Chasers for 5th.
Remantelis looks full of running as he comes up to about the 550 mark. He's getting reeled in a little bit, as one might have expected with that very fast early pace, but he still looks relaxed, still looks composed. He's got 200 meters left at 7:27 on the clock, so he just needs a 32 mid.
He has given us barely enough time to correct ourselves on the state which he comes from. This ain't Olney, Illinois. This is Olney, Maryland, and this is the 800, 1600, and 3200 meter champion, Dimitrios Remantelis. Dimitrios won the 3A titles in all 3 events, and he is going to anchor his squad home to victory in heat number 2, a 7:54 on the clock.
Whoa.
I think that might have been a PB on the split. He ran 1:54 to win state and goes 1:53.37 to win heat 2.
Wow, that was impressive. Also with a 153, John Collier, 153.43 for Collier. Deptford going from 4th to 2nd on that last leg.
And Xaverian holding down 3rd, 200ths beneath 8 minutes, 7:59.98 for the men from Mass. Jack Weintraub with a 1:56.02, but Dimitrios Remantelis, we talked about teams putting their strongest runners in whichever order on the 1st and 4th legs. That's exactly what Olney did with the Remantelis brothers. Avery Smith and Alex Zirkelbach held their own despite being just outside of 2 minutes on their splits. This is a team with a lot of potential, especially when you consider the fact that the Remantelis brothers, at least in Dimitrios' case, he is still a sophomore at Sherwood High School. Giannis is his twin brother, and the other guys, of course, you look at Zirkelbach, he's also a sophomore. And Avery Smith, their second leg, all 4 sophomores. 2 years to bring this lineup into a different level.
So they see gentlemen lined up for section 3 of 7 of this boys championship 4x800 meter relay. So the time to beat now, 7:54.58 that you just saw from section 1 by Severna Park.
There are some sub 150 teams woven within this conversation as we get ready to welcome them on. One of them ran a 7:48 to place third in the Federation at New York State. So you heard me mention Monroe Woodbury's third placing time. That was from Class A in New York. But New Rochelle ran a school record of 7:48.02 behind only Scarsdale and Manhasset, two teams that we will be calling in the heats to come. And you've got some other teams hungry to take them down that we will meet in the ensuing laps.
Yeah, keep an eye on Calvert Hall College out of Maryland. There's a rising program out of Townsend. Now, this is not their absolute fast team. They have run 7:37, their A team. This is not that same team. But that is a program on the rise that may well contend for a national title within the next couple of years.
You've got the 100 and Lions Track Club from New Jersey, a team that I've seen flex some of its distance depth over the years. Cole Cobra, a recognizable name on the anchor. Got to see him run at plenty indoor invitationals, and of course, championship season in New Jersey. We'll expand more upon his character arc later as we head into the second lap. Wearing that at number 15 with the W, that's Westfield. They were champions in this event not too long ago in 2024. And so looking to get back on top, Nikos Davlaros on the lead, just ahead of South there in second. South Farm and Xavier Laudati, he's just been passed though by Eastside Prep. Jermaine Parker to the front. Parker, another strong Maryland runner out of Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School. Baltimore is where they call home, and they're through in 1:57 of the opening exchange.
So, Eastside Prep leading, right? Hip number 14?
Indeed it is.
So Tyon Folks has the baton for them right now, and tucked in behind them is Westfield's Christian Buonapan.
I got to give a quick trivia fact shout out for Christian Buonapane's last name. It literally translates to good bread in Italian. You know the saying by many athletes and folks of Gen Z these days, let's get this bread. We will see just what Christian has in store for us on this second leg for the Westfield Blue Devils, but being tracked very nicely by the Jackals Track Club. They're in third. Lancaster, a team that had a performance not up to its standards at the state meet. They ran 7:52 to qualify for states, and they want to break 7:50 here. They had a good lead off by Nevin Mustard Walsh, a recent Ithaca College commit, and it's now in the hands of future Binghamton Bearcat Carson Zuba, but a whole lot of other movement. Montgomery Track Club in the mix. Eastside Prep's back in a second as Westfield has the advantage.
Yeah, that was Brandon DeFreitas, Montgomery, that moved up from 5th to 3rd with an aggressive move halfway through this leg.
That's definitely a name that I recognize. You consider Montgomery as the county where his squad comes from. That's Valley Central. They're another New York State team known as the Vikings. They've got a 1:52 closer to come on anchor. That's Pablo Emilio Abdel-Said, and DeFreitas was one of their 3 guys that broke 8 minutes in their seasonal best effort to qualify for states.
So coming into the second exchange, we're going to be quite a bit faster than the 2 heats that preceded this. They both came through in about 3:57, 3:58. But Eastside Prep and
the Lancaster Legends.
Lancaster, then Eastside Prep in second.
That is their mascot, Dave. The Lancaster Legends from just outside the Buffalo area. Carson Zuba on the second leg brings them through in 3:55.59, and they've still got their school record holder, a 1:54 guy, Noah Okeke, to come on anchor. It's now in the hands of Liam Dunning, who told me earlier he and his team were so excited for the opportunity to rebound. Zuba told me the same. We will see if Lancaster can ultimately clutch it out with Montgomery moving up on their outside. Here's Jack Dudzik in the orange. He's just passed up Eastside Prep from Baltimore. And in fourth still, Westfield.
Zuba had a really fine run, 1:56.82. As you mentioned, Dunning has the stick for them now. We are halfway through this third leg of the boys 4x8.
I mentioned some of the prominent closers to come on the ensuing legs Not just Noah Okeke for Lancaster running into this headwind on the lead. Montgomery and Pablo Emilio Abdel Said. But Eastside Prep, they're scheduled to have William Carranza, whom we saw ran a great leg in the 4x-mile yesterday, if not the sprint medley relay. Either way, they are here to remind us. I believe it was the SMR. He's a 154 guy who tripled in his variant of the state championships. That was the 2A title. William Carranza. Watch out for him once we reach the final exchange.
Actually, it's Dudzek from Montgomery Track Club, who's now falling behind a little bit, but still in third place. Emilio Abdel Sayed is on the anchor. But coming into this final exchange, and Lancaster in the lead, and it's Noah Okeke. Noah Okeke waiting in the wings, and he's going to take the baton with about an 8-meter advantage over his pursuers.
5:55, just beneath 2 minutes, if not too flat, for Liam Dunning on third leg. We are waiting to configure the official splits, but either way, Lancaster is taking aim at its sectional record. Their coach told me last week that they've had the number 747 on their minds, and now is their chance to take it here at Nationals. That official Section 6 record, which is their section out of New York State, is a 747.44. Montgomery trying to move up from third. Pablo Emilio Abdel Said on the shoulder of William Carranza for Eastside. The men from Baltimore up against two varying corners of the state of New York. It's going to be a three-way battle, and the Belmont University commit. Abdel Said is into second.
Came through in about 55.
The man bound for the Missouri Valley Conference had to miss out on individual ambitions in his signature event at States, but got to go with both of his relays, the 4x8 and 4x4. He is pushing the Triple Maryland 2A state champion Carranza to the outside of the Lancaster school record holder, Noah Okeke. Down the backstretch, it's down to Okeke and Carranza. Abdel Said ran a very hard first lap, and we'll fight it out with the clock from here as these two sprinting studs give it a fight in the final 200. Okeke with a slight edge, but Carranza is absolutely relentless on his outside shoulder. Noah Okeke and Lancaster. William Carranza starting to run out of gas for Eastside Prep from Baltimore. And Okeke's done the work. Sub 750, a school record for Lancaster, and an amazing run. Amazing challenge by Carranza. 153.70 for Okeke, and Carranza a 152.93.
What an absolute slugfest on that last leg between Carranza and Okeke. Those were the two fastest splits in the entire race by some margin.
And a new Maryland #1 time for the #2 finish by Eastside Prep. Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School, what we know them as in the regular season, they were already the state leaders at 7:52. They have outdone themselves, and so has Lancaster. 7:49.02, the official winning time. A second and a half off of their all-time sectional record that has stood since 2015 by the Panthers of Sweet Home. But Lancaster, bouncing back from a disappointing New York State Championships, will be so thrilled with this. They'll now move into the top 4 in their state overall. They had previously been #8, so having their ranking while taking a nice 3-second chunk off of their school record, allowing us to pivot forward to section #4 of the boys' championship 4x8.
So we're slated to have 15 teams. Seat times ranging from 7:50 to 7:52. We'll see if we get any late scratches.
As they're sorting out some times from the previous section, we have got Catalyst Track Club, K-Zoom Track Club, Scarlet Knights Track Club, Spring Valley Track Club, the Pike Creek Spartans, Andover Warriors, Titans Track Club, Ridgedale, Grassfield, Crofton. Corning Painted Post, O'Connell, CVCA, Wiley, and Medina. Titans Track Club, the lone scratch, so it looks like a field of 14 4x800 meter relay teams off and underway in this double waterfall. So they will break in on this shady backstretch. You can see several runners almost look at both ways like they're crossing the street here just to find that position. We got another strong couple of early charges to break away from the field.
It's very fast opening 400 meters here. It's going to be around 54 seconds, 55 seconds perhaps. And it's tip number 10.
That is Crofton Track Club. Demola Olawade. Sizable advantage. His stride and turnover beginning to shorten and decrease, but everybody else is entering the same pain phase as he is in this final lap of an 800, Dave Milner.
Olawade really taking it to this field. It's a very assertive piece of running, but it does look like he is starting to hit the quicksand a little bit as he approaches 600 meters, and here comes the cavalry.
We've become so accustomed to seeing near 5-second gaps established at the beginning of these first legs. It's going to be probably one of our most chaotic exchanges yet in this 4x8. You've got Catalyst Track Club. They're moving up with Logan Bellinger. He is going to lead the charge off of this final turn. Behind him, Medina Track Club also coming up on the shoulder. Final stretch opening leg. And Corning Track Club's in the mix as well. The 2022 New York State champions take it side by side with Catalyst.
So for Corning, Bryce Hammond has the stick, running second leg for them.
Catalyst coming over from Midland, Michigan, but just look at that takeoff by Corning. Bryce Hammond, he is gone. Running this almost like a 400 meters, then an 800. A senior from Corning Painted Post, bound for Stony Brook University. We mentioned what one of their current standouts did, winning a 4x-mile national title with Monroe Woodbury a few years ago. Colin Gilstrap, despite all of his injuries and illnesses through his junior campaign, he won the CAA 1500-meter title as both a freshman and a sophomore. And Bryce Hammond is going to add to that depth as he comes through his 400 meters very fast, 2:52 at the split.
So it looks like moving into second is K-Zoom, and that's Samuel Baker on the carry for them, all in black.
So we may have multiple Michigan teams represented here just to get a better radar of where K-Zoom represents there.
Kalamazoo, I would think.
That would make sense, just getting that nailed down for you. Ty Billings, yes, indeed. Kalamazoo Central High School is where they come from. We had a K-Zoo team whose name was stylized differently, but they're from the same city. They're up in the same neck of the woods, and it is K-Zoo.
Samuel Baker has run a really well-measured effort here to overhaul Corning Painted Post.
Bryce Hammond did everything in the first lap and is now falling back to second, as taking over in third is Grassfield.
Baker split 154.64 to bring them right up from fourth into the lead at the handoff.
And even Corning with Bryce Hammond, he had gone out in around a 54, so he held on for a 157. Unorthodox as far as the lap splits go, but good consistency for CPP. Grassfield, a high school of one of our other New Balance NIL athletes who will unfortunately not be with us this weekend, Sophie Rambo, who suffered an untimely injury towards the end of her senior season, but she is, of course, bound for the team that won both the indoor and outdoor NCAA titles, the Georgia Bulldogs, with Coach Carol Smith-Gilbert. Her future is as bright as the sun is currently shining down on Franklin Field, and her boys' teammates trying to stay tough here But we've had a big move behind our leaders to move into second. That looks to be the Andover Warriors from Massachusetts.
So it's Ty Billings leading the way for K-Zoom. He came through in about 57, which has opened the door a little bit for his pursuers to reel him in just a touch. So this race not over. It looked like K-Zoom had about a 4 or 5 second lead at one point. Now that lead is down to about 2.5 or 3 seconds.
Still a pretty wide gap. We got other teams trying to move up. Looks like we got a quintet of teams coming closer in a grand scheme battle for third. But it's K-Zoom. Andover Warriors well out front as the Corning Track Club moves its way up into third. Great finish by Graham Whiteman. And yes, it is spelled exactly like the former world champion over 1,500 meters, Jake Whiteman. He's moved his team up back into third as they hand over into the anchor leg.
And that's Andrew Wright on anchor duty for K-Zoom Track Club, and he's got himself a pretty healthy lead of about 25, perhaps 30 meters. 5:54 on the clock when he took off.
Andrew Wright, more of a mile specialist, as he ran 4:15.63 to place 5th at the Michigan Division I State Championships. But he's run some respectable 800s too, 1:59.47 earlier in the season.
So he's going to need a 1:53 high in order to overhaul the mark set by Lancaster Central in the previous heat, 7:49.02. But certainly they look good for the win here in Section 4 as things stand.
Under 500 meters remain as we get ready to hit our halfway split. It's going to be around a 6:51 high, so we went out pretty well there. Well within his comfort zone, is moving up behind him. Still, the Andover Warriors and Landon Zoss. You've got Catalyst back in the mix. The other men from Michigan, Cameron Cochran on the anchor. Oh, he almost stumbled on the rail behind. We may or may not have missed that on our double box shot. But Cameron Cochran just trying to stay afloat and track Andover Warriors into the finish line as K-Zoom zooms away.
Right, starting to struggle a little bit visibly now, but he's got such a margin. He did play it a little bit safe. He could have gone out really, really hard, 55, and risk blowing up, but he didn't need to. He had such a big lead. Going 57 through 400 meters was the smart, the safe way to go, and it looks like he's going to bring his team home for the win.
We've only seen a total of 5 teams break 750 in Michigan. We won't add another today, but a great time by Kalamazoo Central. K-Zoom 7:53. And Andover's just going to hold on to second. A great finish from behind to snag that third spot by Medina and Liam Mead, with Catalyst holding on fourth. Your top 4 all sub-8s.
Yeah, Mead goes 1:56.70 to bring his team up to third place. But it's all K-Zoom Track Club. He went 2 flat. 1:54.6 by Samuel Baker was impressive. Then 1:59, and then a 1:58.9 carried by Wright to bring them home for the dub.
So Kalamazoo's time from the SMAC Championships, that I believe is the Southern Michigan Athletic Conference Championships, that will uphold to 7:52.57, but 2 sub-7:55 performances just goes to illustrate great coaching to keep all the runners afloat in one of the most difficult events to do so.
Also illustrates the depth of this meet. I mean, we're not even halfway through these 4x800 meter heats, and we've already got teams running under 750.
I believe that was our halfway heat as we have moved on to section number 5.
Oh, you're right.
But either way, like you said, still 3 heats to go. We're
over the hump.
The first couple of heats, I mean, we have been all sub-8s. The third heat going through in 7:49.02. Again, the Lancaster Legends hold the lead heading into section at number 5. We got Lancer Track and Field, Mundelein, St. Xavier, Cincinnati, Libertyville Track Club, the Lake Braddock Bruins from Virginia, Racing City, the indoor state champions in New York, Saratoga Springs, J.P. McCaskey, Woodstown, West Springfield, D.C. Cadets, Union Catholic, Boston Jesuit, P-Dub, and Motor City. Keep in mind, when you hear me say West Springfield and Union Catholic, I'm merely talking about their B teams.
So seat times on this range from 7:44 to 7:50.
Looks to be West Springfield in the white over orange, one of the more recognizable Virginian kits.
And then Motor City Track Club right behind them.
So we got the Mid-Atlantic, we got the Midwest, Detroit, Michigan, threatening on the outside of this opening leg. In third place with hip 13, P-Dub Track Club with Joshua Bucko on the leadoff.
So for Racing City is Caleb Hancock. For from Motor City Track Club, Shondell Warren. And Warren has now moved into the lead going down the back stretch at around 550 meters into this opening leg.
Seems like some of the teams behind are just fighting to stay afloat here. P-Dub from Plymouth White Marsh out of Pennsylvania. Pretty easy track club name to remember. P-Dub. We got some big finishes coming from behind to try and reel in our top group. As they hit the top of the stretch, it's Motor City.
Shondell Warren, he was in action in the SMR last night.
And he's got his team through in 155 high. West Springfield second. St. Xavier from Cincinnati in third. As they take over on the second leg.
So it's Christine Collier with the stick from Motor City Track Club. They have themselves about a 12 or 13 meter lead over Woodstown and St. Xavier of Cincinnati.
JP McCaskey, another Pennsylvania team trying to get back in the mix. I definitely got my W teams mixed up and my white over orange teams mixed up as West Springfield is further back. Woodstown looks to be also a little bit further back now as the pack has caught up to them. And so we assess our first 400 of the second leg. That was around a 57, 58. Motor City, P-Dub, and the rest. Mostly single file now. That's Union Catholic's B team up into third in the multicolored kit.
I'm not sure if Christine Collier realized how much he slowed down, if he's actually just tiring or just being a bit casual and just trying to do as little as he can just to stay in front. But he's let these other teams right back into this race, 600 meters into the second leg.
He has almost opened a door to William Waring of P-Dub, who was pushing up onto the shoulder but couldn't get by. Collier definitely saved an extra gear for this final stretch. Christian Collier of Michigan going to come through for Motor City Track Club. Still in front, halfway home.
So Collier hands off to Austin Edwards, and Edwards takes it out much more aggressively. For P-Dub, it's Chris Gekonji.
You're going to have to watch out for Racing City here as they've got Thomas Eisenowski having already made up 2 spots. They had taken the stick at roughly 8th, but have already collected 2 of their competitors. Eisenowski, the bronze medalist in the New York State 1600-meter final, 4:09 personal record over twice this distance.
So interestingly, Union Catholic moved up from 6th to 3rd, and a lot of changes in leadership in this race so far.
Eisenowski has settled down now that he's caught up to join what is now the top 5. It looks to be our new leaders from Lancer Track and Field. P-Dub in second, Union Catholic third as the Embry-Riddle commit. Thomas Eisenowski is all the way up from 7th officially to 3rd with 1 to go on the 3rd leg.
Down in front is Josh Twomey from Lancer Track and Field.
And an absolutely relentless run behind him. Let's see if Lancer can hold on. Josh Twomey in the final backstretch. And he's starting to open it up here and keep his distance. Lancer Track and Field coming from Londonderry, New Hampshire. This is Josh Toomey, a 154.56 performer. He was second at the Division I Outdoor State Championships. The highest placer for his high school there. Getting ready to take it on anchor. We're expecting to see Carson Fitzgerald go up against Saratoga Class A state champion in New York, Levi Layden. What a leg by Thomas Isanovsky on the third to bring his team all the way from 7th to 2nd. A great split by the senior distance captain. 155-2 for Lancer and Toomey. Isanovsky with a 154.14.
So Carson Fitzgerald takes off with the lead, but it's a slender one now. As Levi Layden is hot on his heels, right in his slipstream, going down the backstretch for the penultimate time.
And we got some other strong chasers behind. Motor City and Union Catholic side by side trying to battle it out for 4th. And P-Dub in 5th, followed by West Springfield. I think I actually initially was right on my assessment of the W teams. But either way, they're in a separate race right now, just trying to re-enter the conversation. Kent De La Rosa has done so, but Levi Layden, the junior from Saratoga, who set the all-time Section 2 record at the state qualifiers of 150.91, has the lead into the bell lap.
And now Woodstown have moved into 3rd place, and they have that lead duo in their sights. For Woodstown, it's Joshua Crawford. He made a big move halfway through this anchor leg, and he's reeling in that top 2 teams very, very fast.
You got to imagine these guys are going to be saving something for these last couple of laps. Carson Fitzgerald, 3rd place in the New Hampshire Division I 1,600-meter state championships. He goes right back to the lead with 200 to go.
And just as you say that, Layden responds.
This man ran a 47.1 anchor split to win his team Suburban Council 4x4 championships. He has gears upon gears upon gears, and he's still got another year to seek his first Federation state title. He's got plenty in the relays, and he's got a win for Racing City. Levi Layden leans at the tape, waiting on that official time for Saratoga. A 152 anchor and a 744 finish.
Levi Layden made that look easy, like the way he switched gears with 150 left. Like it looked like Fitzgerald's move was a decisive one, and then just like a split second later, Gerald was like, nope, not today. So 744.95, so that's the time to beat now by Racing City. And they went 2 flat, 157, 154, and 152.
Looking at the overall state rankings, they nearly took down Manhasset's state leading time of 7:44.77. Manhasset, of course, the team that beat them to the state title just a week ago in the 4x8. They were running on tired legs still, Saratoga. But man, oh man, a great response by the team known as the Blue Streaks in the regular season, Racing City Posts. They get it done here. If we look at the all-time marks for their school in the outdoor 4x8, they just set a school record.
That's fantastic.
And you look at the team that ran their previous best mark of 7:45.97. That included eventual professional runner Aiden Tooker. Huge, huge performance by Saratoga. As far as their sectional history, they are now number 6, behind only a bunch of Shaker and Shenandoah squads, sending us forward to our final 2 sections of the championship. Boys 4x8. And we are also getting word that Londonderry from New Hampshire, the team that finished in second for Lancer, 7:46.78. That should be a New Hampshire state record. So not just school records or sectional records. We got state records falling and still 2 heats to come. Thank you to Cash Robles on our live chat for the fancy stat line as we get ready for heat number 6.
So 2 scratches leave us with 11 teams ready to slug it out here over 2 miles.
And while we do that, we have a huge up-to-the-minute update also coming in from the USATF Under 20 Championships. We mentioned 2 of our 400-meter athletes doing the Eugene to Philly double this weekend. And the first blood goes to Jaden DeLeon, 44-52 to defeat Quincy Wilson for the US ATF Under 20 title, 44-84 for King Quincy. Both of those two, along with Cameron Tucker, finishing in the top 3, likely to get bids to represent Team USA back at Hayward later this week and month, rather. Year. It's been a long weekend. But either way, Jaden DeLeon, what a result.
Fantastic result for those guys back on the West Coast. We'll see them on the left coast here very shortly.
Out to the early lead, Carlisle Track Club. You've also got Western Carey, Alexander, Raleigh Wildcats, Hackensack, Patriot. They're going to be a team to watch. No Sirrah, I believe that's how you say that. We will confirm that as we go. Cape Henry Collegiate from Delaware, New Canaan from Connecticut, Manhasset, the New York State champions, and then Lexington High from South Carolina.
So 126, 127 through 600 meters, so probably running like a 155 on this opening split, one would think. It's Alexander Track Club leading the way right now. Caden Guidry leading the way.
A great finish by Guidry, the senior, for his squad from Douglasville, Georgia. He's got some impressive shorter PRs, 47.38 over 400 and 153.16. He was not far off of that to take that stick in front and hand it off. 153.96 as Landon Buchanan has it now for Alexander.
So Guidry gave Buchanan a nice little lead. He's got himself about a 15-meter cushion over Hackensack, who have Devin DeCambra on the carry for them.
I might have
hand off to his brother Dustin here very shortly.
Might have gotten my 5 and 6 confused as I analyzed the hip numbers on the first lap, but yes, Hackensack really made a nice move, and Michael McGinnity, who ran that opening leg, came in with a 156 PR to this weekend. There was some speculation as to whether he would run the anchor or their SMR that placed second. It was ultimately Seven Garcia, whom we'll see anchor this squad as well.
And McGinnity led them off in style, 154.97. So they find themselves just over a second behind our leaders, Alexander right now.
Our top 2 athletes went out in around 56s and change, if not 57s. Hackensack, you hear the DeCambray twins. Allow me to mention once again that their older brother Dylan DeCambray is currently a standout with the Virginia Tech Hokies. As they head down the backstretch, Landon Buchanan trying to hold the lead for the men from Georgia. Hackensack, the Northern Jersey boys, making contact in the final 200 meters.
It's Buchanan leading, but DeCambray looking to run wide and slingshot into the lead here now with about 125 meters remaining before the handoff.
Beautiful wide shot of all our trailing teams. No Sirrah out of Green Hope in Cary, North Carolina, running nicely in third. You got Western Cary running in fourth. So a little Carolinian rematch as they hand it over. It looked like Western Cary with Ethan Beck moved up into third, but no changes out front between Alexander and Hackensack. It is still Richard Wilson in front for Alexander, and now Dustin DeCambray in second for Hackensack.
Yeah, Devin DeCambray came by Landon Buchanan with about 50 meters left, and then right before the handoff, Buchanan just found his second wind and handed off first with about a half a meter gap. But for Alexander, it's now Richard Wilson with the carry. And he's gone off very, very swiftly. So they were 351 at 1,600 meters. So we'll try and eyeball a 400 meter split here as Wilson comes through. We're at 54 seconds. 54 to 55 seconds for that opening 400 meters. So pretty aggressive, and he's opened up a big gap over Hackensack now.
Richard Wilson looking comfortable out front. Hackensack, keep in mind, Seven Garcia split a 149.98 yesterday. So we will see if he can ultimately claw back this deficit that is only getting larger. Richard Wilson thus far has run 157.62. He's trying to demolish his personal record, coming off of a Georgia State Championship last month where he finished 16th in 5A, 204.53, well off of his lifetime capabilities. He's trying to show us what he's made of here. He's done it the hardest way possible as he begins to tire, entering the final stretch. Alexander leads.
This is setting up nicely because Alexander has Justin McKenzie on their anchor. He's no slouch. He's running 152.8. So it's going to need something special from Garcia to make up what looks to be a 2.5, 3 second deficit right now.
Oh.
Garcia may have to run a 149.
But it looks like he's been subbed out of the lineup. They may have moved McGinnity to this leg. I'm not positive. Again, we're not accounting for all alternates. We can confirm just whom we've got in the chasing fleet. But Justin McKenzie, no question, he is your leader. And we've already got some big changes coming behind. It looked like Cape Henry and New Canaan. I believe this is Ryan Monahan from New Haven, from New Canaan perhaps. He has moved his way up into second.
So without Garcia in there, you would think that Alexander is sitting pretty right now with McKenzie on that anchor leg, a 152 man.
Ryan Monahan is also a 152 man. He won the Connecticut State Open Championships in the 800 and even placed second at the New England Track and Field Championships. He's a 408 miler, and he's gone out very hard to move New Canaan into second.
McKenzie was out in 55 and change. Looked composed, looked in control.
But the next three are all battling with one another. Now that we've got a firm radar on them, it is Cape Henry Collegiate in second. They've got hit number 10, and there goes the Connecticut State champion, Ryan Monahan, responding to Michael McNew's move.
And Carson, I don't think McKenzie knows they're coming.
He's got to be ready for this as they hit the final 200 meters. These two 152 guys getting ready to make contact once more. He's starting to turn the wheels. Justin McKenzie, he was indeed ready for the prowl of the Connecticut man. Ryan Monahan tucking in, but it's going to be a lot of work to overcome. Alexander, here comes Hackensack. We might have counted them out too early. They'll finish second, but it's going to be the men from Georgia. Alexander. What a classy anchor leg there.
150-145 anchor by Hackensack.
Even without Seven Garcia going 150-145. They may have moved one of the Combrade twins to that anchor. Either way, my goodness, 7:44.04 for second, but Alexander in 7:43.79 will hold the time to beat heading into your fastest seeded section. Heat 7 of 7 in the championship boys 4x800 meter relay, another race that features some of the best to ever do it. We have the privilege of getting to introduce them one by one and begin with the local Philly area boys getting ready to come out to the board. They've done a little order shuffling from where I initially saw them scheduled. We will see what Lower Merion has in store. Nick Mazzeo, Pierce Wilson, Alex Mazzeo, and Owen Davis, the first to come out.
Our next team is slated to be West Springfield Track Club, so Elias Dean, Gavin Smith, Kyler Roberts, and Edison Dean.
We saw their beat team already earlier, just going to add to their depth. How about the national record holders coming out very early? You see that man on the anchor. He ran a 14:08 5K meet record in the heat last night. Jackson Spencer and Harriman.
Wearing hip number 4 will be Brookline Heartbeaters, Theodore Buddy, Tony Carballo, Jonathan Traub, and Harry Flint.
They're known more formally as the Brookline Heartbreakers. Let's see if they can steal the show. And so too, the team in hip number 5, Little Miami. They're ready to cook.
Wearing hip number 6 is Haverford, Ryan Cleary, Jonathan Award, Teddy Foster, and Sean Lawson. They are the indoor Pennsylvania champions, 3rd in New Balance Nationals indoors in Boston.
And now we welcome out Southside Track Club. Kendrick Haynes, Isaac Miller, Nolan Voigt, and Burke Schwenker.
Hip number 8 is Charger Nation. They will be represented by Jack Swatak, Ben Bohr, Giovanni Gutierrez, and John Reinbold.
and now Gainesville, Virginia. A couple of brothers on this lineup. You see Gavin and Trent Daniels. They're from Virginia, and they are the BHSL Class 6 champions.
Ranking cap number 10 will be Park Hill South Track Club, represented by Simon Ketter, Cole James, David Mayer, and Thomas Garrett.
Next up, the team that won the 4x mile on the women's side yesterday from Ann Arbor, Michigan, Purple Track Club.
And Palm Beach Track Club, represented by Casey Sangley, Avery Rand, Elijah Rand, and Preston Sangley, who is one of the better half-milers in this field.
And Calvert Hall College, a team that many have been waiting to watch, Kai Watkins to come on the anchor leg.
And rounding things off, ranking cap number 14, Union Catholic will be represented by Keandre Kelly, Quinton Clemens, Elijah McCoy, and Kieran Brosnan. What an amazing team they have.
The U.S. leaders from the Arcadia Invitational won the Penn Relays Championship of America in the pouring rain, did Union Catholic. We will see how they and Harriman and others can do when they're all racing together. So much in this race here, Dave Milner. And I couldn't be more grateful to witness what we're about to see, no matter which way it turns.
No, this is one that's definitely tougher of the events to predict so far today. Union Catholic has a 149 guy. So does Preston Sangley for Palm Beach.
And there may be some others waiting to break 150 under all the adrenaline and fitness that they have reached for this stage, the national record.
And Jackson Spencer, we don't even think of him as an 800-meter runner, but he can run 149 in his sleep, apparently.
He ran a 149 split to set the national record here last year, which is also the meet record, 7:26.12. We are less than 7.5 minutes away, once the gun is fired, to determining if that will still stand.
So fastest time in the year so far is Union Catholic 7:32.78. That was set all the way back in April at Arcadia. Good chance I think we'll see that mark go down here.
And you even consider a lot of the other Pennsylvania teams coming in that finished in those narrow spots behind Carter Smith in Mifflin County, who took the 3A title in 7:22.46. Haverford Township, they ran 7:44 here outdoors, 7:43 indoors. You look at Lower Marion, they ran 7:46. So many teams buried in the 740s, ready to break out as they get underway. It looked like Nick Mazzeo, the future Penn Quaker, got buried off the back. Our 5,000-meter national runner-up, who went 2-3 with his brother Alex last night. Alex expected to run the third leg of this 4x8, but Lower Marion with some early work to do. Watch for Harriman. They wear hip number 3. They've also got a little early work to do as Keandre Kelly goes to the lead for Union Catholic.
So coming into this meet, we had 11 teams that have broken the 740 barrier coming into today. How many will we add today? My guess is we add at least half a dozen here from this section. But it's Union Catholic out in front right now.
Keandre Kelly became the New Jersey indoor state champion with a 149.70 PR. He has strung this thing out, but look who's passed them. There's Palm Beach Elite.
Kelly almost goes down.
Watch out for that Franklin Field rail as Palm Beach Elite Casey Sangley, we're talking about his brother Preston as one of the top half-milers. You can't forget about the other talent in the household as he will lead down the back stretch with a lot of chasers gearing up behind.
So Casey Sangley leading into 600 meters. And it's fast. It's right around 124 through 600.
And Quinn Davis surging for the Purple Track Club. The Michiganders are into the number 2 spot. But it's all about Palm Beach Elite trying to show us what they're made of. We'll see if Harriman can get into the mix. They've got Eli Jarvis, who had a tough leg in the 4x mile yesterday. We're the champions looking for the relay sweep. But remember, despite being 11th early on, Harriman still found its way right to the front in no time as we hand over half mile gone, right around 153, roughly flat. 153.26 for Palm Beach Elite.
So it's Purple Track Club. Quinn Davis had a really strong leg for them in second place, and then Jack Switek for Charger Nation. Harriman back in the pack right now.
As our top 4 have a slight gap. It's Palm Beach Elite Purple, Charger Nation, and Lower Marion. A nice finish by Nick Mazzeo put his team in fourth as the next 6 all working together, closing fast.
And for Union Catholic, Keandre Kelly never really stumbled from that, never really recovered from that stumble. I think he hit the rail, perhaps twisted his ankle, and he came through in a 157. Very disappointing for the New Jersey outfit.
His teammates trying to make up that ground and pick up that slack. Union Catholic has Quentin Clemens on the second leg, as you said. He's moved them back into contention, but it's been all Palm Beach Elite. Avery Rand, the first of the 2 Rand brothers, on his second leg, but they've been passed around the outside. Purple trying to work its way through on the inside as our team with hip number 1, Lower Marion.
It's Pierce Wilson.
Running with that mama mentality, of course, representing Kobe Bryant, the Leighton Greats High School. But here goes Union Catholic. Here comes Calvert Hall from Maryland. And now on the outside, what a move by Smith.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness.
More contact.
All over the place.
Union Catholic in the thick of it once again.
That was Gavin Smith of West Springfield, though, who's moved his team to the front, the Virginia State bronze medalists. But they've just been passed right back on the route side. What a move now by Charger Nation from Illinois. Here comes Quentin
Union
Clemens
Catholic
pushing into the leg.
That's going to be a DQ, I'm quite
Oh
certain.
my. He almost stiff-armed his competitor there heading into the second exchange zone.
Yeah, that was Quentin Clemens. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get his team DQ'd for that.
I think the positioning of the athletes was all out of sorts as Union Catholic was in the middle of the track and the team from Illinois, Charger Nation, had to go and jut to the outside, cutting in front of Union Catholic. But either way, it's in the hands of Elijah McCoy.
Elijah McCoy just going to put that out of his mind. Just get his thing done. Hope his team doesn't get a protest filed against him. Hope they stay in it because they're definitely in it to win it right now as things stand.
The NJIT commit, the outdoor mile state champion in New Jersey. 4:08 over twice this distance and 1:52 for his PRs here. He's trying to hold that lead, but here comes Harriman, the man who nearly tripped and fell on the anchor leg of the 4x mile. Trevin Lounsbury on the front. He was
Lounsbury had a great run last night, didn't he?
Second in states in all 3 distance events, behind only Jackson Spencer, the man whom he'll be handing off to once Harriman reaches that final exchange zone. Halfway through, they split 3:49.61. And even if this isn't a national record pace, this is certainly an opportunity for Harriman to prove that last year's effort was no fluke. Lounsbury opening up with every single stride. Where did he take the stick? But in 4th place overall. And he's going to have a chance to get close to sub 150 on this leg.
Carson, we could see a U.S. number 1 here. 7:32.78 is not out of range.
Might be a little bit outside of 150 on the split, but not by far.
Special. Yeah, it's going to need about a 151, 152, I think.
150.02, the official 3rd leg split for state runner-up Trevin Lounsbury, and it's now Jackson Spencer on the anchor leg. Ran over 6 times this distance in sweltering heat yesterday. This is going to be an easy effort, or so you'd think. Kieran Brosnan, the future Virginia Cavalier, tracking him down in second. He's a 150 guy at his best, but Jackson Spencer, 149 on the shorter end of his range. The U.S. number 4 all-time miler at 3:57.24, who's yet to show us his best marks on the timing boards for his longer distance marks. Not even to mention his 8:31, 3,200 meters. What more need we say with a lap to go?
Spencer comes through 53 low. Takes a look behind.
Quick look, yes,
he went
indeed.
out very conservatively over the first 200. I think he thought he had a bigger lead than he did.
This has got to feel like a sprint in comparison to his meet record-setting effort yesterday. It won't be the same fortunes today, but Harriman has a real chance at a sub 7:30 effort to become the first team and only team in the U.S. to do it this season. Jackson Spencer, less than 200 to go.
A 30 point will land him the U.S. number 1 lead.
That would be a 7:32, remember, by Union Catholic way back at Arcadia, where Spencer set that 8:31.80 scholastic record over the 3,200 meters. He has been undefeated in all high school races his senior season. One final look over for the future BYU Cougar, hyping up the crowd. It is all celebration for Jackson Spencer. Sub 150 on the anchor, sub 730 for Harriman.
149.52.
Karen Brosnan does all he can to hang on for second for Union Catholic. It won't be a Franklin Field sweep for the Vikings from New Jersey, but a hard-earned silver medal and a very nice bronze secured by Purple Track Club and Kamari Ronfeld. Even Calvert Hall and West Springfield. West Springfield, a team that finished only third in states, easily the top Virginia team now, 7:39.98. Great anchor by Edison Dean. But it is all about Harriman. Eli Jarvis, Caleb Brown, who brought them back into contention with a 153 second leg. Trevin Lounsbury nearly eclipsing 150 on the third leg, and Jackson Spencer with multiple looks in the rear view, multiple celebratory actions over 800 meters, still going 149 for the win.
So there you see our winning quartet. And here you're going to see some of the shenanigans that took place earlier. That was just purely a stumble, no contact there. That was the first incident for Union Catholic.
You just see all that contact, craziness heading into the final stretches. That second leg, it looked like we had a fall, a handoff, but then no trips this time for Trevin Lounsbury. And Jackson Spencer had nothing but clear track ahead, Dave.
Well, that was an impressive run by the Utah quartet. 7:29.44, new U.S. number one. 1:49.51 carry. I don't know what was more impressive, Jackson Spencer's carry or the fact that I was only 100th of a second off timing it on my phone on the unofficial Jackson Spencer clock.
We got Dave Milner on the stopwatch up here. 1:49.51 was what he
accuracy.
had. Jackson Spencer 1:49.52 for the official anchor clinching split in the final boys event of day 2 on the track at New Balance Nationals Outdoor. But we've still got more. We've still got the girls 4x800 meter relay to come, and a total of 5 sections before we say goodnight. Heat number 1, Roxville, Barrington, Rhode Island, West Middlesex, Union Catholic, Legacy, Souderton, Strathaven, Guilderland B, Burr and Burton Academy, Lady Titans, Science Hill, Top of the Hill, Springfield Delco, Garden City Track Club, Hereford Track Club, Connecticut, Central Cambria, and Charlotte Country Day.
So for Charlotte Country Day, this is Mary Reinhardt's third anchor in the space of 24 hours. I was actually talking to her when we left the stadium just last night.
She has had some busy days. I believe she set an 800 PR in the SMR of a 216 in comparison to her open best of 217. So it's already been a successful weekend for the anchor for Charlotte Country Day. Let's see how her teammates set her up for this effort. It looks like Guilderland is out front early. This is Kara Whiteside, the junior, leading things off. 3 abreast as they hit the first split, 68 seconds through 400 meters. And a pass now by Hereford and Dempsey Nelson, it looks like, wearing 15 and moving very strong in this third 200.
So Dempsey Nelson wearing the blue and black. She's opened up about a 10-meter gap now over Kara Whiteside, who's leading that chase pack as they are approaching 600 meters into this first leg. You're watching section 1 of 5 of the championship girls 4x800 meters. As we're drawing to a close here on day 2 at New Balance Nationals here at beautiful Franklin Field.
Dempsey Nelson has just been caught by Taylor McGuire of Garden City Track Club out of Long Island. She has made a quick pass, a great last lap for the junior. 2:18.64, her personal best ability is set all the way back in April, so she's maintained fitness very nicely, and she is going to be inside of that on leadoff leg. As we get ready for the second leg, we have got Namisha Coleman down trackside getting ready to talk to our boys. 4x8 champions twice in a row, Harriman from Utah. Let's hear from Harriman. They're on the loudspeaker right now, so even if we can't get a close-up radar on
Jackson
them.
Spencer, you had quite
Here
the
we are,
closer.
Harriman.
Jumping
with
your way
Namisha.
success for the team. What message do you want to send to everyone in the crowd?
Thanks for being here. This is awesome.
What was the race plan?
We just wanted to try and win it, so our best. We tried our best in all of our legs, and we tried to fight for the win each time. And then I got it in the lead, and then I was able to run away with it. So it was awesome.
Love it. And 3 of you guys are seniors. Where were y'all committed to?
I'm going to BYU.
I'm going to University of Wyoming.
BYU, but not for running.
Okay. What message do you want to send to your teams, your future teammates?
Thank you guys. You guys are awesome.
Oh, this is great. This is being with everyone and also showing what we can all do as a team.
This is more than anything I could have hoped for.
And you're fresh. How are you feeling about this race?
It was good. Coming into the second lap, I felt better than I did, and I just wanted to take it and see if I could run with it.
And you did. Congratulations. Give it up for your champions.
Harriman, back-to-back years, sub 7:30 in the 4x800 meter relay. There was so much chaos throughout that race from start to finish, and they still broke that barrier.
Yeah, they had that really excellent run. They kept the best for last. Union Catholic had all kinds of issues going on. Keandre Kelly stepped on the rail early. That probably cost them 4 or 5 seconds early on. They did recover in the end, but left themselves with too much to do, and Harriman just have that distance strength to carry them over the line and to a U.S. #1. Meanwhile, on the track right now, though,
still Garden City leading. They have lost a little bit of gap.
That's Hereford in second.
Andover in first. Looking at that second leg split, they took it at a 2:17.21, but Kylie O'Leary kept things in front for the Trojans from Long Island. A 2:24.50 performer coming in. So a good way to keep that needle going as they head onto the backstretch for the third leg. First 2 times. Now, Science Hill. Look at
Science Hill at
this
Johnson City, Tennessee. So they had Mari Lane running the opening leg for them. That's the daughter of renowned agent Chris Lane. And Lorraine Hunter, who is one of their better half-milers, ran second leg. But this is Mercy McGann running for them. And the Tennessee outfit reeling them in a little bit in third place.
So Garden City, Barrington, Rhode Island, officially confirmed. Looks like they are running a little bit further back. It is definitely Science Hill in second, and Hereford, our early leaders, up into third. Also in fourth behind them, you've got Bronxville, the New York State Class C champions, moving up nicely with Ella McCullough on his second leg. They've shuffled their order a little bit from last week. We'll get to see Karina Winecki on the third leg, whereas she had anchored a week ago. Looks like Science Hill is tiring as Hereford is back in front on this third leg. Anna Laura Tosi. Huge run for her.
Tosi really pulling away now.
Just a freshman is Anna from Hereford in Parkton, Maryland. And she's pretty close to sub 220 on the season, 220.61. Even placed 10th in her state final in Maryland. Tosi, part of 2A, where Hereford calls home. And she took the stick at a 4:45.28. This might be a sub 220 leg for her. Wow. The freshman, 2:19 on the splitter.
And she hands off to Kylie
Oh,
Jacobson.
2:20.28, and my math was wrong. But either way,
Kylie Jacobson has a pretty healthy lead now, thanks to the hard work by Tosi. And Hereford find themselves about 25-30 meters in front of Garden City.
Hereford holds the number 5 time in Maryland. They won the 4x8 state title in 2A with that 9:28.07 that they are currently targeting. All they need on this anchor leg is a sub 2:23, which is no cakewalk, but at this point in the season, they're going to hope to bring it home with everything they've got.
Kylie Jacobson out in about 34 seconds for that opening half lap.
And Kylie's just a sophomore. She placed 7th in the 2A state finals, ahead of her teammate that she just took it from, and she's run 2:18.50 for a PR, even sub 60 in a raw 400, which is very difficult to do for a mid-distance runner that doesn't train as much explosiveness as your shorter sprinters do.
And Jacobson with a long rangy stride. It's going to come through in about 67, 68 seconds.
On pace for a new season best is Hereford. Taking the final lap in second now is Bronxville. Finley Rowan on their anchor leg. Still plenty of gap back to the rest of the team's top of the hill. Garden City, our early leaders, look to be in third ahead of them, but it is running out of time for the rest to catch Hereford.
So Jacobson still out in the lead.
With 200 approximate meters to go, we're at 8:50, 8:51. They are going to set a new season best. Now the question is by how much? They lead by nearly 40 meters from a surging Bronxville, with the New York State champions in Class C have a little bit too much to do to catch the Maryland 2A champions.
Yeah, it's Finley Rowan on the anchor for Bronxville. She's not going to catch Jacobson. It's been a really strong run for her, though. But Jacobson is going to bring home Hereford to the win, and it's going to be right around 9:27.
Over a second off of their season best. Did they get below 9:27? Not quite, 9:27.09, but either way, a nice way to end the season for Hereford, improving their Maryland number 5 time that already won them a state championship. As the rest of the squads come in, Bronxville, they'll go 9:30.98. Our timing board lists that as a personal record. That is not quite the case, as, of course, all of the times were accepted prior to the state championships, and Bronxville had yet to break 9:30 at that point, which makes their 9:17 that they ran at Webster Schrader a week ago that much more impressive. In 9:18.52, officially Bronxville's season best to end this season. Burr and Burton Academy rallies for third with the fastest anchor split by Madeline Harris of 2:19.13.
So they see confirmation of the results. Hereford Track Club, your win is 9:27.09. They went 2:18, 2:26, 2:20, and then Kylie Jacobson brought them home 2:21.54. So it's cooling off nicely here in Philadelphia.
Oh yeah, 4 heats to go.
The 4x8s are hopefully heating up and getting faster as we go.
One can hope. Hereford, the time to beat 9:27.09. Gonna need to see some pretty quick average splits of sub 2:22s in order to get that done.
So in Heat 2, we've got Sunshine Elite, Spartan Running Company, Golden Flashes, Trumbull Track and Trail, Simsbury Stars, Pope John the 13th, First Capital Track Club, Manalapan Braves, Winchester, Spartan Track Club, Northampton Track Club, Hackley, Ridley Track Club, Fox Chapel Area, Ashland Distance Project, Team Dublin, and Lexington. 17 teams in this one, a big field.
A couple of Connecticut squads that I recognized. Trumbull Track and Trail, the Simsbury Stars. And we'll see who else ultimately joins them in this field. Got some others from a little bit nearby. Ridley from Pennsylvania.
Winchester from Massachusetts, one of the better Mass teams.
And some Jersey standouts as well. The Manalapan Braves. Jess Abbott going to be on their anchor. More on her later as we sort things out in the early going. Spartan, our company, come from all the way up in Saranac, New York, not too far away from the former host site of the Winter Olympic Games, Lake Placid, where the Miracle on Ice occurred in 1980. And they've been really chopping the wood off of some of their sectional records as well. You heard me mention all of the sections in New York. They come from Section 7, the first team ever to break 9:30 in that front. Sunshine Elite, the early leaders with Juliana Serra in the mid-evening. I say mid-evening as if you remove one of the R's from Juliana Serra's last name, then you would get the direct translated word for evening in Italian, Serra with one R. But either way, Juliana Serra is leading this thing out.
I feel like I'm in a Duolingo app.
Cardinal Gibbons High School from Fort Lauderdale, Florida is where Sunshine Elite derives all of its talents. And Juliana Serra ran a 2:15.85 PR way back in March at the beginning of this season. So if she can come through anywhere near that, that'd be a really impressive mark. But she's done it the hard way thus far.
Yeah, she came through in about 142.5, 143 through 600 meters, but she does appear to be struggling a little bit now coming into this exchange.
As they come to the home stretch, second leg's getting ready to receive it. Northampton in the number 2 position. Team Dublin in third. Now moving wide to get into second, but around a 2:19, so a nice sub-2:20 opener for Juliana Serra. And if we factor that into all of her other efforts this season, that is the 7th sub-2:20, not including previous relay performances.
Consistency is what you need on a relay, and she's handed off to Claire Shannon with about a 12-13 meter advantage over Team Dublin and Northampton Track Club.
Northampton looking to take that second spot right back with Madalena Figueroa Star, and she does, being pushed now from behind by Ruby Koenig of Team Dublin as they work their way up to Sunshine Elite.
So that lead has dwindled now. Claire Shannon's still leading, but that lead, the gap is down to about 8 or 9 meters. As there's strength in numbers behind her.
Claire Shannon, a 2:21 runner per the database. Ran that also towards the end of March, so really impressive to see the ladies from Cardinal Gibbons and Fort Lauderdale still in this good a form after having set some of their PRs upwards of 2 months ago. But here comes the move on the outside by Northampton. Madalena Figueroa Star.
So Carson, the problem there was that Claire Shannon went out in about 64.5, 65 seconds. Got a little bit too excited, let the occasion get to her. And now she's put her team in a tough spot.
You'd
Although
reckon
she's latching on now.
that some of the other teams would have felt that same adrenaline. It seems as though Team Dublin has. Ruby Koenig, or the ladies from Dublin, Ohio, has taken back the lead. She's looking very strong on this 800 meter leg. Let's see what she could split coming home. She's going to be reeled in towards the end. A little cat and mouse game. Very nicely done.
Claire Shannon's going to make me eat my words.
Ha-ha. Let's see if she can come close to 440 at the exchange. That's what she'd need to match her personal record. It stands at a 2:21 for open 800 races. And look at that, sub 2:20 for both of the top 2 legs. 2:18.65 and a 2:17.64. Ruby Koenig, a 2:17.99 runner, just about matching her lifetime capabilities as well.
That's an impressive run by Claire Shannon to run 2:18. She did it the hard way. It looked like she was in big trouble approaching 600 meters and just latched on when those other runners passed her, and it was a gritty performance.
As they head down the backstretch, first 2 laps on this third leg. Sunshine Elite back in second. Team Dublin, a strong start by Nora Crabtree. Northampton with some distance to make up in third. And Ashland Distance Project leading all the chasers in fourth, ahead of the Golden Flashes from Sayville, New York in fifth. So one
Nora,
lap to go.
That's Nora Crabtree leading the way.
reckon she went out in around 65, 66 that time.
Crabtree's opened up about a 35-meter gap and looks in control right now.
Nora is just a freshman, having set a PR just last week. We talk about that recency of fitness as one of our talking points. 2:17.49, placed 5th in her race at the Midwest Elite Meet.
Well, she's running with maturity above her years right now through 600 meters. And that gap is now up to about 28-30 meters. And Team Dublin looking pretty right now. And waiting in the wings will be Emma Donovan.
Let's see what she has to bring this thing home. If we look at some of the top girls 4x800 meter relay times in the state of Ohio, we could be definitely looking at something close to the top by Dublin as they hit that final exchange.
It's about a 221-ish split for her, 220.05 in fact. So solid running by Crabtree, and Donovan has a massive lead. Surely this isn't going to get overhauled. She has about a 60-meter lead.
Keep in mind there are multiple schools in the town of Dublin, Ohio, but it looks as though all of the athletes in this particular field are from Dublin Kaufman, a team known as the Rocks, which is short for the Shamrocks, of course, given that they come from a town with the identical name to the Irish capital.
Oh, fitting that we should have a name like Donovan, a good Irish name anchoring this thing. But Emma Donovan running with great composure. She knows she has a big lead, but she can't take a risk, go out too fast and risk blowing up.
Emma Donovan trying to keep her pace going. She is one of the more experienced members of this lineup as a senior. Trying to show her stripes with 1 to go. Went out in around 68. Yep. Good call there, Dave Milner, as we've got a two-way battle for second still. Ashland Distance Project with Sophia Warnetsky has just passed up Northampton.
Northampton have Kira Cole on the anchor for them. So those two slugging it out. And as we've seen before, there's strength in numbers when you're hunting. It can be a little bit lonely out there in front with a 25, 30-meter lead, which is starting to look somewhat precarious as her pursuers are definitely going faster down the backstretch.
Emma Donovan, though, just put in a major surge between 550 and 600 meters. And with just a half lap remaining, her gap remains minimum 30 meters at large.
Yeah, Donovan would have to hit the quicksand here in the next 30, 40 meters in order to get overhauled. She's looking pretty good right now.
Around in that Wall of Fame turn. Getting ready to bring things home in heat number 2. Team Dublin.
So the time to beat from the first section was 9:27.09, and they are going to be well under that mark.
Their 9:26.37 season best is at stake as well. They have demolished it by 6 seconds. Moving from Ohio number 24 to officially 9:20.47 for Ohio number 18. Very nice.
So 221 flat, anchor for Emma. Sophia Warnetsky for Ashland Distance Project brought them through in second. She ran 2:16.32 on her anchor. That was an impressive run.
Warnetsky, of course, we talk about great Ohio teams. Ashland, Ohio, another famous town, but this is Ashland, Massachusetts we are dealing with. So Sophia Warnetsky, they're 2:15. Division 4 state runner-up, who can also run 5:04 for a full mile to finish in the same spot at Division 4 championships. Sophia Warnetsky, a great anchor to bring them home, 9:25.08. I feel like if I've had any crutch this weekend of words to use, it's got to be bring them home. And you know what? A lot of these athletes have a lot of honor, pride, and glory to bring home miles and miles away from here in Philadelphia.
Also for a lot of these athletes, just bringing it home to the end of a long, long season, especially the athletes that are from areas where indoor is more prioritized, or certain areas of the country where indoors they might only race a couple of times a year, like Florida or perhaps even California. But some of these like North New England states and Northeast states, it's a long season. And if you're at this level, you might only have a few weeks off during the whole calendar year.
Only 3 races left before we'll reach the vertex of our New Balance Nationals coverage. Jaguar Elite, North Shore Running Club, Dynamo Elite, Wizard Track Club, Sturgis Track Club, Rockport Track Club, Winslow Township, Runners High Racing Club, Next Level Running Club, Lake Brantley High School, Nittany Track and Field, Hunterdon Hawks, John J. Cross River Girls, J.P. McCaskey, and Lakota East. Already some early breakaways towards the front of our field. First time around that Wall of Fame turn here at Franklin Field. This is shaping up to be a pretty quick opening lap by our early aggressors in the red kit. That's Salerno.
60 through 400 meters. By far our fastest split.
J.P. McCaskey looked to have used an alternate in this lineup. But either way, Salerno's doing a great job to show why they're in the position that they are, well ahead of the rest of the field. Vivian Salerno, the sophomore, the 2:07 runner. I wonder why she wasn't listed on the lineup to begin with. I had a feeling it was her, the Pennsylvania state champion in 3A, is running an absolute time trial out here.
Yeah, this is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 2:10.
That's
even faster.
With less than 100 meters to go, now 50. Clock at 2:02 right now. Salerno's going to be not that far off of our personal record. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Her best is 2:07.57, and she just beat that on the leadoff split. No running start required for Salerno, and it is all about her team now. J.P. McCaskey onto the second leg. Looks like, I believe Nittany Track and Field has handed off in second. Yes, they have, as they attempt to sort out all splits behind 100 and Hawks. Also, sub 220, Jaguar Elite in fourth position.
So it's Evelyn Yunkin that led Nittany Track and Field. She was in action last night in the 4x1 mile, I believe. She split 2:13.99, but that 2:07, an absolutely outstanding solo run.
I believe this is Ruby Garner Valle and J.P. McCaskey. They have just confirmed Vivian Salerno as their opening leg on the lineup, so she was an all-important addition to that squad. Her official new personal record split is confirmed at 2:07.06. We are definitely going to remember that as the current sophomore from Lancaster, PA, continues in her star-studded career. Moving on to the backstretch now, Ruby Garner-Val.
And J.P. McCaskey have extended that lead to about 8 seconds, a little over halfway through this second leg.
Now, there's definitely some 800-meter parity by the numbers on this J.P. McCaskey lineup, as Ruby Garner-Valley has yet to show us her truest effort. The last time she had run an open 800 was last year in a 2:25.35, and since then, she's really worked on a lot of her range, going 5:02 in the full mile, so she could definitely run quicker than 2:25, that's for sure.
Well, it's going to be Nyla LaRue waiting in the wings for J.P. McCaskey, and she's going to receive the baton with about a 9-second advantage.
I think this is going to be a sub 220 leg on second for Ruby Garner-Valle, if not at 220, and it is 2:20.20, and it's in Nyla LaRue's hands now. Some of the other teams, though, had some fast splits behind. Winslow Township and Adaya Arango, whose sister Amariah Arango will take the stick on the anchor. Adaya, 2:15.26 for the Jersey girls.
But Winslow Township still find themselves about 50 meters behind our leaders, JP McCaskey. Nyla LaRue has the stick for JP McCaskey.
The team that ran 9:17.30 to win their District 3 championships. Keep in mind, going 4:27.25 is sub 9-minute pace. Whether or not they hang on, they would need a couple of 2:15s on their next couple of legs, and I do not see that happening just based on the early pace that Nyla LaRue has chosen to go out in. Again, we're looking at the split right now, and she's going to be a little outside of 70 seconds for her first lap.
Meanwhile, Annabelle Cassidy has gone out very aggressively. She's going to come through in about 66. She's going to eat into that lead here.
We're at number 7, Winslow Township, the team known as the Eagles from Atco, New Jersey. Annabella Cassidy, a 2:25 performer in her own right, but she's only run one open 800 this season, so arguably not her truest distance effort. She's focused more so on the 16 and the 3,200 meters. Does she have the strength to hold up? Nittany Track and Field, Olivia Myers has moved the ladies from State College into second. JP McCaskey, the Lancaster ladies, with less than 200 before the final handoff.
So waiting in the wings for our leaders, JP McCaskey, is Caroline Main. Winslow Township has now been passed. They're back in third. They do have Amariah Arango, who's a 2:13 exponent, on the anchor, but she's going to have a lot of work to do.
And we are all about to see just what this early work by JP McCaskey will amount to. A big time finish to this third leg by North Shore. We might have gotten some of our trailing teams mixed up, but that was Chloe Connolly, the future Binghamton Bearcat, who anchored the North Shore Vikings to the Division II indoor state title in the 4x8 in New York. She has gotten her team into a great position with all the chasing trailers behind. Yeah, we've got a race right here.
So it's Caroline Main with the stick for JP McCaskey. She's a 2:15 half miler, so she knows what she's doing. But now that lead is only about 1.5 to 2 seconds, Carson.
North Shore took the first handoff in 10th place.
Incredible.
Anna Sadowski on the leadoff leg, but then Joanna Kenny, the future Boston College Eagle, who was in the championship 5,000 meters last night. Joanna Kenny ultimately decided not to finish. She ran through 3,800 meters, roughly 4K. It's clear that she had something left with a 2:17 on second leg to set up Connolly, for a 2:19. And Sloan Bonvicino trying to chase down Carolyn Main. 1 lap to go for JP McCaskey.
Sloan Bonvicino, as far as I can tell, has never broken 2:30 for 800 meters. She's having a race of her life right now just to keep this close.
It's within about 20 meters, a lot of gap to make up.
Bear in mind, she's pursuing a 2:15 runner.
Jaguar Elite trying to make up some ground from the back. It's around a 6-way battle for third remotely as our top 2 teams continue their island hopping down the backstretch. Carolyn Main, only a half lap to go for one of their supreme half-milers, JP McCaskey, quickly becoming a team to be reckoned with in the state of Pennsylvania, already number 6 on the season at 9:17.30. It's going to be a tough close to rival that. Can they do it? Can North Shore approach 9:20? It only took them a 9:33 to win their small school state title indoors, and Sloan Bonvicino has it in her hands with a chance to break that barrier as J.E. McCaskey back out front, going to be just off of their season best, but a great 2:07 PR tone setter by Vivian Salerno to open them off 17 and change. 9:17.65. Carolyn Main brings them home. And North Shore, 9:22, will settle in for the 3rd overall spot in the standings.
So JP McCaskey goes to the top of the heap with a 9:17.65. Top time overall thus far Flynn Bonvicino, great run by her, 2:23.81, big personal best for her, if you include relay splits, to bring her team home for second. And it was Jaguar Elite that were third in this third section, clocking 9:25.18. They were anchored by Avery Carlson in a very handy 2:16.27.
We saw her really moving them up. We also got to see her run a nice anchor leg yesterday for the team from Glen Allen High School. She comes in as a 2:17 girl with 4:56 mile strength. Finished runner-up at her state championship for Class 5 in the 1600. So great rally for her. And a new leading time for JP McCaskey, 9:17.65. Your only team sub 9:20 thus far with 2 sections to go. Already being given a do not start for Bullis and Champlain Valley, but we've still got plenty of other teams to watch for. Motor City in HIP 16, scheduled to lead off with Leah Thomas, who anchored Motor City to the Sprint Medley Relay National title yesterday. Ran a 2:13 split, better than her open personal record of 2:14. And joining her, you got Shore Track Club, Ramapo, New Jersey, Wheaton St. Francis, the Flying Dutchman Track Club from Tappan Zee, New York, North Kingstown from Rhode Island, Easton Area, PA, South Farms Track Club, Williamsport, Merrill Noden, Glastonbury, another Connecticut team, Tub Gator, Lansing Catholic, Spirit of Pre, and the aforementioned Motor City Track Club.
So here's some trivia for you. Merrill Noden Track Club. Merrill Noden was a former track and field rider for Sports Illustrated. Actually a friend of mine. He used to live in London. And that's the tip of the hat to them. It's actually Spence High School in Manhattan that is representing them. We're at number 10. They're going to be led off by Naomi Eisen.
You know, it's funny because I've been watching the Spence School with almost a magnifying glass out of the state of New York, just watching them dominate their school records, breaking 9:20 in the indoor season for the 4x8. And I would have never guessed that they would have been known as Merrill Noden Track Club, but the more you know.
So Merrill actually, for a few years, he lived in London, actually ran from my track club in London when I was a teenager. So that's the connection. And I actually stayed at his house one year when I was traveling around the U.S. He lived on Fifth Avenue. I couldn't believe my luck. I was this 19-year-old kid traveling around the States, and I finished my trip staying in an apartment on Fifth Avenue at Merrill Noden's house. Anyway.
My father tells me it's who you know. Speaking of which, we are in the midst of Father's Day weekend. If you're watching your daughter at home, fathers, we wish you all a happy Father's Day weekend as we proceed. Second lap, first leg, 4x8. Motor City with Leah Thomas has the lead and has some company.
So we're coming up to 600 meters, and Leah is towing the field through in a pretty swift 1:41.
And it's Madeline Sanders in the slipstream for Williamsport. She's moving on the outside for the team from Pennsylvania. But now tucking back in on the far wall of fame turn, we got a lot of chaos happening and last-minute position changes. Here comes Lansing Catholic. Josie Bishop pulling up alongside and also charging on her interior, now shifting wide for the exchange. Wheaton St. Francis. What a finish by Margaret Andrzejewski.
2:15.05 for Andrzejewski, and she hands off to Sienna Schwan.
So we are on just outside of 9-minute pace here in our penultimate section. We got Lansing Catholic also 2:15.84. Motor City Track, though, right back to the lead with Ryan Jeffries. Another 2:14 runner for the team from Detroit. She ran her PR last summer in the AAU Junior Olympic Games, 2:14.47 as far as we are currently aware. Jeffries from Detroit and Motor City on the lead.
So coming into this meet, there were 17 teams that have broken the 9-minute barrier this season. We add to that tally here in this penultimate heat.
Pretty single file. Now a move on the exterior. Nicely done.
That's North Kingstown, Lucy Stowe.
I was waiting to see when they would emerge. Lucy Stowe, one of the top distance runners in Rhode Island, has taken the lead on the second lap, and an immediate response by Williamsport. Lucy Stowe had a very impressive state campaign in the indoor season. Ran in both the 1,000 meters and the 1,500, so she's got a lot of mid-distance experience, but it's looking like those early surges are catching up to her. And Motor City, Ryan Jeffries is pulling away.
So a little over 150 left on this second leg. Jeffries is pulling Motor City Track Club into a fairly sizable lead. And they're going to have Mackay Thompson waiting in the wings to run the third leg.
Lansing Catholic has moved its way back into third. Whole lot of Michigan representation here as we get ready for Motor City to hand over into the third leg of 432 at the Exchange, and they had taken it at 216, so
about
very
216.
even.
Yeah.
Very even. 216.26 on the second leg.
So Mackay Thompson has the stick. She's got about a 15-20 meter lead. Her pursuers are Mila Veldhuis from Williamsport, and then for Lansing Catholic, it's Grace Wanch.
North Kingstown girls still in fourth, and a big gap back to Ramapo in fifth, ahead of Glastonbury, a team that'll have a former state open champion and Lauren Parrott to come on the anchor. Quick shout out to them, and